Shut the fuck up.
Burly streamer gets the gamba.
Bro. Oh my goodness. All right. Bro, how are you gonna come in, ask me how, like, butcher the shit out of my name, ask me if I'm getting the Switch 2, and then being like, boo! Holy smokes, dude. You guys are not real, man. My bad, man. I never promised I would do that in the first place, but I could see why you'd be upset. All right. All right. All right. All right. No, we can go back into the CS2 category, I think. Now you gotta get the Switch too. I know.
Good morning.
What is up, friends and enemies? My hate watchers, my 3-star citizen viewers. Ken, I appreciate you very much.
Alex H.
Thank you for what you do, Ken. Daji, okay with the 38 months as Athenia with the 34. Guys, very early day. We'll see how this goes. This is kind of gonna be kind of interesting. This is gonna be very interesting for us today. KF8L, appreciate the sub. Sorry, I don't have the. Sorry, I'm not bringing you Switch 2 content. Who are we rooting for? So, great question. Well, okay, so let me paint some context here for y'all. It's probably like one of the earlier streams I've done. I mean, sometimes I've streamed this late, but I don't think I've been awake this early to stream. Does that make sense? Sure, this is working. I got my spiffy blazer on as if I'm, all professional and shit for y'all. My morning coffee. Ready to see some real games here, guys. Ready to see some real Counter-Strike games. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, the Blast TV Austin Majors start today. They start this morning. It's going to be an entire day of Counter-Strike. To be fair, broadcasted Counter-Strike, so not me playing it, just to be completely clear, for those that have no idea what I'm talking about. But it is stage 1. It's the first matches. We got some interesting teams that I haven't really seen myself. Let me pull up the actual schedule for day one. Teams that I haven't watched play, I should say. Some U.S. teams in here. Looks like we got Australian team. China's playing. Very cool stuff. But anyways, I originally talked about streaming this and asking if you guys wanted to see it. Some of y'all said yeah. However, this particular Blast TV major was something that, you know, they allowed you to stream the CSTV for, but you did have to officially apply to stream like the broadcast. So I did that a few days ago. I actually did it on stream. Funny enough, you guys watched me do it. But they said that we're good to go. I guess I don't know how we snuck in. We somehow snuck in as an official co-streamer of this event, which is pretty neat. Means that I think I have access to stream because I have a direct broadcast feed, meaning that like the stream that we get isn't even like a Twitch broadcast. It's like the official studio broadcast that they're gonna pump, or I'm pumping into this stream, which is interesting. I haven't done that before. Usually we just watch like a overlay Twitch thing, whatever, YouTube live, whatever you want to call it. So, but we do have the official broadcast that we can watch here with you guys, commentate over it, talk about some I don't know, talk about the team, sort of what we did with the IEM, because we watched the IEM finals between Vitality and Mouse, and that was pretty fun. I think you guys enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. But I really want to see, even if I didn't stream this, this is something I wanted to watch, because I want to see some of these teams that have been playing Counter-Strike in all the many, many years that I've played. I guess. I haven't seen these teams before, so this will be kind of cool. Is this TikTok combo shit? What are you talking about, TikTok combo shit? We get combos now? Oh, I have no idea what that is. Is it like a new feature or something? I saw... Oh, it's like a... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. It's on your face? All right, guys. Thank you for the... What the fuck is that? All right. Okay. Sent 150. What does that even mean? What are you guys sending? What are you guys sending? Okay, it's too early for a Twitch update, brother. Like, is this bits? You guys are sending bits? What is this, guys? It's way too early for this right now. Anyways, I haven't tested the audio. That's the only thing that I'm gonna be a little confused about. This with ice cream so good. I can't be dealing with this, guys. It's 8 o'clock in the morning for me, man. I woke up at fucking 7. I cannot be looking at like combos, bits. What is it, a dog? Are you sending me a dog? 19 dogs. What? Dude. Yo. No, I can't. Okay, so I gotta test out the audio. That's the only thing. Is we should have the feed should be good, but I will need some help with like the audio because I do think I have the audio a little too overlaid, unfortunately. So because of that, I might need you guys' help to make sure that it doesn't sound too scuffed, if that's the correct term. Let me just double check here. Okay, guys. I don't know what you guys are sending. I have no idea what that even is. What the fuck are you guys even sending here? What is this? Combo 12? I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, this is crazy. All right. Let's see this. Blast TV. All right, we're gonna. I'm not sure if they're actually going. We'll test this out. They might not have the feed up yet, but fuck it, we'll send it. Okay, great. All right. Awesome. Good stuff, Alex. Perfect. Great test. Anyways, pretty excited. It should be exciting today. Either way, I think. Was it supposed to be that? Yes, actually. What's the AI command? It's just AI chat. There it is. There's the command. Okay. What you dressed up for, Unc? Got church? Yeah, man, this is my church fit. Your aunt and I are about to go do some worship. All right, the first two matches should be between Complexity and versus OG and Heroic versus the Genghis Warriors. That should be at 9 a.m. But I think it's Austin time, which is you know 1 hour ahead of me, I guess. Yeah, it should be now according to it's in 47 minutes. Unless this is using my time. Is this using my time? It would be nice actually. Oh, it's using my time? Okay, the website might be using my time. Is it now 47 minutes? I assumed it used CDT. Check HLTV. That's actually a good call. Watch Game Awards for Unreal Engine tech demo. When was the Game Awards tech demo? Today's matches. These are matches played. Austin Major starting soon. HLTV says 45 minutes. Okay. That's actually fine, to be fair. I can't be too bothered at that. Okay, so if that's the case, okay. Yeah, it should be fine. They're not showing the game. It's all just Unreal Engine. The real Game Fest starts on 6th June. Oh, okay. It's going to be the 2-2 match and on Friday. If you could watch it then too. Whose funeral you're going to? Guys, it's not my funeral fit, man. Can I link the tech demo? Sure, we can watch the tech demo. Why not? Why not?
This is a tech.
All right, this is okay. This is the Witcher 4 gameplay tech demo. Sure, let's check it out.
Technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4. What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in a game.
Wow, this looks amazing.
Right now, Ciri is investigating a monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village.
This will melt my graphics card, but it does look very good.
All right, everyone, meet Kelpie.
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt and Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
We return to town.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Thought we left 60 FPS in 2024. Yeah, it does feel like a little bit like regressive, right? But it's like as technology starts to power creep, it's like frames are going back.
And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
So let's leave Ciri behind for a second and talk about the world itself.
He's running the Blazers 5 for me to be to watch it work. The professionalism cancels out. Agreed.
Especially Kovir with its dense forest and wild nature.
Yeah, and wild nature is hard. And with nanite geometry, we've freed artists from so many of their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do. And foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce nanite foliage.
What?
And in order to achieve gorgeous foliage density everywhere, while still being memory efficient, fast to render, we believe that a new idea was needed. So instead of the same card approach we've been using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle.
What?
And the old LOD tricks
Dude.
of the past, they needed a complete rethink.
Come on,
And
we
it
don't need
replaces
this,
a new
man.
Adaptive voxel representation in nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render.
Oh my
And
god,
these dense
bro.
clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows, and they allow artists to render
Jesus
whatever
Christ.
amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means
crazy.
how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster way to load the world. We can now bring in more content, more.
I know
quickly
everyone's
for
looking
the
at their PC
smoothest
right now and just
possible
shaking their head.
experience as we fly down to catch up with Ciri.
We must have physics modeling every single pine needle.
Welcome to Valdrest. So Valdrest is a port town, a hub for fishing, trade, and mining. It's one of those places where you can meet shady characters or overhear gossip from other lands. It's also where Ciri took on her current contract. High-tech, let's leave Kelpie here and explore the marketplace and food.
Okay.
I'm so excited we can finally show you some of this stuff. Let's see what Valdrest has to offer.
Ooh. Oh. That's cool.
Guys, notice
Wow.
how responsive the world is. Character actions directly affect what happens around
What?
you. Sometimes even setting
The
up
pigs are coming over to eat the apples?
Everything is working together.
What thieves? bandits.
Oh, look at this poor gentleman being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper.
Oh,
That's what happens when you cheat at Gwent. Okay, so this is the guy who gave the series quest his own. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda in all of this.
Glad morning.
how you doing, Razor? Doing, brother? What in the world am I looking
A
at,
typical
dude?
day's toil.
Who in? Ah, Witcheress. What news of my wagons? No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found them. And, well, suffice to say, they'll not reach you. As for the salt, I found not one speck. I presume this comes as no surprise to you. Now. Kavir's smuggling trade is of no concern to me.
Shush, shush, shush.
The manticore that flattened your cart and devoured your men? Quite the opposite.
Manticore? No, them winged hellspawn dwell in the arse end of Creighton.
While Siri decides what to do about that merchant,
What?
let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace.
That's
Why
just
don't we listen in on these
that's just a
fishmongers? They're
cutscene,
selling their wares, chatting up customers.
but it's not. It's an in-game cutscene. And it's still loading this at the same time, dude. This just seems unnecessary, does it not? This like, yo, at the same time as your cutscene is playing, the world is just
There is
going by
tons
itself.
to play here. Even in this simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal smart objects, chaos cloth.
There's just other
more.
cutscenes going on.
And all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Siri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah, and closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right? But also authenticity.
Wow.
They should react to changes in the world around them.
But the prisoner in Pillory isn't exciting enough for Valdres. Let's
Everybody
grab
gets
everyone's
excited.
attention
Just
with
remember
this
2077. Yeah, it's great now. What do you mean? 2077 is awesome. You should go play it.
But the great performance deserves a huge crowd though.
Now?
Let's crank it up.
No, I think it's fair for you guys to be skeptical. I'm not saying this is a day one purchase, but this looks amazing. So far, what they've demoed looks awesome.
So you are seeing tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems, including an entirely new Unreal animation framework, allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget.
When's the release
in
date?
Rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents, all going about their business.
Soon.
And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players expect.
I don't know.
Empowering you
They
to
don't
make
have a
the
release
worlds
date.
come to life without Unreal standing in your way.
You are right. That's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Siri? We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever. And we are making this a reality thanks to our work on
Dude, this is what I mean by like these two fucking bandits, the Bandito brothers over here. Yo, just remember how shit Cyberpunk was? Agreed, this just looks like a glorified Assassin's Creed demo. Hey, I back you up fully, brother. Like, come on, you guys. Like, get a fucking room, man.
Unreal with the team at Epic.
Like, if you don't think this is,
I
like,
think what we're doing
amazing, I don't know
together is
what to
going
tell you,
bring
brother.
in
Go
a
play
new
Assassin's
generation
Creed,
of
I guess.
Open world RPGs, and I'm so proud.
Yeah, Assassin's
of what we
Creed
accomplished
rendered
so
the
far.
entire
We are
fucking
too.
forest. They
So we're almost
retired
done,
all
but
of Yellow,
before we
like
go,
rendered
here's a
all of
small gift
Yellowstone
for all Witcher fans.
and the bears.
A first look at Lanexeter.
What is this, dude? What in the world? Oh, is it the wyvern? Is it the chimera? Or is it the manicore? No, that's it. Come on, man. I want to see more, dude. I'm just saying I hate that games market on looks. I want a game. No, actually, you know, Tav, I do kind of agree with you on that. I will say that. I wish you made that point earlier than saying it just looks like Assassin's Creed, but low-key a little different. Like, I think in Assassin's Creed, you just got the guy that just gets pushed, and he's like, ugh, and then he goes back to walking, and you can go back and push him again. But in this game, like, they show that they push somebody, he dropped a basket of apples, and then the kid runs up and he steals the apples, and then pigs run out and eat the apples. Like, I think that's like dynamic, right? What is this? Is this another one? This is another demo? All right, we'll watch this. Is this the same thing or is this different?
Sleep, is he? The ploughing plonker.
Cinematic?
Break me pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract. Where's Veered off to Iroh? Oi! The devil's after you! You're running from!
Oh.
The builder, shield us.
Oh my goodness. Oh, is this what she was like looking for in the cutscene? When she comes and finds it? Oh, okay.
Salt. Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely like, this will definitely be a play for me for sure. Definitely want to check it out. What are these songs, bro. Okay. Are you gonna stream it? I'll try. We'll see if my PC can handle it. I mean, I wasn't very happy with the launch of Wilds. I'll be honest. Wilds kind of cooked me a little bit. All right, this looks like, let me check this feed real quick, guys, just to make sure it's running, because I do see that Blast is already streaming. But I just want to see, I want to see what we're looking at here in terms of the broadcast, because like I said, I might have to adjust some audio settings. So if the audio settings are a little scuffed at first, I'm sorry. I tried to get it working last night, but it's hard. It's hard because I have too many audio tracks to be able to figure out what is wrong, what is right. Okay. So this is what we got going on here. All right. We're getting that direct pumped up feed out of Austin. Let's go Austin, gang. But I don't know. I don't think they're playing any audio at the moment. So hopefully once they start playing, what happened with your application? We're good. We're good. I guess, you know, I guess we still had enough residual clout where they gave us a pass here, so I can stream this with you guys and watch it together and see what that's all about. Okay, let me check this. All right. All right, we have this, but it's not giving audio at the moment. We'll see what happens with that. The official stream has audio. Yes. Yes, yes. Let me try this instead. Sorry about that, guys.
It's like a goal accomplished, so now on to the next ones.
Obviously, it's no secret there's going to be some roster changes for you guys after the major, right? How is that affecting the kind of the team atmosphere, knowing that this is kind of, you know, the swan song for this iteration of Heroic?
Okay.
I mean, we have the mindset
Is
that
it playing it twice?
we know what's going to happen after the major, but like we see this event that we can still learn from it.
Or
and
do
we
you
know
guys just
we are
hear it
good, and
once?
It takes a bit of the pressure off, actually, and we're having
Playing
more fun.
once?
We're
Okay.
joking around
Good
more,
stuff.
and we're just
All
here
right.
to have a good time and do some damage.
Okay.
Not to pile the pressure back on, but a lot of people are saying that you're the favourites here in stage 1 of the Austin major. Do
All
you
right.
agree with that
Is this the
sentiment?
same feed
Of
now
course.
And does
as
that
what they
add any
what they're
extra
doing for the
pressure
official
to your
broadcast? I'm
shoulders,
just gonna
or
make
does
sure.
it make you feel more confident?
Not really. Like, we showed good results lately in Dallas. We won 2 tournaments before, so it's fair to say that we're their favorites, and I'm confident that we can show good CS as well.
And any thoughts about your first opponent? I'm sure maybe a lot of the viewers at home aren't so familiar with their play style. How have you been kind of preparing for them specifically?
I mean, we already played them 2 times in Mongolia,
Let me see
actually,
some
on
real
LAN,
quick.
so we know how they play, and they had some months to prep.
So I'm turning this off. Okay, interesting. Interesting. They're talking at the table. Okay. All right. All right. Let me wait 1 sec. Did you make your picks for the CS coin? Yes. Okay. All right, let me see what this is real quick. Okay, that's that. This is like... Gotcha. All right. All right, let's try this very quickly. Got this. And we got this.
Honestly, I think they're one of the best teams in this stage, but I mean, we're also feeling very
All right.
confident against them, and we know they're coming in with a stand-in and they might not feel as confident as they should be, so we'll just take it one round at a time.
All right, we'll see how this works. I'm not sure what we're getting for this audio specifically, but we will we'll send it. Okay, so these are the lineups. This looks like okay. This is complexity. I just want to make sure that we're on the right fucking thing because I've been all over the place. So we're watching complexity versus OG today. US versus EU. Should be a fun lineup. What countries are playing? US, EU, Asia? Yeah, South America too.
But
Oh fuck. Oh, my neck. Yeah, it's global. We're gonna see all kinds of teams. And what is it? And what is this one again? I just want to make sure. Okay, I think this is their other. I think this is their like in studio cam, which is pretty neat. Actually, getting some behind the scenes here, guys. Cool stuff. All right. And what's the vibe here? This is their actual stream.
Young team. It's a team that has a lot of players on with a lot of I wouldn't say past history of great results, but it's actually players that people have expected a lot from.
Yes.
And then moving on to a team like Furia, it's also it's kind of the same thing with VP. It's a team that has had a lot of success in the past, but then they have just seemed to not get into a position where they don't really seem to get the results that they want, and they decided to go for quite a crazy change in terms of putting Fallen back, putting him into like an anchor position and moving off the op, which is that is kind of characteristic for him for so many years.
Yeah, I wanted to pick your brain about another crazy scenario that Jacob already touched upon. The whole phase situation at the moment with Sinful coming in. Obviously, you've had quite a lot of past history playing against the Devil himself. What did you think when you saw that move happening, branded as kind of the Hail Mary move, where Karrigan still sees this as an opportunity for them to be going all the way, making it to playoffs and being in contention for the trophy?
The whole phase discussion is something we've touched on a lot, and phase is at a point where they just needed to make a change. Like, they've made so many poor results that now they needed to try and do something. And I think it reminds me a lot of the same situation we had in Falcons when we had created really poor results and we just needed to get some kind of spark, and we decided to bring in Simple for the Shanghai major. And it kind of reminds me of the same thing here. And I'm still worried. I'm not gonna say Simple is a great player. Like we can never say anything against this guy, but I don't think he has what it takes to bring FaZe back, and I don't think Simple is gonna go back to the top player that he once was. I simply just don't think it's gonna be possible.
Yeah, you agreeing with that sentiment, Jacob?
I think from what we saw in Dallas, he's definitely shaky. He's definitely a little bit out of form, so to speak. He was hogging a lot of walls, failing a lot of nades, etc. But I have been following Simple, offline as well. He's playing a lot of FaZe. He's been boot camping with FaZe.
Let's go Simple.
Far-fetched to conclude anything from his FaZe games, but he is trending upwards. He has, better and better performances. He's playing more and more hours. So, I mean, if there's one thing I learned,
this kind of hype, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, I do agree. I don't have FaZe winning the tournament. I don't have Simple coming back to being the best player in the world, but he can definitely contribute in a positive way.
I know it's day one.
Back at IM Dallas, he was saying, his biggest concern was actually
this, by the way, this ends in like 20 days. This is just day one. Like, we're watching the stage 1 brackets for the majors, but like they have 2 majors a year. This is the first one of 2025 in June here, and they're gonna have their second one probably around December. This is their 22nd ever major. I think the prize pool is over $1 million. The first place team gets like $500,000. So it's definitely like a big deal in terms of CS. Like, majors are, well, lack of a better term, major when it comes to the when it comes to CS.
Changes will happen.
And I was looking at Navi for maybe the last 3 or 4 months, and I was seeing the issues they had. There was this controversial clip that was shown that they had argues within the team, and they were saying like bad stuff each other or arguing. And I remember that I defended Navi, saying that this is very characteristic for a team that has been winning. They won the major, and they've had a really good streak in Counter-Strike 2, and now they need to like kind of reinvent themselves. They need to go back and look at what actually worked for them and what they need to get back to. But I'm starting to have my doubts if they're ever going to find it. Are they ever going to find back to that form that they know they can have?
You remember what we observed at the very first tournament of the year, Freya? The body language, all the whining, all the complaining, the desk slammed. It feel like that trend, that way they started off the season, the way they started off the year in Copenhagen, playing at the Bounty. They've just continued down that road. Whenever you see,
I wonder if Unk would normally pick Teams USA or Team Russia and things like this. Oh man, I'm a little split because I think I'm definitely gonna cheer for USA. USA is a big underdog though. Like, we haven't had a good USA run since like that crazy Cinderella run back in 2017, 2018, right? I'll cheer for certain players, right? Like, I think I've been cheering for this Monzi guy. He's
first
part of Team
tournament of the
Falcons, right?
season,
Yeah.
And they've done nothing. There has been no change since then. Obviously, I'm playing devil's advocate.
I'm sure they had a lot of talks. You know.
Yeah,
I know.
lots of talks.
I mean,
Clearly,
Simple's
I
not
mean,
Russian,
this
but
is
he's
the working
Ukrainian,
tradition.
I
What's that
guess,
like,
right?
when you're in a team where,
Somebody I would
you
cheer
know,
for that's
maybe
outside of the
mental
U.S.
Isn't so stable. There are frustrations.
Sometimes I cheer for the Danes. You know what I mean? So you jumping fences? Not. What do you mean jumping fences? No, I think I'll you know I want to see certain players succeed. That's not me jumping fences, right? I think it would be good to see U.S. do well, but am I gonna think that they're gonna like overperform? Probably not. Cheering for China's team, so not to piss off the Chinese Helldivers. I think it'd be cool to see China pop off as well.
There's so many unanswered questions to why Navi is struggling right now, but obviously the frustration.
He's
part
just
is
seeing what
we see from
happens.
the outside, and that is what
True,
seems to be one of their core issues, that they get frustrated with each other. And I'm sure that Blade has been. We've seen what Blade can do and what Blade has done to this team.
Yo, Jerky, appreciate you. Thank you for the
Can't believe these chumps
55
aren't wearing
months.
a blazer like Mr. Alex over here.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do out here.
Yeah, I think I would.
How are you this morning? I'm just trying to make sure everything's like working here because I think I may have scuffed up a little
Other
bit.
big names that we do need to touch upon as well. Not least Vitality, Dupree. The streak stays alive for now. Is it going to
Okay.
continue here?
The one thing that I think,
So there's two. I mean, there should be two different games going here. So it should be kind of interesting. Yeah, this will be stage 3.
But I mean, Vitality is coming.
This will be a big stage for sure to keep an eye on.
Seen in many years, and I think that they are also aware of the pressure that is on them. They know that they can only go to this tournament and have if they can go here and fail, that is like the apart from winning, they can only fail. Like if they go out in semis, that will be a failed groups, an even bigger fail. Not going to happen, obviously. But Vitality is scaring me a little bit right now on a personal note, because we talked back in Astralis about that no one is going to recreate what we have done. And Vitality, sure, they're not there yet, but they're moving there, right? So for me to be in a position right now where I get to watch someone try and copy what we have done, maybe to a greater extent, that is kind of frightening.
I love how candid you are with that. Like, I thought you were going to say, I'm kind of scared for them because I've been in that Astralis situation and I've obviously seen it unravel, seen it come to an end. No, you're just scared of your history being erased. Yeah,
that's how it is, right? You got to take care of yourself.
Do you think the streak is going to end here at some point, Jacob?
I don't think so, to be completely honest.
Really?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, they came into IM Dallas a couple of weeks ago where they took a vacation leading into the tournament. It was clear to see they weren't in form, clear to see they played their B game, C game. No one was able to beat them. A couple of teams came close, but that's the thing with Vitality right now. Even when they're playing close games, they always
Yeah, I think Vitality might lose their streak here. I don't know.
They have time to practice, they have time to boot camp, they have time to prepare for this tournament. They're entering in stage 3 as well, which means the preparation in terms of watching some of the teams from stage 1, stage 2, Falcons in particular. They can't hide anything if they want to make it.
I think so, man.
Now in order to perform at a high level, and
they were bleeding a little bit versus those mouse games. They were bleeding a little bit.
Counter-Strike, aka their C game, they're still the best team in the world.
I'm not saying I want them to. I'm just saying
I think they're in a position right now where
Falcons came pretty close. I think people are going to be really hungry this major. They threw a Mouse, didn't they? Yeah, but Mouse almost took map 1, right? And I don't feel like Mouse is the strongest team. Like versus them. Like you have a lot of hungry teams. Yeah, there's teams that have come very close. Easy for Vitality. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying I want them to lose. I'm just saying I think there's high lose potential here for sure.
I've been, borderline berating the Vitality players with this question when we're talking about the streaks. Like, is it on your mind? How much do you care about it? And they've always got the answer of, it's not on our mind. It's just a number at the end of the day. Is that true, though, Dupree? You played with some of those Vitality players. Do you think maybe that's in the back of their mind, just ticking away that it could end?
I think it's been on their mind, and I still think it is, but it's in a different way now. I think it was on their mind when they were about to beat the Liquid streak. When they got over that hurdle, I think they come to a point where, okay, the next one we need to beat is the 61, like the 1x60 that NIP has. And, that is like so far in the future that if they cannot focus on that, if they put their focus on that, that's not going to matter. I think by now, they're just going to see how far they can go. Like,
okay, they got some
one game at a time. So I think that the pressure of the streak has kind of faded back into the back of their minds. Now they don't.
We got some bans already out, looks like.
When they were going
already beaten that streak. NIP had a shit ton of
we're gonna have
one games in that one as well, whereas Vitality won all their games in best of 3 and on LAN as well. So in that regard, I don't think it plays a factor at all. And in reality, they're entering the stage 3 right here. So they have to play 3 games in that group stage in order to progress into the playoff. Then they have to play 3 games in the playoff. And by all you mean, you play 6 games and you win the major. So in that regard, there's still a long time for them to do it.
You make it sound so damn easy.
Yeah, well,
Jacob.
it is for Vitality.
Is it going to be easy for Team Liquid? What are you thinking about them waiting in the wings?
How much money you got on this? I don't know if I would bet on these games. Although
I saw at IEM Dallas, I think they came in as a bit of an underdog in a sense because they didn't play the tournament leading up to it. We didn't see them at the Blast Rivals. And
yeah, I don't think I'd bet on stage 1. Stage 1 is too unpredictable.
Give them some guidance. It was going to give them a direction, so to speak.
Way too unpredictable.
I didn't see much in Dallas, and I'm a little bit worried that when you enter stage 3, well, you're joined by 8 teams who played well in stage 2. Falcons are going to join you. FaZe most likely are going to join you. And what
Just means Vitality will be playing their first best-of-1 series of the year this tournament.
As well, saying that he doesn't feel comfortable anymore, and he can't really find his footing within Liquid as well.
Oh, that's fair.
For me, I'm worried that they will be.
Could spoil the streak.
I totally agree.
Also
with you.
true.
Like, it seems like Liquid is just lacking direction, and it's been like that for a while. They come into the tournament without.
Have you shown pick'ems? I did pick'ems on stream. My pick'ems are kind of scuffed.
The confidence is not really there for Liquid. Like the interviews from NAF just showing like Liquid is going to like reconsider what's going to happen.
Like I could pull up pick'ems at some point.
Result, So it's not like they go into the major believing.
I think
anything.
Spirit
Maybe
reaches
there is,
semifinals.
hope that they
I think
are,
so. I mean,
they are placed, so maybe
Spirit's
they're
pretty strong, right?
An organization that has been thriving in NA for a long time. The whole idea of coming to play in NA is important for them. They have a huge player, like a fan base over here. So if they can use that energy, that potentially going all the way to like a playoff thing, then anything can happen. But I don't think getting there is gonna be easy for Liquid.
Definitely not going to be an easy feat, of course, as we move on and upwards towards the playoffs. It's going to be 8 teams gracing the stage in the Moody Arena. Obviously, at best of 3 in that grand final as well.
Okay.
Top 8 teams, though, Jacob. Any bold predictions that you want to make here yet?
Drop the volume.
I mean, I think Vitality is going to win the major by not losing a game. To be completely honest, I don't know if that's a bold prediction considering how they're playing right now. I would love to say that one of these teams in stage 1 will make it all the way to the playoff. I would love to see that happen. I would love to see some of these, more less known teams make a deep playoff run, but I'm not sure who that is going to be. It's not going to be Complexity with a stand-in. OG, I don't think have the level for it. Maybe Heroic could be a ballsy prediction to be part of the playoff, but I don't know, Peter. I think we have a major right now. I think we have
Dampty, appreciate you.
Thank
you.
Top 5 is pretty set. We have 5 teams who are playing Counter-Strike at a very high level, and then from top 6 all the way down to 32, that's pretty open.
I just hope that we can get semifinals where we have Vitality, Falcons, Mouse, and Spirit. Like, that is like the top 4 teams of the entire Counter-Strike community right now. So I think you talked about the whole thing that we get a team from stage 1. I don't personally believe that. Not that they're not good enough, but I also need to empathize on the fact that if you are going from stage 1 all the way to playoff, you've been playing so much Counter-Strike. You've been using your brain for so long. It's actually something that is very underestimated in the fact that sure, Counter-Strike is just a video game, but you also get so exhausted from playing it. And if you play here, let's say that you go 3-2, you advance to the next stage, and you need to play the day after, you play another stage, and then eventually maybe you go to 3rd stage, and then the playoffs. And you've been playing non-stop Counter-Strike for like 2.5 weeks before you even reach playoffs. And that is not something to be taken lightly. Sure, they want to go there, but it's definitely going to be exhausting.
The play is devil's advocate on that one. We also do hear teams, not complaining, but saying that it can be tough to enter a tournament late.
Yeah.
So you're coming in stage 3, your Team Liquid, you came from Dallas not playing well, and all of a sudden you're facing a stage 1 team who's been playing for a week and a half and are fully customized to this setup. They're comfortable, they've been here, no jet lag, no nothing. That can also be a tough task. So I agree with your point right here, but it goes both ways.
Should we talk about how the teams are distributed coming into stage 1 as well? Because truly a global game in the essence of we have 6 teams coming in from Europe to be beginning off this stage 1. Makes sense in terms of the distribution of how, the tiers are kind of weighted in Counter-Strike traditionally.
I mean, you can get very technical with it, but at the end of the day, it's a resemblance and I guess an expression of where the best teams are located at the moment. So obviously Europe have most slots distributed to the region because European Counter-Strike right now is at its strongest now. If we were in a scenario where NA Counter-Strike were owning or Asian Counter-Strike were owning, which is not the case, then more slots could be distributed to their regions. But it's basically a picture-perfect, outlook on where the strongest teams are from right now, and that's also why most slots are allocated towards the European region.
And I think it's been like that for a long time. I think throughout Counter-Strike history, Europe has always been like the strongest one. We had a stint where like where the NA scene were also capable of making some really good results and creating some really good teams. I think that has kind of faded out a little. But so Europe has always been like the king of Counter-Strike in that sense, compared to other titles in esports where it's more likely into Asia. So to see that Europe gets the majority of spots is also obviously very, very, very favorable in that situation. But I think what is great about the major is that you get the representatives of all the regions. Like, it's not like you just leave regions out. You get to get teams from every region to actually compete. It's like a world championship in some sense. Like, everyone is actually inside.
Agreed.
Yes. 3 spots in, I guess, the home soil of this major in Austin in North America. Tell me about some of these teams that we see coming from the North American region.
I mean, Complexity is the big one. We see them in stage 1. We see them in the opening game. Unfortunately for them, they're playing with a stand-in. Junior coming in instead of Halsek because of some visa issues, which obviously is a bummer to be
USA
honest.
team
Complexity have shown us they can play decent Counter.
having a stand-in because of visa issues.
Got up to a very poor start. I think they lost 6, 7, 8 games in a row.
Unlucky.
They got it together. They started to play
Unlucky.
On a good level. So for them to lose Halsek heading into this major is a bummer, to be completely honest, because I had them as a clear-cut favorite to go 3-0 and a clear-cut favorite to make stage 2. I still think they will, but they probably have to struggle and fight a bit more for it.
Yeah, it must be so tough to first of all be Halsek, but also be the rest of his team. You know, going into a major and then having these visa issues, that means you have to play with a stand-in. And the interview from Junior saying that they have actually been practicing for a couple of weeks. It's not like he just has been brought in from the streets and then to play. So they have actually done some kind of practice. And he also mentioned what you mentioned with Simple, that the hardest part for him to get into the team was actually learning all the utility, which apparently is
Mr. Opera is out as well.
Right now. But, on the other side, I think NRG is a team that I mean, I don't have much expectations with them, but for me, like on a personal level, you know, looking at NRG being led by Nitro, you know,
professional Opera, like Opera, Jesus, Opera is so crazy.
Having his stint in Valorant, coming back,
like, it's just something that's not
North America, and it also has some.
It's just something that's not really like focused on all that much, like outside of it, because
that jersey, but NRG
and like pickups,
wildcard.
You just kind of toss an op at somebody and call it a day. But in professional play, you can build your entire team around your op player, depending on how good they are. You know, because if you feed your goated player that op, and you know he guarantees kills, you can get him to like set up picks. You can get him to like, you know, do a whole bunch of shit for you. You put him into like positions that you feel like he can hold by himself. Like, there's so many crazy things an Opera can do. I just don't feel like they focus on it enough, you know?
American players, some Swedes in there as well. So they are interesting and also one of my favorites to
because I feel like being more all around is more important, to be fair. Like being an interior, being a support player with like your utility, being able to pick up an op even and get a couple of kills. Like, I don't think it's just all about op, but it's just like underrated how, well, I would say it's not underrated. Because to be fair, everyone like hyperfixates over ops. I mean, we talk about Coldzera, we talk about Kenny S, we talk about Simple, we talk about Device, right? We talk about some of these like amazing operas. Even the Ziwu guy pops off. Monzi I've been talking about. Like, these are all op players that people kind of go crazy for. But you know, you got somebody like Donk that comes out, this young dude, he doesn't need that op, you know, and I feel like that's way more value. CS2 is much more rifle focused. Agreed. I do feel like CS2 is way more about prediction play, op focus, and it just feels way snappier than what Global was. And I feel like it's kind of hard to adjust to as like a global offensive player. I've been adjusting over like past couple of weeks. I felt more comfortable in it, but it definitely was rough, and I'm still having some moments here and there. But it just feels like you have to be very like thorough with your play. Like, you can't just dick around and hold an angle and, you know, get that 4K. Like, you're gonna have to swing on people when they're like about to run into you, which is pretty crazy.
Okay, that makes
or
just one.
You know, like I said, be very not confident with your play, but like punctual with when you shoot, when you get you know, when you set up angles and stuff.
What are we thinking of Linvision and Tyloo?
I mean,
so CS2 is definitely very different. It doesn't look different at all, which is funny. It looks pretty much the same with like a little bit of a graphic change, but the gameplay feels very different. I don't know whether I like it or not yet.
Another proving ground and another stepping stone for this lineup. Do I expect?
Let me see this real quick. Sorry, this might go down for just a second. I'll have the audio going though.
Can make it to stage 2. Yeah, I have one of them in my pick'ems as well. But it's 2 teams that would have to fight for every single win they get here.
And I feel like if you have to pick like a team coming out of the region that can do good outside of the Mongols, then
All right, let me try something, okay, guys?
I think it's a team that has.
I might try something
just
for a better experience for us here.
And playing a little bit more like
I don't know if it'll
European
work or
team,
not.
But I also just gotta be completely honest.
does.
Like I don't have much like reliability in the Chinese scene coming into the tournament.
One spot for Oceania as well. What are you making for the team coming from this region?
Hey, girly
it's always
pops, are
gonna
you
be-
ready to
always
slay
gonna
the
be rough
house
when you're
down,
the only
Boots
team
Mama?
from that region. FlyQuest
Tom
have
Pops,
shown
yes,
us
got it,
during the
Kurt.
last major as well, and a couple of
Cuz
times
sis
that
and
they can
pickled.
play good Counter-Strike. We saw them in Melbourne as well, remain competitive despite not
All right,
getting the
this
results they
worked.
wanted. Again, I think that's the cool thing about stage one. We have a lot of these, teams
that
that
doesn't
don't
work.
get invited,
Very
that don't
cool.
are high enough in the VRS section in order to be part of the tier one tournaments, now duking it out against each other. So we find out who is actually the most promising team out of all these, tier 3, tier 4 teams that haven't made it through. And I think FlyQuest is a great example of a team that will have to capitalize on this. They will have to show us that they are good enough in order to get more points, in order to move up in the rankings and make it to stage 2. And I think they have what it takes. They have a couple of interesting players. The man on your screen right here, Regali, is a good one, and overall a good team.
I think they're one of the clear favorites to actually make it to stage 2 as well. And it must be nice to be FlyQuest, knowing that you have to beat your regional opposition to just qualify for the major. Now you don't have to go out and beat a lot of European teams. Like you just have to get that one spot, and at the same time it could also be kind of a disaster if they didn't manage to. But then again, FlyQuest seem to be so much better than the regional teams they have them.
Obviously, final team that's going to be rounding out this first.
I know it's black screen, guys. Just give me 1
comes
second.
From Asia, Chinggis Warriors. How much do we know about them as a team?
Let's be honest, anyone who says they know a lot about them are probably lying or probably a mega nerd. And I respect either, to be completely honest. It's a team that we don't know much about them. We know a couple of the players, and obviously you can dive into them. You can see the stats. You can see how they're trending up. A lot of these teams, you don't see them play at the highest level. You don't see them play in pressure environments on land. So it's going to be a proven. We got to learn. We got to figure out who can withstand the pressure, who can elevate themselves, and who's not cut for it.
Now, obviously, a couple of changes in terms of how teams are qualifying for this very.
You don't see them play at the highest level. You don't see them play in pressured environments on land. So we got to learn. We got to figure out who can withstand the pressure, who can elevate themselves, and who's not cut for it.
Now, obviously, a couple of changes in terms of how teams are qualifying for this very major as well. No more RMRs. It was down to the MRQs, which means we got some live, authentic reactions coming out of a lot of boot camps for some of these teams, and we get to run a few of them now. We begin with Wildcard. You can see just how much it means to the guys to be making it to the most important tournament of the year.
It means a lot. It just shows that they know what it means to qualify a major. Like one thing is the economical part, that they will actually be able to get stickers. Let's not lie. It's a big part for the players. But apart from that, they want to go to a major and cement their name. For all these players, they've probably been grinding the last maybe 5, 6, 10 years, depending on how old you are, getting and actually going to a major as a rookie.
I think we have I think we might have a different
you want to achieve as a
link,
counter.
but I don't know
go
if
to
it
the
matters
majors,
too much. I really don't think it matters. I think this is just a little bit ahead of the broadcast.
On land anymore, but I also get why
I guess we had a
it's
perk.
complicated and why it's a big expense to do that.
We're slightly
But
ahead.
It comes down to the matter of the fact
With-
that when I
with,
was playing,
with
when you were
this.
playing, Peter, yes, all these big tournaments, they matter, but the only thing that really matters is qualifying for the major. It is the most important game you can ever play. It's like when you see the championship in football as well, the big game in order to make it to the Premier League, not only financially the biggest game in the world of football, but also in terms of being part of the big dog league. That's where you want to be at the majors.
I love how you bring up the term rookies, Dupreet, because there are a hell of a lot that are going to be gracing stage one here. Obviously, the whole conversation about there being 32 teams, of course, there's a lot more newcomers to the circuit. But should we pick out some of the players to be watching? Jacob, who are you going to be having your eyes on, particularly in stage one?
Well, I think me and Peter agreed on a couple of them, so we tried to diversify it a little bit. I had Netic as a player that I would love to see played out. We spoke a little bit about FlyQuest, and we thought to ourselves that what can he potentially do? I saw some cool stuff in Melbourne. I think he's come in and done a lot of good stuff for FlyQuest. I think him and Regali are 2 players and 2 rookies that we have to look out for. And then Sway as well, Nemiga, a team that I actually have them as an 0-3, and that was a little bit of a gamble, to be completely honest. But the guy on your right here is one of the stars within that lineup, 17 years of age, very young. And as we spoke about, Peter, being on land, being at a major, that's where you want to prove that what you show us online, you can also do on land, and that's why I have an eye out for him.
I think, looking at these 2 players, I think obviously Netic, the one stands out. Maybe his stats is a little bit inflated in the fact that they get to play a lot of regional matchups. But obviously, I think it requires these 2 players to step up for the teams to actually make an impact. And that is the whole thing when we look at the rookies at this stage. That the ones that we can't pick out, the ones that actually jumps a little bit off the page.
Sorry, guys. I'm kind of kind of being a little
second stage.
scuffed
And for
right now
myself,
with like
I
the
looked a
setup.
lot
I'm
at
just
Heroic's Tenier, and I looked at OG's Chris, and it's players that
I'm part of like
that
the
I've been looking
group
out
chatter
for
and
a little
stuff,
bit
and they're
while,
kind
you
of
know. I
like
think Tenier
setting
is
up
one
some
of the
different
players
links. I'm
that
trying to like have
inside
this
of
be a better
Heroic has been
experience for
standing
y'all.
out here in
I don't really want to just
phenomenal
stream my
tournament back in
mod
Dallas,
out. Like I
he
like
really
the
showed,
direct
and
feeds
he
that we're
got
getting.
to open people's eye about how
So I'm
good he
trying
actually
to.
is.
We're used
And
to
I'm
it.
quite
Relax.
curious to see if he's going to end up in a better
I'll
team
stop
coming out of this
fucking with
major.
it
And then on the
once,
other side, you know, as a
you
Dane,
know,
we have 2 Danes on this. We have to go
once
for
the game
Chris.
starts.
Sure, his stats doesn't look as great, but he is a young England. He's only 18 years of age, and I've played with Chris back in Heroic actually. We had
let
like
me
a
see
small
this.
stand-in stint for Heroic together, and you know he is a guy that
I
seems
just
to be
do
a very
this.
hard
What
worker.
happens if I
And
just do
what
this?
surprised me the most about him
What
when
shows
we were
up?
playing with him is that he was playing alongside me, Shush, Tessis, and I believe the last one was Salazar and Auber. What stood out the most for me, like he was so young and he had
Okay,
to go
that's
in
fine.
and lead players with that much
I think
experience.
we can do this
It was
then.
quite. Like, it was quite crazy to feel that whenever we said something, and he actually dared to say no to something. He took
Oh, wait,
the
it
reins
doesn't do
and
full
took the
screen, though,
control,
does
and he's
it?
only 18 of year, and that's more
Oh,
than
shit.
a year ago. I can only imagine how much
Oh, it
he's
doesn't make
grown
any
since,
sense.
and we can see what he's doing with OG. You know, OG has always been a team that's been creating some results left and right.
Okay,
but
I might
never
need
really
a-
make the cut. I think this OG lineup, being majority of Danes, is a good proving ground and a good place for him to develop into an even greater in-game leader, maybe getting picked up by a team like Astralis if we have to go to a point where he wants to play national team. So I think Kristen is
Doesn't make any
definitely
sense.
the guy to look out for here.
I don't think he wants to play for free though, and I heard Astralis doesn't have a lot of money at the moment, so maybe someone else than Astralis. But
They're
that's
not
not
even
part
here,
of it.
Jacob. They're not even here. Do you? Was Kristen a name that was on your radar as well, particularly coming from Denmark? Like, what have you heard about him?
I mean, I'll be completely honest. I had Tania and Kristen as my number 1 and number 2 pick, but we had to diversify a little
I got
bit.
to take him out.
I think Kristen is a cool dude. Yeah, I think he's a great prospect as an in-game leader. Obviously, hearing from you as well, speaking to you privately, you told me about that. I think when you look from the outside as well, he does seem like a guy who is able to control his team and get the most out of the players he has to work with. Again, you can only get as much out of a talent as you can. OG doesn't have the best player material, but I think he's doing a great job. And I think for Tania, you know, just for the context as well, for people at home to know, Heroic is also technically a dead lineup. You know, the coach
Okay,
is
it's not a
leaving,
big deal.
Some players is leaving as well.
Yeah.
For
Now you're
today,
coming in as
like
Tania
tomorrow,
as a young
I might set it up a
prospect,
little bit
24
better
years of age,
because
but
like
young in
we're
the
watching
Counter-Strike
this through
sense.
like
Never played a major, that
YouTube,
adds
which is
even more
their
pressure. And
broadcast
it
feed right
alleviates
now.
pressure, 'cause now
We
they're
get a
coming
couple
out of
different
knowing
feeds,
that
which is
lineup,
cool.
And that whole, you know, having to perform, having
that we're
expectations,
watching.
being
Like,
one
we
of
get
the
this, like,
favorites,
cool
maybe
studio
that frees
feed.
him up to be even better.
I totally agree.
As
I think
well.
that could be really great for him, you know, coming into this tournament
Which is,
knowing
like,
that we have a dead lineup
in their
that
studio
he
right
can
now,
Not say that he
which is
should
pretty
just
dope.
solely focus on himself, but he can focus
but
on himself that much.
I'm trying to
that
get, like,
if
a
he makes
better-
great
like,
name,
right
if he
now
has
we're
a great
watching
showing here,
is
he knows,
technically
sure, I was
ahead.
not picked up by G2.
Like, if
the
you
other
want to
teams
watch
were
this stuff
killed
on
for him,
another,
but surely,
I think,
but then if he goes out here now, he's already made a
platform
name for
might
him.
be
He
behind
made
or
sure that
something.
people
Like the
recognize his name
restreams
coming
and
into this
stuff.
tournament. If he can keep that up and even keep up
Bruco,
what he's
thank you for
doing,
Prime, but yeah, I'm trying to get it
then
to
I think he can actually get some really great
not
offers coming.
just
So
be
I don't
like a
think it's
YouTube
like necessarily
player.
like a bad thing.
How is it ahead? It's
Yeah,
just
should
a
we
few
take a look
seconds
at
ahead.
the Swiss
It's
bracket
just a
once more
it's
to
a
see exactly
private
what is
link.
going to be going down today? Of course, we're in the 0-0. We haven't had any games going down. This is day number 1 of the Austin Major, and there's going to be plenty
They
of
got
games
several
on the
feeds coming out of
cards.
Austin right
16
now,
best of
basically.
ones today, to be exact. Complexity versus OG. That's going to be going down on the A stream side of things. We
How do
obviously
I do
talked
this? This
about
guy
one of the
explains
OG players quite a lot. How do you see this matchup being weighted, in your opinion?
I think it's a mega important matchup to find out who is the favorite to go 3-0. You know, I think if OG is winning, they could go 3-0. If Complexity is winning, they still have a shot at going 3-0. It's two.
Any
two
games
teams
you're looking
at
forward to
least I
today?
have in
This one
my
right here is actually going to be
eyesight
pretty good.
Almost, I wouldn't say guaranteed.
Complexity
to play
versus
stage two,
OG.
but I would be
I
super
think you guys are going to be
disappointed
interested in
if they
watching
didn't.
that.
Surely,
Team
and I think
USA.
OG is, for me, OG
They're
is
down
the
a
one that
player
stands out.
though.
You know, maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm Dane,
And
you know,
then
but I actually
it
believe
might
that
be
this
interesting
OG
to
lineup
watch
can
the
take
next
over.
game
You know, they went
too.
3-0 in the Marquee in
Chinggis
Europe, you know,
Warriors
that is-
versus
That is
Heroic.
great for them. You know, they come in with
Might be
confidence and going
kinda
up against a
cool.
team like Complexity. Sure, they're playing with a stand-in. They will see that as an opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since we've kind of
People
seen
are hyping
OG
up
put their
Heroic.
name on the map. Let's bring up the Vitos. Obviously, this is going to be a best of 1, so only
And
one
then we
month
have
will
a
remain at the
Mongolian
end of
team
the
as
day.
well.
Is this more of an
Might be
opportunity to
interesting.
kind of, make some crazy plays, or is it leaning
Hopefully
into a
Complexity
comfort
pops
ground?
off.
I think Ancient is
How
cool.
many games you plan to
Obviously,
watch
a
on
comfort
stream?
pick
As
for
many as I
Complexity,
can.
but
It's going to
that
be a
could
long
change
stream
with
today.
the
It's a
whole
big,
Junior coming
big
into it as well. We
day
speak about what is the
for group
biggest
matches.
challenges for
This is
Junior
stage
to
1,
come
so there's
into
going to be a lot of
Complexity and be
A
part
lot
of
of
that
games
lineup.
played today.
Nates and utility being something that is being brought up a lot. I don't think Ancient is that hard in that department. I think there's a few set of utilities that you need to know, but once you have them, ironed out, then you're going to be just fine. It could mean the complexity are going to be a little less aggressive, because I think Halsek was involved in a lot of the mid openings. He was involved in a lot of opening duels with the AWP. Is Junior going to take the same, I guess, responsibility in that regard, or play it a bit more safe and rely more on the teammates around him? I think that's where it could change a little bit, and something OG most definitely will have to prepare for, at least keep in the back of their mind.
And just to keep it short, what I think is really interesting about Best of One, Vitos, is that you will always go and end up in a map that both teams feel quite comfortable on. You know, it's not a map where
okay, so I might
you
need
don't
to
feel
get like
you end up in
a...
a map that everyone feels like we can chime in with something and we actually have a chance of beating each other.
Yeah, no, very good point to be interjecting with. Heroic versus Chinggis Warriors, that's going to be going down on the B stream side of things as well. We can bring them up, bring up their veto too. I think this is obviously going to be a bit of a baptism by fire. I'm presuming for Chinggis Warriors because I think Heroic has been the heavy favorite for a lot of people in those 3-0 pick'ems, right?
It should be, to be completely honest. I know we speak about Heroic being a dead team. I personally agree with you, Pete, as well. I think it's an advantage. I think they're coming in with no pressure, and I think there's a skill disparity between the two teams where regardless of Chinggis Warrior maybe coming in with perfect preparation, regardless of them maybe getting a map they feel comfortable on, Heroic have far superior skill on the server, and that should be showcased today.
I would be very surprised if Chinggis Warriors actually managed to clinch this one. But then again, it's also a great opportunity for them to actually prove me wrong that I don't believe in the Asian team. So let's see how things spread.
I was catching up with the players before this as well. We'll run some interviews at some point during the show as well. But Heroic have actually played them twice, right? So they've beaten them pretty handedly twice. Chinggis Warriors seem to be, you know, of the ilk of you learn the most from a loss. They seemed pretty confident. Is that going to be the reality, though, Jacob?
I mean, maybe they learned a little bit, but one thing is learning, and another thing is getting greater or getting better to a point where you can actually challenge Heroic. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I mean, in all reality, Heroic are most likely going to win, but there's also different ways you can lose. And if Chinggis Warriors makes the game competitive, that in itself could be a victory, and that's something that could install confidence when they're facing teams on their own level.
I just hope that Heroic will live up to the expectation and not fall flat and actually not live up to what everyone has said, because they are the favorite going out of this group.
Well, not to put the pressure on you guys at home, but you now have some decisions to make. Not one, not two, but actually 3 choices of streams. Of course, on stream number A, that is going to, well, stream letter A rather, that's going to be complexity
if I do
versus
this, it
OG
just shows
with
the whole
traditional commentary
Hello
as well.
everyone, this is Apex from Vitality, and today we have a special surprise for you. After a great win streak, Team Vitality, together with our amazing sponsors, has prepared some gifts for all.
A bit more casual, chill conversation, not so much of the commentary, then you can choose to be sticking on that C stream. We'll give you a couple of minutes as we move to a break to make that decision.
I'll figure it out.
We'll see you on the other side.
I'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Your face disappears. We don't want that view. No, it's not about that. It's just like I'm watching this through a video player. We have a special link here for this, which is fine. I just didn't set this up for YouTube play. Does that make sense? We get some of these other broadcasts over here going. This is very cool. It's very cool that they gave us all this stuff. It's like we could see what's going on over here with them setting up the match. What's the vibe? You're in a suit? I am in a suit. That's right. I get all spiffy for y'all. You know, trying to keep it profesh. We're trying to keep this thing professional. All right. All right. Just so you guys are like, whoa, this guy has it all figured out. We don't, by the way, but I'm just saying. You look like you need to smoke at this point. Yeah, maybe. At this point, possibly. All right. You should have gone with the Jonkler cosplay. It's the closet. We'll get to Shoutcaster Alex. Okay. All right. There's Austin, baby. Look, Art. It's your home. Madness, thank you so much for those gifted subs.
Looking
and
sharp,
Shocky with the Prime as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate you very much. I know I miss it. Thank you, guys. Still doing tons of construction there, huh? All right, so they did say we got a few options here for what we're trying to do. I think we're gonna watch. Should we watch? I kind of want to watch the Red Zone. I think Red Zone will cover both. Red Zone should cover both at the same time. So maybe we do that. And then what do we have here? Okay. So just to be clear, there's 2 games being played, okay? We have Complexity versus OG, and then we have Heroic versus Chinggis Warriors, and they're both being played at the same time. So that's why there's like 2 feeds. This is happening in Austin, correct? All right.
A little bit more time, but that's fine because we've got a hell of a lot of teams to be talking about, and I think we should start off by maybe doing a temperature check for some of these stage.
Do we have a betting prediction for channel points? It might be kind of scuffed because there's two separate games playing.
Complexity versus OG.
You know what I mean? So there would have to be 2 winning options on a you know what I'm saying?
They were
on a poll
in a lot of people's 3-0 pick'ems, right? They're still in mine. Did you?
They would have to be 4 options with 2 winners out of each. It might be a little too scuffed to do that.
But I changed the mindset around them. It's a gamble for me now to have them as a 3-0, and I don't mind that because that means that one of the other spots, is freed up in the pick'ems. I think Complexity is
if it's
good
awesome,
enough
why so early?
I think Junior,
to be fair, 9 a.m. isn't really that early for like a tournament,
Are they
right?
gonna be as strong as they would have been with Hulk?
Like this thing is going up until like 8 p.m. or something like that, right?
Grim has been playing better. I think JT is slightly underrated as an in-game leader as well. I think they play a relatively
going to like 7, 8 p.m. at night.
Style, but I don't think it's the most difficult
I don't think it's that early.
to come in and join as a stand-in. It could have been
could just bet on one game and not both.
Navi as a stand-in. I think that would have been a nightmare if you're Junior.
We'll see. We'll see what happens here, and then we'll kind of go with that.
They will make it to stage
Gamers
2.
don't wake up until noon. They're gonna have to, bro. If you want to be professional gaming, you gotta wake up before noon.
I'm also confident that they're gonna do it. I mean, sure, missing out on Hellstrick is gonna be bad for Complexity.
Long stream then. Today should be a long stream. Yes, they should be a long stream. I plan on covering.
They were kind of playing better than
more of these games too.
From where they were,
depending on how today goes,
and then picking up the 2 young talents.
If people like it,
everyone started looking.
I'll continue to cover this tournament, this major,
to the table, and then I think
because we do have access to cover this stuff.
So I think they will still make
which is cool.
2. They will not make it 3-0. I don't believe that.
But
they have what it
if
takes. Like
people are kind of like over it,
well enough to
we can just cover the semifinals and finals.
Scenario if they would
stage 1's so boring. I don't think so. I think there's some cool upsets that can come out of stage 1. I mean, stage 3 will obviously be pretty goated, but
and honestly, depending on what happens and who they face, and
some of these Cinderella runs start at stage 1,
1-1, etc., etc. I think this.
So they're just interesting to keep an eye on. There's plenty of upsets that can happen here, and it's just about
okay.
Which team wants it more? Like, why go all the way to Austin?
Where are we in Complexity?
If your goal isn't to win the major, right?
What, like 3 to 6, somewhere in that territory. Should be going through. Should be in the 3-1. It's
gonna be 16 best of 1 today. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of games today.
Where are they standing in comparison?
To me, the exact same place.
It is a big day. I think next Saturday is also a big day.
For these guys, I think Bus is.
We know, but major goes on for 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm aware.
As well. I think, as we said, Kristen, very interesting in-game leader, and overall, OG have shown us that when they're playing teams on their own level, they usually win. It's not a team that has a tough time finding that kind of consistency. You said it yourself, the win 3-0 in the MRQ, and it's honestly a team that I have decent expectations for. You could have put him as a 3-0 as well, but that would be.
I'm gonna set this up a little better, I think, tomorrow, because I don't think I can.
Top, I'd say 4 or 5.
Run a plug-in today, unfortunately.
And they are a very young team. They are very inexperienced. The only one, like the one with the most experience in OG is probably Fico. He's been around that lineup for I don't know how long. And it just seems like he's like a constant OG player. Like he doesn't seem to move anywhere else, right? and if you look at the other players, another guy that I want to point out maybe is Nikodos. He has been brought into team. He's probably the closest they get to like a star player. He is the upper, but from my time also playing with his former teammates in Prezi back in the day, he was a guy that he's a guy that goes in with the mentality of not caring too much. He goes in and plays the game and in the way that he wants to. And if he feels like he can pick up a rifle instead of playing up, that is what he's going to go for. Like he doesn't care too much about whether or not he's going to play up or rifle. But the good thing is that he actually is capable of doing so. So I think he's going to be a great asset to the team. He's been his time in Fnatic. He also showed that he could play like a very high Counter-Strike. Sure, he had some inconsistency problems, but I still think that he's a player that will also be able to stand out for OG this tournament.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing though, to have that mentality? Because I always looked at Nikodos and I thought to myself, what a waste of potential. What a waste of player, because I think he's great. I think he has a great skill set. He has the ability to pick up the orb, as you said, and be a difference maker at the highest level. But from looking from the outside, you played with him, I always looked at him as a guy that mentally wise, he was just not cut for it.
I think with Nikodos, I mean, it was a good and bad thing with the whole AWP and rifling thing that he did back in Prezi, because his teammates also felt sometimes he just did it out of his own selfishness.
How you doing, Jeb? 8
playing last
years.
stuff up, and that would change the
Big.
dynamic of how the rounds is running.
Team
So
that I
don't
want
know
to
if
win.
that's a
Team you
thing
want
he
to
does
win.
anymore, but that is actually
I would
what
like
I've
to
heard
see
something about.
complexity
Well, should we
win.
hear from the man himself?
I
Did you have
think.
the
I
pleasure
think
of catching up with
complexity winning
Nikolas
would be
ahead of
dope.
this series?
I have a feeling Heroic will
Great to see
likely
you
win.
once again, Nikolas. Obviously, the last time you were at a major, it was back in Copenhagen.
But it'd be
with
interesting to
Heroic
see the
jersey
Mongolian
on.
team
How's it
win
feeling
too.
to be in the OG jersey now?
Versus
After all,
their
it's my
game. I
sixth
guess
major,
there's
I
two
feel pretty
separate
good.
games.
4 different teams, I believe now, but I'm happy to be in OG. I'm really confident. I'm ready to play.
How comfortable are you feeling overall?
I actually
in the
picked OG, so I guess I
system,
gotta
and
root
how
for
different
them.
is that to some other teams that you've played?
Hey,
in?
do it.
I feel like I'm very comfortable. I think they put
Do it
in
up.
a lot of effort, the coaching staff and Chris and the IGL, to make me comfortable because they know I like to play.
We're still
somewhat
waiting on the
different than
ETA
other
for
opponents
both
maybe on
these
certain
both
aspects
these
of the
matches.
game,
We're
but
still
I'm
setting
very
up.
comfortable.
Okay, so they're giving you
We're
a good
still
amount of
setting up.
freedom. You feel like how much give and take is it from your play style versus what OG want to be creating?
I think we found a good mix between what they want to do and what I want to do personally, and I think I have all the freedom in the world to do
Yeah, I think
whatever I want.
tomorrow.
Sounds very good.
Probably set up a better
it's a question
feed.
that I pose a lot is kind of identity of teams and how you would describe it. A lot of people like to say, we just want to play our own game. We want to show
Thank you,
what we're
Jim. Thank you for
capable
that
of on
resub.
the server.
Appreciate you.
What
Thank you
is
so
OG
much.
capable of, in your opinion?
I think in general we're a pretty aggressive team. We have a lot of people who want to go out and take the early fights, and sometimes I think the hardest thing for us is to settle down a little bit, but we like to be aggressive. That's definitely
a
our
momentum team.
identity.
First opponent, obviously going to be Complexity, best of one territory. How familiar do you feel with Complexity?
I think they are a pretty strong team, honestly. I think they're one of the best teams in this stage, but I mean, we're also feeling very confident against them, and we know they're coming in with a stand-in, and they might not feel as confident as they should be, so we'll just
Yeah, the
take it
stand-in's
around
definitely a little
Just
concerning
to pick
for
up on
sure.
what Nikolas was saying there, how difficult in your
They
opinion
couldn't
Decree,
do
is
anything
when
about it,
you
though.
have
It's
a
just one of those
Whooper who's maybe a
situations,
little
man,
bit
with
more
visas and shit.
unconventional, right? Wants to take a bit more space. You kind of need to let him
Not
be
much
free
you
roaming.
can
'Cause
do.
It obviously sounds very promising that OG are allowing him to do that, but reality, is it as easy as he's making out?
And it just seems like it's part of his identity as a player, and I think it could be both a strength but also a weakness, because if you put Nikolas in reins and you put him on a leash and he's not allowed to do what he wants to, or if you limit him too much, I think he will end up maybe overthinking too many
Server
situations
issues? Is that
where
what's
I
going
think
on?
If he gets the right amount of freedom, but also
Crazy
plays
how hard
within
it is to
a
get
system that
visas for
actually works around
US.
him, I think he could
I
be really
mean-
good. And it worries me a little bit in that sense, because we've seen teams pick up Nikolas.
I think it's crazy to
where
get
he maybe doesn't
visas in a lot of different
the same
countries,
kind of
to be
freedom that
fair.
maybe he gets in OG or in Preacher for that matter, where people rely on him to be the
They just
star
have
player,
different rules,
if he
you
can
know.
go out and play his own style, that is where
Esports
he's gonna
visas
bring
are just
all the
not
numbers to the table. So
modernized.
I think this is a really great place for him to develop, and I think it's a really great place for him
We
to play.
worked a lot
And
with visas
he also
back in the
mentioned whole
day.
thing that one of their struggles inside OG
We
right
had to
now
get
is
like
that-
Dex
that
visas
sometimes
for
gets
him to like
a little bit out of
come to the
control,
US and
keeping it a little bit cool. And I think that is like
shoot
it's a
videos.
reflection of
That was a pain in the
American
ass.
team. You know, they don't know when to hold back. Maybe they don't know how to react. Maybe they don't know
I had
how
a-
to approach around compared to some of the
I had a
the best teams in the world
relationship
who's really good at
that
understanding
was
the
long
situation and
distance,
playing the right percentages.
and
I don't
they were
disagree
from
with anything you're
Europe.
saying, but there's
And so
a
we
key
dealt
word
a
in
lot
that
with
whole sentence
visa
that I want to
issues
pick up
in my
on. And you say
personal life.
development.
You know,
That's my
I'm
issue
an
with
immigrant.
Nikolas. There is no development.
I've dealt
There
with
is no
visas
trying
my
to
whole
get
fucking
better at
life.
your
You
weakness.
know what I'm
There's no
saying?
trying to buy into
Visas
more
are just
There's
that,
no
I
trying
guess.
to
I don't
refine
know.
yourself as a player. There's no
They suck.
trying to maybe balance out this, I wouldn't call it
Don't-
egotistical way of thinking that
As
is my way
esports
or
is
no
a real
way,
sport,
but
which
that's,
makes
again,
visas
what it
harder to
feels
get, I
like. And
believe.
don't get me
I-
wrong, you know,
I
the viewers
believe
may
that,
feel that I'm a
honestly.
little bit harsh on Nikolas right now, and I am, because I hold him up to a higher standard than anyone else within the OG lineup, because he is a better player. I gotta be honest though, Nikolas, to me, a wasted potential. I would love to see him come through here in OG. I would love to see him find consistency. I would love to see him prove me wrong, but a player with that skill set hasn't been able to get more out of his career than he has. To me, that's a little bit disappointing.
Well, gentlemen, we are going to be having plenty more time to be talking, but server issues have been resolved. We do need to throw things to a quick break. If you want to stick with us on the Steam stream, we are first of all going to
Okay,
be
let's
covering
go
Complexity
server
versus OG, so
issues.
potentially, we'll see you on the other side.
Love to see it. Obviously not, but just memeing a little bit.
Chai, yeah.
Do we add the cheeses?
Takes a lot longer than the other
Chai
players.
Jesus.
Yeah, probably.
The first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play.
What?
And then
Which one?
the next years I was playing by myself.
Which CS
All
were
my
you
life,
playing
I
with your
loved the
father,
game,
bro?
So that was one
Don't make me feel
opportunity
old.
to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial, we are
Versus he used to
really
play with
free
his dad.
to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker. Every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those forms? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you're a lurker, your POV is like.
That's crazy that you just get
marching,
assigned
you're
lurker.
Just
Like,
holding, and when you are playing,
I don't know.
like in playmaker, something like that.
I like to play very
it's
lurky myself.
A lot of actions in your
That's a
your
play
build.
style that I very
I
familiar
think,
with.
Of course, we have
It's sort of the pros I used to watch play a lot were all lurker pros. And I eventually started playing more op, but it's just crazy that like you're literally roll assigned, like bro.
I have a pressure because
To be
of
fair,
that.
it makes sense
The
though,
same
because
way I
like
know
entry
I was not
fragging was
here
like a
to
huge
replace,
thing.
All the roles of
Like
Phelps.
if you were a
So,
really
I
good
think, I'm good
entryer,
playing
then
pressure. I'm really happy because
yeah,
it's my
like
first
you
time in
could
USA
do a lot
too,
for your
and
team
also
if you
my
could get
first
that
major,
entry
so
frag. It's
a
probably I'd
special
say the
moment.
most valuable
I'm just
position
leaving,
personally. I know people will contest that and say
major
actually
starts
no,
tomorrow, it's my
it's
first major,
support, it's
and
opper, it's
I don't want
I
to
mean
be,
even
like,
lurker in some cases, but I think
overthinking
entry
my
frag
mind,
is just like
I'm just trying to
like if you
live
can consistently
in doing
open up a site
stuff
for
good.
T side,
Probably
like
I
and
will be
guarantee it,
some-
like
a
even
little
60,
nervous,
40,
but I
70,
think,
30,
when we are playing,
like
I think they
you're
can
like a monster.
help me
You know what I
too
mean?
with the nerves being not stressful.
You need roles to be a good team. It makes sense, but I just feel like everyone should be decent at like all roles, no?
We know
That's
it's
why
really
Donk is so
hard,
good.
but who
Yeah,
knows?
like because you can tilt people too. Like if they're like, bro, I can't stop this guy. When he walks into sight, he just shoots me in
We
the
are gonna
head.
find out how Imperial
Like
will
you
be
can do mental
debated.
damage to the entire team, bro. Oh,
Complexity versus OG. We know the map they're going to be
Zed's
playing
opting
on
an
for
IGL.
this
Yeah,
next
IGL's
one,
very
so
valuable
any
too, obviously,
initial
right?
Spicy takes from you, Jacob.
Well, I mean, Ancient has said already, a map that offers a lot of possibilities of aggression on the CT side. I think that's a good thing for Junior. I think that's a good thing for Complexity, a map they've played an awful lot. You said yourself, Peter, best of one, majors. You always get to play a map that both teams feel comfortable on. So I don't really expect any out of the ordinary fireworks. I don't expect
I mean, in
anything
theory,
I
you won't
haven't
need to
seen
roll in
before
different
from
role.
neither of the two teams, but I do expect
What do you think
close
about
I think that
Nico?
Heroic will still win
Overrated
this game. Obviously, they
or
are they are the clear
unlucky?
favorite. They've beaten Shingi's Warrior multiple times, and also coming into.
What do you mean by
Anubis, It's a map
unlucky?
that Heroic they like to play, and I've been outing Anubis.
Dude,
already.
I
You know, it's not a map
rewatched.
that I'm a big fan
Oh my
of.
god,
you know,
bro!
but
I
it
need
is a
to
map
I need to
that-
fucking get on
if
my
there is
RAM
a
stick
map that
grind.
Shingi's Warrior
Holy
could potentially
smokes!
push Heroic
I can't open
into
more than
a
2
close game. I
tabs.
think it could be Anubis with the whole.
I
idea that
think
the T-side could be
Nico's
so
had.
one-sided.
Go on, spit the Anubis.
Nico's
hey,
had.
I love to hear this.
I don't know,
I want to say it's more
the
unlucky,
map pool
dude.
in general right now just seems
I
like a
do.
little bit off.
Yeah?
I think
I
there's
watched.
a lot of
You know what I
things we could
watched?
change
I
with
watched
that
the
map, but we
Boston
wanna get some of
Major
the,
like
the most
last night.
traditional
I
maps,
was
like the ones
watching.
that the
I
fan favorites,
rewatched the
and we know
Boston
that
Major
Cash is
last night.
hopefully coming
You know the
back now
Cloud9
after
run.
the major. Also the fact that I think Overpass.
Dude,
is
I couldn't
missing
believe
out
the
a lot.
teams they actually beat
How
out.
about you,
Like
Jacob?
it was such a long time ago now.
Anubis is
In
okay.
hindsight, it was like
It's
almost 10
cool.
years
It's
ago,
getting
bro.
better. It's
But like
I don't know.
the
Maybe I
team,
don't
they
like it.
they
I think
beat
it's a map- I think it's a
Astralis.
map that has gotten
They
better
beat
with
out
the way we
fucking
play the map now,
FaZe.
but I
Yeah.
think
And
it's
dude, at the
still a bit
time,
too
FaZe.
compact. I think you're very
If you
limited
saw
in what you can
FaZe's
do on the CT
lineup,
side, and I
they
would
had
love them to
no
open up the
business
map a little bit.
in
But
beating
however,
the FaZe
I'm not
lineup from the
an expert in
Boston
creating
Major.
maps, so I
Like
think that's more
unironically,
difficult than,
who was on
just
there?
so be it.
I have
Rain,
experience with that one. Actually,
all
being
of
into
Meister,
map developing. Could
Nico,
I or someone with this much
Device.
experience, could I actually create a map that would make
I
sense?
think
This is
was it
actually such
did
an
Ker-
interesting
was it
conversation.
Kerrigan?
I've
I think
talked
Kerrigan,
about
right?
this with, I think
They had
Barloff was the
like
person I talked
Cloud9's
about this with.
team
You were talking about,
know the answer?
had no fucking
yeah, obviously
business.
he's like the classic.
Oh, sorry, not
pessimist,
Device,
but I
Guardian,
think
Guardian,
this is
not
something
Device.
that's so
My bad.
underrated because you know all
They had
the best
no
kind of
fucking
dynamics.
business.
You know what is like
Even
needed from a
like
map to,
taking
to
any
make it
maps
I mean, obviously
from that
in
team.
your subjective opinion,
Bro,
but to make
how
it kind
how
of
did how did that even make any
within
sense?
Counter-Strike,
Like, actually,
you're kind
how
of
did
the
how did
go-to,
any of that
surely.
major
I
make
hope
any
so.
sense?
I don't think it would
Eric's
come
my
up with a
go-
map
NA
that would
goat.
just work instantly. Obviously, it would be a map that you
Stewie
would put
really
out there and
popped
go
off
through a
that
couple of play
tournament.
tests, and then obviously would
Stewie
not be
played
put into some
phenomenally.
competitive map pool right
Skadoodle
away.
played out of his
But
mind.
the
I
whole
mean,
idea of
Skadoodle
building
was
up
like
this dynamic map,
contending.
what
Like
kind of
some people
elements
say
from other
that
maps do you like?
Guardian,
Can you actually maybe
you know,
put them together
was one of
to
the
create,
best
like, another
operators
dynamic?
of our
Can you
time.
create a map that
Guardian,
has,
not
like,
Device.
a
Yeah,
more
yeah,
even
I
CT
messed
side
up.
and T side? You know, there's so many questions that
I
it's things you
minus
can put
minus
into
the
map
Device
creation.
plus Guardian. I don't
So
know why I
it's
thought
an
of
interesting
Device.
topic,
I think Device
but at the
because
same
I was
time,
thinking Astralis.
It would take a long time.
I'm
Device was
thinking of
playing
this like
Astralis at that
Frankenstein's
time.
monster. Like, hey, I like banana from Inferno, and then I'm going to put nuke B bomb site over here, and I'm going to connect them together.
Yeah, it's just
like,
it's insane to like think about their run up in that Boston major. Like we will
Welcome to day one
literally
of the
probably
major,
never
Jacob. I
see
can
something like
see
that
you're
again.
really thoroughly enjoying this conversation.
I love
Like
it.
they just
I absolutely love it.
They also beat SK Gaming, right? They beat SK Gaming. Yeah, they beat Astralis, SK Gaming. They beat another team that was also having like a good run up. I forget, what was it, like Vegas Sharks or something? I forget what they're called.
Make the game as ugly as absolutely possible. And by ugly, I mean
that was
make
with Rush, Automatic.
If there's one thing I know Saul wants to do, it's to remain in control. It is to prepare for his opponents. He's probably well aware what they're coming with, but if you're Chinese Warriors, let's be honest, the only way of winning this one is by making it a fist fight.
Winning the major
if you can do that, if you
for
can
NA,
apply a lot
right?
of pressure,
For NA in Boston.
If you can almost go into the game and
like that's
simplify it to a
such
point
crazy
where you're just
hype.
out of spawn
I remember
crawling like we
watching
saw
that.
in
I
the
was
good old
like,
days with Snappy
in
and
a,
Ents, where
I was
you-
actually
you
around
do what you do
in
well,
Austin,
you
Texas. We
execute
were
well, you do
filming
that with quality, but you keep it
something. I
simple
think we were
and
filming
always
like
keep Heroic on their toes. I
like a
think that's a
show.
way to get a foot into the
And
Chaos is
I was
also one of
watching it
the
on my
terms
phone in
that
the back of a
could
van.
actually
We were
play
going
in
from like
Jigo's hands.
one
If they can
studio
create
to the
chaos
next.
and make them
I remember like sitting in the
make Heroic
fucking
doubt
van.
themselves or
I'm just
actually
like
start
watching the
questioning what's
Inferno
happening,
overtime,
that
and I'm
could play
like,
out to their strengths. But
holy
apart from that,
fuck,
they
dude.
also
And it was like
strongly- I
something
strongly
like
believe they need
like
both
over a
pistol rounds to
million
make this
something
more
people
competitive. And if
watching
they
the
can get
stream
both pistols,
too.
you know, if you get
I remember
both pistols
chat
in
was
best of
just
one,
so
then you have a
insane.
pretty good outcome,
I was like,
honestly.
brother, I'm like, what am I
We
watching
obviously
right
do
now?
still have some
Like,
server
how are
issues.
these
Do you guys
guys
wanna
like
continue
in
the
overtime on
temperature check
Inferno
of
versus
the other remaining teams? Obviously,
this
we're gonna have a lot of
god
time to
phase
talk about
lineup?
these guys on the server.
Like how
Bait versus
are you?
Imperial gonna be,
How are they
the
taking
next
map? How are
game
they taking
following
rounds
in
off
best
of this
ones.
team?
How are you weighing up both?
It's crazy. It's just crazy.
I think Bait
don't know.
is a decent team and a team that I have
We've
to
had some
make
good
it through
stories
as well.
over the years, just
there's
in
some
general.
quality
It's
within
not
the
just.
lineup. There's some players
I'm not gonna
who's
just like
been
hype
there
up
before. There's
NA.
some players who have
NA is a little
decent amount
down
of
right now.
experience.
NA is a little
Same
down.
could be
I
said
will
with
say
Billy and
that.
the boys over there.
Sad
Vinny
to
is
see it.
obviously
I'd like to.
the
I'd
main
like to
counter-strike
see
for a long
NA
time.
come
I
back
don't know
up.
what to expect from
It's very
Imperial. I
hard
don't
for
know what to
NA. I
expect
think
from
there's a
them,
lot
so
of there's a
they
lot of
counter-strike
reasons
completely
why.
honest.
Just the
And
player
saying that out
pool,
loud, you know, I'm lying
but also
'cause I do know what to
Valorant.
expect.
Valorant
That's
low
not
key
good
kind of fucked
Counter-Strike. It
over.
hasn't been the case for
Thank you,
quite
Razor.
some time. So,
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, we're
I
co-streaming
am
the
afraid
Austin
that
CS
Imperial
Major,
will
and you can see the
really
schedule
have
here
to
of all the
fight not
matches,
only
including
that
today's
game, but
matches.
in order to make it through this
Yeah,
madness that is
NACS is just a little. It's a
And
little
I
down
think that
bad.
they can get off if they can get off to a
Legion
good
phase
start,
is our hope?
I
Question
see
mark?
them as a potential dark horse, not going to the playoffs.
I don't know
but
what our
think
hope
Bait
is.
Could potentially
Val
go
took all the
the way to
T2
victory.
NA
And I
pros.
don't know
Yeah, and
why,
like,
I don't know
for
what
what.
it
I
is
don't know
with
for
Bait
what,
and
man.
why I seem to like them. I'm not quite sure.
So, but yeah,
But
today's a
it's
big
like
day. Today's a big
they
day
seem
for
to have
sure.
firepower. They seem to have a great mix of.
I'm not even sure if we'll be able to
this
watch
young
all the
talent,
matches.
but
I
also
might
player that
miss
has
the
been
last
playing at the highest level, but not for too long.
losers bracket
Still
match
keeps them
today,
very
but that would be
hungry.
like
I think the whole NPL thing with him being
that's
in
gonna be
Navi
like almost
gave
fucking
him, like,
10 hours
the
from
right
now.
cards to
So
be able to maybe create
we'll have a lot of
team, and then
CS.
also having Hetrick coming from his time. In
No
NPL,
worries.
maybe
Yeah,
not
it sucks
not
because like it would have
obviously
been
not
nice
the
to see the
greatest,
pros continuing to
stint he
CS2.
had there, but still,
I don't
he was
feel
still
like
sometimes
Valorant
the
is
bright
the
spot.
move.
He's found himself.
We've seen
Hetrick,
some
you know,
drama out of
he's
the
a
tier
good
2
player now, and
scene.
he was
Not
always
that
a
there's
good
like
player.
not
His time
drama
in
in
NIP
tier 2
doesn't count,
CS,
let's be
but
honest. I think Lonas have
it
established
just kind
that
of
already.
sucks.
NPL, a rookie at the major as well. That's a little bit outrageous to say. He was part of Navi, just never not at a major. He's played a lot of tier 1 tournaments, have a lot of experience. Blade brought him in for a reason. Blade saw something in him when he
There
was
were no NA
younger.
tournaments
Maybe
before or
didn't see
after.
enough. Maybe NPL
COVID was the main
wasn't
reason.
joining Navi
Yeah,
at
that
the
makes
right
sense
timing.
too.
It was when Simple
They did
was
have
probably
like
not his
those
best behavior when the lineup
studio
wasn't
tournaments.
really
I don't know,
working
man.
out. So again,
I
I'm
don't know.
curious to see if he can continue the
It's just
trending
not popular
upwards. There
esports
is,
in
as you
NA.
said,
CS is kind of
Fila,
like a soccer of
lot
esports for the
younger,
US. Just
you know, a lot of
plays
firepower
other
in this
things like
lineup, and,
basketball,
I could also
football.
see them at
Yeah,
least
but like
make
the
it to
pros
stage
switched over to Valorant
Obviously,
because I think they
you
wanted
bring
to
up
see if there
NPL.
was
I think one of the
like
many things
if it was possible to like monopolize Valorant for NA, right? It's not a bad move. Like in terms of Riot, like you know that Riot's gonna like fund tournaments. You know that Riot has a good track record. It's not a bad gamble, but it does suck that so many of our pros did go over to Valorant to like try to stay claiming it. You know, even if it's just like the tier 2 scene.
A phenomenal player ever since.
They also switched to Val because they were banned from CS for match fixing. I understand like some of those guys doing it, right? Like Brax and stuff.
It's like
I get it.
A young guy put into such a legendary team, but also a legendary
obviously, like I
organization
think
to
there's
perform
talent in NA,
and
but I
make a
just
name
don't
for
think there's
yourself,
like
and maybe
funding
he
for
was
it.
not ready for that one. But obviously, as you mentioned, Jacob, Blade saw
Unfortunately.
something in him, and if you have a guy that vouches for you and his name is Blade, then there's got to be something to it, right? He's not like a guy that doesn't know
Can you
what
share
he's
your
talking about.
pick'ems?
So
I'd have
he
to
is a
log
prospect.
into
He's a guy
CS
that
to
I
do that.
believe can
I don't really want to
can
do
have
that
a
right
very
now
long and
because
good
it's
career if he
gonna
continues in the
turn
path
my
that he has right
computer
now. And I think
into
this
a
team
fucking
could be a
NASA
very
rocket.
good place for him to be, you know, to constantly
Those
develop,
server
but also
issues,
bring these
NAISP,
boys
yeah,
to
very
a
sad.
greater,
It
like,
sucks is delay, dude. Today's delay is not
In terms
good.
of the temperature check, or kind of, I guess,
Unlucky.
I'm making it a power ranking
Today's
now,
delay, like we're already delayed 30
substantially
minutes.
above
In the grand scheme of today, like I think
yeah,
the games are gonna
absolutely,
run
yeah.
hella
Yeah.
late,
Yeah.
bro.
Okay, let's move on to
Is it in
the
VODs?
fourth
Yeah,
game
it's in
that's gonna be
VODs.
going down. That is BetBoom versus Namiga.
This is an interesting one.
It is in
And
VODs.
this is
I'll
because
pull it
of
up maybe
BetBoom, in my
later.
opinion. I think BetBoom.
Yo, Fear,
when you
appreciate
look at
you.
the favorite, look at the players
Oh, thank you
inside
so much
BetBoom,
for the
you
monthly
think,
case fund.
"Oh,
82
guys,
months.
these guys must be a tier 1 team.
Big.
Like, they must be competing for tournaments and trophies, but they're not.
And they players
Like,
have
they
ego
literally not.
problems. I
The
mean,
thing
what
is, like,
fucking region
when you
doesn't,
look at
bro?
Exile,
It's
Magnus
not-
has been the
ego's
talent,
just
and
not
you
an
have
NA
Boomish who's
thing.
been leading Na'Vi throughout the best Na'Vi lineup.
You don't
of
think
all time.
Simple has an
Then
ego?
You just have this kind of expectation for them. Maybe that's
You don't
also
think
what is holding them back.
Apex
that there is so
has
much
a little bit of an ego? To be
expectation
fair,
on them.
Apex kind of plays
and
into
for
it.
me,
but
BetBoom has always been a team that has had really great
is it
players.
true with
They
this
even had
org
Napoli
scouting
back in the
you
days
back
leading-
then,
leading the
Alex?
team, but it just
No,
never really
the
seemed
only
to
thing
work
I
out
ever
for them.
played
I don't
was
know
like
what it is
Face It,
inside
like
of BetBoom. If it's a player
or
like internal struggles
like
inside the players,
like scrims, you know what I'm
or
saying?
whatever it is, but it just seems like they have they
ESEA
have the
Face
talents,
is
they
great,
have the
but that was
players,
just
they cannot
more
put the puzzle
for
together.
fun. You know,
BetBoom
it was
is
not
one of those
anything
curious
serious at
prospects
all.
where You
No,
don't
I was
really
always
know
a
what to get.
content
Like,
creator.
Look at the paper, look at the player quality.
Professional
Schultz
play
as well.
never made any
Man,
sense to me.
for a long,
Professional
long time
play
was
is just
rumored,
way
you know, maybe
too.
even to join Na'Vi at a certain point in his career.
Yeah,
you said he thought would
like
boom
professional play,
Jack
you have to
South.
dedicate your
There's a lot of
entire
quality
fucking
within that
life to
one,
it,
as well,
brother. Like I don't know
highlighted
what
by
to tell
many
you.
to be the player to watch for the stage. So
I can't imagine
it's
all
gonna
day,
be
every
one of
day
two
CS.
scenarios
If you
right there.
don't, by
Either
the
they're
way,
gonna
all day, every
finally
day CS, because I
prove
know
to
that
us
some
all this
people are like,
potential is all coming
like look at the
together.
NA
Maybe they
League of
just needed
Legends
the
scene
major in
where
order
they
to
don't all
really
day,
get it together,
every
you
day
know, to
scrim,
power
and then look
practice
at
and
like
finally
Korea.
refine all the small details.
Korea
Or they're gonna
plays
continue
all
to
day,
disappoint and
every
go out
fucking
one
day
thing.
for
I
League of
don't know which
Legends,
one it's gonna be, but it's
and
gonna
they're
be
like
either
said to
really,
be one
really
of the
good
best
or
regions,
really,
and
really
like
If
NA
there's ever
always
a
gets
time
made
for
fun
Bitten
of because
to
they consider NA
find some
lazy.
success. And I'm
NA
looking even
zero
as an
work
individual,
ethic.
because there's so many great names inside that team.
Like to be
And
taken
maybe this
seriously,
tournament is
all you
more
do is
about,
play the game.
Sure, to make
That's
Bitten
it.
their team look
You don't
good,
do anything
but
else
it's
with your
just
life.
as much, if not more, in my opinion, to have their
You only
individuals
play this
get back
game,
to the
you do
former,
nothing else. And if you do anything
like,
else, you're kind of a
shining
fucking
names,
bozo.
because that is
Like,
names
why are you
we've
playing
praised
Elder
so many
Scrolls
times before,
Remastered?
and they've taken a
Like,
step
brother,
back
get on
to go
CS
into
and
a team
fucking
where
learn
things
some
start
new
to work out
smokes
for
and
them.
learn some
So if they
tech.
can turn things around and actually move into a better position, that is what they want to do. That is what
You
they
know what I
want to
mean?
achieve this tournament.
Well, if you are sticking with us here on the
Unironically,
Stream
dude,
side of
it's not even
things,
just like a
we've got our own little
esports thing.
hashtag
It's just
as
like
well, so you can get
that's how it
involved in
should
the
be in
action.
general.
Have
To
some
be fair,
conversations. That is hashtag Blast
like I think in
TV
general, you
Red
should
Zone,
just
bit of an
be
homage to the
grinding
Red
all day
Zone
every
going
day.
down here as well.
No
So yeah,
variety
make sure you
streams
get
allowed.
all
Why
your
are you
tweets
doing
and stuff
variety
in
if
there.
you're trying to go
I'll be
pro?
checking that intermittently to bring you guys into the conversation.
It's like
Let's
sports,
keep the
like football.
conversation
Yeah, I
moving,
mean
though.
Kobe.
Obviously,
Not to
Bet
compare
Boon's
Counter
opponent,
Strike
first of
to
all, gonna
basketball,
be
professional
Namiga.
play, but
Any
like
initial
Kobe
takes
used to
on what to
play
expect from
every
that?
single
I mean,
day,
it's a
right?
tough
He had
team
like
to
insane
quantify.
work
I
ethic.
think,
That's what his
I
teammates
have
used
him
to
as
talk
an
about.
03 in
Was
my
that Kobe
pick
would
and
constantly
it's
be in the
probably-
gym?
Yeah, and that's probably stupid.
like
you know,
working on
it's
his
a massive
game.
gamble, but something gotta.
That's what made him
gotta
one of the
go,
best, right?
I don't know what to expect from them, to be honest. When you look at the results, it's a team that
First
beat
in, last out. Yeah,
decent
I
tier
mean
two,
that's
tier
just
three
what
opponents.
that's
It's
just
a
one
team that
game. I
also
don't know. How do you
loses
think that got burnt out?
to not so good tier 2,
Well,
tier 3 opponents. Again, I had Sway as one of my
what are you
players
trying?
to watch
I mean,
here,
what are you
young,
trying to do?
17
You
years
know
of
what I'm
age.
saying? Like,
He's had
yeah,
a
don't
couple
get
of
burnt
games
out,
and a
but it's
couple of
also like,
tournaments where he's been
is
the
your
difference
goal
maker.
to like get
I wanna
better,
see if
or
he
is
can
your
do that in a
is your
LAN
goal to
environment. I
just
wanna
like
see if he
have
can do
fun?
that at a major where the
Because like
pressure
if
is
your
a
goal is to
little
have
bit
fun, then
different,
yeah,
but
maybe
I
add
honestly
some
don't know
variety.
what to expect from them.
To be fair, you can have fun. Like you can just do like 9 to 5 or something. You know, of just CS every day, but then like have a couple hours where you're playing like
one thing
some fucking
you can never
RPG
rule
or
out
some
Russia. You
game.
can
But I
never
just
rule
think
out
like
CS.
I
They
do
are
think
just
that
really
NA
good
does
at
get a
playing
bit of
Counter-Strike,
heat
even
for
though you
being
don't
kind of
expect anything
lazy,
from them.
unfortunately.
And I walked into the catering
But
area
also, I
and
think, I mean, because the
I
pros
walked past
argue
somebody
that
because I had to share the
like
elevator with them. I
NA's
went into
scene
the-
is just
to
not
the-
competitive
to
enough.
the
So when you're
catering
scrimming
area
against
and
NA
I
players,
grabbed a cup of coffee. And
it's
you know,
like
I went in and I saw
it's like, for
different teams
example,
eating breakfast.
if
Some
you
were
were
like one
playing
guy, two
soccer,
guys, three
but
guys,
your
depending
only
on
scrims
that.
were against
And
like high
I was
school
just, like,
kids, but
oozing
your
and
goal
taking
was to
everything in.
be
You know, I was looking
in
at
the
players, how were
Olympics.
they looking at each other? How were they
So
reacting?
every
How were
day
they
you're
feeling about
only
everything? And I
scrimming
looked at
against
them
like
immediately.
high
There was
school
4 players
players,
sitting
and then you get to the
there. I was
Olympics and
waiting.
you're like,
He was
oh,
sitting with
okay, this
headset
is
on,
the
and he was
best
just
of the
sitting there
world.
listening to
Got
music.
it.
I assume he's like
So
in
they
this
say
state
that
where
like
he wants
they're
to
like kind of like
get pumped up.
region
You know, he
bottlenecked a
knows
little
there's a
bit.
lot of things to expect.
Because it's
But
like,
the rest of
dude,
them,
we never
they were
scrim
literally
against
sitting eating their
EU, so
breakfast,
how are
they're
we
just
supposed to
looking
do
around.
better
They're not-
against
they're not
EU?
sharing anything to-
I
they're
do
just
believe there's
looking
some
around.
degrees of
I could
it.
just feel, and I could feel the
But at
nerves
the
that's
same
coming out,
time,
that-
it's
that
like
nerves coming from them, and that is like
you could still
what
study
this whole thing
pro
is about
footage,
with this
right?
stage. Is that there is so many rookies, like so
You
many
can
of
still
them have
do
never played
scrims.
League
It's just
before.
going to be
They
latency
know that
against
this is a
EU.
place for them to make a
Like
name
even
for
if you're
themselves.
playing against
So
like
Alex,
tier
big
2
fan.
teams
Can you
as
please
NA
stop your
versus versus EU, I still think that's value.
It could be different.
Like, unironically, I think even if you're not playing against Tier 1 EU, but you're scrimming against Tier 2 EU, even with latency, I still think there's tons of value in that.
There you go. Tapri's giving you the evidence. I'm actually going to catch up with
because like you're learning EU momentum, and if your goal is to beat EU, you kind of have to learn how EU plays and not NA, right? Like if you just pub stomp NA, why does it matter? Oh, we scrim NA, we beat all of NA, great. And then when you get to EU, it's like you get shit on. Like what's the benefit, you know? I think even scrim against Tier 2 EU as a Tier 1 NA team would be very high value.
Is that true?
Move their whole team to EU just to get better practice, I think. Yeah, like boot camps and stuff. It makes sense, man. I mean, in League of Legends, we see pros going over to Korea all the time to like play against better players.
I mean,
that makes sense, you know. Fly your guys out to EU. Yo, you're taking 30 days to go play in EU.
It's part of the environment. Like if you go to this
and then come back, you know what I'm saying?
And you're not nervous, then something's wrong.
Like do a 30-day boot camp in EU and just play against EU teams. I think there's a lot of value to that.
And I think I'm going to go with the one lying. I don't think anyone can go here.
I get that Ping kind of sucks, but even if it's
so
like,
many majors, I have tried everything within Counter-Strike, and I still got nervous going into a
even if it's 60 ping, if you're still learning how these teams play because you're not used to it, I think there's a lot of benefit to that. But it's also just like the investment cost for getting an NA team and investing into them to perform well.
go. We got the game on. Okay, we're going to start.
It's very, very high. All right, we got game one Anubis.
Heroic side of things. Any initial thoughts?
This
of,
is
how we
Heroic
should be
versus
approaching
Chinggis
this pistol,
Warriors.
considering we are in MR12. Emphasis on the pistols, right?
I mean, as of right now, I think Chinggis Warriors, they definitely need to get the pistol. This was a very good play by hiding in his lane here.
Trying to get the headshot.
And I think, you know, if they can clinch this pistol, get off to a good start, that is what they want to do against Array. That we talked about, that it's all about getting a good start at this one, and best ones is like so crucial.
From your
That's
last
also
stream.
why best ones is so extremely important. But we'll see how things pan out. I want them to prove me wrong, right?
Noodle, appreciate that 21 months. That play, by the way, or do we not see it?
Like, obviously, we talk a lot about the importance of pistols.
Why are we looking at casters? This is like caster analysis.
So much
okay, can I just join in on that one?
Oh, yeah.
The pistol is not the most
I
important
will
round.
say maybe we check out something else.
In that sense, true.
What is this show?
I can actually agree with you on that one. That's actually very true.
We can put on an actual stream. I think this is like an analysis
but if
stream.
you lose the round 2 conversion, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You get one round to a scoreboard, sure, that's one step closer winning the game, but your economy is royally screwed. So I feel like the pistol round, yes, it's important, but
what do
only
we
if
want to
you
watch here?
Oh, we get to see both pistols. There we go. Okay, this was the game we were initially planning on covering. Complexity.
That's also the big one, you know. Yeah, that's the big one. And seemingly,
okay, this is OG versus Complexity.
Never mind.
So this stream covers both games.
That was nice.
Yeah,
that was nice. But I think, as you mentioned, Jacob, the whole idea about losing the second,
I think we might have a better
round,
experience just covering
it also
one
puts you
game.
mentally in an even worse place, actually. I would probably prefer not losing that one. I mean, obviously, everyone prefers not losing
Let's
it, but
just do one game then.
You won the pistol, and you're like, yeah, we're pumped up, everyone wants to go, and then you end up losing the second round, and you're like, okay, we're back even in a
they're
worse
going to try to
position
cover
than we were,
and
like,
analyze
2 minutes
both
ago.
games.
Gentlemen, I am going to love you and leave
Let
you
me-
just for
let
a
me,
moment. I'm going to do some interviews for the next game. So keep everyone entertained.
Enjoy.
Please.
We
I know
will.
it's a big time.
Do a good job for
Let me
them.
just put up
You've
this
been a
one.
host before, Jacob, so you know how things.
All right, let me just watch Complexity versus OG specifically. That's what we want to see.
Grim, AK-47, 60 on the Galil.
All right.
Complexity, don't want to let
So it looks like OG took that pistol round. That's what that replay was that we just watched. All right. There's better odds for Complexity versus OG.
Quick A-split.
The volume just a
OG is
little
so
bit.
prepared.
We are on Ancient, my favorite map.
He's been spotted, but he's got support. Buzzing close.
Spook with the tactical
AK
MP9
firing
play.
off, caught in the
Oh, nice little
crossfire. They
pinch.
will make it out through main. The cover from Nikodos arriving just a second too late, but
Nice
he's looking
rifle,
hot
dude.
for the trades right now. Nikodos makes up for it. And Junior once
Okay.
more left as that last
Okay.
man is run down.
Nice, Nico. Let's fucking
Good job, guys.
Nikodos is starting this one off with a vengeance. That's back-to-back 3Ks from the guy.
Love to see it.
All right, let's get hype,
Cool
boys. Let's
setup
get
in
hype,
the donut
man.
as well, right? Just
We're
being able
NA.
to play
Let's
towards
represent
the
a little
back wall
bit,
for
you know?
Spooky. He doesn't have to overcommit
Let's
to a
rep a
kill.
bit.
He knows he has his left side covered, and it's such a favorable fight with the MP9 there while
So they are
Cole
more
trying
favored to
scale.
win.
They realized they had a lot of A space, but it was already too late. Both mid players put down, and OG converts.
Okay, O2, at least we got to buy this time, right? Me
JT
looking at
setting
pistols.
something up towards B. Seems like they just want to go, but OG, they're going to bring the fight.
Okay, good
no,
pick.
Nikodos punished though.
Popping
and it's going
off.
to go
Okay,
from bad to
okay.
worse. OG try to bring the fight to the pistols. They get domed. Junior's revenge is
Yo,
swift.
Junior.
3 kills from him. Right now, it's just triples for the Orpas on either side.
Wow.
And that is a full
Easy
eco
3K.
picked up cleanly by Complexity. A golden goose of a round given to them by OG
That's
on
crazy.
that push through the ramp. Before you
Okay.
even realize just how wrong
3K
that's
with the
going,
dig
if
and
you're
shuts
OG,
it down.
the round is already over.
All right, Junior. Stepping
Wow.
up early in this
Standing,
game.
by the way, hey.
Couldn't get that 1v1 pistol clutch.
Bill, by
but
the way, right?
makes up
So
for
I
it
wonder if
more
he's an
so with
opper
the
then,
Deagle
or
triple
what the
entry
move's
into
going to
the
be.
B-bomb
I
side.
wonder what their op
Complexity
play is
on
going to
the
be.
board.
You cheering for any NA team or just watching
That's
for the
awkward
CS?
for OG, right? Both getting caught pushing aggressively at the ramp.
Guys, what are you fucking doing over here? Trying to give each other
And
a
it's
head?
Cole
Guys,
late
log it the fuck
smoking
in, man.
the Molotov that catches them completely
What was
off
that?
guard.
We're live right now, dude. We're gonna cheer for
He's
NA for
out.
sure. You know, am I gonna say that
This
NA is
last
gonna
one,
be
though.
like in the finals? It'd be cool to see that,
Ooh.
but they get a long road. Okay, a very long and difficult road. It's not gonna be easy, man. It's not gonna be easy for these guys.
Only one rifle here for OG.
Yeah, this is like the worst way it could have started for OG.
I would like to see Falcons
that was
pop
the
off,
eco.
you know?
Complexity are flush with money now to open up this game.
For the later stages, but we'll still
Trading places,
we'll still
JT
give
can't
love to
hold
our,
on to
to
middle.
our NA guys over here.
So the MP9s all clash out for this mid control.
Are we counting Liquid as NA?
When Cole see this, when they see so much attention over in mid early, they know that space is to be available elsewhere. They'll get out into the A site, and they have a plant right
I feel
here.
like one or
Nikodos
two
missing
EU
that
players
timing.
is
It's a
fine on
little
a team,
awkward.
but when it's like
Still a man
it's
up.
an NA team and there's only
Six
one
is
NA
trying
player,
to
it doesn't
alleviate
make much
pressure
sense
by
to me,
taking
you know?
space away, but he
But
doesn't get that timing. It has to just back
If it's
up.
the Org's NA and it's always been NA, I don't know.
OG on for the retake.
No kit.
All right. So we got bombed down. Are they gonna try to trade this or what?
Junior looking on, tries his hand at the tap. A chunk of damage. Him and Nikodos clashing for this
They're
control
walking
out
in.
of Donut.
Ooh,
will get thrown into the
That
Nikodos
was a good
crosshair.
cross.
Still, for Nix and Sixy, they're so
Did they not hear
entrenched
him?
here, and with no kit for OG,
Oh, they
they
didn't hear
just
him.
don't have that ability to launch themselves into
Oh, I
this
guess
one.
because he went for the tap. Oh, unlucky. And they
So
kind of ruined their
sound
eco there a little
reaction
bit with
from
that.
Complexity, the speed
Not
up on A,
good.
kind of bailing
Actually,
them
no,
out
they're fine.
after
They're
the
chilling.
mid-fights
Never mind,
don't go their way.
Yeah,
They had a good,
Cole will
they had a
take that,
good
but it's
eco round
coming
last round.
costly, isn't it? Explosive.
Two Canadians?
Into A. I like what Spooky did in
Two
middle there. He
Canadians?
dropped
Is that
smoke
10A?
in the middle of the open.
What the
and
fuck,
went
man?
right through it to find the elbow player, able to isolate
Crazy
him.
day when
One-on-one with the flash.
we're cheering for Canada
But
to
as you
represent
said, great
NA.
reaction from Cole,
I
knowing
get it,
when
I'm
to
just
speed
I'm
up
memeing
in
a
that
little bit.
round. Keeps things even for now.
Oh, did not play a
get
single
out
map
with
on
some
land
guns, so they
125
get to
before this, by the
revive.
way. That's
Never seen
crazy.
this smoke really be used
Yeah.
before.
Oh, so
and
OG's
Spooky's
a little
gonna
bit of an
make it
underdog on this one.
happen again. They climb heaven in the meantime. Triple mid for OG finds a double for Nikodos. He is the multi-kill man right now on OG, and he's not
What about
satisfied
FaZe?
with
NA
two.
has a
He wants a
leash.
little bit more. Kills are stolen
we
away.
could definitely root
Prison
for,
holds the
Leash,
B-bomb
but
site, and Nikodos has
It is
everything
FaZe.
here.
To be fair, I actually do want to see
Just
FaZe
like
do
that,
well.
the round
I like
disappears in front of
seeing simple
Complexity's
play
eyes.
again. You know, just for the sheer fact of seeing.
Cool thing about that
Simple
smoke
and
as well,
slow
that
form.
Spooky's throwing it actually lets his team
I would like to
climb
see
up
FaZe do
heaven with a
well.
lot more cover. If someone
some
does get
exciting
out
games this
elbow,
major, man.
edges the
Got some really,
Molotov,
really exciting
able to
games.
play in that cubby.
Excited for simple,
That
yeah,
smoke
man.
is
I
gonna
want to
draw
see.
a lot
I
of
want
your
to see
attention.
simple
It's gonna
pop off.
block your vision on heaven.
You know,
So OG
mean-
have been cooking.
some of these guys are a bit older, like myself, a little older, right? They were playing when they were young, though, right? But then you got Apex, right? Apex and Vitality, considered one of the best IGLs of all time, currently. So it's like one of those things where some of these older guys can bring a lot to the table. You know, vets of the game, a lot of game knowledge.
Giving nothing away. And Cole want to save, but they can't
Kerrigan
full
is
save at a
35,
minute.
yeah.
They have to still hold some ground.
It's like
to
the
not
rookie.
Get boxed in.
I remember Pasha
That
was
is the
kind of
cool.
old when he
Keep
was
these
playing on
AKs,
Virtus
give
too.
him another go.
And some of the,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
loving
I'm not sure how
the sort of tempo
like,
that
how
OG
old
is
the
setting, right?
NIP
Like
guys
the
were.
way that they've gone so heavy for this lane control to open up this round.
Okay,
Nikodos
so we're kind of running time
leading
here. We
the
got bombed
charge
down.
there.
We're just saving.
But then the moment
I
they
gotta pay
find
attention a little
themselves in this
bit more. I don't know
5v2,
how he
it's like,
lost
okay,
this.
you know, we've made our
I
play, we've
guess it
been
was kind of
aggressive,
a
we don't need
scuffed
to keep
A
that
take
up. Let's
or B
really,
take.
you know, put the hurt on and make them feel like they can't do anything here in this 2v5. Nothing sucks quite like just sitting in spawn and saving your guns almost from the top
They're
of the
hunting.
round. And it also allowed OG to attempt the hunt after time, but they didn't find anyone.
It was a half
So the
hunt.
guns get out at least for Complexity still. No ignoring the kind of fury that Nikodos has come into this game with. He's sitting up top of the board, 11-2. He had back-to-back triples to open up the game. More multi-kills coming up for Nikodos in this
Yes,
round.
this guy's having a good game. Nah, this was a scuffed B
Problem
take.
solving on the fly here for JT.
What was that
What
smoke?
are they
Was
going to
that
do about this
corner
mid
smoke?
control for OG? Playing triple mid so many rounds of this
Is it
game.
the CT smoke?
This time they give it up completely, trying to adapt.
Yeah, they throw like a molly and then they try to smoke off the
this
corner
A-bomb
afterwards.
site, under defended.
All right, we're walking
Spooky
A side.
watches
This is
middle,
good.
they
This is
start to
actually really
speed up.
good.
He's gonna hear
Good
these
Gamba.
footsteps,
Good
but he knows
Gamba
it's
here.
already too late.
Good job, NA. Free A site. Now they have to play for retake.
OG had to know this was a possibility. They played heavy for mid.
Yeah, they went
They
all
weren't
in
ready
mid.
to go in for this retake with two players
One guy's
back
in
in
cave
Donut,
already.
just getting overran. Kind of on the manpower alone here, you're already out of the round.
Should have saw him. Didn't.
Buzz is so close, he wants to go
He did,
fishing,
okay.
see if he
Wow.
can find anything, and he's going to get away
Wow.
with two. Buzz has just cracked this retake wide open.
Wow.
A 3v5 for OG, and all three players still standing as they move back in. Grin, spam to death, and Fiku's going to hold the line. Oh, that's some heat from OG.
I don't know what he's saying.
Why are
What's he
you
talking
peeking,
about?
says Buzz.
Why are you
I mean,
peeking?
5v3, that felt unlosable right there for Complexity.
To be
They had
fair,
a-
I mean, does bring up a
Buzz
point,
had a
but it's
very
like, go
valid
for the
point. Why
trade.
were they peeking? That's a rough one, right?
Yeah.
He
I mean-
gets given a chance to swing out through Temple, catches them on like the reposition back into main.
Felt like Sixy had that fight there. He saw Buzz's gun, he went for the peek, and Buzz just flicked him. Crazy round to
Just
win
screaming.
for OG out of nowhere, and that will put
And hey, man,
Complexity back
turn
on
up the
pistols.
fucking
That's a
heat,
reality
brother.
check early in this game. This
Turn
could
it
and
up,
should have been
man.
Cole starting to build in.
Let's get the heat going.
OG,
What are we
gotta
doing?
watch out on this B-bomb side again, but they won't run down the ramp. It's passive for Fiku, holding strong with 2. No Junior Deeg today.
Let's
And
go
supportive
around.
flashes from the
We're just
back
fla-
line.
we're
make
just
this a
flashing and
flawless
holding
round
W,
for
boys.
OG.
We just
UNC
flash and hold
just play
W.
already.
Yeah, appreciate that. Ice-T's the
This
best.
has been brutal
Appreciate
to
that sub
open
1
up.
year.
Yeah, outside of like the one round that kind
I
of
would've told him
like
to be
cost
quiet.
OG the flawless scoreline.
Hey,
which
you guys
even
shut
then,
up.
Now, like within the context of how they've
Hey,
been
screw
playing
you
throughout
guys.
the
You guys
entire
are
start
mean.
of this game, you don't even hate like the way they lost that round to the Eagles. It's clear their game
TTH
plan
just
is
to hold
to
mid and B
disrespect
and retakes it
Complexity,
up for
get
A.
in their face. You know, this is a team that quite like a kind of
it's like
set
normal
piece
play?
call
I
from
don't know.
spawn. JT operates really well there. If you're able to disrupt the flow of that by bringing all this early aggression, and I mean the results have been fantastic for OG for the most part. That's a really nice way of kind of getting under the skin of Complexity, especially then when you factor the fact that they've got Junior here as a stand-in. You know, I'm loving what OG are bringing to the table. It feels like they know exactly
the
what they have to
heat,
do to
man?
pick Complexity apart to win
They
this
play
map.
stream MOP, no shot.
And it's left him in a great spot on this CT side. You're going to need, in
Rather
one of these
cut off
rounds,
my left
Complexity,
hand
you
than
feel like to
fucking
kind of
stream
once
and play
more get the
MOP.
better of this early aggression. That was how they
Paused
found
again.
their way in on this T side. It was that big
Pecker
Junior
tag, boys,
Deagle
Pecker tag.
3K round where he stopped the lane crunch
We definitely
single-handedly.
need a tech pause here.
Right
What's
now,
with
though,
the
the
slope,
solution, or
man?
at least
What's
what they've been
going on,
trying, has
dude?
been kind of these
I'm not
faster
seeing the
reactions.
fire here.
Once they get the info
I'm not
from that
liking
early
this.
util, they know that
We
lane
stay
has
up
been a real
late.
object of desire for OG, so they
We
led towards
ordered
A a lot.
some room service
It's
a
a
little
good
too late
timing for
last
this
night.
mid-take right now
What's
because
going on?
OG are trying to keep it varied. They've started 2 players
Stage
over here
1.
in main, coming through with aggression.
Nice.
And they will
Good
lose
pick.
Buzz early, no chance at the trade. So finally, a 5v4 here for Cole, where they've denied
We
some
should
of this
still look for
early
the.
space.
We should still look for the
Still
rotate.
cautious about second.
Wait, there's a big rotate there on B,
Does
right?
still catches
He's
Grim.
in the smoke.
Gonna get his belter util
Is there a
out
trade
now.
here? He's in the smoke with him.
The
Wow.
smoke denied on the B side, and Nikodos has to clear this corner, or the
Unlucky.
A side will crumble. Finds his second.
Okay.
Junior trades. He falls as well.
God
Nikodos
damn.
another multi-kill.
They really followed
He
up.
can't keep getting away with it. His
How much
sixth
money on the line?
multi-kill.
It's 1.2 million overall.
In 8 rounds.
Winning is 500,000, 500,000.
Unbelievable.
I think there's bonuses too. I'm not sure.
One of the things that's so wild with like this Nikodos arc is, hang on a second, JT has something going there, but Fiku's gonna stop it. Nikodos 17-3.
normal, average game.
Dude,
And-
you
and
know,
they
the
just
thing
look
that's
sad,
like, so
man.
interesting about this is like, you
And he
remember
looks
back
fucking
in the
sad.
day with Nikodos, everyone used to, you know, the meme kind of was, yeah, he's a better rifler than an AWPer. And actually seeing him like go into this kind of hybrid rifle
And he
AWP
seems kinda like,
mode, like you said,
we shouldn't even
comparable to like
be here.
Zawu, someone who gets more kills with rifles than he does on the AWP.
All teams get sticker money.
Feels
Something
like it's been great.
250,000 per
He
player.
brings
Yeah, it's
so
a big
much
deal
to
to
the
go to
table. He's dominating Complexity right now.
Bring back IBP.
This might change the plan. They actually
Bring
miss
back
mid volley. They
IBP.
throw it and bounces
That's
in
what we
red.
need.
So that lets Cole get out. But OG don't overplay it. They have a 1-2 punch in the donut again. Lots of 2-man setups here for OG in
Okay.
middle. Towards donut, towards red. Catching that cross from Grim. Grim, who is 1-8 right now, has been the star of the show for Complexity ever since Elige's departure.
Oh, Nico's
Having a bit of
17-3
trouble.
already in the first
Which
half.
60 missed shots. He had his chance, but the smoke blocks him at this B-bomb site. Meanwhile, Cole are
I
going
think there's a
A,
tilt diff going
but
on.
they get smoked out as well, so this one's just
We're kind of
petering
just
out.
working defaults here, man.
OG with the
Any
advantage.
update on Star Citizen drama? I mean, the Star Citizen players just talked a whole bunch of shit
Mid-information.
and said, I'll be sorry when the game comes out. Like,
Complexity with not
what
a
do I
drop of
update?
utility to open any pathway
They
in
said,
this round.
you'll be playing this game when it's out, and you'll be sorry for making this video. It's just, like, just dumb, like, the most fucking
Oh.
low IQ takes I've ever seen in my life.
He's
Wow.
so confident right now.
Get him.
All throughout the start of this round, Nikodos' prerogative had just been fight them in mid, take as many fights as I can. Like, this is not without risk for Nikodos.
Oh, yeah, but you're feeling it right now. 18-3, keep fighting, keep the pressure on, and he's not overdoing it either.
Are we going to ask Junior to get like a
fight.
pick here with you?
Oh,
nice.
6E gets his revenge, but he won't get much further.
Okay.
And it's B site, 20 seconds.
Yeah,
the bomb's not even close by.
We are
Junior's gonna
default.
run
We are
it in.
default as default gets, man.
I mean, one Deeg in this round suddenly gets weird.
Oh,
there
there's
it
the
is.
one Deeg. Junior
Whoa.
provides it again.
Does
The
Junior have to
stand-in
fucking
for
carry? What's
Complexity
going on,
left
bro?
In a very rough clutch, but he's at least got that bomb down. Something to play around here, something to play for Junior. The swing on the Deagle punished as he's put to rest. Does all he can to at least
How's
make
our
that profitable
stand-in
for Complexity.
Yeah.
They'll appreciate
Popping
the
off,
extra
guys.
cash. But unable to cook in the clutch. It's still a runaway
Take another
CT
timeout.
side for OG.
Let's do another
I haven't
timeout.
seen an AWP in
Let's
play
do
in
it.
this game yet, and we've played 9
Let's
rounds.
TO, guys. What's going on?
Do you think Nikodos is even considering it
I
with the
kinda
game
hope
he's
not.
having?
I kind of hope not.
He's had that AK for a while, and he does not want to part ways with it.
To be honest, it's ancient. You can definitely get away without an AWP on this map, right? Like, he's being very mobile right now. Playing that rotation role.
B-side aggression was good.
Like, his whole team have 20 kills. He is 19.
OG on fire. Has his middle 5 Molotovs, 4 Molotovs in middle. It's crazy to blank it right now.
Let's work some
I'm gonna get up
strategy,
through
guys.
heaven, though.
Let's
They've
get
had
some
trouble
strategy
getting this
going, man.
position before. We've seen players die walking through this smoke. Prison won't let them get in.
Wow.
Keeps pressure on. Re-smokes as well. And Cole with that mid control, what are they going to do with it?
See, we're walking. We're walking out.
Bang would go a long way.
There's a lot of bodies there, right?
Spam
Prison.
box.
Free bit of damage on the spam. As though Complexity needed anything else going against them, now they're a little wounded to open up this round.
The fear in mid is there, but Cole just want to hit this B-bomb site.
Your flash.
That's going to scare Prison back.
That's actually a really good flash.
They pulled Nikodos over into this B site. It's a 3-man stack here. Cole have been very noisy in
Are
their
you
approach.
gonna do an Oni pixel for next major? What does that mean?
So much damage in this round.
Yeah, they just tagged Junior on the spam even to make matters worse. They're all just getting whittled down.
Okay,
Cole
we got on
haven't
B
seen
site.
a member of OG yet. Boost up
Zero
for
kills
Nikodos.
lost on a B site.
Oh
Wow.
my god, there's no stopping this guy! He is on a tear, Nikodos!
Have you
He is on another level right now.
This
What
guy's
is
insane.
happening?
Anything like this? Welcome back.
He has more kills than his whole team combined. He has more kills than all of
These
Complexity
guys ate their
combined.
breakfast, man. These guys
This
ate their
is
fucking
next
breakfast this
level
morning. That's what I'm
domination
saying.
from Nikodos.
Another triple kill over the
They ate-
smoke.
they-
Then
they-
the break
like, I don't know,
comes
they
in
had,
and
like,
he just
eggs and
fights
bacon and
through
shit?
it,
Like, what's
gets
going on?
4 kills in the round.
What did NA eat?
You would have had that ace if Kristen didn't spam Junior.
What are you doing? He's holding it. What are you doing, man? Holy shit.
If you buy an AWP, I'm going to be pissed off. Stay on this rifle.
God, I haven't seen
Mental
a
damage
scoreline
should be
quite
insane.
like this one.
I feel bad for that Grim dude.
23
Grim's like
and
1 in 8 or
3.
something, 1 in 10. And then you look at you hold
Doing
tab and you see the guy has like a
everything
30
right now.
bomb,
Hey,
and you're
Cole,
like, what am I doing?
mean, OG, they're setting him up.
Nikodos might be the GOAT. It might be happening.
And then
It's
he's
up for
cooked, isn't
debate,
it?
but definitely entering the
Brother,
conversation,
I think
Harry.
he's been cooked.
This is mad.
Okay, you know when I said, oh yeah, the Zywoo comparison's
Yeah, exactly,
crazy?
right?
I don't know if it is
Yeah.
anymore.
He's selling me on it right now.
Guys, lock it in. What are we doing? Wake
I
up,
mean, you know,
man.
this
Who
is
cares about the
Complexity. This
fucking
is NA's
23 and 3? Who cares about our 1 and
America's
9?
team.
And they're
Work some
getting
strats, bro.
destroyed right now by
We're slow walking.
one guy.
We're slow walking every site.
Gotta keep it.
The only
quick,
time we
gotta keep it
rushed,
simple, say
did a
Cole.
B rush was for
Quick smokes
Eco,
into
where we
this
just threw
B-bomb site,
flashes
it's
and then fucking
undefended.
died.
We've seen these retake setups do perfectly fine.
All right, we got some
Niku
smokes out. We got some
thins the herd
flashes, but like again, this
immediately.
is
Flash
just.
is good from Nikodos
Bro,
again.
it's-
He's just doing
just-
everything
brother,
right
it
now.
feels so
Don't get
pub,
another
man.
triple kill, Nikodos. I've had
We didn't-
enough.
we didn't smoke
Another
CT
double.
corner.
25 and 3. Get him out of here.
Like, what are we doing, dude?
Oh my
We're,
god.
we're literally,
talk
we're
is
literally
intense
default pub
right
playing.
now for
like, we're just
OG.
like, oh, what
And I
do
mean,
you
fair
do
enough.
when you
You
like
really want
play with a
Complexity in
solo
their heads.
queue?
You
Oh,
want
you
them
fucking
feeling
run
the
out,
full
just throw
weight,
your
the full
flash, wherever
burden
it
of
lands,
this
it lands. Just throw your
absolute
smoke. Doesn't matter where it
demolition
lands.
that they are
Walk on the site
facing
and
at the
hope you get
hands
traced.
of Nikodos.
This guy is contesting us every single spot. The only thing that we've taken so far was A site. That's
Last
our
round,
only thing that
last
we've taken
chance.
with some confidence, and they
For
gave that
Complexity
to
on this
us.
T side felt
So
like
what
they
do we
never
do
got
here?
going.
Well, we can't trade against them. So how do we
Ever
run?
since
How do we
that
run? Okay, I see
5v3,
that.
an
Okay.
absolute
I saw an interesting
sweep
molly there.
from OG.
All right, okay, now
they keep
we're
the
slow
board
walking the
clean?
B site. We're just going for trades.
Finally,
Okay, Grim got a
something
pick.
for
Nice.
Grim, right? He's tried his hand getting
Yes,
up
Grim
for a
opened it
round.
up. Get the fuck in
Couple
there, bro.
of times
There we
now,
go.
but
Grim's
Grim's
feeling
double
confident.
turns the fate
Who
of
cares
Cole
about the
in this
monster
final
mid,
round
bro?
of the
Just
half.
take
Hard
sight.
round now for OG.
Hold angles.
3v3 retake on the B-bomb side.
Hold some
Three
angles,
players
boys.
standing. Nikados
Watch your crosses. Don't peek.
sees that
Not
as a
peeking.
chance
Just
for
hold
another
on.
hat trick.
At this
Like I said,
point,
plenty of
we're
them in
just
the game so
playing for the
far.
bomb
His teammate's going to be
explosion.
smoked off here on this lane
Fuck
rotate.
this guy. He's 26-3, bro.
Try to get the timing on this
play for bomb
flash
to
and nade
explode.
pop to send
Let's not do
Buzz
something
through.
silly here.
And he has gained ground.
I like
we know
that,
about
okay.
players at long. Nikados on a bit of a
Okay.
timer here.
Good
as
patience,
the
NA.
bomb
Good patience.
continues to tick
Don't
away.
crab walk.
Buzz
Nice.
makes his play, but caught
Nice.
at the hands of Nyx. It's Nikados
All right.
or it's nothing here for OG.
Nikados
26
can go for it,
kills
too.
deep. He will get cut down.
3 and 9
Complexity
curse. 3 and 9,
scavenge
dude.
a third round
Yo,
on the
3
back
and
of a
9.
quick B hit from Grim.
Doable.
3 is all they get.
Doable. Hey, NA is NA's CT sided, okay, guys? Listen. NA
I started
NA's known as
2015,
NA's known
I think,
for
like I was 10 or
CT-sided.
something. I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC.
I don't know how to say
I
it.
started back in 2021 again.
Comeback starts now.
And just started playing
How
all
was,
day, all night.
how's the other game going?
And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit
As a
school
stream-
and just pursued the
Stream
dream.
B, I think. NA represents the average gamer.
I was just going
Relax,
crazy
dude.
solo
Dude,
gaming. I was hitting the number one on
The NA
leaderboards,
slander
so
needs to be
that
stopped,
was how I got
man.
spotted, right?
I'm
And
tired
I
of
didn't
the
have, like,
NA
expectations.
slander.
I just joined.
Stop
and
slandering NA.
The guys were a bit more
Okay?
experienced, so they basically guided
play
me,
this game
you know,
too.
like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just
This was Heroic versus
Controls. See what he can do here.
This word is actually
It's
popping off a
very
little bit, huh?
awkward. It's, you know, you're hoping and praying that they're going to be peeking the other direction. He was already tacked up from earlier, so either way it was
This is
probably
the
going
other
to be
game
a
that's
pretty quick
going on
fight
right
for
now.
him. And now
We
you
tune
said
into
nobody
the
really
NA one,
acted
obviously,
the A-bomb
but,
side. Now we feel kind of here, but also
this one might be
very
interesting too.
similar
This is
treatment.
definitely, I think I'd.
So, they don't have a lot,
Interesting game.
but they might as well try and save it.
They were
'cause they
saying
have no
Heroic's
money
really
left in
good.
the bank, so that 6-6
I'm not sure
scoreline
if
is
is
looking more and
Chinggis
more
Warrior
doable.
better.
Yeah.
Is this kind of like an
we'll see
upset
what
happening right now?
the
6-4
vibe
for
looks like
Chinggis
finally
Warrior.
when Chinggis do get into the next
This
half.
might be a
In fact,
game
we'll
to
have
pay
to see,
attention to as
or
well
rather,
today.
sorry, in the next round. But we'll have
At
to
least
see
right now,
if they
it's
can
going
keep
right
winning these
now.
guns here, because
It should be heavy fair. Yeah,
as you
everyone's
would
telling me like,
imagine,
yo, put Heroic
Hunt is
up.
on
Heroic's
least
easily
really nice if,
Yes.
like, they could
advancing, no
just
issues.
have everybody die for this. And
I'd
they're
say
gonna make
Heroic's
their
the
way
best team on the
around.
stage.
Find two with the spray down. The M4 is still there in the corner. Gets checked for. Beautiful there from Youngstar.
I like it, you know? It was such a flat start for Heroic. The fact that they've, you know, found a way to turn it around and, you know, see the life back in the team. And that, to be honest, probably will be the sort of post-half analysis anyway for Heroic. That's what they're going to be saying to themselves. Listen, it was a bad start. Who cares? Now that we are fired up, look at how much better we are. So, let's go.
Totally.
Let's go.
5 MP9s. It's a lot of sewing machines, Dan.
Yeah. And they're all towards the A site.
Guys, I'm actually getting rammed if.
Long push happening. Getting set up there. And
I got too many
you
fucking
can tell
tabs.
Heroic, they're playing a little. Just
I
a
should have
little
got
further back
Opera
than
GX
normal
or
on
something,
this
but someone
team,
says it's
they're
Chrome based anyway,
a
so
little
it
worried
might not
about
matter.
shenanigans.
They might try and flash you. So he controls in the back. He's got the flash primed. I wonder if
Oh, this
Rue
is
in
this,
here is
we're gonna
gonna
watch
be
this round
part
for
of this
half,
push.
and then we're
So
gonna go back to the
he's going to be
complexity
putting
game.
up a
We're
little
gonna
bit of
see
attention
where
here,
it's,
but yeah,
whether
that
it's 7-5
push
or
outside of the A-bomb site with the
6-6.
flash deep from the site could be really powerful. Here we go. Just good enough for one kill. They could have maybe kept going, but they don't. Sunhias, the bullet's escaping him. And LNC gets shot in the back, and now he's
The
going to pick up
MP9
the
is
AK
disgusting.
instead.
That's the one thing I've learned
MP9s just keep on
in
running
these tournaments
at
is the
them. They
MP9
line
is
up
actually
for it with a
broken.
great double headshot.
Valvo nerf.
I don't know how that's done.
The MP9
X-Ray
is
now in a terrible
absolutely
position,
disgusting.
jumping down.
A 1v1.
And Hatches
Okay.
E-Fire in the middle of the river. How
Getting
does he
MP9
win
though,
that
dude.
fight? He should have been dead every single day.
Controllers
One
with the
versus one
MP9.
in the most bizarre round that we have seen
But he's
yet.
carrying 11-4.
And what's the move?
It's gonna
The
be
bomb's
good chat
collected,
now.
but if he goes back,
Oh, he's going
look at
back.
this rotate.
Oh
from
no!
Controls.
He projected
All
him.
the
He's in his
away from
head.
T-spawn. Dawn.
That's got to be a failed grenade.
It's
where's the
kind
molly?
of crazy.
What the fuck?
Is the timing here for Controls as he walks
Did he try to molly like
down the
inside
steps
corner
on the
and then he
back,
mollied
might just
himself off?
find it.
Oh my god, the timing of that. That's so unlucky,
X-Files
bro.
slipping away, but there's surely no way that
Dude,
X-Files
that's
gonna
so
turn
unlucky. He
into
mount himself
controls
off
here.
and
Surely
gave this guy
is
time to now like
done
peek
deal.
him.
For Chinggis Warriors, the
He can't pick up the AK
7-5. Surely
because,
there's the
yeah,
MP9 finishes it off.
7-5.
Unbelievable.
All right. That's a good game that's happening right now over there. All right, we're back on Complexity.
Every single
Curse of 3-9. Tuned in actually just in time. Someone took a little bit of chip damage. I wonder if it's a fucking grenade or spamming. We got NA on CT side now.
Right now, they need to thin the herd.
OG just walking into B site on pistol round, going for the plant.
With a K player as well. Space taken, Chris and drive.
They're just holding W at this point. I mean, honestly, it's kind of like one of those things where when they're on it, when you're feeling it, you know, when you're feeling confident, that actually gives you plus aim, unironically.
And Junior will make it so. Nika
When you're feeling confident, it gives you plus
double.
aim. Bro, NA's just playing for losers bracket. It's sad to
And
see.
OG a stone's throw away.
I don't know. I don't feel like heat come. Like I don't see heat in these guys' eyes. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what bothers me. Is that these guys are popping off. OG over here, they're yelling, they're like hyping each other up. You pan the camera over to NA and they're like, they look like somebody just told them that their dog died. And this is day one.
Numbers after this game.
This is stage one, day one of a major.
Half of the course.
What are we doing?
Beyond
Do they
the
want to
pale.
be there? Did something bad happen? Did them minusing their like player like put him in tilt and now they're feeling his carrying?
It's giving him away in.
This junior guy's a stand-in for them. He's actually doubled. He's actually got like the same amount of kills as 3 players. They're standing. What's going on?
Crunched, but here comes
Yeah, they're
their
just walking into
savior.
B side again. This is just
Nikadoz.
disrespectful.
Getting aggressive. They line up. He literally
Yeah,
can't set a foot
Nico
right.
just wants to go for a 40 bomb.
It's broken.
Yeah, Nico just wants to go for a 40 bomb.
Nika does him dirty.
Yeah.
32-6.
It's not even. This isn't even a competition anymore. This is just fucking. This is brutal.
This, I don't know, man. This feels like he could
This
be
is like
shattering
watching
records. I don't know.
like an NBA, like an NBA professional team just showing up to like a fucking.
This is mad.
I don't know. Like a 24 fitness
32-6,
gym.
nearly 280 yards.
And
going
playing in their
up. How's it
basketball
going
court in
up?
disguise or something. You know what I mean? Against a bunch of like 40-year-olds that are like,
all-man army like
you know,
this.
just got out of work, want to play a couple of
And
rounds
still
of
the
pickup
calls are coming
basketball.
through, frantic.
And they're getting
from
dunked
prison.
on.
He's in aimbots. No one else
And then
is even
someone's
doing
filming it
anything
too.
in the game. There's one
Someone's
other
filming
player
it
on
for, like, a
double
TikTok.
digits. Nikadoz has 32 kills.
Can a B-stack stop the man?
One
Can
pro
a B-stack
versus
hold back
everyone
this
in his
OG
local gym.
push? It's the only thing they've got, and it's not
Yeah,
going to
they're just-
last long, is it?
They're
Nikadoz
walking out and
finally
they're
humbled.
ego trading, bro. It's not even like
Finally
it's not even
doesn't get a
strategical trading where
multi-kill.
you would like
But
like
it's
pick
not
off
going
of
to
each other.
save the round here.
Nico's
Spooky has
literally just
lurked
ego
already,
trading.
seen
Like he
those
wants to
B
fight
players,
everybody.
and he's
That
cut
is not how
down
you
the
play
only
like
path to
actual
salvation.
CS, right? Unless you
They're
think
just
you're
going to
better than
face
the other
together.
team.
Why not? 11-3, make it 12. OG are here in
Yeah,
Austin.
OG's feeling good. OG's definitely feeling good. Was OG favored to win? Like I'm looking at betting sites and shit. Not because I'm betting, but
This
I'm
is
getting
just
like
so shocking
stake
in
odds and
every-
whatever.
in
and
every
was
conceivable
fucking
way.
Complexity favored
Coming
to win?
into this,
like
Sixy did
I'm
that
so
interview where he
confused.
said, you know, I haven't really watched OG. I'm not super familiar with them. Well, he's certainly familiar with their game now.
I don't think much prep could have stopped this result.
He's learned a bit about what Nikadoz likes to do now, huh? Spooky out in the mid. Might just get fed to the wolves here. But Buzz there alongside him keeps things pretty for OG. And this one is looking to be a very decisive win. That tends to happen with Nikadoz absolutely blowing Complexity out of the water.
Yeah.
No kills for him in this final round, looking like 33 is all he gets.
All he gets. How are you getting 30+ kills in 15 rounds of play?
Yeah, I don't know.
There might be one more as Fiku spreads out, checks this A-bomb site, and tries to get the info here. It's all a ruse
Yeah,
for
they
Nyx.
they like tapped NA's mental here on
Dragged
this
into
one.
the wrong site.
I can't even lie.
As OG
I can't
look to
even
walk
like
this over the line.
I can't even
slow
like
and steady.
underhype
This is at least Reddit.
how well this
Bit
team
too
played.
good to be true.
Oh God!
But like I don't know, I just don't feel like I saw a lot of concrete CS out of Complexity here. I felt like I saw a lot of like
That's what
holding it
he's
down,
looking for
running
in
it
his
down.
debut game in Austin,
Okay,
but Nyx gets rid of him. And now looks to embark on this 1v3. It's the space that Fiku's taken
Yeah,
that's
they're
the
just gonna
big
go for the safe
problem.
bet on A site. Why
Be a
not?
way to save this round here. He's got a 1v1 on offer. Can he read this?
Gave up early, played default. Yeah, their T side was just really gross. I don't know what happened to T side.
And it will work wonders for OG.
GG's.
13-3, their first major in CS2, and a major debut from Nikodos.
Yeah, one to remember
You
as
hate to
well.
see that,
He
bro.
absolutely wiped the floor with Complexity. This was lights out from Nikodos, otherworldly in fact.
Let's go see. Let's go see this game. This game seems a little bit more interesting. That was really sad to watch, bro. That was really sad to watch, and this game is still going.
Don't necessarily hate it.
That was a real rough
Lands
watch.
Smack on top of E5.
Yeah, it felt like I was showing up to like my little brother's like little league game and just watching him like strike out.
Just trying to be peaceful out there, you know.
Like at bat over and over again.
They are
and then
very
seeing the coach yell at him and like
gravitating
put him on the
towards
bench.
A side, which probably fine. They have a lot of
it's
utility, so I'm
really
guessing
sad.
they're just going to do one of those heavy executes where you.
Like the whole family showed up.
About cam, you smoke
They had like
high
they had his
position.
name on like a big
That's
like
all
board.
probably going to work.
They
They
were
just
like,
have to get past X
you know,
Cloud. That's probably
let's
the big
go,
thing.
Tommy.
Oh, the rotation.
And then
closer
Tommy
than I
just
thought.
like he had one at bat and then coach benched him.
The push in.
He watched the ball go between his legs. You're like, all right,
so
well,
far. That's going to make it very hard to
you go
get
home
this
early or what's going on?
post plant. Oh, the fact can't even get a plant at this rate. Tech9 comes out and it's a shutdown, complete shutdown, easy. In fact,
A little bit of an
from
eco
Heroic. That
shutdown by
looks
Heroic here.
very
I guess
clean.
they won the first round, right?
Yeah, LNC has
I assume
stepped it up. He did it in the pistol here in the second half, and then in this round too.
Had they still
Also
taken
worth
price cream after?
talking
Well, of
about
course, you
the
guys
timing
go
that
to the
Chinggis
ice
is trying to
cream parlor
manipulate
and-
in this round because there are
Where,
a lot of different ways to do this execute. You could do it. You can sort of throw the
For Randy
grenades
Pitchford's
and then push
working
in
for-
once everything is already up. Very, very intentionally. They wanted to play
Nintendo
that
game.
almost like a contact execute. So they basically are walking onto the site with no flashbangs,
weird on my
with the
neck.
smokes kind of already landing, and the result could be sick, but this time the result just is that LNC has this great opportunity to get a couple of kills. But it wasn't. I don't think it was a mistake from Chinggis. I think it's a very, very intentional way to try and manipulate what a
Chinggis
timing
is
normally
on
looks like. Oh
eco.
my god! Let's go.
I think you have audio on other tabs.
Hello. Will takes
Oh, I do.
down
You're right.
Youngster.
Sorry about that.
Tries to see if he could follow it up, but
My
Tania will
apologies, my
stand his ground,
apologies.
and that's probably for the best as well. Don't lose this round, Heroic. don't.
Yeah, my
don't do
bad,
that.
guys.
The only thing going in their favor in this instance, other than being the CTs having all the guns and everything else, is that those downed rifles are not too easily collectible. Oh, I think that was just missed by xCloud. We'll see if it's a good timing or not. On the return, hello again, E-Fire with the Deagle headshot. LNZ now opening himself up to another potential Deagle headshot. These guns are very scary at this point in time. 2 versus 2, 50
Yeah,
seconds
Deagles
on the
are
clock.
kinda-
The bomb is
Deagles are kinda
outside
sick,
B right
though.
now. And these Deagles, every single shot makes me nervous.
Yeah, Deags are kind of scary.
Apparently, it doesn't make Heroic that nervous because they keep fighting into it, which a part of me admires it. I know it blew up in their face with xCloud getting shut down, but there's a part of me that wants Heroic to play that way because I think that is in their
What is
DNA.
this?
That's how this team likes to play.
Oh.
That's not at all silent.
We doing some
I love it.
practicing
It's
here?
such care as well. I don't think it's going to make a big difference.
doing
It will
some
again
practicing?
Be down to the Deagle headshots. He's
Practicing
trying to
how
land
silent
this
drop?
one, and Tania will be
Okay.
able to hold on to the round for his team. That got so much closer than it needed to get, but good job on Chinggis to try and keep the economy low, keep Heroic a bit scared, perhaps.
Yeah, that was good.
And what's interesting
Minus
there to
eco
me
there is
that
good.
In that 2 versus 2, I think after the first player
Ooh,
goes down,
what a shot.
when you're crossing to the site, I think there's an opportunity
Wow.
to just jump across the angle and get the bomb down. But
Dude, watching one
until
taps
they're
by the
looking
Deagle
for the
just
kills,
is
they're
always
looking
so
for
fun.
Chinggis, they're like looking for the fights. And
Somehow the Deagle headshot from Rue was just even more preposterous.
Yeah.
Even on the replay, it looked ridiculous.
very important kills though. That actually prevents Heroic's economy from growing. So sets up Chinggis Warriors in this round. They go fast into this mid position. 3 players there, and then the bomb is more towards the A side, long side of the map. Nice opener from Rune. That's going to just crack open this map. A huge amount of threat now onto Heroic. How do they respond? Trying to box this one in, and that's just insane. Tania shuts it down.
Huge hold. If they trade him, the round is very, very likely
couldn't
to
walk
be
in there.
very near over at least. It would have been 1 player left at the bomb site. Crushed from the other side here. Tania
Nice.
very nearly on the triple. He did get some good damage on the controls. He's been playing very well.
What are we
14
working
kills.
here?
Back
Yeah,
into the
controllers are doing good,
3v3. trying to take some shots through. Deep Molotov, and Youngstar has to evacuate that position, though. Look at how not scared he is. Just pushing in front, not even checking dark, actually, and just goes into a bit of a forward spot. Sunpire's if he
spots him on A.
1 second longer, he probably has a free kill.
Do they rotate to A site?
Oh, it's so
if they give up B,
Heroic
it's going to be big
what
for them.
Chingus Warriors are doing right now. And Chingus Warriors also themselves have kept it flexible. But they are forced, I think, back to this B side where that bomb has been all this time. And the E-box position currently is occupied by Youngstar.
We still got 30 seconds.
The key
Might be a
player
B execute,
in the
huh?
defense here. If he can get somebody, then
Controller's
this
trying to
round
work
is
mid.
very
I
easy
think he bought him
now,
time for B,
Heroic.
though. They walked down on B.
There goes the entry,
Nice.
and there's going to be found there.
Swing.
Cool, able
Is
to
there a
take down
trade?
Youngstar, but in the 1 versus 2
Oh,
now.
we
Bomb
needed
has
a
to go
trade so
down.
bad
15
there.
seconds left, and Kulas
Good
will
ball
get the
plant,
post
though.
bomb.
That's good.
It's good for the money.
Yep.
If nothing else, keeps the pressure onto the Heroic
Nice.
side. Good headshot.
Oh,
Tries to keep
NT,
it spraying.
bro.
It's such a smart play. He was hoping that there would have been a mistake there.
Swings,
That Sunpires
though.
would have
Swings
ran
suck.
straight into the crosshair and got himself killed as well. And I think he's back trying to find some more weapons before he goes back for the defuse. Yeah, that AWP. But he's got the kit and everything, so it's all well calculated. It would be interesting if we could see the replay from X-Floud's kill in the middle, because I think he takes that through the double doors. I don't know if he must have seen him, but that was how they sort of started the 3v3. That's such a close round, just to echo your point earlier on, right? When you win these 1v1s on the CT side with almost nobody alive, or it's going to be tough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
just like swing timers in this game is.
He's hoping.
Like a whole nother.
Yeah, he
it's
was
like a whole
expecting
nother
that trade
metagame.
fragger, and if the timing was as you would expect, he actually gets it. So it's that slight delay. That's crazy. That's crazy. This game is really close.
I think it shows you, that's a micro moment that shows you something about what experience means on LAN at a major for Sunpires, not just to run in with his teammate, because that is probably
because he was
look in
playing
Counter-Strike
for the
handbook,
double.
That's probably what it would say. Like, yeah, you got to counter 3 and go at the same time with a little bit of spacing, so that you don't start to stand on top of each
The
other.
timing
That's
on the
normally how you do
spacing
it.
was crazy.
Sunpires just
I would not
ahead of
have
the
that
game on this
mental.
one. And that's what it should be. That's what we all said, and the desk were talking about it too. The experience and the firepower and everything else is why Heroic were, like more than 7-1 favor to win this at the start of it. So you would
7-1 favor. Wow.
They do have the round lead. 9-7 here.
7-1 favor for Heroic. To be fair, pretty close right now.
And we also have Coolass now
Chingus,
on the
I think, had a
AWP
good
on that
CT side.
Or rather through water into E-box.
They're the underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, there's nothing left in the bank for anybody, but it's actually a fairly competitive round. Controls and then Ericule.
Okay.
Looked like he had the opportunity, he had the time to win that fight.
Yeah.
But
Could've been a
X-Cloud
good
a little
pick.
bit too accurate on this one.
They're holding A side for now.
Heroic on a mission to recover what has been a very shaky start. That's if I'm Rue on the other, that's such a rare angle to peek. He's standing up on top of a box inside the middle to sort of look into the window drop, and somehow it's where Sunpires wanted to check.
Okay. Oh, damn.
Huge trade.
Yeah, just
2v4 now. And
too many picks and too many trades.
really
Might be a
wanna get
save
at least
angle.
a couple kills here, but it feels horribly difficult for Chingus Warriors to do so.
Yeah, I mean, you get a Galil and you get an
very
op.
ready for this one. Nice flick shot, a headshot no less.
Yeah, I think this is a save angle for sure,
Sunpires is
brother.
a problem. Coolass walks around now with the AWP looking for
We have
some
0
extra
money.
something, some
This
value
is a save.
somewhere. And, I mean, might be able to find a 1v1 potentially. Or
Watch
are we saving in
Arsenal
mid?
CS
I feel like,
2019. It's weird not recognizing any of these new names. Yeah, but it's fun though, right?
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
To be fair, this is
but
also
it's
stage
not a-
one.
it's not a
Stage
crazy
one's a little.
choice. What's dangerous though is,
you know,
what if Heroic? Not that they don't have a lot of money to hunt for him, but still,
it's
you
a
probably
little
know
bit
he has
more of the
AWP.
unknown.
Do you want to take a risk
bracket.
here? If they had an MP9, maybe that's what they would send out. But with the rifles,
Sta-
here, it doesn't
stage
look
3
like
is when
Heroic
you'll
gonna be
probably
too active.
recognize people.
Still 10-7. 3-round lead now coming in for the Heroic side. I already think this is a really impressive recovery. I'm not done worrying about Heroic just yet. I still think this is kind of scary, but they're living up to the expectations that we all had of them coming into this.
Definitely, and I mean,
All right, what
that
do we got
round,
for the
there
next-
was big chances.
next game?
That fight that didn't go well.
Man, they're
on
playing a lot
the
of
A
games right
sides
now. It should
for
either be
Chingus Warriors.
Bet
If you have the
Boom
AWP there instead, you get that open pick probably every time. And I think with the AK,
versus
you get that most of the
Namiga?
time. You've got the first few
I don't wanna
bullets.
say that. Or
First for
Tyloo
the
versus
team.
Energy.
So
I
that's
actually wanna watch
that's like
Tyloo
an
versus
ideal
Energy.
series of opportunities there.
Chinese
so
team.
we'll see what
right?
Chingus Warriors
Tyloo?
can do if those
What's Energy
openings
here?
keep coming their way.
Energy is.
Maybe Coolass can be the one to find them. We get that
US.
initial E-box presence
US
again
players,
from
and one
Heroic.
looks like one guy from
Much like we saw from
Denmark. That
Chingus
might be a good
Warriors.
game. Actually, yeah, we're going to tune into
Mid
the
as
Tyloo
well.
versus NRG game. That'll be fun to watch.
They had that set up from out of spawn. Great catch on the observing.
NA
We saw
versus
the flash
China.
going over. They were going to run in those
I think you'd
rifles
see
to try and
that.
catch somebody playing really close. I love the idea.
Looks like Heroic's kind of popping off here. I
Didn't
think if
really
they
get them
take
the
this
kill that they were
round, it
looking
might
for.
be kind of over for
So
Chingus
Myers
Warriors.
playing down towards that
This
E-box
round's kind of
position,
big,
which means that's
and
something that you
they're
just have to
very
respect a
broke.
little bit. I also like this push coming
So they're
out of
kind
the
of
front
they're kind
A
of fighting
right
an
now.
uphill
It's
battle
something
with
that Heroic
economy
will do on
and
this
with just
map, and
momentum.
Very often they will
His
keep
momentum's in the
going
favor
beyond
of
this point and
Heroic.
put some pressure on the T side. I think it's really nice to see. It's something that some teams are not very good at executing, but Heroic definitely have a history of doing this.
And for Heroic, either the other team's all
What were you
outside of
asking?
B or they're in mid. Those are the only two options left at this
Is this
point.
a
with
CS
everything
channel
that
now,
they've
or is
cleared.
this a lack of other game situation, or what?
He sees the smoke. Like, xCloud saw the smoke in the air, but he doesn't necessarily know what it means. Now, you're absolutely right. They are in middle, and they are
You've
going to
followed
try
me
and
for
split this
12
A-bomb
years.
side. The question is,
What do
who's
you
going
mean?
to get that first kill at the moment?
You've followed me for 12
Heroic,
years,
They're
bro.
not that far away from winning the map here, and they have a bit of a read on
I was
it.
gonna
You
say
can
they
tell.
don't know,
Tenier
but you definitely
crouched
know.
down below
You-
that
you
wall,
definitely
and
know
they've
what
got
this is.
LNC also waiting outside of the bomb side. xCloud trying to see if he can get it done. That might be the thing that sends the landslide towards the A site. They need to go right now. We've got 22 seconds left. A bit of a
Yeah,
setup
they're
on the
holding it down.
incendiary. Another
Oh.
headshot for Tenier. He takes down
Yeah, this
three.
this
and
Tenier
that
guy
is
is going
plenty
kinda
to
crazy.
defend the bathroom there. It's going to be just down to Ericule, and he can't do any more damage. Hard slaps are coming through. That setup and the timing with the incendiary was beautiful.
That was a great round from Chingus Warriors. You know, the fact that they sat on that position in mid for a very long time to try to force an error, and they do actually get a pick off of it. That's an amazing way to start off the round. You know, 5v4, and the CTs don't know precisely what you're doing. So Tenier with that overperformance there, 3 kills. That's insanely strong, and without that, they lose that round.
Yeah.
That's very, very likely. Just the timing between the push there and once they run out of that.
They kind of went for the Gamba with like hard. I feel like we should have saved.
But
I don't know.
And also in spite of what
Because now it's even worse than it was before, and we didn't get it planned.
They got that front position, but they didn't keep on pushing. They really held their nerve, which honestly is harder than it looks on the CT side. Doing nothing for a long time could definitely be very tricky. 11-7 as we go into round number 19 here.
Okay.
Heroic are just
Yeah,
a
we
couple
got a
rounds away
dig
from
by.
recovering a very, very bad start on this map.
But we got
And
full
they have
util
the-
at least.
They have
but
a really
the
good
dig buy is kind of
buffer
cringe.
to buy up.
I guess
one
it's their
round if
opper.
they were to lose every player.
I guess their
Heroic,
opper
so
kind of has to
that's
save.
also pretty nice at this point of view.
To maybe
at this
make
point
something
in
out
the
of
match.
round 20.
So we'll see if there's a change.
We're still working
at all
Galils
from
though,
Chingus
dude.
Warriors.
Like,
2-1-2
yeah, this is a
split
really
on the
bad
map
eco
on the
for
default
Chingus Warriors.
on this T side from them. Heroic with a pretty similar opening around E-box.
Okay.
Looks like we will end at the B bomb site. The question is,
Yeah, we're
how
kinda
much
defaulting
they
a
want
little
to
bit
throw
on
into
mid.
the middle here. Could see Rue is applying a bit of pressure. They are 2 people coming in from Dark as well, and some
I think they're trying to work B,
he could easily
actually.
be the one to stop them. He
nice.
does
They
miss the
walked
first
on
shot,
B?
and it's a
Ooh.
very dangerous position, but Youngstar's trying to make up for it.
Okay.
He even gets the dink onto E-Fire. That'd have been an AK, that would have been a triple there for Youngstar.
Interesting. There was a lot of trades
2
there.
versus
2 on
50
2.
seconds. The bomb is at least going to be planted.
1-2
Rue
with
taking
bomb down on
near
B
the trouble line,
side.
but we do have
Well,
a
that's got the
fast
AK though.
approach from E-box. LNZ making the way forward. Might
Hold on
not
here.
get there in time though to find a duel, and it's going to be another
Nice.
one from Rue in
Good
spawn.
awareness.
That's a beautiful pickup onto xCloud. LNZ now.
Okay.
knows there's one player around the site somewhere, but where?
What's going on here?
He could just go for the deep. They have to run. They have to run right now. He's straight on the defuse. They're not realizing they're not deep enough. He's just defusing it right in front of them.
Wow.
LNC, he saw the opportunity
Wait, he didn't
and he
hold
took
it? Did he have no defuse?
Unbelievable. He had the Molotov in the perfect position as well. There wasn't even anyone there,
That was
obviously,
really
but
good.
that would have been the one spot where you'd have to rush. Oh, man.
Wait, that was
is
crazy.
just
What was the timing on
devastating there.
that?
Chingus Warriors doing everything right, just all the way up until the end.
It's because he knew Rue got this kill.
Did he actually get it?
knows
I'm
where
so
one
confused.
of them is, and he knows that's such a deep angle for Rue to have to run through. The only
Wow,
decision
he
he's
actually
worried about
got
is
it.
the one that he's already Molotov'd out.
Wow. Wow.
Crazy. Okay, Heroic. They've got to be feeling good after that. 12-7, one more
Wow.
to avoid a very awkward beginning to the Austin Major. LNZ takes down Rue in mid. That is the way to start it off.
Super impressive.
Yeah, that's going to
They've
feel
blown up
terrible,
E-Fire
man.
as
That's
well.
going to feel terrible for these guys. That was a really
Made
good
to
round
get
for them,
that
too.
kill. I'm not shocked. I expect Sunfires to play this well.
That Temple Molly was
but LNC
very, very
has
smart.
Absolutely saved his
Gamba
team.
too.
Again, the captain of it.
It could have been CT and wide swinging CT and it would have been over. He gambled the Molly into defuse.
But, yeah, a very slow start for Heroic. A fantastic
That's
recovery.
crazy.
Arecule trying to do something to get them back into this one. A couple of fantastic shots though. Kulast as well. He's got the health for it here. And Heroic might have to see the bomb site running up and making a lot of noise. xCloud still wins the fight. How?
That's crazy. But 2 of the 3 players here for Heroic are extremely low, sub 15 points of health. So Arecule, are we going to get the ace clutch? That's the only way for them to stay in this best of 1.
Yo, is that a Titan Hollow? Virtus Ghost Digger?
It's the first match of the Austin Major for them. And there's the miss shot. xCloud
All right, there
gets
it is.
it done for Heroic. They
There
avoid
it is.
catastrophe, Anders, here today.
I mean, this is a great test of their strength, I would say. The fact that they fell so far behind, I don't think we were exaggerating. It is a bit of a disaster when you end up losing that many rounds early on the T side. And Genghis Warriors sneaking in a map that we weren't expecting either. I think this is all very, very impressive. But Heroic, a lot of people think they're going to go through 3-0. Getting tested like this early on might actually be a huge advantage. It's going to get everyone sharpened up and woken up. So I'm impressed. And yeah, I think it's ultimately still a good look for them.
This was a great match. I think it's 2 teams that we expect to be on the opposite sides.
Yeah,
for
there's
the
losers
ranking for the
brackets.
stage 1. But a fantastic game. A lot to be shown there from Genghis Warriors to give us hope for their future. Also, Heroic looked strong as well.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why today's so
yeah, there's
so
obviously
big.
a reason why Heroic coming in as one of the firm favourites for everybody viewing at home. Genghis Warriors giving them a run for their money, arguably, in that first half. So I think we got to learn a little bit more about one of the teams that maybe we had a few question marks about, but the answer, the equation from this, Heroic 1-0 up.
Too tall of a task for Genghis Warriors. Off to a good start, having momentum on your side, especially on the CT side. 6-1. Sunfires won a 1v2 early in the game that gave them that 1 round. Apart from that, it could have been a 7-0 start, and then you still lose.
Good game,
13-7.
Heroic.
So we saw a glimpse. Dupree, we saw that they can get off to a good start.
What do we
they
got
can definitely
next?
conduct themselves early stage in the game, but maybe reacting and adjusting mid-game against a team of the caliber of Heroic is a little bit too much to ask for.
It worked out for Heroic, everything is going according to plan for them. Maybe it looked a little bit shaky in the beginning, but they got things under control. They started playing better, and it was like a team win this one. There was not like one player standing out, like as we just saw with OG, like Nikolas just popping off. It was like a team win this one, and I think that is sometimes
Looks like
really
we
great to get
have
off in the beginning of when you go into a
B8
major is
versus
that
Imperial.
everyone contributes. Just like one guy just popping off. Because now the entire team feel like they actually
B8 versus Imperial.
All contained. So thankfully never spirals past that wild double Glock kill up through Banana.
It's time for Imperial to get going. They've done their damage. Forced some rebuys, got some SMGs here for bait. It's a perfect
B8
storm for
is
Imperial
a
to
Swedish
take their
team.
first gun round.
And it looks like Imperial is Brazil.
Heavy towards B off the rib. They play a 3-man stack here. Vinny is keeping their attention in a Banana, but can't clash with the MP9. It comes out ahead. And so Bait, they kind of get the reward, right? They play that 3-man stack over towards B. They get out with a kill. They might look to just dismantle it now, go back into something more standard, expecting this reaction on the other side of the map. Senshi in a good position, but won't be able to get the shot off
B8
before
took the
that
first couple
smoke
rounds
blooms.
here on the CT side.
Looked like he was going to back into that angle, but maybe a call comes in.
Ukrainian, not Swedish. Oh, my bad, my bad.
down.
Ukrainian. My apologies. I don't know why.
Give away this man advantage.
I don't know why I thought Sweden.
Imperial going to have to earn it with this A side.
NA brain.
One smoke
Ukrainians
on the long side, and the rest just charge in.
versus Brazil.
Gensizor and Hedrick have this crossfire to play around right between both the pits. Gensizor faces first, falls.
Trying to open up
No way takes
that
it
A
one step
site.
further,
Okay,
and
good
there's
trades.
Senshi playing
They're
a little
sitting
bit
on it.
later out through the apartments.
CT retake. Low
Muscle
HP.
their way in, have Imperial on their
MP9.
first buy round.
MP9's kind of scary.
Oh, needed that.
With nothing connecting on the spam for Alex, he's just got to bow out of this. They saved the 2 MP9s, the worst
Yeah, full
guns they
save.
bring with them into the round, all that
They
survive.
tried.
And
Yeah,
great
those
spacing
MP9s
for
are
Imperial,
disgusting,
sending
bro.
one player in deep to default. They that stops Bait from playing any trigger discipline, getting a double kill in the pit. Player gets given up, gets his free kill, and then Imperial swing into trade. So they keep it super clean. And don't overplay that porch push. On the board early. Got to watch out for that bomb always. 3 HP, nothing he can do. But AK saved, and around on the board here for Imperial early. In a 4-on-5, no less.
Okay. So Imperial got their buy round win for T-side. Pretty good. To be fair, CT was saving. They were just rocking MP9s on their third to win. So their ecos are looking pretty good for this round. Should be able to full buy. To stop next push. No, they can't, actually. What am I talking about? I lied to you. Why are they broke? MP9s and FAMAS. Were they forcing? I guess it's been close rounds, maybe? Were they force buying on the second round?
Here by the looks. They were very keen to go and take this space up in top middle.
Interesting.
I mean, they know that for Bait, Cash is going to be strapped here, right? And so you're not expecting that full volley of early util to try and slow you down. Going through.
Why is their buy so bad?
This is MPL. Gets into the close corner. Trey has to come through, and No Way will find it.
Good walkout.
Not for him in these trades. It was also No Way. He opened up last round with a double entry out through the short side. He's running it back.
No Way.
Multi-kill for No Way. Descent makes it out through the apartments.
Yeah, we're going to have to hold that A site.
Got a lot of control over here at A. The bomb is actually going B.
Wait, he threw a T-sided A smoke.
That No Way and Descent have caused over at the A side of the map.
Wait, this is so smart.
And so Vinny just waltzes in into an empty bomb site.
Yeah, no, he doesn't hear them.
He walked through that smoke as well.
They're walking.
From Imperial, the fight in middle had drawn full rotation.
Wait, this is really interesting.
4 strong at A from the start. So Imperial get their feet dug into that B bomb site, and for
Wait, what is he doing?
Finding this last player in
He's just holding A site.
Saving their AKs.
I guess they're both saving.
It seems like Descent is going to live.
I guess they need to save. What a strange eco round for
nothing to do with this. Upgrades
E8
are good,
here.
but round is better. Imperial 2-2.
Only BO1. Yeah, these stage 1 matches are best of 1. I think they go into losers bracket.
Change the plan on the fly.
For 0-1, and then there's a secondary losers bracket for 0-2. So these teams, if they get bumped out, they do have
It's a feel-good call for Vinny because, you know,
they do have another
as the
opportunity.
captain, he didn't like contribute to the round in terms of the kills.
Complexity's in the losers bracket currently with Chinggis Warriors.
His opponent. Yeah,
So there will be a redemption arc here possibly for these stage 1 teams for today.
And there's kind of no arguing with the results he's been able to field in terms of the consistency of making it to majors in the Imperial squad.
Domestically strong, right? That's been the cause for Imperial. It's just about where's the ceiling, and it doesn't seem too high. But that's why we've also seen this chop and change, constant
Cool deal
roster
skin.
additions, getting in young players.
Nice.
And we're
Good
seeing
headshot. Ooh.
some of the value of that
Nasty
right
flash.
now. No Way. He was a streamer for crying out loud.
No Way was a streamer.
Lost.
Wait, there's hope?
He will make this weird. It will stop Imperial in their tracks.
Is there hope for streamers, guys? Brother.
P2 up close.
That's dirty.
MPL thanks him for the AK
I
drop.
love that. That's how I play Inferno.
Takes that gun
on that balcony
further forward.
angle.
MPL wants to keep
It's just
on
too
fighting
cringe
here.
to check
Press the
that every
advantage,
time you
goes
walk out of
aggressive. Out
apps.
towards short on a bit of an off angle. Kenzazor, was he spotted over and long?
Unlucky.
It looks like it. Jay runs at him. And so now it is just MPL. They know that AK is here. They know it will be in play. Could have
MPL
backed
dropped
up in the
down.
apartments. Could be in the pit. There's a lot of angles here to
What's
worry
up,
about
Diggers?
as they make their way
Grab 'em
in.
some
But it's
cases.
a clean execution from No Way.
Too expensive,
Should
brother.
seal the deal on this round. Sentiel definitely just wants to think about holding on
I
to
want the Star Citizen fans to get mad at me again.
AK into the next.
There's a lot of saving here for Bait. And it might have to continue.
What
No
does
Way
South
is
America call
really,
that tunnel
really
in
sharp
Inferno?
in
Do
these
they
first
call it
few
Mexico
rounds.
as well?
Someone who can step up and dominate these games.
Or do they call it something else?
For the Imperial squad.
They just call it tunnel,
And it's not
underground.
just, you know,
I wonder if these callouts are like
it's kind of the fashion in
universal,
which he's got these kills.
or how they work.
Been really important trades.
I hope Na'Vi changed
clean
something. Their current team
entries
seems to
out
not
through
work.
short.
It's been too long now to keep with it. That's fair. The America.
They've all been headshots.
They call it
They've been
America.
very snappy. You can kind of tell just with how
I've
he's
heard people
moving,
say
how
El
he's playing
Chapo.
right now, that he's in
Wait,
a
that's
great
pretty good.
spot.
Because El Chapo like dug his
Very
way out
much
of
had his
prison.
finger to the pulse in terms of this mid control.
Yes, every 1,000. It's not pay to win dipshit.
Factoring
It's
in,
literally
you know,
1,000
the Sench
times
has
bigger
been
than the others.
real
But
hot as well in the apartments. Not quite lived up like with the same
I know,
number of
dude. I
kills,
know.
but my
I am.
God,
I
has
am
he
a
put a lot of
dumbass
pressure on?
for not recognizing
Sure,
that
falls first for the P250
Star
in
Citizen
that
is not
round,
pay to
but
win. It never
he's
has been pay to
constantly just
win.
been
I
harassing
lied
the
about it.
apartments, and so
Yeah, this was
they
nasty.
don't
This
really get to
P250
feel
kill.
very comfortable over here at A, right? They've been losing mid whenever Imperial have wanted it.
That
The Sench is
reaction.
roaming through the apartments. You're always looking over your shoulder.
Bro got jump scared.
And so that might force you to feel either you want to bring
Did you
more
say
players over
Bojamoy?
and fight for
Like,
the
oh my
mid-control.
god.
Alternatively, you might be looking for more of this banana control that we saw Bait trying to employ.
Dude, it's like
early
that
in the
sometimes,
game.
man.
Doing a lot of triple Bs.
CS actually is a scary game sometimes.
Away, so still there's been these gaps on the A side. And No Way is just finding one-on-ones, untraded one-on-ones. and
CS is a horror
free
game
kills
sometimes, yes.
In that sense, so let's see how Bait adapt off the back of a quick break
That's a good reaction. I like that.
with another important buy round here.
Star Citizen is out? No, not yet.
Saves.
But I'm dumb for talking about how it isn't out because you can play it right now. And it's not pay to win. Even though you can literally pay to
And only one
win.
player here to really stop this move. It's
I pinned the
Alex with
top
smoke
comment that
box
said,
ready.
like, you can like the game and still say it's pay to win, and then the person replied with,
Imperial just
"What do we win?"
right now, I think they'd win the
That
round
was their
of course, but
response to the top comment that I pinned.
They believe in that call.
The response to
Set something up in
is
middle
the
and
game
Bait
pay to
will
win
be
was them just saying,
respecting
yeah,
this
what do I
long
win?
head trick
I don't know,
answer
dude.
again to fight
What
with
do
this
you win if
crossfire.
you pay?
4 strong
You
on
tell
A.
us.
Perfect time for this B hit.
Blast said yes, hell yeah. Yeah, Blast gave us permission to restream this, which is pretty nice. It's actually very cool that I get to
Vinny
watch these
doesn't
games
know
with
it,
you
but
guys.
he's really in the heads of Bait. They're doubting everything in this round.
And now they are pulling
Right
players
as they
over,
disassemble.
All right,
this
we're doing a
stack
very
over in top
slow
That's when
mid
Imperial
take.
look to move in.
But we do have buys.
It's still a triple
Some
porch
utils.
side setup. This is very, very strong to try and stop the mid hit. You can sometimes feel a bit vulnerable to the apartments, but the Sench doesn't look like he's going to go walking out the balcony just yet. So for now, it's all eyes on this mid hit. Util in for Imperial. Clean opener
Nice
found,
peek.
but there's more where that came from out on short. They'll get past the first man. MPL now left as the only line of defense here inside of A. They've learned his position. They know he's down in the pit, and he's got to get out with a multi-kill. One
Good
doesn't
trades.
feel like enough.
Walked out. Took
Bait
side.
walked out by the Moto Smoke, leaving it to chance on this spam from Alex.
Looks like Imperial's doing good.
And Imperial have no reason to peek here. They
Imperial's
know
doing
these
good against
saves
this
have been
team.
coming through. They know a 2v3 feels rough.
It's supposed to
for
be
this
a
Bait
V8's supposed to
squad.
be a favorite to win, I think, as well. I need to see the
Stubbornly
odds,
hanging on
man.
here,
How
but
come
it's not going to happen.
are odds
Imperial
listed on
with some
Blast
really
TV? Like, I have
solid
not been
rounds
paying
on this
attention to them.
side. Che coming in with a double as well. Major rookie debut here in Austin.
Are odds listed somewhere? Am
Imperial
I just
showing
crazy?
Good fundamental CS right now to break into this game. To catch
HLTV?
Bait off guard. Exits.
Yeah, maybe I'm not looking at the right
4-4,
spot.
No way.
Ooh.
Says no way. And they don't get anything out of this
Good
round. All
exits.
of these saves for Bait finally denied. And they got nothing to show for it either. One player
Yeah, in the
with
actual
money, that
game,
is
it doesn't say it. Unless I scroll somewhere. Head to head,
This
0
game's about
wins.
to get a little bit harder here for Bait. I want to see some life, some fight maybe. So bring a set play, get aggressive off of spawn. Because they've had numerous stacks, numerous nice looking setups that Imperial just multi-kill entry like it's nothing.
All right, Bet Boom is playing up next here
Oh, that's a jump spot for info.
versus the
Denied.
Niga.
And I also think it's great. Like, Imperial might be feeling very confident right now, but they're not letting that confidence, kind of lead to any slip in procedure, right? Like even in that last round where they go into the triple porch setup, they throw the full bounty of util to flush out that exact play. Also, as you know, this game starts to kind of spiral, keep your eyes on players like Descent, who's going to start varying his routes, right? Like on these lurks over towards A, he's been super active in the apartments. He knows that that's kind of what Bait are worried about right now. And so that's giving him more freedom in the
I don't know where odds are,
going
it's
into
fine.
a B stack, but Che's leading the charge with all the openers. And he's got nowhere there to back him
I
up.
buy power stickers, brother.
Stack gets demolished.
Exactly, and again, it's
Is there
pistols. right, so
bomb
you can
charms?
write it off,
Holy
but I think the
moly,
thing
I didn't realize there was
most
bomb
surprising,
charms.
Most impressive about this T side right now is they've not
So
found the
funny.
free site. They've not
Nice
found
knife
the
too.
one-man hold.
Sheesh.
They've not exploited.
Yo,
Alex
should I take
alone
that?
B just
Should I take that
cycling
skin
utility.
sponsorship, man,
They're
so I
going
can get
into
some
3
nice
or 4
skins,
players
dude?
every single time and getting out cleanly.
I just do it, guys. Let's just take the skin
Very
sponsorship.
impressive beginning to this map. For
Let's just send you
Imperial.
guys to a betting website, and then I get skins. It's a win-win. You can put name tag on
Jay
bomb
at the
too.
forefront of all these rounds.
That's funny.
Not looking nervous at all.
I tried a betting site for this event. It's blocked in Ontario. Rip. Makes sense though.
First time at a major.
Grifter arc? Guys, stop calling me a grifter. I have yet to grift. Call me a grifter when I start grifting. You can't call me a you can't pre call me a grifter before I grift.
To try and flush Descent
That's
out
unethical.
out of the apartments. But this is where Imperial are going to kind of use him. This is the one guy
He
you're
was actually biblical.
expecting,
Some guy
but the
named
rest,
Jesus
all
and a
these
guy named
numbers
666.
flooding out through mid.
That's true.
That's something
Brazilian team, you know.
prepared for. Still, they've dealt with it well. Hendrix Orb gets removed from the line.
Ooh. Dude, that howl though. That
They're
stat
there to
track
keep it
howl.
contained.
Sheesh. You're a grifter in the Star Citizen community?
Stay away,
Shut the fuck
try,
up.
Finally around,
Shut up.
looking to come through for the
I'm
base
never
going to
talk about that community again.
The landing on this 4v2. I mean, no way you walk this, right?
You should start your own gambling site and act like you don't own it. Wait, that's a good idea, no?
Re-smoke.
That's a good idea, right?
I mean, it's a change of pace here.
Right,
for
they're
Bait
saving
Wars
their
Wonders,
they're
right?
saving
No
their
longer
buy, I
static in their
guess. Can make
setup. They
make
actually
waterfall work.
Something happen. They push aggressive through the apps. They
To be
clear
fair,
out
if they
a
get 2
player.
picks here, it's still doable. 37
Sure, Imperial
seconds.
take good space
No
off
way
of
he's
that,
going
but
for it.
Bait know where they are.
Oh, he's holding
Right
W, but he
behind
can't
them.
move.
Even now,
Can you
NPL
tell?
inside of the smoke.
Oh, it's so hard to
Sees the
tell.
bomb
Ooh.
Pop up through that smoke fade. Try with the trade.
Oh,
This one's
almost.
Gonna be too far gone, surely. They won't give it
Nah,
away.
23 seconds,
Blocked
brother.
by the Molotov.
Oh, wait.
Oh, it's close, but it's not going to cut it.
That was good effort. That was good effort, but like
with their
I think
third
if you
round.
don't get the pick there, you just kind of move on,
Put a
right?
stop to that 5-round streak.
I mean, they
Still, it's
smelled
gonna
it
be
just
a
because it's 2 on 2
while
there.
before they
There's likely 2 on
truly
site.
comfortable on this CT
It's not
half.
bad to go for it, but it's like you want to save the op, no?
They've got quite the bank.
Anyone
to
Min should have paid to
break
win
through
that
on the side
argument.
of Imperial.
Wait, which argument?
Enough money
Oh,
for
against.
even that
I
orc
see. I
to
see. What
make
you're saying.
another appearance
That was a good
here
one,
for
Tab.
the T
Yo,
side.
Tab, you've been kind of on point with some of your memes lately.
Still
I
nice stuff
don't
for the
like
apartments, and
want
I
to immediately
wouldn't
ban
hate
you
the
when you
bait.
type.
Try and run something similar back.
It's been
I
actually a
think
pretty
you
good
wanna-
streak.
You want to kind of make this edge feel like he has to give you some respect in that position.
You could see the bomb
He's been
flashing on his
very
gun. I gotta
free
remember
in
that.
the apartments.
Yeah, the bomb play was pretty big.
Fixture
I don't know
of
what he
the
saw though. It
T
looked like he
side.
saw his head though too. Asking
Someone whose
soft in his
presence
old
alone
age.
is enough to cause you know,
Yeah, guys, I'm a big
problems or
softy. You know me.
hesitations in these rounds.
I'm a big softy. I mean, Syndicate ain't still relevant, so I don't know if
Bait,
that's
this
the
kinda
best.
Feels like it has to be the
I thought he was
start
relevant.
of a
Doesn't
bit
he
of a
just do like
streak.
life channel stuff now? V-Rising Alex wouldn't have said that.
Their first round since the
No,
pistol
V-Rising
and its
Alex would have
conversion.
posted a thing on the Steam forums about how you should be able to ban racists, and then get 100 comments where people told me to go die, and I'm a streamer brain, and then the Steam forum admins had to shut
Still
down my
operating
post.
with some limitations
That's what
as
V-Rising
well,
Alex
right?
would have done.
You don't have full util. That feels like you've kind of lowered.
Sorry,
the
this post is too controversial.
ability to give
V-Rising
something
should have a
banana
report
aggression
button.
early, but they will run
What?
back the apps take. It's clear
That's
that they
way too
do wanna kind of
controversial, dude.
deny Descent
What is
his
this like
control
soft
early
brain
on.
streamer talking
He's
about?
anticipated this though, so it's a bit of
Leave
a
our
game
game
of cat
alone
and
where we
mouse
can just be
over in the
openly
apartments.
racist. On official servers, by the way, not even private servers. Leave our Nazi lobbies alone. Okay, dude. My bad, guys. Too controversial.
Bait know that as well. Going
Anyways,
back to
let me
3B,
focus up, man. I'm trying to watch these
around,
games.
Putting the AWP at the back of the site.
Dude, a lot of these guys always inspecting their
inside
fucking
of the
knives. They're like, yo,
darkness.
dude.
Talked about how many stacks they've walked into successfully.
I don't know what it
coming
is,
out
man.
with rounds.
It's just probably force of habit, but it's just funny. Like, these guys have thousands of dollars of skins, and they're always just fucking inspecting them and shit in the middle of a major. Like,
Even NPL shuffles
it's
back
probably
to
just
the
like a
bomb
fidget
site.
spinner, you know what I mean?
Are buying down on what is appearing
Wait,
to
what?
be a
V-Rising is
fake.
racist? No, it's just... No, V-Rising's good. I like
For
V-Rising.
Vinny, as he sends
It's
his
a really
team
good
into
game.
the solo hold, even if he dies, it doesn't even matter.
Just, there was some cringe
Kenzie's all
happening on
now.
official
Here's
servers, and I made a post about it. They got locked.
Your heart starts to sink a little bit if you're bait. You hear Vinny leaving B. Kenzazor hears the
Ooh.
footsteps coming up short, and they know
This No Way guy's popping
far
off.
removed, far and away from this site hit. That's a huge
Vinny having a little bit of a
pickup, though,
struggle
catching
game.
Vinny late from the B site. A missed shot
Nice
for
try.
That's going to leave you a man up in this retake. Bait have a reason to give this one a go.
It's inspected during the menu, so the price goes up.
Oh, big nade doing 50+ damage.
Yeah,
Molly's
until like
gonna
the
push
Chinese
out of
market
pit.
starts just
They have
buying
to
them
fight
outright.
together on this short side.
Or whatever the
Oh,
hell is
missed
going on.
shot. Not going to get a second chance.
Alright, good
as
hold.
his team just get thinned
Nice.
out. No way on the swing.
Up in library,
finds
Hetrick saves
another
it.
Triple kill.
Yeah, he saves
and
it.
Imperial just push bait out
Ooh.
of that retake without even
Nice, going
a
for picks.
sweat.
Imagine you don't see your pattern major. Good luck
Man
selling
down,
off of
missed
Steam, buddy.
shots, But it's no way.
That's true, man. Yeah, no.
does it his way,
Some of the value of the
Imperial
skins do go up
respond
throughout
to
majors
Bates'
and stuff.
one rifle
It kind of just
round.
depends. I don't think it matters too much though, because like the expensive skins will always be expensive at the end of the day. Like souvenirs and stuff will drop though, and those will tend to fetch a fair price.
really
Sticker
good
prices,
individual
sticker
output
prices
from No Way
too
right
definitely
now.
fluctuate. Like if a team's popping off, people will buy their stickers, right? That's kind of the idea.
Shay is just the hammer. Sometimes he's hitting, but he's going in first every single time, and No Way is the spring in this trap.
Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with like the market, because like apparently a bunch of people from over in China were buying out these like very specific skins, and like the CS market just like dropped like $2 billion in market cap like over the course of a week. I don't know if it picked back up. I just stopped following that story.
Yeah, and he
I'm not sure if it's back to normal or if it's like affected other things. People are still kind of complaining about it loosely. It's just a very strange situation because the skins they bought weren't like skins that everyone wanted. They were kind of like well worn, like not really anyone cares about skins. I don't know if it was like a trade up angle or if it was like they were diamond like handing it or like what the deal was.
Hetrick needs a pick desperately, but they jump up.
That was a whole thing.
I just, the awareness that we're seeing from Imperial
Oh.
is really good. Shay, that is a mind-boggling kill.
That was crazy.
If he slowed his roll a little bit there, his team would have been able to trade him. They still might, but Kenzazor from
Unlucky
afar,
spray, dude.
The MP9 of all weapons.
What if there's a
Go for the
repair
upgrade
glitch?
as well.
Yeah,
That'd be
this one I
sick.
think feels rough if you're Imperial. They actually had the right idea, right? They went heavy into the apartments, expecting fights.
It was
to
like
go
vice
down
gloves
here.
and
It's
maze
the one
gloves.
way
Yeah,
that
it
Bait
was
have been able
strange.
to find success, but
It's because of
then
tariffs.
Those trades kind of weren't lined up to come through, and the one golden chance they had eluded them.
Stack B. They now know.
That was good.
They missed a shot, but they still have all the
I like
info
that.
right now.
They're buying out skins,
This is a guarantee
preparing
for
for
Bait. They know they're going B.
for U.S. tariffs. It's going to cost them more
No
to trade on
excuse, you gotta win
Steam.
this round.
Steam's going to force China to pay a higher
There's an
tax
option to reblock
on imported
as well
skins.
on Hetrick, and so that's going to lend even more time to Kenzazor
Okay,
to come
walk
through
through
on this
smoke.
flank.
Let's go, Alex.
No Way makes it past. No Way's
No
made
Way
it
going
into
through
the spawn.
construction,
He's lost all of
walking
his
it.
teammates, but still they
Very
don't
quiet.
know that he made it this far.
1v4.
No Way's had some
I could do
fantastic
this.
moments in this game. But a 1v4, the only thing he has is the element of surprise. And even now, Bait are getting suspicious, getting a little shifty, twitchy, and they'll hold
they
the
knew.
line. They lock out No Way.
They knew,
stop him from
unlucky.
embarking on that clutch.
CS
And that's
skins
a
more
nice
stable than US
convincing
dollar.
round for Bait. They're given the gift of info.
Always,
on the
brother,
Abs
always has
the
been.
AWP check for Hetrick. And they get that stack assembled in time.
Yeah, Che jumps the gun. He's got hot hands. He gets that first kill, but a player right behind the Molotov.
We do have what do we got going on over here on B stream? It's a secondary game.
Wide swing, potentially quite dangerous.
But instead,
I always like
Bait
hearing
do
Anders.
what they have to and survive in this half.
He's
4
very
rounds
cool.
on the CT side. It's the bare minimum.
Yeah, Bet Boom versus Nemiga. That should be an interesting game too.
And this final round hits hard, right? For both squads. As
It's on Nuke.
you lose this one, If you're Imperial, you're broke heading into round 12. Suddenly it's an even scoreline. You feel like you let your foot off the gas and gave bait away
Looks
back
like
in.
Russians.
After that really strong 5-round streak to
Russians
open up this
versus
half.
Russians. Very, very interesting.
For bait, it would be a real rough, kind of sour note, right? Because you're once again burdened with a bunch of limitations
You got a player
in your
that's
buy in the next. So
from Belarus.
you hate that you've lost a man
And
early.
a player that's from
Forced to
Kazakhstan.
play a 4v5. That gives a lot of freedom
Probably
to
watch that
Imperial.
after.
They're going to group up over here for the A-hit. They don't
Playing on
leave a
Nuke.
single player at Banana. As far as they're concerned, their mind
Phase
is
match
made
today
up.
too. Is there a phase match today? I actually don't know.
Imperial, and we're gonna have bait. Believe it.
I didn't see a phase match today. I assumed it was just stage 1 and then losers bracket.
In through the apartments, 4 players shifting out. There's one flash over the top, and it does do a good job. Kenzidor whips a spray while blind.
Yeah, stage 3 shouldn't be happening today. Stage 3 might be like 2 days from now.
Hetrick hits his. Back down to middle. Vinish
shot.
not giving this kill away. He says, "Come get me." 4v2 now. And
Oh, this is actually a very
Imperial
close
push Bait
game.
out of
I'm
the bomb
surprised.
site again.
It's been very back and forth.
Unbelievable reposition for Vinny to go all the way back there to cover that mid cross, but it
Yeah, I'm
works
trying to find where the
wonders.
fucking odds are, bro, because I want to see the games with
Kenzidor,
like
who's been pretty
insane
reliable,
odds. You know what I mean?
app side, pit side, and at least getting one full blinded.
I guess I can
Imperial
just see like
fly
the.
out the apartments.
It's a shame. I'd love to see Imperial try and hunt here, but it feels like so much time's elapsed they won't be able
Okay.
to.
I guess I can see like the global rankings and like
get
Valve
sent somewhere else in
rankings, right?
instead.
Just saving these guns will allow like a proper investment to come through for bait in this final round of the half.
Yo, Addicted,
What's up,
appreciate
old
you.
man?
Appreciate you. So technically, like Bet Boom's like, or sorry, not Bet Boom. Sorry,
We'll get out
B8
with the
B8
guns
is higher to
intact.
win.
Imperial got to be feeling really good about this half, though. As you said, like it's not like Vinny's coming through with his
That was kind of a big
cards in
upset
that
by
rank, huge
OG.
impact
Complexity
individually, but
looked like it was
I'm really loving
favored to
the
win. No,
simplistic
their world
style
ranking is much
Imperial
higher.
playing. Slow, steady, burning out the util, and just going for short pops.
I mean, also, I think, you know,
Yeah, that was a
he
real- that
certainly
was a really
feels the kind of nerves, the jitteriness
terrible
that
game.
Bait are in right now, how, you know, they're
Biggest fave is
they're
Legacy
either
versus
reacting
Lin
too
Vision.
fast to information, or
Really?
sometimes they're doubting themselves, right? Believing it's going to be this stack. He's been very,
Yeah, because
very good at
they're a
compressing the
replacement team. It
advantage
looks
here.
like.
You know, you can feel that
What the flip?
Imperial are in pole position with kind of how they're playing.
And yeah,
this game.
B8's favored to win this game. But it's actually been relatively
Throw into
close.
that the fact that they've been very, very good in these opening duels, and that only kind
Then
of
Bet
makes the
Boom is
hole
favored to win
deeper
the
for
other
Bait.
game,
It's
but
why they
their
felt so
rankings are
twitchy.
kind of
It's
close
why,
on their
why
part
they've
too.
had to lean on these gamble stacks at the start of rounds. It feels like they've been
Complexity is a
working
stand-in,
with
so it's
less throughout
iffy.
most of this first
I mean, their
half.
stand-in did really well. And then they got absolutely
And now a
crushed
final
by
hurrah,
OG.
final chance for Bates
It was not
to
even a.
feel like they
It
got
wasn't
to
even
play
remotely
in
close,
the CT
actually.
side.
I generally
After
think
so
like
many
NA was sleeping
saves.
that game. They looked tired. They looked like they didn't
Another
eat
full buy
breakfast.
allowed.
They looked like they didn't want to be there. It was bad. B8 overrated because Astralis win low-key. You think B8's overrated? Oh, because of their standings? Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, if they beat Astralis, that's still pretty good, regardless. But Europe versus Brazil, I mean, you got to think of like global strats too. Like teams play differently. I think that matters a lot. Like if you're used to playing against Europeans all the time, you might have a weird understanding of how like South America plays.
And that might just be it. Imperial double.
Wait, Imperial's actually kind of popping off. What is going on this game? I thought they won 2 rounds ago, or lost 2 rounds ago.
Bates locked out of this map, a BO1.
It's been very slow push though. It's been a very slow pushy game.
Yeah,
by,
they're going to really have to dig deep
by
in
Imperial.
the second half if they want to turn it around, because Imperial have been in full control.
Yeah,
throughout.
Imperial's been just
Even
slow
there in the
walking
final
it.
round, it all comes together.
They've been actually playing
Vinny's
really
master plan.
well.
Finally, that descent flank gets to activate. Imperial sitting.
No,
very pretty. They are
Imperial
in
kind of
full
played like
control over this
how
match.
Vitality plays a little bit. Not like to fully like Vitality. Like Vitality plays like crazy. Vitality is just so good at like running map momentum. They can like step on gas and slow down like at the most
the
perfect
first time I
times.
played with my
Vitality
father,
looks like they
I was,
literally have like
6
wall hacks.
years old.
It's
He
kinda
was
insane the way that Vitality
teaching me
plays,
how
but they
to
did a
play.
really good job.
And
this
then
T
the
side.
next years I was playing by myself.
Inferno meta these days is as slow as ever.
All
That's
my
true
life,
too.
I love the
I guess
game,
yeah, map
so
selection. I didn't even think
that
about that.
was
Map selection
one
with Inferno.
opportunity
Inferno is like
to
a
play
really
the-
slow
I
map
think
because
that
people
was
just
the
fucking
point, the
bomb
pandemic.
like
I feel
banana for
Imperial,
35 minutes.
We are really free to to the plays and
They bomb
Ducal
Banana like it's a
really
fucking
likes to
war
play
field.
Like that.
Until it's
ST,
like 30
I
seconds
was
left in
lurker
the match, and then you
Fluxo,
just slow walk
and now
Banana so you
I'm
can get
playing
a
like
pick on,
playmaker.
you know,
Every time I'm playing
Arches or Boiler.
like in the block.
It's like half of the map.
Like switch from those.
Yeah, I feel like Inferno's a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite
I don't know. I'm not gonna
different.
say
When you're a
outdated, but like
lurker,
just
your POV is like
it's a little
more
boring
chilling,
because
you're just
like
just holding. And when
Banana
you're playing,
really
like,
is just that.
playmaker,
Banana is
stuff
just
like
a
that,
war zone
it's
up until
a lot
people
of
run up
actions
smoke
are-
smallies and grenades. Right? I feel like that's
think,
not
of
like
course,
very good
we have
for
pressure
the
because,
game.
for
Like there's
example,
not like different ways of
Imperial went
approaching
to
Banana. You either
two
just
majors before, and that
you
was
know,
my first one.
wait out
So
time, or you
we
try to
have
rush through.
I have a pressure because of that.
The hell
the
that is
same way I
people
know
double mauling,
I was
double
not
smoking
here to
it, double.
replace,
It's just it's
all
kind
the
of
roles of Phelps.
it's a little rough.
So I think
I like to see
I'm
like a
good
different take on
playing
Inferno, but
pressure.
I might be
I'm really
in
happy
a
because
minority with
it's
that.
my first time USA
It's just like
too,
every time
and
I
also
play it,
in
or
my
every time
first
I see it,
major,
it's kind of like the
so
same
it's a
shit.
special moment.
It's
I'm
fun.
just leaving,
It's
you
had
know.
some like really
I know
legendary like
major
retakes and
starts
holds.
tomorrow,
Like I'll
it's
give
my
it that.
first
Like
major,
Inferno's kind of a
and
legendary map.
I don't want to be like
but
overthinking
I
my
don't know.
in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to.
Favorite map is probably
in
I'm not
doing
sure actually. Let's sorry, I forgot
Yep.
there's another game going before I start yapping away. There's this game. This is the. Did I say it was Nuke? Wait, I thought this was Nuke.
Really impressive start.
Am I high?
Yeah,
No,
it's
the
a good-
train.
it's definitely a good
Why I
start.
think it was Nuke.
I think Namiga is definitely a dangerous
fuck.
team. There's no question.
They are. I think
Ooh.
coming into the
Ooh.
GM, Santa was a player that had
Oh, he
quite
almost
a bit
swung
of
on that, dude.
hype around him. And I think he
I
ended up
told you guys. I
disappointing
told you
a
the
lot of
XM,
people.
brother. The XM does not
I was
disappoint.
doing
The
quite a bit
XM
with
kind of
Neophyte,
pops
and
off.
He was talking a lot about this guy sort of end of last year, coming into this one. I think over time,
XM
he just
kinda
sort of
goated.
slowly was outshined by.
So I think
pretty much
Bedroom's
everyone else on the
technically
team.
favored
But
to
if
win
this is
this,
going to be a bit of a recovery for him as an
but
individual.
it's not like
That's
a whole
really interesting too. That
by a
could
whole
easily
lot.
put Amiga over the top here. Mino just flashed in and just runs them down. Couple of headshots while he's still moving. Sway back here. What are they doing? They're just toying with him.
Brother,
at
I'm not gonna lie. I hate that gloves
Yeah,
gun
it's a tough spot to
combination.
do much from. We'll see if Khan can deliver with the AWP. I mean, maybe
Well, lightning
it's
strike.
great to even save it. I don't know. It's so deep now. I don't know that
Khan.
he can survive here. He's absolutely everywhere, and they are looking for Khan.
I think Khan is from
1v5,
Kazakhstan.
The AWP, he's only got 4 shots in
Believe
it
it or
at the
not.
moment, and there's 5 players.
Medboom
that's a
have the
problem.
more known players.
Well, there's
Ooh,
one. We'll see if we
shot.
can get anything else here.
Okay.
So we have to push.
Ooh.
Okay, USB coming out for another. And
Hit him with it.
suddenly, If
Hit
they
him with
give
it.
1v1s here to
Turn
Khan,
on
he's
him.
going to be eating those up. But
Empty.
eventually will go down. 3 players surviving for Batboom, and they are back in winning ways.
Use that same
that
site
is
and
a
click into the event,
violent
and
start.
it'll let
And
you
you
see
brought up
all
this
the
question
games.
earlier about what happens
Yeah, I
if
mean,
Bedroom
I'm
start
seeing
playing
the
a bit
games.
faster
I'm just
and
kind
also
of.
gonna close down.
I'm having a hard time seeing where the odds are.
Result here. The Flash as well.
Like I see their like match. I guess I see their rankings, and I'm kind of going off of their rankings, but I don't see like betting odds.
Right then and there.
I would imagine they use
Good work.
Stake.com for bet odds.
I think also, to be honest, Bedboom sort of needed
TBH,
around like this.
but I don't see them
I
like
think they were
easily
falling
accessible on the
too far
match
behind,
page when I look at it.
A good recovery. We keep the CT economy very low.
Like I'm on the Lin Vision Legacy page, and I just see like map
What's the
bans
recovery going to look like, though, for Namiga?
or maps they played against each other.
Maybe there won't be one. We'll have to see. They can find it. But yeah, we've had definitely a mix now of super fast
Their win percentages in
openings
past
to
maps,
super
yeah,
slow
I don't
openings.
see it right away.
Actually, I feel like not too much in between.
Cash coming back, but I think it's kind of boring now compared to old meta. I'm gonna like Cash. I miss Cash.
A world where
I miss
getting the CPs
Cash.
to dump you really early on, and then if you're playing
And I
slow
kind of,
round, you
I
can
low
really
key kind of
abuse
miss
that,
Cobble.
especially on the inner takes. But we'll see how the opening goes here.
Low key kind of miss Cobble.
Out there with the AWP fast timing, gets taken out though. That is nasty.
Cobble D's
Bedboom
what?
losing a player early. 4v5 for them.
Yeah, impressive swing against him. Siren realizing it's going to be one player there, and even spotting him, and they're going to be forcing out the early smoke here. Sway hiding inside. Boomich managed to creep on through. Not a fight that he should have been winning, but again, we're seeing a bit of aggression here. Risky Bomb picks up the AK, and that might have been a good move. Also, a
Well, he got
very,
aggressive with
very
it.
risky move. Living up to his name, does take down Exile, but he could have got shot down while he was trying to swap out the guns there. Santa's going to be killed, and now it's 3 versus 3. The chaos is everywhere. I don't know where the next fight's going to happen right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is a problem. It feels like Siren is a really important player.
What is here?
For Batboom to recover, because the other 2 players with the bomb stuck Ivy, their position's known. Siren's position is not known in the inner
Kind of
halls,
an awkward
but
round.
looks like Magnagers will be
Live
making
win
his way up.
probability
No,
video right below the
combined
live
forces.
map on
40
the match
seconds
page.
left, and Amiga don't know exactly where the T side is, but they do have that deep control around Pop Dog and Inner, so they have enough coverage.
30 seconds. They are running it pretty low, and I think Nemiga are taking a bit of a risk here, saying let's hope that this turns into some sort of a B execute. And then we have almost certainly won the round, but that isn't the case. Magno just with another great headshot.
Nice.
I did warn everybody about this. 8 kills on him right now, and he's still getting warmed up. I promise there's more to come. 8 seconds, the bomb's going to be planted here, and another kill. He does climb up the ladder. Khan has to save the AWP. And this is the last bit of money for Nemiga as well. It's a very good opportunity right now for BetBoom to tie up the game at a 5-5 scoreline. Unless Khan can really throw this AWP into the next round in a big way, I don't think Nemiga could do a lot.
Yes, the gamble stack there, not going to pay off for them.
Okay, that's a weird spot
but
for
if they
it.
can keep the AWP alive,
yeah,
can certainly be a dangerous
so BetBoom's
presence in the
definitely
next
favored to
round,
win,
despite having very low money otherwise. BetBoom looking for it, but not being
by a lot.
too
But like the world
aggressive.
rankings don't really seem like representative of that. HL team has always been stupid. I just
don't really blame them.
I don't know. I don't have the
Kind of a
site
big
full
map
screen,
to-
so it's just
to try
like
and find one player in. So leave it alone for now.
that was just a weird spot. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
But yeah, this is somewhat
Should
what
we-
I
should we
expected
tab back
in
into
terms
the other
of
game?
some of the individuals here.
What's the vibe
I still
here?
think we're going to say his name a lot, but there is, especially on this map. I think on other maps, it's maybe not quite as dominant, but Magno just on this one, he's got something. He's got something.
Yeah,
figured
we
out.
might switch back over to this game when they switch halves.
After a 3-on-5
Kind of interested in this one because Imperial's popping off a bit. I think they're the underdog in this game.
Oh my god.
You didn't want to hunt this badly, but try forces them into it, makes it a ludicrously expensive round for Bait.
Yeah, so Bait was high
gets
favorite to
3
win
kills on the
this
save with
particular
that
game on
AK.
Inferno.
Now he's also got a bit of extra money.
Ukrainian
I
team
don't know.
versus the Brazilian
I
team.
wonder,
People are
do
saying
you
they're kind of a
try
little
and strike
overhyped
here?
just
There
because they
must
won
be
off
some element of
Australis.
temptation.
And that was a big W for them, but they're seemingly kind of maybe underperforming
You know a full
on this BO1. So if they go into losers, we'll. I guess we'll see whether they will all bark and no bite. But to be fair, Imperial is doing
Your
good.
fate. It's like even if you do a lot of damage here,
Imperial
with
is
your
doing
buy
good.
coming up
We'll see.
next,
But
you are
it's sides
in
to switch, so anything could happen here, right?
position at that point. Run it back with the boost. Try his hot hands after that save on the AK. Wasn't able to accomplish much with the AWP in the first half. Let's see how this AK hits. It's going to catch
Nice shot.
Benzazor on the push. They've learned about the rifle in this B site now.
Seeing them bananas is this.
They aren't going to jump the gun on reacting to it. They're expecting him to be mobile. They're expecting Try to move around.
Well, Vinny offered the other boost. I think that could have been interesting to grab a kill.
Double
The danger of
boosting.
This is it forces
They hit him with the double
allows
boost
Fate to
strats.
come into the bomb site, and if they clear this position and just pre-fire Try, he's never going to get a chance. So this is salvageable right now for
And you
Bait.
feel like,
We have a
with the low
USP on the
econ
other side.
round,
Wait, the economy's
on the
kind of
board for
cringe.
Imperial, you are going to be
I
going
just
for
realized.
spam when you smoke CP.
It's readable.
Economy's very cringe.
have the
Good
manpower,
smoke.
4 guys moving
Ooh,
in.
very good
Let's
nade.
Try on 1.
1
Disgusting.
HP.
He's getting pre-fired.
Can it be the difference?
He's not, he's
Or
not.
does that pre-fire come in? The jump
Ooh.
check Try still survives.
Ooh.
Vinny's just taken one out with a USP.
No.
Nice job,
Try
Vinny.
guy, 1 health.
Holy smokes,
holding
dude.
on for Imperial.
Actually popped off with the USP.
Numbers squandered for Bait. They're feeling
What
a
happens
lot
here,
of
though?
pressure.
They smoke it
Nothing
off.
feels safe, and the Fate
4-man
on that
retake,
bomb.
5-man
On the
retake.
recommit, that's where
Try
the
still has
push
1
comes
HP.
through.
JG just with the max.
Alex doesn't go
Oh,
It is
almost.
a damn good try for Alex, but
Almost,
5
dude.
players running at him. He takes
Almost
3
turned
to
into
the
a fucking
grave
zombie
and no
game.
more.
Oh, crumble for Bait right now. Just broken into little pieces.
Yeah, Bait's struggling really hard, man. That was a big round for them.
1 MP9.
That was a really big round for them. They really needed this round, I think.
Like that in a 5-on-1. No pre-fire
Because the economy is going to be favored for Imperial, and these guys kind of forced out, right? Yeah, they forced out on Galils. They're going to be broken in this next round. Imperial's going to have good buys.
Bites down on that first fake plant. It's the second
Not good
one
for
that's a
B8.
commit, and by that
Not
time,
good for B8.
Imperial are already up banana on the flank. Dear,
People
oh
talking
dear,
shit.
that is a
Can't wait to see
devastating
Ty
way
Lue
to lose the
smash
round
those
for Bait.
NRG betters. They betting?
This Imperial right now.
I mean, yeah, very likely
the
that's cost them
fucking-
like any
the-
chance
the
of being able to
gamblers
come
are
back
awake.
in this game.
The
Right
gamblers,
now,
they got
they're
money riding,
scrambling
bro.
together a force. That's already with the fact they lost everyone hunting the AK in the round prior.
I love that
lost.
knife, man. That emerald
So you
green
are,
like butterfly
fully
knife's got to be like
bottomed out on your money.
top 3. Ooh,
Nice shot.
very good shot.
But I still like the Imperial going for these kind of moves, right?
I mean, yeah, they're
Something
feeling
that we were
confident.
saying that we wish we were getting more from Bait in the first half, playing with some balls, playing a little bit more active at times. However, in this round, it gives Bait the advantage. It gives them a third weapon. 3 strong on A for Imperial.
Is this tier 3 pool? Yeah, yes and no. Yeah, technically it is,
Ducks in
right?
a row.
Aggression.
Well, that's the bomb. Careful.
Sen's gonna catch him for free. Hangs around to
But
try
they've
and
all
fight
qualified.
This, though, and
This is
one
just
fight
stage 1
too many.
brackets.
Spotted try now. Nade should find good damage. It softened them up. Makes life a little easier for this
Ooh,
AK.
almost
Vinny
turned it.
back on his USP.
Yeah, what's going on, Vinny?
Very ugly shots
Okay,
from
this is
both
huge.
A players.
This is huge for Bait.
Yeah, it is. But like, Vinny, what are we doing? What's going on with Vinny's buys?
This round, next thing you know, Imperial are just 1 rifle round away from winning the
Vinny's
game.
like fucking me, every round of
Instead,
Inferno.
you've given yourself a fighting chance. It all comes from capitalizing on that opening pick, right? Get away with that one. Onto No Way getting aggressive.
I'm actually
catching
broke every round of
Descension,
Inferno.
Continued push out through mid, seizing every opportunity
Nah,
they were
Cheji's
given.
just going for exit
They get it
frags.
done with less.
I think, is he gonna try and do something weird, or is this just exits here for Che? Bomb's ticked pretty far gone.
Oh wait.
Oh my god.
Wait.
I want to say no.
Oh my
I want
God.
to say there's no way. in
Oh
hell,
my
but
god.
He's giving it a go.
Oh my
Well, they're
god.
close
They're not
enough.
here. They're not here. Che, major debut, tries to defuse, but just seconds
Dude,
short.
you were so close, dude. Nice try, bro. That was, yeah, actual
Yeah,
respect.
That was close. I mean, one more second. And
Yeah,
he
dude,
wins
that was
round on
that
his
was
own. No one's
nasty. That was a
even
good try,
there to
brother.
Stop him.
Very good try.
My oh my.
Sheesh.
Even that for Bait is just a reminder of
I
what
know
you're up
he had a
against right
kit,
now.
just no time.
But a huge round to win, as you say, for Bait. Both Try and Vinny whiffing hard in this round.
I think if he just
Tech
didn't
Nine's
check
overwhelmed.
pit and went for it, it would have been fine.
Try on the AWP, had 3 kills at the
But
half, has
since he
definitely
double
warmed in
checked
a little bit on
up
the CT
pit, I
side,
think he
becoming
kind
more
of
pissed.
shaved off a half a second. Damn, very nice try, dude. Ooh. Bro, Try is like busting out all the stops. See, this is a good knife glove combo for sure. Che has a very attractive smile. Yo, shoot your
Just
shot.
Bleeding the clock, bleeding the util.
Yeah, I mean that's
He's drying
Inferno.
up right
Just
now.
say you're playing Inferno without saying you're playing Inferno. Oh, I'm
Same time,
bleeding
still
util and
smoke
running the
still
clock
left.
down.
But you have to be a bit cautious.
We got Vinny on the 5-7 now. Bro, what is going on with Vinny? Brother, Vinny.
Yeah, the object here for Imperial is just to buy as much time as they can, right? Delay with this util.
Vinny
They've
broke
lobbed
every
in the
round.
last smoke now. It's where it's interesting that everyone also, make sure they have an incendiary with them here. It's not too uncommon to just see it be the smokes, but that buys you an extra couple
They
of
should know it's a
seconds, even
mid
if
to A
just the
push.
CT molly.
JG's just rotating off.
Gonna be funneled
They're
into
triple
the Try
stacking A site, maybe
AWP.
quad stacking. They got
Been
flashes
pretty quiet
out.
in this
Ryan
game
misses
on
the op
offense
shot.
Try. Yet to see him have his
Decenty
moment.
falling back. We got No Way with the MP9 on top of balcony.
There was a time for
This
him
could
to
be
deliver. It's
disgusting.
now. His teammates falling like flies around
Nice
him.
trade,
Try
one
can't
more.
find a thing.
No Way gets taken out.
So Vinny as the 5-7 pulls up.
Nah, we need more
Too
there,
many
boys.
crosshairs on him. Quick
We want to make
trade
that
for
work. We need
Kenzazor, and
better
this
trades
comeback is
there.
on
We
its
can't
way.
let
Bait
the
now. It's a
Opera go down
one-round
instantly
game
either.
between them and Imperial. And the money
Should have
bottoms
traded
out
for the Opera,
Brazilians.
methinks.
Yeah, seeing why.
No Way had a
MPL
chance
has
to turn it
been
around.
the
I think he did get a
statistical
frag, but then he got
best player
traded.
on this Bait team for some time, right? Not afraid to make moves. He creeps through that long smoke while they're going for the short exec, kills the B rotation, gets behind.
Give a whole bunch of food, but makes it way spicier than intended, so now you're stuck with sweating for a week. I mean, there's like a... You can put stuff in it to make it not as spicy, right? It just kind of depends on what the food is, obviously, but I think you can mix it with like dairy products to cut the spice down a little bit.
So they won that force by. Now it's Imperial.
How do these work? They log into their Steams at this tournament? Then? Yes. What's your pick'ems? We got a clip.
Careful head trick. They're all here.
We did have a clip, but I maybe should put like a command for that because people do come in and ask me about my pick'ems. I would say my pick'ems are kind of RNG. To be fair.
5 alive on the anti-eco.
Maybe we'll do a command for that, like a screenshot of the pick'ems. Brazil choking, yeah, they're choking a little bit. They're choking a little bit. I'm rooting for them, man, just because I like rooting for the underdog. Always makes the games more interesting, especially with like heavy odds. But like I said, people are saying that B8's
I mean, suddenly, you know,
RNG or energy? RNG.
The round's gone. We were.
My pick'ems are. I know it sounds a little scuffed. They're RNG, as in they're random, but not for Team NRG, because there is a team called NRG. The RNG strat's legit. It can be. I mean, if there's so many upsets, it's BO1s. Upsets can happen.
They were in full control suddenly.
You know, like earlier, I had Complexity to like go on into win stages, win matches, and they fucking lost.
Who the hell do you think I am?
What's up, Momo? How you doing?
It was one thing.
All weeks.
Momo, are you waking up or are you going to bed? Like I feel like Momo has one of the most degen schedules.
They cope now that Bait have launched this comeback
Momo streams at the most degenerate hours. I hope you got your sleep. I just woke up. Okay, that's good. That's good.
It's already more passive than rounds gone by, right? Threw in some early banana take util, but no one's making moves. No one's
Complexity 3-0 and saw the 3-13 match and cried. Yeah, I understand. I would say Heroic's probably better for the 3-0.
Inside of the A site, including a double porch setup.
They seemed like they performed well. To be fair, Chinggis Warriors also did very good.
Dodging the flash.
That's awkward.
Yeah.
Oh.
Still smoked up anyway. It's not like they can go just yet.
Molly was a little cringe. Happens.
Smoked along, but this is all a fast right now. Coming out through mid.
NT. Okay, okay.
That's when they line up.
Okay, boys. Nice.
Swing comes in from that B rotate.
Good swing trade.
Miss doesn't matter. He is not giving up this kill for free.
Dude, Try is always sitting in a Molly, bro.
And Alex wins it,
but he's
not got that bomb, and he's not got the time. 20 seconds. Vinny on the cross.
Yeah,
and
Shay
can swing off his teammate's contact. I don't see how you win this one.
Nice.
Vinny will not let it happen, and Imperial
Good shit, Vinny.
box it up on their buy round with a huge triple kill from Descent on
Why are you missing 63 HP? Why are you missing 63 brain cells?
That double
whatever you type of message.
Does all the heavy lifting here for Imperial.
I don't know what sleep is. I feel that, Momo. I feel that. Yeah, I woke up super early today, too. Want to see these games. Want to see these games, man. Want to see a stage one.
This three-man kind of rifling core for Imperial are looking so good, right? Because Che, you question the nerves. How is he going to be faring at his first major?
Imperial's econ fragile. Yeah, no ways popping off this game. I just realized 17 and 12.
Essentially, someone who
guy's doing very well.
Has what it
also,
takes to dominate games. No
decent
way,
T. 16 and 12.
As you said, you know, someone who went from streaming into pro play very quickly, became someone that you could look to step up and deliver in these big
guys,
games.
No way used to be a streamer, and now he's like on a pro match in a major.
Che, who there was, kind of
do you think I'm still able to do that, guys?
To the occasion is very promising, and, it makes
and don't say age because Kerrigan is 35, I believe. Don't say age.
Forgivable. I think, you know, other teams would have been able to capitalize more on this AWP feeling
Dude,
so
it's possible, man. Have you guys seen the movie The Rookie?
That three-man unit for Imperial have done a great
with
job
Dennis
of making
Quaid?
Up for it.
Surprising to see Tri.
If you guys haven't seen that movie, you should look it up.
Really good games in the Imperial jersey. Coming in a little bit cold.
Not
here.
age, but your region. Honestly,
but sometimes all it takes is one round.
That hurt more than you just call me old.
This time he's naded down to 22. They go back to middle. No setup to stop them here. It's down to the pit play here. Try ahead of the smoke. Full blind. Can't stop them. They are running amok up into this A site. That molly is a big problem.
Holy.
Even if No Way dies, are they ready for the second
Guys,
man?
we're scared.
First kill comes in. Descent springs the trap, and they jump in and find him for free.
That was almost very good though because they did sit in the smoke. They kind of baited the smoke a bit. Yeah, we triple save.
Give up on them.
Yeah, we want to go for the 11-9.
They answer the call. 10-10.
Or sorry, for the
10-11.
10-11. For 10-10 for round 21.
And Imperial's money again drawn into question. It's the second round they win in the half, and immediately Bait respond.
Yeah, Bait's been doing very good T side here.
Around these three guns.
They've been doing very, very good. Been doing very good on T side. They kind of Threw a little bit CT, but stepping it up. I like that knife too with the fade. These butterfly knives are gross, dude. Like in a good way. Like they look really good. Do you have money on this? No, I don't have any money on this. No monies. Just watching it for the love of the game. Truly. You know? I don't know how we got out of there. It's actually crazy.
Some of these guys in Bait Right have had that kind of quality of choker attributed to them in times gone by. So good to see they've been able to establish themselves here in this map and bring it into a winnable position. Saying in that last round, 3-man.
Fury, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Oh, lost a little bit of audio here.
And make up for
studio sided.
Try's struggles. Well, in this round, Try is the biggest and best gun, and the rest of his team.
Haven, I hate you,
the
man.
guys you saved relegated onto these pistols. So this is where Try is to hit hard. He has 2 kills on the AWP in the game so far. And that's in spite of him having it a hell of a lot. Most of his work, his best work, has been on the rifles. And so if there ever was a time for Try to deliver, it's now, especially as Bait look to try and take away some control at Banana.
You know, you lose a game from this point, Imperial Try is going to feel like he lost the game for his team. He's had ample opportunity. He's going to have more in this round, and he has to stick something
We're doing a little boost
to the wall right now for
No.
Imperial. Solo B with the AWP.
Okay, Try. Okay, yeah,
Not an
actually, no,
easy
this is a
shot
huge
either.
round for Try. Try is 1v5 right now with the op.
Himself back
Are we about to
to
see
Dark.
something disgusting here?
Commit to this position.
Are we about to see Try holding it down for Brazil?
Harder spot to Molotov.
He's going to need to hold a
Like last
1v5
time we
and
were
buy
in
his
America
team
at a major, I
time.
remember a sick play from an author over here. Let's see if Try can
Oh, he's talking about
channel
the
his
Stewie play. All right, let's do it.
Cooking all right.
Okay.
Burning the Molotov. Coming
Okay,
through,
Try.
looking for a double, dancing
Oh.
behind the pillar, but Bait break in.
Damn.
An opportunity.
Maybe still
For
possible.
Imperial rest now on Che. No spam connecting. No chance opening up.
All right, we're going
Even
to have to wait for
exit is blocked
smokes.
now. The smokes are faded.
We do have
Bait
no
are
way
fighting for this
walking it,
round.
lurking through Banana. Hopefully he wins this trade versus Alex. If he doesn't, it's going to be really bad for Imperial.
Oh, the jump up.
Let's see the trade.
Here's them full on down. Knows about a player in
Nice.
at the back of Dark. And
You got a gun. Okay, this is much better for them. Okay, good retake. One more person. He's holding it. NPL holding it down. Oh my God.
Massacres Imperial. Denies
Oh.
this retake. Stopping
Kits?
it in its tracks.
Kits?
The one-man
No
army of
Kits.
NPL
No way.
Puts Bait in
No
pole position.
Kits.
They've been on the back
No
foot all game
way.
long. But there's MPL with a stellar clutch to find that lead.
Unbelievable. 1v4, the bait and switch setup. And as the kills just roll in for Imperial on the retake, players caught looking the wrong way.
Wow-wee.
MPL, massacre indeed.
Wow.
They just line up for him.
Sheesh,
What a
man.
saving grace here for Bait. That's that standout player. That's that captain of Bait saving the day late in the game.
The Ukrainians were not having it. Damn, that was a really big round for Imperial. They needed that defuse so bad.
No timeouts left.
All right, some Russians screaming about something. I don't know what he said. I just heard blять. And I speak Russian. That was a crazy run for MPL. Try needed to hold that down so bad. Try needed to get like 2 kills and just like fall back. Would have been way better for them.
8-4 half.
Him getting 1 in a trade was not worth
second
it.
half as well. And Bait have reset them both times on this CT side.
Bojemoy. We might need a Bojemoy emote.
In terms of AWP impact,
Nice.
undeniably more so
Wait,
than
head
Try.
trick.
He
Let's
sees
get
that
in there.
second player,
Oh.
But Try still swings out and finds
Nice
a
job.
pick.
Good trade tried. Do we
Imperial
swing again,
bludgeoning
Try?
in middle, going for every single fight they can.
Nah, we swing this for sure, no? Nah, we're playing safe.
I mean,
okay.
look, whenever you sat back and let Bait come to you, they've had the edge. They've had the advantage. Imperial's key to success throughout that first half, at least when they were on the T side, was being very active, looking for these early fights. And so they go back to that in their final buy on this CT side.
Okay, just as equally of as important round.
Kept it even.
Before B8 sits on match point. Actually, a
Far
very
from
close
perfect.
game.
They start to dismantle this lean over towards A, and in fact, they go heavy.
No way to
they
get
link up
picked.
with Vinny over at the B site right as Bait get out into the top of mid.
Okay, they're falling back. Wait.
Oh my god.
Jesus might see this.
Jay just running down Banana on his own. There's no one here to support him. He's
they
caught
heard
in the
him.
open, completely caught off guard.
Yeah, they completely.
Kenzazor
Yeah,
with a keen
damn.
shot and a keen eye has opened up the B site.
Unlucky. They'll smoke this off, and they're just gonna walk into sight.
He's trying to scramble.
Nah,
back
Vinny,
around,
no
but
way,
he's gonna be
Vinny.
hard-pressed
No way,
to play
Vinny.
in here.
Vinny.
Might just have to barrel through
Vinny.
this smoke. Vinny's best plays. Traded places with them.
What?
Panova
Oh.
looking for it. Headtrick will get that trade.
Honestly, dude.
Try on the scene now. The AWP pulls up.
That was kind of good. I mean, that was a good try.
So far away. Try is essentially operating in a 1v3.
He is,
in this
yeah.
all alone. Backstab is closing the net on this AWP.
What is Decenti doing? Just saving? What's the
His
move
time
here?
to strike is swiftly eluding him.
Nah, not worth. And then he's gonna have to get
He's in a
out.
box. Not even saving this AWP is guaranteed.
Yeah, he's gonna
With
get
Alex
shot
here.
here.
He should fall as soon as he leaves the ruins.
Yeah, it's kind of over for him.
So the AWP gets
Yeah.
collected.
Unlucky, dude.
Bait move up onto match point after a 4-8
Decenti went for the
half. They were
save.
left trailing
Try
behind.
went
They
for,
won just 2 rifle rounds on their CT
Yeah,
side.
Try went to like
This is
ruin
an
their eco, but it just
unbelievable
wasn't
comeback,
worth
'cause
it,
it's not
man.
just
Vinny
the
went
score
for a
was
nice play.
one-sided,
Noway
it's
getting
how
picked
they
early was
looked,
bad
it's
for
how
them,
they
but
were
it's actually
playing.
worse
It
that
was
Jesus
weak.
like
They
ran it
felt
down
like they were
Banana
just
and then
throwing
got
away
picked.
opportunities.
So
Had
very,
so many
very
chances to
unfortunate.
win gun rounds on the CT side.
That was a really good
So
mental
many
game by B8
good
to like
stacks,
force
good
a mid,
reads, and no one
like a
stepping
mid
up.
push here,
And now
and
it's
then to do like a
Imperial have just
strategical
let this
retreat
game
with like
slip
smokes
through
and
their fingers.
flashes.
A curious move from Che, who runs down Banana.
Yeah,
alone
Che
on that
just
bomb
thought they were
site
hard committing
and
to mid.
opens
It
up
could have
a
just been
world of
comms,
hurt,
but him pushing
a
it down
world to
Banana
win.
was just like what
Bait
sealed their
5
fate here on
kills
this round.
from this first map.
Very unfortunate. I mean, 12-10 match point for B8.
Imperial feeling
See
like
what they
a
can do here.
wasted opportunity.
Let's see what kind of heart they got.
Fast and loose now. Kenzazor straight up top B.
It's not an elimination game, but it is a best of one, and they will have a redemption. The losers will, at the very least. There will be a redemption round.
I mean, even this is just a lot of pressure applied early, right? Vinny had extra layers of util to drop in here to try and puff his chest out over towards B. He's already burnt through the first wave.
Still has util though, right? Still sitting on a smoking
This
Molotov.
is a strong position for Bait to find themselves in.
And again, so many of these rounds. And
They're just gonna
both halves
slow
will come
play
down
this
to,
again.
you know, where is the stack?
Vinny
Where
with
is
his
that
second
3-4
smoke
back
at
hold? Again, it's
105.
just in middle for Imperial. 4 players. Crossfire.
This
not
will
even
last until like
apps
40
info
seconds, and then
right
they'll probably
now.
go
This
for
is
the
a
B side
high-risk
execute.
setup.
Unless they can work an A pick here.
Bait uncover the truth.
No, I
Can
think they
keep
commit
this
Banana.
stack static
How you doing, Tactical?
before they go for this B execute.
Yeah, they gotta commit Banana. They're
Molly
faking
should
A?
certainly set them up well to do so.
Yeah, NPL with the
leading,
yes, with the A fake.
not just in frags, but
Now it's a
in
B. Wait,
calls
they
as
know
well,
this.
and
Wait, they
are
read
hearing
this.
rotation come through CT. They need to get ready.
Wait, good read. Can they get there in time though? Vinny has to do something.
Nade on the smoke.
They see the push.
But they haven't been able to catch anyone crossing yet. Vinny's
Damn.
found for free, and Imperial.
Unlucky.
This golden road that they laid out for themselves.
Okay.
Is it really going to fall
Nice.
away before their very eyes?
Good
To
shot.
open up Austin, they've launched this retake. Before that bomb's even planted, they strike 2 from the tally. But they've got to move quickly here, lacking the kits. Tag up from the Tri-AWP.
Nice job.
It's left on
MP9,
Alex, but
disgusting.
You've already seen one big clutch.
Okay.
from Bait in this
Okay.
position.
Nice.
Try deletes him, and the game keeps going. Imperial keep themselves in it.
Let's
for
stay
at
in it,
least
boys. Let's stay in
one
it, man.
more round.
Yeah, some
Let's stay in it.
realization comes in, some penny drops there for Vinny, and he calls that early rotation as MPL is faking middle. It makes all the difference. It gets Imperial outside of the B site in time, gets a flank on Banana, boost up for Try, and they keep the pressure on. They don't let Bait get too comfortable despite the 5-on-4. Kenzazor, overconfidence, comes back to bite him. I actually like that play through the smoke, but Imperial punish it, and it welcomes them back in. Chance for overtime here in this BO1.
Let's see what we
Great.
got.
That, you know, that was also an impact round for Try, right? 2 kills on the AWP, 1 off the MP9, and a tag.
They gotta take
on
one more
his
round to
ult.
go
Like,
into overtime,
finally,
otherwise they're
you get
being
around where
sent to
Try
the
makes
losers
his
bracket.
presence known.
Boom.
And Imperial look all the better for it. Now, can he keep that up? He's waited till the 11th hour to get the ball rolling here. Double AWP even pulled out for Imperial in their hour of need.
I
True.
like the Vinny fires it as well, right? Now you won't
I like the
be ready
double
for
op
Try
setup, though.
on this position.
Double
It
op
might
setup's pretty
mean
neat.
Bait walk Dry into middle.
Smoking apps.
That's what Try
Oh,
wants.
Try's getting a little too
chance,
aggressive.
An
Okay.
opportunity, he
Nice.
seizes it. Opening kill.
Oh, NT.
Can't follow up. Teammate on the long side, overwhelmed, and Bait are trying to close this out now.
Arch pick would have been really good for them.
On the long line with the AWP at B has freed up an extra player to rotate over. Jay gonna join the fray at this A site.
No Way's watching their boiler side, so they're still doing good.
The rest of the gang
Try can be aggressive with Arch side.
Ready. No Way's down here.
And he's still preparing for the B take, but it's a hard A commit.
This sight line available, but there's the smoke to knock him off.
Molotov in the pit. Okay, no way.
And he'll get out with 2. Jay plays through and ends up feeding the
okay,
beast.
the trade, and they get both of the kills with no trade up on No Way. And then Vinny with a 5-7. Okay, he got the AK, thank God. Vinny, they're low.
Veteran captain looks to try
Vinny,
and keep
they are
them in
low.
it. Vinny, 1v2.
You can do this. This is
In the
doable.
distance out through short.
Oh no, he's got like a really sick setup
He's going to
though.
struggle to play off of Hedrick here, so Vinny does have a chance.
Oh,
but
dude,
he can't
NT.
find it. Bait. The comeback lands.
NT, Vinny.
All the way from 4-8 down. They turn this one on its head.
All right.
Some must-win moments
GG's.
in their MPL with that massive
BH
clutch to
stays
make
alive,
this comeback
goes into the
happen.
winner's bracket. Not
In a game
really
of
stays alive.
inches,
I
he
mean,
went the
both teams
distance
stay alive, I guess. But
to put them over
BA wins out over
in this
Imperial,
opening game.
going into the
resilience
winners
for Bait, a
bracket,
team
and then
that have
Imperial goes
famously
into the losers
struggled,
bracket.
and
So
RMRs
we
have
will see them
struggled
with
to make it to a major. They're here at
Chingus
their
Warriors
first one right now,
and
they're making a bit
Complexity,
of a
who had a very
statement. Opening game
unfortunate
comes
game.
through off the back of a very difficult comeback,
All right,
and I'm
let's see
loving
what we got
we're
here.
getting out of Hedrick and NPL, the two more experienced pieces inside of this team, showing up in a big way. Some exciting rounds for Kenzazor as well. Someone touted to be
Oh, did they already do the
at this major?
Did
And
Bet
for
Boom already
Imperial, a
win
bit of a
versus
kick in the teeth. It all
or
started
who won
so
versus
strong. We're seeing
the
some
Bet Boom
great
game?
entry rounds for Che and No Way, and then it all comes crumbling down on the CT side.
Yeah, it's a harsh lesson for Imperial,
Interesting. I
right?
think they're just
the
doing
job
replays
isn't
now.
done.
Oh,
You could
okay,
tell
so
that
somebody
they felt
won
like
in
they
that
were in
game
full
too.
control of that game.
I thought we'd get to see the
right
last
up
of it,
until
but they almost
suddenly
went
they
overtime.
weren't, right?
So
The rounds
I assume
closed up
that
super quickly.
there was a winner
they
there
lost
as well.
a couple of swing rounds that the economy was riding on, and they just never recovered from
Yeah,
that.
it looks like Bet Boom won that
awkward
game.
stuff for
Okay,
Try
got
as
it.
well. Gonna have to keep an eye
All right.
on him. They'll need him to
Missed the
recover
Russian
throughout
on
the rest
Russian
of this
action. That's
major.
okay. That's what happens when we see too many
Was a
games
very
in
close
one day,
game.
which
Bait
is
came
not
back
bad,
from-
dude. A
from
lot of
basically
CS.
trailing throughout the entirety
Big
of that
game coming
to
up
then
next though.
concluded by a
Tyloo
strong
versus
T-side,
NRG.
which is kind of cool.
Let's see that.
Somewhat similar to what you saw in the
USA
other team as
versus
well, where
China.
Nemiga was off to a good start.
That should
in
be
the
fun to
beginning. You
watch.
think to yourself, "Ooh, that
I've
could be
not
dangerous,"
seen
but then
any
they recope, they come back, and
competitive Chinese
I
games
guess
yet.
Bet Boom got the job
So
done.
that'll be
I don't want
good.
to throw production under the bus here, but
And
it would
we're
be
also
nice
going
at
to
some
get
point to
Lin
get that
Division
NPL clutch
versus
round 20,
Legacy,
because I feel like that really
which somebody
turned the tide of the
mentioned
game. 'Cause we're
has
talking about
some
a
very
map where Imperial was,
peculiar.
they had the lead quite handily for
Not very
a long
peculiar,
period
but
of
like
time,
a
right?
big
1v4 as well, you know,
odds
1v4
gap.
where the money is so low on the side
Which
of
is
Imperial that
interesting.
they don't have a kit, which means that the NPL
I don't see the
didn't have to kill
betting
last guy, but he
percentages
had to
just
stay
yet.
alive for long enough.
But I
until the
think it's
first
due to the
couple
fact
for him to win the
that
round. That was a crucial moment. And again,
one of
we
these
spoke about a
teams
rookie, you know,
was
he
a
has experience,
fill-in
but he's still a
team
major rookie, CS2
for this
major rookie in
major.
that regard. So for him to step up in that fashion and be the difference maker,
Which I
a
think
good
means
start
that they
for him.
weren't
I'm
originally
great to see that
scheduled
they
to
kept their cool.
play
Like,
in this
they were
major,
falling behind, and they were maybe
and
not
they
looking
somehow got
into the
seeded.
result
I'm
that
not
they
really sure
wanted
what
to
that
create at
means.
this coming into the major.
Maybe I'm
And the fact that
misunderstanding
they
it.
kept it cool and kept grinding it out. They
some of
didn't
this
decide to
stuff, I
just
just
give
got
up.
too
They
many
didn't
tabs
decide to
open.
just not try like getting the rounds in that they don't can play.
Yeah,
I think they
Linvision
proved
versus
that
Legacy.
this team can keep their heads cool.
And
That
that's
is what I
China
thought about
versus
keeping their heads
Brazil.
cool because they're a young team.
And that's going to be
and
going
when
on
they
too.
come
That's
into a
going to be
major,
best of one.
if they start getting some kind of like people start fighting back at them,
I assume
there's
that
a case
Legacy
that
is
young
favored
players
to
will be
win
like, okay,
that
we need to maybe take a step back.
as
We need to
well.
do things a little bit different.
Maybe,
But they
unless
didn't.
I'm misreading this.
Where does that leave Imperial then? It was a conversation.
It leaves them
you
as an
were
0-1.
bringing
Yeah, 'cause I
up.
don't- I don't see
I mean, it
correct
does
odds yet.
quite
All right.
literally, but the fact that you were saying
by the way,
Brazilian
Majors, I'm
Counter-Strike.
I am as a handy
bit
site if you want to see potential matchups in the Swiss system.
spiral, maybe some would say. It's a shame that they almost, close but no cigar. As the
This was
phrase goes,
replays. All right, we got a little bit of time here
I think
before
Imperial
they
played a
move
decent game of
into
Counter-Strike. They didn't win,
these next
didn't
games.
really make an upset right here, and I think that's been the case for all the games so far. I know Complexity OG, that was pretty much on paper.
I get the wrong audio.
But outside of that, we have 3 favorites now having won the game. You know, and everyone
All right.
complains about the best
Give me 1
ones,
second. I'm
they're
gonna
random. Well,
use
so
the
far,
bathroom
4
real
out of
quick.
4
Give myself
has
some
kind of
water.
gone the way that we expected.
And
One
then,
close
we'll get
50-50
into
one
these next
win,
games. Should be
funnily
exciting.
enough to one team.
I
And the
wanna
other
see these
3
teams play for
favorites
sure.
have won so far. So
Just hope both
in
teams
case
have
Vampiro,
fun.
Not surprised. They did a good job, but they haven't won
No,
anything
Tactical.
so
We
far.
want both
they placed
teams
themselves as an
to
0-1 team.
compete
And your wish is
to win.
Productions. Come on, thank you
They're so
for
good.
bringing
Who
this
cares
up.
about
So
the
good.
fun?
So fast.
It's about being
so
the
that's
best.
What we're talking
All right, we
about
can
with
see a little
this
bit of
1-0
bracket here
games
as
and
well.
the 0-1 games. There's also going to to be best of
They
ones,
get
and
to
that's
see the
going to be played
complexity, lost
later
their
on
game,
today as well.
and
So
these are
double
going to be
headers
the
for
losers
all
brackets.
teams across
And then looks
the
like
board
there's
today. It's
a
not until you
there
get
is a
to this
potential
qualification
to
or potential
lose one,
qualification, potential
win
elimination
one,
games,
lose
that you move
one,
into
and
the
then win
best
again,
of
and
three
then lose
territory.
again.
So
they do have
you're
like
agreeing,
a
no
you know,
big
there's
upsets,
no
I guess,
questions
using
asked
that word
format
so
where
far. Obviously, the
it's
complexity one, the
basically
fashion it happened is, I guess, the
you're
closest.
eliminated
That's probably the closest one
after
where we get to an
I think
upset.
it's
I
2
mean,
strikes, right?
I
Is
have
that how
really
I'm
high
reading
hopes
it?
for OG.
But
So for them winning
should
was
be good
great.
either way.
I think that complexity looked very flat.
All right, I'll be right
It didn't
back.
look great at all. But apart from that, all the other ones that we expected to go out and win.
Look
they
at
did
what
it. So
Case
far,
Stu
so
said when
good.
you came back.
Anything to take away from Nemiga on the other side of the equation when we're talking about that Bet Boom series?
A
we
team
just
that
saw go
originally
down on
qualified
train.
for the major couldn't
I
make it
mean,
into
a little
these
bit
issues,
disappointed
so the
that when you
Legacy
get off
team
to
stepped
such a
in
good
for them.
start that you
Oh,
weren't able
okay,
to
okay.
capitalize
Team
on
Legacy
it.
stepped in
Same could be said
due
for
to
the
the
Cengiz
visa
Warriors
stuff.
as well. Got off to
Gotcha.
a really good start
Okay.
versus Heroic.
Good to
Couldn't
know.
make
Thank you.
anything out of it. So it's always going to feel bad when you're in a game in a best of one, you're leading 5-2, 6-2, and you don't have anything to show for from that point onwards. So I think Nemiga will be quite disappointed by their display. Cengiz Warriors the same when you consider that they were up 7-1 versus Heroic. Does it mean that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level because they got off to a good start, or did they just win the pistol convert? That's what we have to wait and see for the future. It is hard to conclude too much out of the best of ones.
We got some Siren highlights coming out of that first best of one. I guess he would be kind of the man of the match if we're going to brand him that. Great play to be obviously closing out the game as well, or that particular map. But some solid firepower coming through and through. Really nice to kind of see him back in the fray. I totally agree with your point, DeFree. Like, I have this kind of, for some reason, I have a slight bias towards this team. And I do really want them to succeed because I love the kind of narrative around all the players. I love the personalities on the team as well. I got to talk to Magna Jez a lot yesterday. He regards Boomage very highly in terms of the college department, which you can't blame him, right? Former major champion in his own right.
And they must put a lot of emphasis into that they know what Boomage brings to the table. You know, some of the players have played alongside Nafany for a long time. Now they got Boomage into the fold, and him taking the reins and control of the lineup. I think they have a lot of and also high expectations. But if you look back at that Siren popped off this game, you know, and when you deep dive into the Bedroom roster and you look at the names, maybe you're not looking for Siren to be the one that actually decides to go out and have a game like this. Sure, he's capable of doing it, but you probably have the likes of Magnorius, Exile, or Sorry to do it. And for them, and for him specifically, to get a good start here could be a very good thing for Bedroom as well, that they feel that they can rely on everyone in the team. Not obviously saying that Siren is a bad player, because he also had a really good run back when he was in Spirit alongside Patsy in the old days. So he's a player that's also tried a lot. So he's not a newcomer in that sense, but it's great to see that he also had the firepower to step up and clinch this one for Bedroom.
Any thoughts, Jacob, or should we move on?
I think we move on. We got what we expected.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just one more question to pose to you, Dupree, in terms of this kind of best of one situation. We're obviously halfway through the first chunk of games that the teams will be playing today. You find yourself in that 0-1 bucket. You could be 0-2. 4 teams have to be in that 0-2 bucket by the end of the day as well. How does that affect your mentality as a player? I can't recall. Have you ever been in that situation where you've had to run it back, like complete reverse sweep in terms of those situations?
I don't think it probably have happened. I am not too sure if I've been in a situation where I've had like the backs against the wall in that sense, but sure, I've been down 0-1, and I think what goes through the mind of the players that have lost is that they probably think they could have did something different, and maybe they didn't play their best game. They know that they have another game coming up, and for everything in the world, they want to get that equalization. Like, they want to get back to 1-1, because there is no team here that is feeling good about going 0-2 in the beginning of a major on the first day. That is so hard, because you need to fight your way all the way back. Maybe, yeah, sure, you get into the best 3 bracket. Luckily, you don't have best of ones in that sense. But yeah, you want to equalize the score. That is like that is your main goal. You leave the first game behind, you go into the second one, you want to equalize.
I mean, it's one of those where the pressure amounts the further you get into the tournament. So if you're 0-1 in this instance, you know that in a best of one and you lose that one, you go 0-2. And I think that's where, again, it's a skill. Like, I know people like to complain about the best of ones. I know they like to complain about the fact that, you could go 0-2 in day one and all of a sudden you're out of the tournament. But it's a skill to be able to cope with that. So it's not easy. It is not an easy task. It's not an easy job, but nothing is supposed to be easy when you're at the World Championship in Counter-Strike.
It's very true. If you are the other teams kind of waiting in the wings, obviously we're only halfway through that first set of games. You still got 8 more teams. Yes. I'm good at maths. I'm good at maths. Wow, it's crazy. Old stuff for me. If you're those teams, obviously having to play those later games, are you? What's the routine typically? Are they watching the games that are playing here? Are you in the practice room? Like, what's the kind of vibe when you're looking at a marathon day like this?
I think the most important thing is that you are well prepared, and that is all about focusing on yourself, and you try to, sure, that the tournament is running, and maybe you have a friend or a former teammate playing right now, you want them to lose and everything, you want to look at the games, but at least from my experience in the past teams that I have, is that, we are the tournament, but the only thing that matters is when we are playing. We don't care about the other teams right now, so at least in my situation, we would always just prepare for that specific game, and when everything was done, when we had done our preparation in terms of the mental preparation, but also in terms of anti-stratting and whatnot, then we could go out and maybe go to a room, take a small break if we have like a late game or anything like that. So I think it's it's about staying true to what is the importance of your tournament, and that's just obviously the best opponent and the job ahead of you. So you don't want to put too much effort into just like.
Who's winning the major? I have no idea,
It's all
man.
about prioritizing your time. You don't know your opponent yet because the format is what it is. So you got to put it into.
We have no clue.
Well,
We're
speaking
not
of
even.
time, it's time for us to take a
we
little
won't
bit
really
of
even have
an
a
extended break, but
grasp.
don't you worry, plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
We won't even have a grasp up until.
My name is Jacob Winneke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a
we
map
see the
analysis on
stage.
Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase
two
for you guys
matches.
today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable
We're gonna see
and maybe
FaZe,
deny them
Falcons.
information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side, and we have Eternal
Virtus.
Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to,
Yeah, we won't
I guess,
have a clue.
pressurize a little bit.
So.
According with Donk right here, there's also two smokes being put down. One here and
And
one
then
here,
on the
which is gonna
12th,
deny the
we'll
vision
see
for the player up
Vitality,
here in CT
Spirit,
spawn, so he
G2.
no
So
longer
we
knows
still have a
whether
lot
or
more
not
CS.
anyone can cross down towards Secret.
Vitality's
with
definitely a
those
big
two
favorite,
smokes,
yeah,
you're
but, like,
conditioning the
who do I
opponent
think?
and
I don't know.
forcing them
We're gonna have to see.
make a calculated guess whether or not
We'll
someone
have
is
to see
going
how
down
these teams
Secret, which is
perform,
why they have placed
overall.
a player down towards Secret already
know.
here. So the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go.
Okay.
Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards Secret who's super defensive, you have two players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have three Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying that pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby.
Spirit Vitality final would be sick. I would like to personally see Falcons Vitality.
I believe they're molotoving behind
but
the second vent. They're molotoving somewhere on the side as well.
I am
And they're
rooting
also
for
gonna
a few
throw smoke towards
teams, a few
gate.
players,
Now, what
right?
that
Like I
does
want
is
to
that they're trying
have
to
like
sell
a
the idea that they're going
hype
inside.
semis, which I think
Meanwhile,
the semis are
three
definitely
players
going to be
from Spirit
crazy.
are moving
I don't
in
know why.
towards ramp, and they're actually
I
going.
think the semifinals
out
are gonna be
right
insane.
Here. Now Jota,
I don't
who's
know.
in the
Like
boosted position,
it's
he's
one of those
getting a
things
double
where
kill, which in
Vitality
itself
would have
is
to
very
be
well handled by him
like
and not
on
according to
point,
plan
and
by
they're
Team
just
Spirit.
so
But what
dominant
happens
that they win this
subsequently as
major.
well is that they
I
are
think
reading
there's
this
some
fake, so
cracks
the
in that
Eternal Fire
team. I
players
think
have
Falcons
no
has been chipping
information
away
whether or
at it.
not
Spirit has been
Spirit
chipping
are
away with
faking
it.
inside
But
and
you could
already
just have
are
like
in
a
secret.
god
They
run,
may think that, okay,
you
they're
know,
gonna go
from
three
one
guys
of these
towards
teams. It is
ramp.
the
They already
majors
have two
after
guys
all, so you
secret, so
never
they're
know
gonna
what
do a
could
lower
happen.
crunch, which
I think
means that
Vitality,
these two
it
players
would
in
take a
Mecca
lot,
and
I think, for
Vicadia,
players
they
to
feel
knock
the pressure
Vitality
to do
out.
something. They feel the
Our
pressure
teams
to
to knock
get some sort of
Vitality out for
information.
sure.
And while these
But
three
it's
players are
definitely
firing on
possible, I
ramp,
think, this
you have
major.
both
That's why it's
Vicadia
gonna be
and
so
Major,
so
they're
hyped.
pushing
So
in
we'll see.
towards
But
hot, they're pushing in towards dark.
Falcons
So these
versus
two players are
Vitality, I
waiting
think,
for
would
them.
be
So
really interesting.
even though
I
they're
would
losing
like
the
that.
trade
But they'll
towards
probably
ramp,
see each
even
other
though
in the
Jota is getting a
semifinals,
multi-kill
possibly.
and essentially
FaZe versus
potentially winning the round
Falcons would
for
be
Eternal
cool.
Fire, because
Spirit versus
Vicadia and Major
Falcons.
feels pressure
Those are
to
really
do the
good
push
games.
because they have no information
Maybe
towards
FaZe
Secret.
versus us, I
These
don't
two
know.
players are able to punish that, which means the one surviving
but
player
yeah,
from ramp can then rotate
better
back,
for a lot of
and
these
you have
games,
Spirit
man. I
going
don't know if,
inside
like,
and essentially
it'd be
winning the
cool
round.
if we
So
stream
at this point, this would not have
all
happened
of the
had they
majors.
not conditioned Eternal
Because I mean,
Fire
they
from
do
the
have a
beginning
pretty
of the round. So even though
insane
nothing is
production lined up for
transpiring
it,
for
which is like
50,
good for
60
them.
seconds, every single
That's some,
smoke,
like,
every single Molotov,
you know, I
every
definitely want to see
single
like
point of
current
pressure
CS and
is
what
conditioning
people
your
are
opponent to
doing
make a
nowadays.
decision
And
later on
CS
in
is
the
fun
round,
to watch
which you
this
can
stuff.
take advantage of, which is
So we'll
exactly
see if I'm
what
able
Spirit did.
to stream all the games. Today's kind of like a big day for the stage 1 matchings, just because we get to see a lot of gameplay. FaZe versus Nami would be cool. That would be very cool as well.
2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father
so
took
we'll
away
see.
my PC.
It's
started
like
back in
20
again,
days of
and
like
just
CS.
started playing all day, all night.
Actually, it's
and I got
16
an offer
technically,
from a
'cause there's some
Norwegian
days
team.
where they're not.
I quit school and just pursued the
playing.
dream. I was just grinding face it, solo gaming. I was hitting the number
Next
one.
games
on
are between
leaderboard, so
NRG,
that was how I
Tyloo,
got spotted, right?
and Legacy
And I
versus
didn't
Lin
have,
Vision.
like,
We could see a big
expectations. I
upset
just joined, and
with
the
Legacy
guys were
versus
a bit
Lin.
more experienced, so they basically guided
You
me.
think CS2 is gonna make
like
a
how to be good
renaissance?
teammate, how
What do you mean by
to play,
renaissance?
and I
Guys,
just
don't do
listened
the
and
whatever
took the next
this
step, I
is.
guess. After that, I got scouted again.
Don't know what this
because
is when you
they saw
guys do it.
potential in me, and I went to Metisport. And I
Enjoying your
got full-time
commentary
with
when
them.
working, I appreciate
We played
that.
one season.
Very nice.
And
Yeah, I
then,
mean, my
again,
commentary is
the
pretty
leaderboard, right? I was on top of the Faceit leaderboard and got spotted
is
again
that.
in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200
Renaissance
to top
is a good
30 and
question. I
rest is
mean,
history.
CS2 has been doing really well in general.
Oh, wow, okay.
Like,
I'm playing with Roland.
I think
and he's
people
been
are
in the team for a long
sleeping on
time, right?
CS
And he said I
for
even
some
have more
reason.
games than him. So we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach.
Like, I think people
saying
don't
they
realize
were interested,
how-
right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet
Like,
from
CS
the Sangal
is-
side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on
Like-
1-2 days, and it was done.
I don't know,
Obviously, like,
average?
since Jota went to Eternal Fire.
A million
and,
average?
We had the core. We had some decent ranking. And,
You know what I mean?
Of course, Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sampayas, who's been experienced, is joking inside the team and like outside of the game. And Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is
like
great.
CS is
Like, we're
kind of a
having fun
hype
every time.
game.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement.
I think
for
we're
you
in a
and
renaissance.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with the sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get
Consistently
to play
good.
against here
I think
in Austin?
CS2 definitely has problems.
Face. We demolished them, and they're calling
For
us
sure.
bots. Like I don't know how they can call us bots. But we're
Like, there's
demolishing
stuff
them.
that I'd like to see
So I
change
need
in
to do it
CS,
again.
but
Now when the
for
season ending, like, it's
viewership,
the
I think
last
CS
dance
has always
as
done
for
well.
us, like our
Like, people
roster.
just
We wanted to
understand
make
it
the
when they
playoff.
watch it. I think
And,
pretty straightforward.
yeah, we'll see from there.
You know, like, it's kind of harder to get into games like League or Dota or even Valorant. Hell, because like the amount of things you have to explain
Do we add the Jesus?
is a lot.
Try Jesus.
Try Jesus.
Whereas like
okay.
CS
The
is
first
like
time I played with
you
my
watch them
father,
shoot each
I was,
other
like,
and you watch them
6
plant or
years
defuse a
old.
bomb.
He was,
That's it.
teaching me
That's
how
as
to
basic
play.
as you need to explain it.
And then
Whereas
the
like
next
League is
years I
like,
was playing
well,
on-
technically there's
by
like a
myself.
meta between the towers and the
life, I loved
platings
the
and
game,
every time, and then there's also the
that
jungle
was
camp, and they have to
one
wait for the
opportunity
Baron
to
buff.
play.
And
I
also
think
like
that
that's not
was
even
the
talking
point
about like
that-
team compositions because every
I feel
single
like
team
in
builds differently, and
Imperial,
there's
we
certain
are really
champions
free
that
to-
like outscale,
to
and you're just like,
plays,
bro, what the fuck are you
and
talking about?
Lucals,
I'm not saying League's a
likes
bad
to
game,
play
you know.
like that.
I'm just saying like
ST,
in terms of
I was lurker
viewership.
in Fluxo,
Valorant also
and
is just
now
like,
I'm
what is
playing,
going on in
like,
Valorant?
Playmaker every time I'm playing.
What the hell?
Like in the block.
What even is
that
Valorant?
hard to like switch from those because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, your POV is like more chilling. You are just holding, and when you are playing like in Playmaker something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have pressure because, for example, Imperial.
It's called Least Chaotic Valorant Round.
Possible? No, but I mean for like people that don't have it, how do they B-hop? They just don't. They don't know what B-hopping is.
They just don't.
Yeah, they just time it. I guess in Valorant it's also easier. Oh yeah. Wait, this is actually. Oh my god. Wait, the overview actually went kind of hard.
That was like an Overwatch round right
Yeah.
Like what was going on there, brother?
A special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow. It's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
Who knows? So SC is a NASCAR of games. Their planting bomb is like they're making another left turn. That was StarCraft or Star Citizen? They're a big advantage. I thought it was interesting that not every character could flash and smoke, but now you can't even deny the game is too much. Yeah, it's like ability creep. No, this game? Oh, you mean CS. Is CS the NASCAR of games? That's an interesting way of putting it. I'm not sure if I would say that outright. And CS, the NASCAR of video games. No, I think it'll be more like Formula One because of how many Europeans watch and attend it. CS is the baseball of games. You're cooked. CS is not the baseball of games. What are you talking about? The baseball of games is kind of crazy. I know you guys like slander baseball for some reason, okay? I don't get the baseball
Have
hate.
you guys managed to go grab some snacks, grab some drinks, got myself a cheeky little coffee because we have got lots more Counter-Strike to be getting through today. Obviously,
A
we've got
cheeky coffee
our
in
first few
Austin,
teams going
Texas.
into that 1-0 bracket, or bucket rather. First few going into the 0-1, but we kind of prefaced it before we jumped to that quick break. No massive surprises as of yet.
A cheeky coffee
no
in
massive
Texas
surprises
in
as of yet.
July.
We had the OG versus
June,
Complexity
sorry.
that I think most people had as a 50-50 game, considering the stand-in situation as well. The fashion that played out
These
was
people
the
gotta
biggest
be
surprise. The
sweating,
fact that
dude.
OG won as big as
You
they
gotta
did,
be
but
sweating
outside of
here.
that, all the favorites so far have been able to win their games.
Yeah, not much to say about the whole thing. I think it's nice to see that it's been stabilized, that we don't have too many upsets. You know, that is sometimes what can create a lot of havoc at a major, is that the great teams, they actually fumble and don't win. But it can also create some interesting scenarios. But at this given moment, you know, with the favorites maybe looking a little bit outside of Complexity and OG, that everyone clinched their victory was good for the tournament.
Should we talk about some of the upcoming matches, or the matches that are coming out thick and fast? That is going to be Tyler versus NRG.
All right, get the second stream going here.
Back in China ever since. So we've had a lot of Chinese teams come and go and find upsets along the way. But a deep run in a
NRG
major,
versus
that could be
Tyloo.
exciting. We're going straight into things.
Let's go.
Between Tyloo and NRG.
We're on Anubis.
On Anubis. NRG wanting to one-up Complexity from a very poor start to the tournament.
Okay.
And
Pistol
dare I say, the
rounds.
field is open
How are we
in
feeling?
this kind of game.
How are we feeling? NA?
Hard to know what to
Seen the
expect
Mongols
from
play?
a
I've not.
team like
I've not.
Tyloo.
Heard they're popping off
Always
though,
got a
too.
couple of tricks up their sleeve.
Look how far you've come, Alex. Your PC can run multiple Chrome tabs.
NRG
Incredible.
with a good read.
No, it
Triple
still
setup,
can't.
Flash
okay?
ready. Tyloo double Molotov.
Let's relax.
Got to clear Hext out of this position with one of them.
Ooh. Good open.
Oh, Hex to run through. It's there with the double entry. Nitro on the scene. Won't last long.
Nice shot.
Convincing pistol leveled against NRG as Tyloo run it through this A site.
Yeah, aim's never been the problem with these Chinese teams, right? And we're definitely seeing that on display coming into
Okay.
the first round of the game.
Decent aim.
But great
Deesh.
Molotovs as well, really flushing out powerful positions from NRG, stopping Nitro from assisting from the heaven with that flash. And Hex just overwhelmed. There's nothing to do but dive.
What's
with
up in the
George.
ramp situation?
And there's G.
Oh, these
If
guys
you
are
don't know
hype.
him, you're going to love him this week.
Hell yeah.
Very high energy
Ramp situation still
showman
deplorable.
for this Tyloo squad.
CPU still down bad. But we are hanging in there. We're getting multiple taps.
I think he
We're
got
running it
full
through.
blinded or something. He peeked on the flash.
A lot was going on in Valorant. Harder to shot call, so I was referencing NASCAR because you don't have to say as much.
G was
I'll just go back to
the
learning.
fan favorite from that
You're good.
EPL where
You're good.
For sure.
Tyloo managed to make it through the first stage. It was cool just getting like a bit of insight as well into like the inner workings of the team. You got like a recap on his situation within the scene as well. Just a cool looking to have. And as we say, someone who when we asked him how's he
Yo,
learned how
WTO,
to
what's
kinda
going on here?
do the hype up or yell at the opponents. He said just from watching the streams, he listens to other people doing it, and he likes the way it sounds. He likes it.
I'll jump on it. I don't think he ever flamed the other team. It was always kind of like
it
an
was hype up
insulating-
to his own squad more.
Just trying to build his team up.
I like it, dude. I like that he gets hype, man. That's dope. Love to see it.
Cheeky Astralis stack.
Hmm.
Boo.
Is Astralis the Patrick Mahomes of CS?
Odds are very favorable for Tyloo, perhaps due to
Everything is just
NRG's
Astralis-like.
struggles.
Okay.
See ya.
Oh my god, it
Guys.
got melted.
I don't know about that stack,
Dallas,
guys.
we saw NRG, of course, again on home
I don't know
soil, just
about
round
that
the corner
stack,
and
man.
Didn't get a single map. Didn't really feel like they were in any of those games. Pretty
Might have
hard
been a little
draw
cooked.
against
We
Falcons
might have
and
overcooked
Aurora,
that
but
stack a little bit.
A stage like this is one where you.
I don't think it was wide swinging enough for them to do that.
Especially given
Like
the scarcity of North
His
American
spray,
teams at
his
this
spray
major.
transfer naturally went upwards in their fucking head. And they probably didn't even see him because of how like Peeker's advantage works in this game.
And Cole
They probably
already
saw
coming
him
in
for literally
struggling in the
0.3
opening
seconds and
game.
all died. Must have been scary. Was the other team that's
Bit of a
playing?
slow beginning with some tech issues getting rounded out.
What did I say? What did I say, brother? Oh, it was the other Lin Gaming, right? Or Lin Vision? Yo, Steve, appreciate that tier 1. Thank you so much.
This will be
Thank you.
NRG's first full buy.
What is with these like delays?
The
Oh,
fear
tech
of
issues.
BO1 on Anubis, of course,
Okay.
is, you start on the CT side.
Okay,
and It's
okay.
just a nightmare sometimes. And it's so common to see teams go down 0-5. Well, lose pistol 0-3, 0-5,
I keep getting off the
0-7,
match
just off the back of a
page. What am I
couple of gun
doing?
rounds. You can be in quite a hole
Upcoming,
on this map.
ongoing.
So what are NRG
Stage
bringing into their first gun
1.
round? Are they going to try and set a pace?
Okay, yeah, Lin Vision versus Legacy is
Pressures on them.
I mean, this is also a map that Tyloo are like
He's up
very
next.
scary on, with some very legit wins back at that EPL that you mentioned, right? They
Okay.
take down Eternal Fire on this map.
Tyloo
which
is up
no
versus
small
NA.
feat. They are perhaps the best Anubis team in the world, and they certainly were at that point in time, right? Then even a really, really close game over Spirit on this one, right? They went the full distance, all the rounds required. They lost it 11-13, but still, that's Team Spirit.
Wow.
On the back foot as well, right? Starting CT, starting really
Tyler's
slow
kinda
and
popping off a
coming
bit.
back on their T half.
A lot of the teams that they
But
have
NRG
played and
is favored
taken
to win, huh?
a good distance on this map have been like specialized Anubis teams too. So yeah, I think Tyloo are going to have a lot of ideas. Work cut out for NRG, but this is a nice play. That crunch out through main and dark. Still, the real hits coming in through B main. Info now that Bro's been able to pick up. They're going to start scrambling these bodies up through the canal. Linking up with Bro in the connector.
Okay,
The
bro.
smoke spam has treated him very, very well, and it's put NRG in a winning position.
The round would look so good for Tyloo, but 2 smoke shots for
Nice.
Bro go a long way.
Get
And
the
this
bomb
round
down
coming in
now.
quick,
Okay.
Nothing G
Well,
can do about it.
not very
Cam Young
difficult.
had so much
I like
space
that
in the middle
gun
on his
skin.
lurk, but 1v4, not
That's
the
a cool
gun for
Mac
the
10.
job. They can get on that bomb. Hexed with the kit, crosses
Oh.
in. He is dropped. A sticking 10 second. Jam Young can't force a second kill.
And TNT.
And that is NRG on the board. The timing of them crunching almost felt like it was going to leave them completely out of position, as Tyloo had all the info. But Bro goes a long way with that smoke spam. Blimey. Bro, the import, the Dane on this North American squad. Added a good bit of firepower and experience as well, playing a long time in Europe on a myriad of squads.
Yeah, and I think you also just get someone who's very like hungry to kind of prove
Yeah,
his
BB
worth,
won their
right? You'll
their
remember
game.
how it ended for Bro
On
and
Train.
Astralis.
We didn't really watch that just because we were watching
And
the
how
Imperial game.
Kind of weird the departure was. I think You know, he was in
I love that
kind
gun,
of failing
dude.
team.
That M4, I gotta
so
get
wants
that
to
M4
show
skin.
his own work.
I want that whole line.
And what he's capable of.
The monochrome line. All right, let's lock in here. You got Tyloo. Lost the previous
looks
round.
like he fits into the squad very well. Very
we have decent
confident,
buys from all
self-assured guy.
sides. CT is looking a little rough, but they still got smokes.
NRG playing
They're
active.
doing like a
Like to
three-man
see
push
it.
A site, which is
Pushing
very
through A.
strange.
3 players here, only 1 spotted though.
Yeah,
They
the
should be
fact
able to
they've done
see
this
him
now
here,
a couple
no?
of times, right? The triple A main push with players peeking dark
This
as well to try and box
Mosia?
in these fights
You should
over
see
towards
him.
A.
Right here,
An
right?
interesting way of going about
Oh no,
the
he just missed them.
Because it's a lot of numbers, right?
Okay.
Dedicated to this push.
Wait, they're pushing back. I don't understand what this
Sure,
NRG
Tyloo
play
are
was.
used to seeing it
They did
so
a three-man
heavy in the
scout
control lab
mission.
towards A.
Saw that they're not
They're
pushing
passive
A.
to start this round, so
They're
they
gonna go
haven't
mid
fallen down
here.
at the first hurdle.
Running
Are
out
they
of
still
time,
running
30
default,
seconds,
though?
and they don't have really any space, Tyloo.
No.
Hopefully the kills might
Tyler's
come
playing
to
for
G
picks.
in middle. He's all patient,
NT.
but doesn't hit the shot.
Damn.
And Tyloo now have to trap this B bomb site. Only Nitro here.
They're in a really weird situation. Nitro, though, right behind him through the smoke. Are they going to push through? The timing on this. They already walked through smoke. Nitro doesn't see them.
Backstab
Gets
on
pinched.
Nitro,
OC
but they can't go any
gets the
further.
trade. Bro gets a double trade.
Nice.
Bro.
Bro and OC hold the line
Finishes it
down.
out.
Bro with another stellar
job.
hold here.
Good
3
hold.
kills from the guy.
Good
And
hold,
rising
boys.
up to
Good
the
hold.
top in the charts for NRG. A hot start for Bro is promising, and it's helping them get these coveted CT rounds that you need so much.
That's what we were saying, right? This could easily just be a strong start for Tyloo. You win a couple of gun rounds in a row, and NRG are in the hole.
Nice shots, dude.
But really active CT side right now for NRG. They're not necessarily forcing kills, but they're getting a lot of info. Bro's been in the right
Tyloo
place
kinda
on
played it
both
real
of these
slow.
B hits. They've had good stacks.
I was looking for Heroic.
So this is a
Heroic,
really
I think, almost got upset, but
for NRG.
they ended up winning their games.
Broken Tyloo's money.
That was versus Chinggis Warriors, right? That seemed like a decent game. That was way better than the Complexity game. Way better than the Complexity game. Nitro still plays. Gotta still play, dude. Gotta still represent, right?
Just
What's
Deagle
ever
and
left of
BT50
NA at this
here.
point?
Not much intrigue for Tyloo. Just going to group. Try and bash this A bomb site, but
Like that gun skin.
two guys in
Very
position
cool.
to stop it.
Bro's name is literally Bro. Smoke, hold them off. Tyloo's just playing time here. They are on a Glock round, though, so it's not like a whole large
Range
investment
being
or
the goal
anything
here
like
for
that.
NRG, not giving
Just the bomb
any
plant would be
weapons
good.
to Tyloo, even if they get picked.
They're kind of like big stacking their mid to A, which should be fine if Tyloo gets on site quick. Just a little flash out. Just because. Why not? He sees him. Nice. Good angle.
There's waves to this. Should just be able to break through cleanly. No worries, no issues.
Not much that could be done
round.
here, unfortunately for them. They just kind of had to get on site.
Starting to accrue for NRG.
That's how
They're
ecos
feeling
go.
like they're in a great spot in this game, right? 3 rounds chained together already, taking the
That's
lead
just
early
how
on this CT
ecos
half.
go, brother. Not
It's
much
a very
that can be
promising
done.
sign of things to come, right? You might have felt a little bit underwhelmed at the start of the day with Cole getting Nikadozed. But NRG have got fight in them.
Well, Molotov up mid. Nice knife, dude. That fucking knife, bro. I'm so jealous of these knives, man. Where's my super expensive knife that I sold? All right, gonna do a little mid push here. We're setting.
They're
Look,
going
looks
for
like we're
some
setting up for a
mid-control, and
mid.
It's been a position they've gained a lot of ground in these rounds. NRG playing
Got a little bit of a lurk on A happening, but might be
stacked on the
tough
bomb
versus that
sites.
2v.
Majority of the time.
All right, they're pushing
just
through
getting
mid. There's a
info on
Molotov
camera is
mid.
hex. So Tyloo get this space.
Not double
and they're
doors.
well aware of what it means.
They'll smoke off
3v2A,
connector.
As Tyloo look to
And they're
pounce
really
on this
pitching on A
A-bomb
site.
Through the
If
smoke
they're
they
lurking,
go,
come through the
and they
smoke.
meet their maker,
You have to push
George,
through the
and
smoke
Hex
now.
Shuts it down.
Way too late on the push.
Door slammed on Tyloo's
He is mollied
face.
out though. Maybe he can get like a ankle pick here. Where's his vision? Why do we not see the lurker? There he is. Oh.
Borrowed time and just a complete lockdown over this A site. NRG.
Yeah, Mosia just took his time way too long.
These rounds have felt super convincing, right?
Way
That's
too
another
long.
flawless round put up by
Bro,
this
take the
CT side in
sponsorship.
defense, and it's like one of the big
I'm not
problems
taking the
on this
sponsors,
CT
guys.
half is Firstly, you already feel very limited in terms of the early plays you can make, but because you're kind of looking for like these one-and-done rounds more often than not, it feels like you're never that far away
USA
from a
number
reset.
one, easy for US.
Usually it's not till like later in the half you see
It
teams
is
really
easy
start to
for
find
USA.
their footing. But NRG
Not even
have this
problem
super
for USA.
comfortable early lead now, money building up as well. Starting to get worried for Tyloo.
USA doesn't care about this stuff. No problems. No problems.
Jam Young down bottom of the board, 1 and 5. Very excited to see him here at the major.
Yeah, there's a lot of high firepower pieces on this team. Messiah, Jam Young, these are players that, when Tyloo are succeeding, it's because of these guys. Extremely strong rifles on T-sides.
That flash trash smoke. I think they used some
Young
util
players
pushing
with a lot
into
to
B,
prove.
and then they just got like kind of pinched off, which was really awkward. I'm not really sure what
But yet to really break into this map.
they were going for.
Tyloo.
I mean, Jamman's been chasing majors for a while, and it's like felt like he was just always on the wrong team, right?
Yeah.
Like when he was on Rare Atom, Tyloo were the ones winning. When he's on Tyloo, Rare Atom are the ones winning. And you know, getting into this Tyloo squad, a very like prestigious organization in the history of Asian Counter-Strike. But one that has had a fall from grace. This is supposed to be the roster to take them back to top of the food chain.
Yeah, and even then there's a debate on which is the best team in China. Sure, Tyloo do win most domestically, but Lin Vision always make it interesting. And in fact, they've actually had the better of them more times this year. Even if Tyloo's results internationally have been standing out more,
lineup.
it's hard to know for sure on any day who is the best Chinese team. And I think in this
Unfortunate
major we'll
eco
get
for
to
Tyloo.
answer that question.
Let's see if they can pull something off here with their Tech 9s.
On paper, Tyloo have the better prospects.
Flashes.
Nitro getting pressured
Nice.
here. And so
Good
finally
pick.
you don't get one of these
Got the
free
AK
openers
nice.
for NRG. No crazy multi-kill to open up versus the Tech 9s. Instead, they've lost 2 players. Bro still boxed in down here at Dark. I
Hey, Bro
NRG,
with a
as mentioned,
holdout
they are
here.
flush with cash right
In
now.
water.
So can justify hanging around. See if they're given a reason to go for this. Oh,
Wow.
with the mow down. Dark belongs to Bro. And even as they sacrifice
into a
3 players to
1v2.
get past him, it's left Mosea alone in this clutch. Wrestles for control,
Oh,
but
wait.
the defuse
No
being
way.
held won't get
Bombs
there in time.
defused.
NRG steal that one with milliseconds remaining.
Wow. Ice cold stick for
Wow,
Hex.
Bro's
but
never
Bro,
fake, brother.
How does he do it again? 3 kills on a plate.
Bro's
they just
never
deliver
fake,
themselves
brother.
into
Bro's
his
never
position.
fake, man.
What a save on that spray as well. Looked like he almost whiffed onto attacker.
Well, they had that round too.
And NRG clinched the round.
Good stuff,
What a
guys.
relief.
Good stuff.
Worst case scenario.
Obviously,
for
we want
Tyloo,
NRG to
finally
do well.
broken
We
in
want
on a
US
half
to
bar on the
represent.
T-side,
I'm
had
still gonna
every
give a little cheer for Tyloo though
5v3.
too. You know. I think both these teams worked hard to get to this major.
Places. They're playing with confidence. Georgia swings out mid. He had a chance to escape, goes back for more.
Would be good to hear some USA
Mid
chants
has
at the
not been a
major.
problem for NRG. Even when they concede it, Tyloo don't know what to do with it.
Did you play Vasily? I played your mom. NRG was a heavy underdog in this game, by the way. Sadly, Stake is a pretty good place to see the real odds. Yeah, I don't want to go on stake.com though.
G3 on A main, there's a lot of resources. They might just remain
So
active
NRG
and push
is
into the
favored,
water again.
or sorry,
They will miss
excuse
this
me, Tyloo
timing,
is
but it
favored to win. I
allows
wonder
for
why.
a retake on the B-bomb
I do
side.
see that
We've
though
already
now,
seen
yeah.
How that turns out.
Odds have straightened down. It does look like
pulling
it's
back.
almost 3-1. No, is
right
that what I'm
time.
seeing? Tyloo's favored to win this 3-1.
I think the penny is
I
dropping.
think it's gonna be a
here
good
for
game. Like I said,
NRG. They
I
know
thought
where
this would be a
one's
good
going.
game overall. So definitely want to see this one.
Nitro on the line. We're going to struggle to catch anyone crossing. Got to leave it up to Smoke Spam again.
Like the little charm. These charms would be distracting as fuck for me though. I don't know.
Attacker moves in, trying to take the connector
Tariff's
control.
hurting
This is where
NACS go
Bro has
odds.
been. This time Hex
Nice.
in that position.
The
Flashed
AK.
in at the hands of OC. You're still trying to figure out your mind's
no.
racing. Where's Bro? Where's Nitro?
Nice
You spotted
shot.
one of them now on the push out through the spawn side. Know about
Retake's
2
kinda
players
looking a
coming in
little
from
scuffed.
Dark, but G's feeling
Oh!
pressure. G's making a play.
Ooh.
Tries to come through, but the no scopes won't land. Hex
Nice.
feasts upon Tyloo. And this
Get the
CT
fuck off
scoreline
me.
continues to
Get
swell
off me,
out of
bro.
control
Let's go.
for NRG.
Oh, desperate
NA
play
slow.
for G
Let's
there,
go.
feeling the pressure, going out A main or B
Get off
main
me.
and going for no scopes up close. Felt like one
Love
of
to
them
see it,
should
man.
have
That's what I was talking
connected,
about. Where was
sure,
this
but
energy and complexity, bro?
Nothing to do
Complexity was
there.
like this.
And Hex is having a ball right now.
Like playing earlier today, man. That's what I'm talking about. We want to see that. We want to see that heat, bro.
It's
Show us the
wholesome.
passion.
It's nice.
It's
Show us want to
yelling
fucking
at your
win this
opponent.
game, bro.
A nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
Tyloo. It's a disappointing beginning.
A little bit, yeah. Tyler's having a little bit of a struggle
Ample
here.
opportunity to close rounds. NRG just keep
Did Complexity
picking up
get railed or what?
retakes
Brother,
on this B bomb site.
we don't want to talk about it.
A team many picked to go 0-3 off the back of recent struggles.
Complexity
Heights
game
not being maybe as high as they would have wanted, but
was not it.
with it all to play for, with a major on the line, NRG looking good to start this series.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't
Look at
get
the
better for
snow.
Tyloo. Boost up.
Now the
Yeesh.
boost as well, just to keep pressure on. George
man on
looking for a
site.
gap on
That
the
plant.
edge of this smoke. It's close.
Ooh.
But that plant will go down. On for the retake now, NRG. This backstab from Jam Young would go
Okay.
a long way in helping them take this
was
round
watching
over
window
the
too.
line. Mercury pressuring the heavens all across the
Okay.
extremities.
A nade.
Tyloo
Oh,
are trying
no.
to fight for this.
Nice, good dodge.
They want to deal such a crushing blow that NRG
Let's go
never
for the
even
retake,
attempt the
boys,
retake,
yeah?
and Jam Young is still the one in position to make
Okay.
that a reality.
Nice trade.
Holds on for a second, but not long enough. It's just a tackle,
Good
and he's
shit.
going to get
Time?
dropped on. NRG, that one looked done.
Okay.
It looked over,
got
but
kits.
they've picked it up
I
to
didn't see kits
continue
at
this
first.
streak of rounds.
Yeah, I was just about to credit Tyloo on how they don't overplay that in the post plant, right? Jam Young had the option to re-swing the AWPer, decides against it, goes in to help his team in the camera, still gets one kill, but NRG swoop in and win yet another post plant that they have no business in. Ugly shots here for
good
Tyloo,
post
coming
plant.
in cold.
I mean, it's safe to say, like, Jam Young just isn't looking entirely like his usual self. Bit awkward there as he goes out for the swing through camera. You're dead on, though. Up until that point, I think he played it well, right? Didn't
This is an
overstay
attack
his
or tag?
welcome, trying to cut
Alright, this
down
is
the
actually
rotates,
attack.
got his one, went back in to help the
We
team.
actually
It felt
taking the
like
tack?
Tyloo had played that well.
Good TO.
And it's kind of the rounds you're losing right now if you're Tyloo that hurts so much. You are in these positions where many
bad.
times over you feel like you should have been able to get one of these past NRG, whether it's been a
Hello,
bro
Ox.
multi
What's
kill,
up, Miss Skype
whether it's
girl?
been this
How you
sudden
doing?
change of advantage in that retake there. These have been awkward rounds to give away for Tyloo. And that's before you even take into account the map or the sides that we're on, the fact that T-half Anubis, this is where you're supposed to do all the legwork for that second half. They've not won anything since the pistol round.
Dear, oh dear. Three stars of the show for NRG in Hex, George, and Bro have each had huge triple kills
They're popping
in
off.
defense of their positions. So it's not been a trade-heavy game.
Oh my god, look at this.
Ooh, how'd he get there is what Jam Young's wondering.
Yeah.
Will Nitro get out? Could he really get out? 2 kills. Bro
Wow.
helps him. And the bomb gets dropped in the
Good
water.
job, bro.
Tyloo just getting pinned to the wall.
Good trades.
Another round
Not even trades,
where
really, just
NRG
picks.
don't take a dent.
Nice. Sees him walking out.
And I gotta say, it's the active CT side again for NRG
Yeah.
that has been so enjoyable to watch.
I
It's
put
not
him
just been
attacker.
grouped pushes. Even
Attacker's
in this round,
kinda
Nitro makes a hero play on his own, has support.
What a nasty nade.
Oh my god, okay, hang on a second.
It's actually a
This is
nasty
getting
nade.
weird now.
No.
No, he's not
But
doing
only
this.
20 seconds left. Attacker, even though these
no,
first few
there's-
shots are
there's-
really
there's no
convincing,
shot.
he will fall heading back to
Does
the
he go for the
spawn.
knife?
Nitro in full control.
That's the energy we all just see, man, from
For
US.
NRG, this must
Exclamation
feel
point
amazing.
hairline,
You're
brother.
coming
What are you
in
talking about?
to
Exclamation
the
point
major in
hairline.
Austin, having some rough
Hello?
results on the run-up.
The fuck?
Confidence maybe not at its best. You run into Tai Lu on a map that they've had some really good, legit wins on over specialized Anubis teams, and you are
Tariff dip is
destroying
crazy.
them right now.
Shut the fuck up about tariff dip. There's that green
And
knife.
like you say, it's been
There's
super
that green
active,
knife.
super
They're teasing
mobile
me.
this round. Another example of that, a double push out through main to net you an early kill on the OC AWP.
Tai Lu back again at their second, like,
From bad to
eco-force.
worse for Tai Lu on this partial buy.
Not eco-force, sorry. Their
Now
second,
left a
like,
man down.
eco-push.
Whatever game plan they had out the window.
They have
as
terrorist
that
labels
early
for subs.
aggression
Yeah.
has
Yeah.
called it all into question.
It's region-based subscription fees. Canadians pay more.
Plan for Tai Lu has definitely been blown away in this game due to the moves NRG are making, and it does just continue because this is the bomb about to be lost on its own. Nitro. Ooh, it's messy.
the D.
Still love
He saw
to
bomb.
get this kill. It would maybe even
Not
win
sure
the
if he
round.
knows.
Tai Lu would get stalled out massively, but OC's holding his ground with 3 shots on the AWP.
OC with the op.
Everybody gets a triple in this game for NRG.
Nice shot. Oh,
And
missed.
OC looks to finish the
Damn, it
job.
looked right on point, too.
Jamyoung 1v4, a matter of time as NRG
Okay.
just sweep into this
Yeah, this is-
series.
this is kind of an upset.
9-2 on CT
What, was it
Anubis.
3-1 odds for Tai Lu?
Dallas was just saving strats for the major.
But you see what I mean though when
Yeah,
when,
I mean, look,
when the
if
fucking
Complexity
when
had
NA has
you,
that energy,
you know,
dude,
had
they
NA
can pop
fans
off.
feeling a little upset to start the day, you should be very happy with what
When
NRG
NA has
are
that
bringing
energy,
to the
man,
table here.
they can keep the momentum going. But when they're fucking
This isn't
sitting
like
like
a Tai Lu in super weird, questionable form.
get
It's
smoked.
not like they've been caught off balance by the map pick. Really, on the basis of where we've ended up and what
But
you've
US
seen from Tai
US
Lu
when they
here,
get
this
some
should have
breakfast
been,
in them
at
when their
bare
heads in the
minimum, a
game,
very
maybe they drink a
competitive
little
game.
Red Bull.
I thought if anyone was going to be
You know, I
sitting
wanna
at this
see more of that.
scoreline right
Let's
now with the
fucking
T-side
go,
start,
you know?
it would be Tai Lu.
Let's
NRG,
go.
this is one hell of a
All
run
this like
on
sleeping
the
shit,
CT
like we're
half.
like, oh man, we lost somebody.
And I mean,
they couldn't
everyone's
get
held
their
their
visa,
own,
so
right?
we're all
OC getting
tilted.
involved on the
I don't know
AWP now,
what's going
making
on
these
with
active
Complexity,
plays at the start of rounds. Bro feels like he
Let's go, bro.
literally always gets a
NT,
multi down in dark.
nice shot,
This round he
OC.
hasn't, so you wonder, is that a bit of purchase for Tai Lu?
Damn.
They break through.
That is exciting. They just kind of pushed right
Bro,
through.
with just 1 kill to his name wasn't enough, and so it's Hext left up in this all alone. 1v3 for
Oh,
the
my man.
flawless CT 10
4
round
months.
streak. Can he do it? Or will Tai Lu break through with a third? Hext plays
Long
his
way,
hand
a long way.
through the smoke, gonna catch that first
Ooh.
one for free.
Let's go.
Ball's rolling now.
Let's go.
Hext wounded. Jamyoung
One
goes
more.
fishing, looking for him. He's played out into the site. Does he know where
Get
Hext
one
has
more.
gotten to? Disappeared
not
through
there.
that smoke. 1 bullet would end this. 1 bullet either way. Hext posts up
NT.
and Jamyoung swings. Tai Lu break that
Bro was
9-round
hiding.
streak to salvage 3 at
Bro
the
was
end of this
fucking
team.
hiding, brother. All right, NT 9-3. Let's go. Send it. All right. Let's see how's the other game going. This is the Lin versus Legacy game. And Legacy was the fail. Legacy looks like they're losing. Might be kind of a big upset if Legacy comes back though, right? Because Legacy was technically brought in to replace a team that couldn't make it due to visa issues. So they weren't even supposed to be here. But if they kind of have a pop-off game, might be a Cinderella run in the making. Who knows? Who frickin' knows? Playing some Dust 2, competitive Dust 2. Are these both Asian teams? Let me see. I'm so like shit at navigating this website. Oh no, sorry. Lin is China, Legacy is Brazil. Brazil. Can we get audio? Yeah, sure.
For these A players, because it does look like Lin
Audio,
Vision
we'll
are
wait.
just gunning for this A site. 4-1 splits. In they come. 17 seconds left in the round. This is going to be very close to plant this bomb. The incendiary might deny everything. Indeed, I don't know how they're going to plant the bomb
Okay.
at this rate. There goes Smoke to try to get that bomb planted. Fat Man's
Legacy
Blade
hold
goes
it?
down
No?
on Graffiti. but can they get it down in time?
3-on-3.
Just in the nick of
Play
time.
for the
3v3
retake.
off the plant now for Lin Vision.
Watch that cat. Need to kill this hopper.
Can't get any closer than that.
Oh!
Flick from Saka and Nassim. No
Disgusting
chance
shot.
to take that fight.
That guy definitely ate his
Lux,
cereal this morning.
Sanson left. This is not a round you want to give up. It felt like it was already one. The clock was running down. We could all see it. Easy headshot on the Saka. He was not ready for it. Su back here as well. He's going to be very careful. They lose Lux on the other side, and now they can just fall
What
back.
can
They
you
don't
do
have
here?
to fight
Save
any
the
longer.
op, right?
I think
1v2.
Sanson knows it's not a
Unlucky.
winnable recovery here. He just has to walk away. Can't retake the bomb side alone.
This when they played Monster Cat in the
Hoping that
majors.
he can
Shit was
catch
fire.
At least one more kill here.
Those were the
Gonna
old
do that
days,
At the very
huh?
least. Does hear the AK running for it. Pistol comes out, but looks like he will
doesn't wanna
disengage
lose
from
the
that
AK.
one.
I like
The
the
fact
red
that
on
they
red,
left
dude.
it so
I don't know
late
what kind
in
of
the
combo
round
I'd get. I'd
showed
probably
little
get
time
like
left. The danger
like
that
white
you pointed
gloves,
out is absolutely the,
maybe
the
green
highlight
knife,
of the round, just
white
the-
gloves,
the
red knife,
incentive
something like that
going
might be
down.
sick.
But the fact that they keep their nerve, Lin Vision to the end, that's hard to do.
Yeah,
Me window
it was
shopping.
really, really cool from Lin Vision.
Guys, is there a betting site that doesn't have betting on it? Just it's your skin
And I
site
think,
with
I
no
feel like
bets.
Legacy, they played it really well.
I guess
ultimately,
trade
too. They
sites.
had all the util like left
Maybe you pick
over.
up
They
like a
had
trade
really
site
great chance there.
sponsorship where it's
Lin
just
Vision
exclusively
5-1.
trades, but I doubt they do sponsorships. Anyways,
Saka looking once again for that
1-5,
the coverage now
1-5 for the
on this
favor
push
of
from
Lin.
Lux. And they've been going kind of slow, but wow, so ready for that one.
You should rock surgical gloves.
It's a very nice
Yeah.
shot, isn't it?
For how many arguments I
Vision.
dismantle here
They
live on
are
stream.
looking very sharp at the
Unbelievable.
moment. Not an individual
Swap's a
level,
big
obviously,
sponsor for
it's
people.
nice to see them get shots like this, but I think that's something that we expect out of a team like Lin Vision's caliber,
Gotta do
that they
something,
have the
guys. All right,
individuals
all right, let's
down.
go back to the NRG game.
Or Mercury rather, feeling all this pressure. And straight away, Mosea's backstab
Ooh.
will come through. Dormoran is fine, a lot of success, but
Holy
hold on,
doolies.
Nitro, low health, brings it down to the 1v1.
Another
Jam Young, the
1v1.
guy to beat. Planning open as Jam
Dude,
Young
Nitro's
roots through
popping
main.
off.
Could seal Nitro's death. He won't slink out of there in time.
Executed,
And so
brother.
pistol secured
Executed.
for Tyloo.
Oh, those Julies are quick. Contender
Guess Monkey does
for
affiliate
fastest
codes.
fingers.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Get sponsored
Tyloo
with
will
some
be
cases.
watching.
I don't know, man. I've been getting
Tyloo
hit by
win
like
a very important
Gamba
round just
sites.
to keep them in this game.
I've had a lot of Gamba
so
sites reach out.
surprising to see such a streak on the CT side of the hardest.
If I was putting together like a
tricky side
team
in
or
the
something,
game,
like I wouldn't mind taking like a
especially when
Gamba
NRG
sponsor, you
came
know,
into
like
this map as
fund a
underdogs.
project, but like myself as an entity, I would not.
And so now they're really going to have to earn it.
I would
as
personally
Tyloo
not
are
rock a
given the
betting
chance
site
to
here on stream.
Build money early in this map.
You know what I mean?
Full eco for NRG, no bomb
If it's just for like
I
meme
like
skins
that.
and like giveaways and openings, it'd be
Trust
cool to do
in
more
their
openings on
rifle
stream.
rounds,
But
out of which they'll have many.
you know, we do ethical unboxings here, I guess. Crowdfunded. Make a C-list team and take the Gamba.
Gonna need some of these
Pull off a
individuals
little
from Tyloo
Los
to wake up right
Latones.
now if this is ever gonna happen.
Ooh, what a shot!
G3 and 11. Jam Young
Just do we want to take the bait? Nah, it's just not.
coming up positive on this anti.
Doesn't sit right with me, man. Doesn't sit right with me.
So
I like
as we
that.
hit
I like
this
that
first gun
Deagle.
round in the half, it's now on
That
never
Deagle's
for
kinda sick.
Tyloo.
Yeah, a few times G had AWPs as well.
1v4,
he missed
Deagle and a
some
dream.
sitters, in that first half. So inclined to agree
You
with
mean
you.
none of the whole back to
Definitely
school
want more
promos that betting
mileage
sites do?
from the Tyloo
not particularly.
AWP. OC on the other side
Like
has
a tier
had no
2 team,
trouble
they like to match
finding
fix, so
himself
win-win.
in this game. Even
Right.
down the tail end was involved in a
I
lot of
could've
the
clutched this.
aggressive
No, you
moves that
couldn't have,
NRG
dude.
were making.
You could have not clutched this. This would be too
Climbed
hard.
himself up towards top of the charts, or actually at the top of the board for his squad.
Very even split though. Two kill differential top to bottom here for NRG. Everyone's been pulling their weight.
Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of bad at the volume just because I'm lowering the volume for
Another
myself.
weak link in sight for NRG. Tyloo, meanwhile, a couple of delayed starts here. You hope get going.
Yeah, although we've seen a crack back today already.
Oh, well, I guess they turned the audio off. There's been some weird issues with audio sometimes.
Who's to say Tyloo can't? First gun round here, NRG straight into A main.
Hex had a good game as well. Actually, all of NRG's popping off. They're all doing well. It's been a close game in general.
Pull it off. Oh no, burning.
Oh, you saved him.
NRG will survive.
Your hero.
Tyloo starting to bulk out on this.
Bro,
bomb
gambling's
site.
chill when it's aimed at back to school. Gotta learn how to count cards. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, I've been reached out to already a few times, but I'm sure it's just like affiliate codes and maybe some free skins, but
they feel like they have
the only reason I'd want to even Gamba.
Bro's patience.
Nice
pays
shot.
Off.
Do it again? No, they don't swing that. The patience. Oof.
Try to flash back in for that, but bro.
Wait, he tried to flash him
good
out.
Angle, strong position.
Nice,
and it's
dude.
This guy just deals in 3Ks.
Yeah, bro just doesn't care.
It's all bro was built to do.
Energy's actually having a goated game.
3 letters in the name, 3 in the game.
Remember,
That's
Energy was
and that's
down
put NRG
like
up
in
onto a
odds.
10th round.
It
Finally
was
success
like
as soon as
3
the
to 1
guns come out
odds.
from just one man. The rest of the pieces were in position and ready to go, but they were surplus to requirement.
Yeah, just the EU import here for NRG.
Wait, am I seeing this
every
right?
tariff.
Oh, it's
so many multi-kills in this map.
No, I'm like looking at this wrong. It's like live updates by state. Dude. These live
Totally
updates
saved
are
their
fucking
guns,
killing
but
me, bro.
Now they got to save the game. 10-5 down.
So Energy is favored to win this game, but they originally
And before
weren't.
their money even gets built, they are plunged.
It's now 7-1 in the favor of Energy, but it wasn't at the start.
Gonna have to drop some
like
guns
the
over.
live bets
Won't be,
shifting is
an
kind of
AWP. Will be 1 rifle round.
strange. Chris said to give you balance, I'd probably give it out to viewers or for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to give skins out to viewers, and I like to just fund some case openings because they're fun to watch. But that's really where I want to end it, you know? Betting sites are fun too, but like obviously betting sites like get sponsored, they encourage you to bet and lose your entire inventory.
It's all by design.
I don't really want to.
Instead.
I don't really want to promote people to lose their entire inventory of skins.
Knifes out. He drops on their head. Quick trade for Nitro.
Smart
Gotta
play.
watch out. He's getting pressured from the con
Damn.
side. Nitro just sprays him through, and NRG
Nitro just
explode
working
onto
the
B
angles, man.
And explode with surely another round.
Wow, Energy take another one. That's
The
crazy.
rotates are so
It's
far
still doable.
away.
3v1 or 3v.
Nitro
Oh,
does
3v3
go
now.
for a
So I didn't say
A
3v4.
Hail Mary swing onto the 2
Site's
players
very
leaving that A
smoked off.
site, and that suddenly got Tyloo interested.
This is doable for Tyloo.
Throwing the pitcher, and this guy was
It's
the
Molly.
master of this connector position.
Oh, they're getting smoked out though.
All
That's a bad
first
smoke.
half long, 1 kill on the board, but this guy
Yeah, OC, I
only
think, still
deals
sees him.
in 3s. Bro burning, looks for a little bit more.
Good damage
and they
though.
will burn him. George
No, they don't take
tucked
this.
in though, can capitalize
Nice shots.
on that damage. And Jam Young,
Okay.
not long for this world. NRG,
Nice.
deal with that rifle round, brush it aside casually. And now that's
That's
the
good.
money broken for this Tyloo squad. This should just be the end. There's not much left in it for Tyloo now.
Tyloo get gifted 2 free kills in this round, but NRG just looks so sharp.
Yeah, Nitro
on an
kinda popped
individual
off.
level. Bro making it look easy. George with a couple of well-placed headshots, very snappy. And Tyloo just, we haven't seen any, like we've seen a couple of rounds out of them, we haven't seen any moments of brilliance, any one player having a crazy multi-kill. They just don't look up for the job right now.
And that's with like Jam Young recovering from being bottom of the board, right?
Yeah,
Finding himself a little bit more. But G still super quiet.
Yeah,
Mercury
G's
nowhere
having a
to be
hard
found.
game. Meanwhile,
Isaiah
Energy's
being
all
like
turned
the
up.
one guy who's been switched on from the start of this
He's
game,
having
had
a very
strong
difficult
start in
game.
the pistol, has had a couple of
To be fair,
multi-kill
Tyloo's
rounds
been
in there,
down
but
all
no one's
game.
been able to
Like
capitalize on it for
their
Tyloo.
economy's been so bad. I don't think they can like pick up, and their momentum's been swinging in the way of
I said it
NA.
already, but for NRG, like top to bottom, there just isn't a weak link right now, right?
Yeah,
There's
Energy's
4
doing very
kills
well.
the difference
They're all-
between
they're all performing good.
the best and worst player on NRG.
And you know, it's not just oh, hold up.
Okay,
Not again,
okay.
Bro, not again. No, he got his
Nice.
3. That's what he's here for.
Good job.
And this is an AK save because the round is done.
Yeah, it's
and
over.
I don't even want to just call it in-game leading, but just game plan-wise for NRG, it was really, really
Rosie has an AK,
you know,
but
nice out of the gate, right? Just how
Do they
active
have armor?
were on
Oh,
the
okay,
CT
they have
side,
no
the
armor.
constant AAA main pushes, not afraid to fight water. Tyloo pretty weak in that position.
Yeah,
in the
kind
first
of
half.
over for Tyloo here,
Giving up
man.
middle entirely. The
Which
amount
is
of rounds
surprising.
Tyloo got like deep middle, got temple, got camera, and did nothing with it really in that first half.
Yeah, Tyloo kind of couldn't make anything
NRG
work.
was super fine.
This
just
game.
playing Paxi
They had a very
and
difficult game.
taking a lot of space. So game plan worked wonders today. And this just feels like a formality the last couple of rounds of Anubis.
Is this a Valorant map?
I mean, look, you've heard of Stewie 2K, you've heard of Techno 4K, but now we introduce Bro 3K, exactly what you need if you're NRG.
Hey, if he keeps doing them.
Tio, any timeouts here for Tyloo? I think they had one more timeout left, right? Because the original ones were tech. What'd he say?
Even he's noticed it.
Bro 3K.
Bro 3K.
Oh, Bro 3K.
Pull it up. And doing what it says on the tin right now.
Nice.
I think it's hard to just not feel super confident. Smiles all around if you're NRG. There's not been a moment in this game where you've had to worry about anything coming back to haunt you.
Yeah.
It's been a good day for Danes with a point to prove.
Here we go.
All right, here he goes. There's one. Any more for Bro? Has a bit of help from George. His teammates funneling out behind him. And it's a clean sweep of this A site. NRG, 1 kill in it, and they're taking their opening match in Austin. They run away over Tyloo. It's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Energy is looking really clean.
Victory for
I don't know what to say. Energy looked really clean.
Heads held high.
That was a very
Tyloo to open up their Austin major run.
Super impressive map victory in just the way they do it. Every player having their moments. Bro with more than enough. And NRG, North American hopefuls on home soil, starting to draw some attention their way. Dallas may have not been pretty.
Versus Tyloo. I thought this would be a lot closer of a game. I thought this was going to be like an insane game.
Tyloo,
a lot of back and forth, but Energy kind of popped off.
Pick yourself back up, because that is not the team we've been seeing in this year, whether it be domestically, whether it even be in Europe, at the very EPL we reference.
All right, we're watching the Lin versus Legacy game.
Couple of kills.
Brazil versus China. With Brazil sort of
kind of destroys the attempt.
Filling in for a team that couldn't make it to the US due to visa
for the smoke, he has pretty much one chance.
Issues.
If he misses the first shot, it's over. So he knows he has to try and get closer.
Off game for Tyloo, maybe. I mean, it was definitely an off game for Complexity.
Fuse kit up there.
That's for sure.
Nice angle.
Wait, did Legacy take one as well?
Misu probably quite lucky to be alive behind this one. But they
I know, Dust is kind of an interesting map.
It is actually the double smoke like I talked about earlier. So you see two, if they try to blow it up on the CT side now, they'll only get one of them anyway. So just a nice detail.
Yeah, Dust can be a very interesting map.
Round actually for Legacy's CT side, because
like sometimes teams are stronger on Tina than versus CT. Because I feel like this map is so even.
Pretty scary. You got a bunch of T's running.
Definitely one of the best maps.
But the spray down's pretty good. I mean, there's at least 2 kills coming in the defensive side.
In competitive shooting.
And
there's just so many different ways you can play it.
Full grounds created just yet to get the plant. That's
Legacy's the fill-in, yes. Legacy is the fill-in team.
Yeah, 2 in CT spawn, 2 out long. They've decided we're just going to try and box them in. We know the bomb's going to be planted. We don't care about that. Question is, can we win the after plan and retake this one? Sadsin takes a moment there. Make sure Saka is all the way dead. It's a very nice lineup for him. Oh, no!
Wow.
Story! I don't think that should be allowed. I don't know how he's done that. It's 10 kilometers away and he gets
Legacy.
the spray regardless. Komisu is going to get hunted down.
Well, I got to listen to this interview real quick. Energy interview. With Bro.
We didn't play our best game. It's not a secret, but what can you do?
All right, fair enough, bro. Congratulations with the win and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Okay. Did you say anything?
Love it when a curveball pick pays off, and I love it when players are honest about, like, yeah, yesterday, kind of thought something, kind of just threw my hat in the ring and gave a suggestion. Definitely paid off for Bro, and yeah, great insight from him.
I mean, it was great.
Cool. I thought they were going to talk to him a little bit more. That's fine.
Don't even care about that. That is ridiculous. All right, 7-4. Here. Round number 12.
What's happening? Oh,
I think
like cursor got stuck.
Said 4 or 5 rounds.
What the fuck? Hello? Sorry.
I'm actually pretty excited that they were up to 4 already. If they could get 5, though,
cursor glitched out.
I think we have a serious game in our hands once again. But look at Linvision through the smoke. They are beating a hard timing here. Legacy might not be ready. You could be completely surprised. Lux is a little bit further away, which is good news.
Yeah, good mid-control. Oh, no, Lux.
He's not expecting for any
Lux
to
is
be
thinking
right
it,
at this
though.
corner. So
no, he's expecting it. Damn.
Right into the shot. Starry to open it up. Nice.
Bounced off his head.
Yeah, and I think that
was good. That was smart.
To go right there, but either way, good pick. They split the CTs up 2 to a site, moving into the A site. And again, normally this is a good look, but the AWP being
Wait,
here
Lin is down on money.
a problem on that angle. How much more can we get out of Satsin?
Well, that was a bad round for them last round.
And it is looking so
Wait, this is actually a
sick.
lot closer than I
Beautiful
thought it
shots
was.
there. The defense from Legacy is something else right now. And
Wait, they're down on money on their last round?
Forces out the other one on the site, but now the rotation's back
No,
in.
Call Me Sus actually had a gun. I'm so confused. What was this round? They had no
the first
money?
one a little bit for free.
Was
The
it just like
Molotov sets him up
a
and
triple force game or something?
Create some space. 30 seconds.
He just kept forcing out?
He still has another 2 kills to get. It would be heartbreaking for Legacy if they couldn't get this 5th round on the board. He's still got a little bit of time left, and he's actually used it very well. I think 20 seconds, plenty. Goes right into Atlanta with the crosshair in the right position. Not bad at all, and we've got a real game on our hands.
Wow. I thought Lin looked a lot stronger when we tabbed over the first time, but it looks like Legacy's kind of stepping it up. Unironically, they actually, I mean, it's a very close game. They'll have to really make up for it in the T side. See how well that goes. Some analysis. What do we got for analysis, guys? Anything
I
interesting?
don't think it's an upset, but I think it's the fashion it played out in. You know, sort of like with the OG
talking about the
complexity.
Tyloo game?
I saw this game as maybe 55 towards Tyloo, 45 to NRG. So calling it an upset in terms of the result, I don't think that would be fair. But it's an upset that the NRG won this convincingly.
Yeah,
and
so
Tyloo
convincingly of
weren't
a
able
win.
to
That's
put
what
up
that's what I was thinking
It's all
of.
about the fashion. Like when we look at
It was
the
a very
games right now, there is
convincing
a lot of
victory
teams
from
that are
NRG.
very
That's why
equal
I'm like,
in terms of their capabilities,
geesh.
and I think it's more about like what type of fashion they win in. And
Like the original
I think
bets were in
NRG just
favor of
played better
Tyloo prior to
in all aspects of the game, and they sure we had Bro stepping up and
odds closing out.
being the dictator in a lot of ways, but the team overall looked solid. You know, it was not one guy
do
just carried
have
out like Nikolas did, but it
Wildcard
felt like the team was on the same page and
versus
they wanted to
Metzi
approach the game
Sport,
in the same thing. So for them to
as well as
to get this going,
FlyQuest,
it must be very important.
which is an Australian
Does
team.
this put any kind of
versus
warning
Fluxo.
signs out for
I
Tyloo?
believe
'Cause I
Wildcard
believe we all
is
had them
US.
in at least a 3-1 or 3-2 to go through in our pick'ems, right? Wrong?
Question mark.
Maybe. Yeah. You did.
I did.
You did.
The Metzi Sport
I think so.
is
Yeah, I think we all did.
Yeah. Norway.
I mean, it's obviously not unachievable now to go on and you know, reverse the tides, because there is obviously still the best ones and best of threes.
To be fair, Wildcard also
coming their way.
has
But does that, I don't know, leaves a little bit of a
EU
little bit
players
of a
on it.
sour taste in my mouth when I'm looking at the Tyloo that I thought was
I think their
coming in
coach is
versus
Polish.
what I got to see in that one map.
It does worry me a little bit that you lose in
FlyQuest
that
is
fashion,
Australia.
especially considering what Bro just
Fluxo,
said to us,
another
you know,
Brazilian
that Anubis
team.
was a bit of a curveball, which means that Tyloo must have at least felt, you know, somewhat comfortable on Anubis since that they wanted it to go in that direction as well. I'm never going to be worried based on one best of one result, but it's the fashion they lose in. And I also did see G, you know, do a couple of plays in that game where it's like, yeah, you may be vibing, but that was just stupid.
And,
you know, and I would like him to eliminate those kind of plays at a major. It's different to play at Pro League. It's different to play in less
Amaranth
pressure
is a big
environment.
investor in Wildcard.
Everyone is coming in here at their best,
Yeesh.
you know, and if you're not playing at your best, you will be punished. And G was in this game.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned the whole pressure thing. I think is that like pressure is something that we've actually not been talking too much about so far. Is that the pressure is just extremely high here, and the expectations on everyone is high, and everyone wants to do obviously since it's a major. But Tyloo, sure, they are still in a position where they have things under control. Yeah, they've lost this one, but they have a game coming up where they need to try and turn things around. And I think it's important for them to try and leave this one behind. And
yeah, I want to
just
see a Tyloo
focus on what
comeback
they
for
can control,
sure.
which is something that is very cliche thing to say when inside the Counter-Strike, but it is so instrumental in that you don't dwell too much in the past.
Yeah, no, 100%. B stream game going down at the moment was just at halftime. So once that returns, we are going to be jumping into that. That's Lin Vision versus Legacy.
That's Dupree, right?
You were MIA whilst we
Yo,
did
Skew,
flip
think
on
of those
over
gifted
to that
subs.
very briefly.
Appreciate
Expectations,
you.
maybe, you know, not looking at the scoreline, maybe cover your eyes, maybe give us a take of what you think the halftime score would be.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah,
question.
I love watching these guys in the
somewhat close. I don't
analysis
think
desk, man.
either-
We're on Dust 2.
Just 'cause I-
We're on Dust 2.
Yeah.
I
didn't really watch
and I
much
think,
of
one
Pimp,
of the
but I
points
used
that I
to
brought up
watch
was that we saw
Dupree
Legacy
play.
play in Dallas
Cool
on
to see these
Dust 2
guys,
versus
like,
Vitality, where
Yes.
they
sitting
forced
there
him to play
talking about the
24
game.
rounds of Counter-Strike. So in that
Yo.
regard, that was a positive sign. It should be close, and as you can see on the scoreboard right here, 7-5. So I guess I wasn't completely off. I don't see neither of these two teams.
Alright, we're
first
back.
and
We're back
foremost
to the
making
we're back
it
to
to
the game.
stage 2,
We're
and I
gonna
don't
tune
see
into
neither
the
of
actual commentary,
these
not
two
the
teams.
analysis commentary. I like that they have so many different POVs though.
We don't see anyone, but perhaps in not seeing anything, Anders, that's all the information.
And
you
Skill
need.
get they give the gifted.
What's with the decoys? 3 decoys? They've already tossed out one. I mean, it could just be for the lols, as the boomers would say, but...
the boomers say lols?
Yeah, very interesting. Flash
Come
to
on,
set
man.
up just to take a peek. He's flashing his teammates in
We
from
see for the XDs.
Lower dark position. Yeah, decoys landed in the B doors. All right, fair enough. They do have the smoke for the cross if they wanted to go out towards the B bomb site. So definitely a lot of options available still to the Legacy side. Winning the pistol here could be absolutely everything. Right, the smoke set up there for CT spawn. So far so good. Call Me Sue is going to be the first guy to interact here, but then Westmelon could be swinging. Oh, they're running through in towards CT spawn. Good trades come back and forth here. As Starry will land the shot. Westmelon struggling to find this kill.
What is happening
Actually
here?
will get a chance to reload anyway.
What a
And they're
mess.
right back on top of him. The scaffolding
Oh my
here,
God.
no longer any safety. Starry
The
finds a
nade.
shot, and the battle just won't stop here. They still keep fighting. Starry
It's a
with
war.
another shot, and it's suddenly just one
It's a
player
war
left
out
here.
mid.
Starry's found 3 kills in this one so far.
Oh no.
Won't be too plant. They're going to run straight in though. Oh my goodness, going to come off the plant here.
He was 1
Engage
second
them,
off
but
the plant.
confidence
No.
is high there. And oh, Legacy looking...
Lin looks...
chaotic round.
Yeah. it
Lin
was really
looks
chaotic.
mad.
It was really chaotic.
Or maybe that's their normal demeanor, actually. I don't know.
Sometimes when a fight
I haven't
breaks
watched
out,
any of
there's
them.
like a natural resting. So it's like, okay, we're going to reset. We're going to take another fight, in 20 seconds. This just kept on going forever. I love the play.
To be fair, I imagine there's pressure against like a team that's technically bottom seeded.
Yeah, because it's
like kind of keeping up. There might be some pressure there.
In this way, are just running to try and reinforce speed.
Like especially if you think you should be like shitting on them,
so if you come
and
bursting
it's kind of
through that
close.
smoke, then they just might not be ready for it. But
It took a pistol round though.
yeah, close round. I mean, they could have won it.
They did take a pistol.
One Deagle, P250 on Sadzen. And what looks like a smoke for the door down there. It's become everyone's most favorite smoke at the moment.
Brother, is that a bullpup? He got the AUG.
Already are Envision.
What?
Only one player on the pits, of course, for long.
Second round?
There's the smoke.
That's crazy.
Okay.
I never see that thing.
Oh, it's gone to the corner and also the...
Where's he playing? A site?
CT smoke.
Yeah, I totally lied. It wasn't for the door at all.
Okay.
I'm just making up things. Don't worry about it.
And they're just
Little
running
cat
a
rush.
catwalk
Oh,
here.
the smoke.
Will
We walk through.
A drop, or they're going to go straight for the side here. Looks like they're going to go straight for the side. The orb coming out is not a bad gun for this. And it's a minimal damage.
Yeah, the AUG is
so far for
kind
CTs.
of
They've lost 2
nasty.
players, still locking it down on this A site. And there we go. Clean up.
Save the AUG.
3 players left.
Grab my
alive.
AUG. It's that car.
That's
Grab
a
my
great
AUG.
result for Lin Gaming.
Nice! Nice!
Yeah, they're feeling it
Okay.
too.
Oh yeah.
I like the call there from the T side. I actually thought that was really, really creative. It wasn't at all the door smoke. Like I said, they were just trying to smoke, double smoke the middle.
I mean, it's second round like forfeit, dude. Like, what do you do, right? You run it up somewhere.
Will rotate people away. But like you also pointed out, the fact that the AUG is out long is what a weapon to have in a round like that one.
That's what I'm saying.
9-5.
Who fucking buys an AUG second round, dude? It's nutty.
Kind of dangerously close.
It worked
to the
out
moment.
though.
Unfortunately for Legacy, they won't have the money. They didn't plant the bomb in the pistol. No bomb plant in this round either.
He kept the AUG. He saved in the AUG.
On this one, to be honest.
Grab my
Very
AUG,
tough
bro.
Position 10-5 to try and fight your way back. Unless they can get some deal shots off in this one, it's going to be a big hill to climb.
You hear him, cats?
And this is a hard round to manage if you're the CT side here.
Oh, no,
in
never mind.
Gaming's
That was just
position,
tunnels.
because you want
They
to
don't
give
know
up
they're
space
cats.
because you don't want to play the close ranges against the pistols. But at the same time, the trade-off is that you give up a lot of space. So
that's
we'll see
smoking
how well
it.
they manage that. And you can see this free
Does he push
catwalk
it? He has the MP9. No, he
here
falls
for
back.
Legacy. So,
He have a pit player as well.
Well, they tried to make their way up, but blocked by smoke. And this is typically good CT side stuff. You block them with the smoke, they go elsewhere, you block them with another smoke, then they don't have enough time, and they have to just rush something. That's usually how this kind of should go.
Yeah.
Mills playing
because
pit.
sometimes we end up criticizing the CT sides for being too passive, but this is the kind of
Dude,
round
the
where you
charms
want
fuck
to
me
do that.
up,
You
man.
feel like there's
What
no
even
reason to
is?
be aggressive here if you're on the CT side.
It's like a
Just
booger hanging off the
try and
gun.
play far away, use the grenades, like you said. It is the way.
Like, that's
to try and approach
distracting.
This. HE, pretty good.
Nice nade.
Soften everybody up.
The bullpup.
Oh, nice. Lato.
Sheesh.
Thought that the scope on the AUG there would have given Saka every opportunity to get something done, but bomb being planted here. It's still a very
crazy
winnable round,
shot.
honestly, for the CT side, but one more Deagle shot, and you never really know. And it seems set up
Did they
for
go
it.
for the
Could
AUG or
be
no?
A bit of a brutal scenario.
Wow.
That's the first one. If he'd landed one
Nice
more
shot.
headshot, then I think the round is theirs. They're trying to see if they
Okay.
can run a little bit further back. They might just be looking for guns. They might have even accepted that it's going to be very, very hard to hold on
No,
to
it's a
this. I do
3v3.
like the rotation back onto the
Oh,
catwalk.
okay, they
We'll see
fell
if
off?
Starry is going to be ready as they are almost
What do you
on
mean?
top of him.
Why would
And
they
that
just
bomb is
give up
ticking
sight?
away. This round is slipping out of their hands a bit here.
What?
They're on the defuse with the kit as well. 2 seconds left, and Amelia.
That was so
holding
messy.
it. Oh, what a buddy he is. 4 kills for Amelia, saving his teammate who was already
That was
with
extremely
the players on the
messy.
wires there, trying to see if he could get the round through. That's
They were
incredible.
falling back to give up the.
Protector,
No, that's.
Amelia, yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I love the
I
rotation.
think they didn't
too, like,
expect the guy to be
it's
playing
it's
pit for
plant
35
forward.
minutes.
So to like
That was a
wrap
crazy
that
shot.
position, it's actually super smart. And so kind of sad they didn't get rewarded for that. But yeah, Amelia really holding it down.
Dude, the
10-5.
sticker spray. Wait, did they all spray
Right
at
now
the
it's a
same
score.
time? What?
Envision an advantage.
What? No, that must come out when they
Both of
play or
those
something.
Teams, and we might get an early kill potentially. Just orbs on similar lines, but
What happened there? I'm so
is
confused.
this going to be a dry peak? No, there of course we get the smoke response.
Did they all spray Tai Lu at the same time on the ground?
It's a very nice setup with the HE just to clear it out.
With their CT?
Sometimes you end up seeing teams that will, you try
Okay.
and blow open a smoke, but it's too shallow. Or
I mean,
it's too
honestly,
deep,
I
and you
respect
don't
it,
actually blow
dude.
open all of the smoke, but could see that the way that he had set that up, Saka, he knew he was always going to be able
Awkward
to
Sensei,
do
thank you for
that.
the reset as well. Appreciate you. Welcome back.
Okay. Very, again,
Oh, spray
defensive
stays.
round coming
Oh,
up from
okay. I think that
Envision,
was just a
not
camera
trying
thing.
Anything at all to be aggressive. They're really just
Okay.
holding
It
far
might
back.
have just been a camera bug.
Nice.
All right, Legacy pushing onto site again. They got to make this round work. They need this round really bad.
And they're making their way forward.
Damn.
Wow, again, Amelia.
And then
my
just shut
God,
down.
With the M4A1.
Amelia just shuts him
silencer.
down.
That's crazy damage again. This guy is single-handedly winning these rounds here for Lin Vision. And Sue coming in on the back. It doesn't seem fair, Anders. It
Yeah.
just doesn't seem fair.
Undoable, man. Undoable.
He's laughing. I love it. That is...
Yeah,
you're
I love
not
to see
wrong.
these
He
teams
is
pumped up, dude.
single-handedly winning some of these rounds. I think 17 kills, I think,
I like to
now.
see him pumped up.
The multi-kill potential is making the difference, to be honest, because the timing was good here for Legacy. They got the catwalk control. I think they can't, this is the downside of Blue Vision playing this far back, is it allows for the T side to be this far up in the attack, but who cares? 17-9 is Amelia. It's 11-5 here. There are 2 rounds where Lin Vision taking away the map pick, which, again, on Dust 2, definitely a strong map for them.
Okay, maybe filling in a bit too much. I don't know. Maybe you should have kept the M4.
Are we gonna get the
I'm not
wild
sure
card?
what it is, but
What the fuck?
either way,
is
it's a
this,
1-for-1.
dude?
So
What is this? We're gonna
it's a
get the
decent start
wild
for Legacy.
card
Long control,
versus
a 4v4.
Metsi
A
Port
minute
game
30
next.
left on the clock. These are ideal
This one seems
conditions for a
pretty-
T-side on Dust 2.
I can't think of the word
Look
now.
at the
I don't know what
push
he
up
said
and
earlier.
into T-spawn.
Damn.
The longer
Convincing.
this goes on,
Sorry, this is a
Legacy,
kind of
the more
convincing,
trouble they're going to
win
have.
game.
I hope they should
It was
try
close,
and see if
actually.
they
Well,
can
to be
slow
fair, it was
down.
close in the first half,
Give
but-
them a little bit of the noise. Got to be really careful about that. Yeah, once the smoke fades. Still, the rotation's really far away, so they
Still
know what's
possible.
coming. Nice shot from Saka is going to take down
But
Lux.
they are
The
terrible
bomb is
eco
not
right
actually
now.
crossed yet.
Got AKs, but just terrible eco overall. AKs,
Alive. Yeah, you gotta
AKs
get
armor
out
and head
there.
armor, which is
Finally,
good.
it's going to be a 3-man push long. Look at
I don't know.
what
Could be
Livision are doing.
doable if
This
they
is
make
hard to
something
read.
happen here long. No, never mind. GG.
Tapping away at distance.
GG.
Just like you said. Oh, the
Oh.
jumping no-scope. Of course, you love to see it from Zaka. Adding insult to injury. 12 rounds now on the board for
Oh.
Lin Vision. My God.
Oh, dude. He hit him with a jumping no scope
too much
up
fun,
out of elevator.
Too much fun.
Come
Just being
on, man. These
Well,
guys
I'm
are
having
already
too much
down.
fun. That
Let me see that. Let me see how
so many
nasty
things
this
going
was.
on, almost too many. And obviously, the jumping no scope is going to steal the headline every single time. Ridiculous.
Yeesh.
But the fact is also,
Nasty.
it would have been almost impossible for Legacy to read it with
Nasty.
3 people long at that stage. It
He
is
did it to him.
almost never going to happen like that. So
He done
retaking
did it.
3 long on the CT side is a guarantee. If
All right.
Legacy would have
Smoke
found 1
down.
or 2 kills long, they never will look for
No
the
money.
third man to be long. And
No
that's always going
money.
to surprise them. So there's so much stuff
Give the
happening.
man his money.
Sadzin is
They got no
in a
money.
position where, I mean, right now he's obviously deep in thought, but he's going to smoke CT spawn.
Probably
so
terrible
the same way
morale.
smoke that you would throw from the Xbox in the middle, you can throw from here. And that just means you can, sort of throw in a little bit of a different kind of a B split if you want to.
I'm just running util. Playing like a half-cocked
Vision.
mid to B default.
Maybe good stead to hold a B push if there is to be something here in it. We can see
I mean, they could do something if they like fucking get a pick on B site. They could make a B play work.
Side of things here for Legacy.
You know, they are running
So to us,
util
it feels-
down.
I feel like it's pretty telegraphed they're going
Oh.
to be.
Yeah. I don't think they
Yeah,
mind that. I
they're
think
kind of making
the
the
difference
play
in this push
obvious,
is that
but
there's so many
they're
people
still
coming
working
up,
it.
But that's the thing that they're hoping that maybe
With the operas
CT side will
rotating,
not be ready for.
flashes out. Nice, good pick on the B site. If they get the opper, wait, doable. Big doable.
Saka just can't stay alive any longer. So really well done, and I think typically when you do this kind of B splits,
we're kind of already missing out on the wild card game.
Going out middle, and then,
I was hoping they would have already lost.
Maybe 1 or 2 coming in from the upper dark position, but because they can throw the grenade that far back, it allows them to...
Shit, what's going on here? I mean, I want to watch the rest of this round.
It really did. It worked really, really well. And it's one of those rounds that is so helpful to
Wildcard one
play
pistol
when you're a team that's been
versus
struggling.
Metseaport.
Round to round,
Metseaport is
especially in the
favored
slow
to
ones,
win,
just because
and it is an Inferno game.
Okay, what are the decision points?
All right, it doesn't really matter.
Going
It's
into the
pistol
site
round.
And you're pathing.
We'll-
And whatever you
we'll
have to
tune
do
out-
with
we'll
your
tune in after
particular
this.
pathing, depending on which man you are in.
Maybe you'll watch a rifle round
into the site in terms of the ordering. So that's all you have to do.
Yeah,
and that's it. You get the shots, you win around. It's 6-12.
That was a good round for them.
I'm curious, will they run this again? Their defaults haven't been as successful, but I feel like it's kind of... It's not so straightforward though, Anders, because you've got these situations where Amelia's getting like these multi-kills.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that
This
something that
breakdown,
happens
this was
every
sick.
round? I mean, it feels like...
That B9 is just broken.
I think so. They definitely could have had many more rounds than they have at the moment.
Yeah.
It's tough because right now...
They gotta win 6 rounds to
they
go
need
in
to win,
OT. That's just for
you know,
overtime.
6, they just won once, like a 7 in a row. It's like without any real mistakes here. It's such a big task that they've got cut out for them. Slow default, which is very nice because otherwise
is it
they would have
just
run right
straight up
into
7 in a
Saka's
row?
AWP.
Wait, how
Actually,
does that
I
work?
say slow, but it's not that slow. Dumao is... I take it back. It's quick. Forget everything I just said. This is so fast. Dumao's creeping up here, and that's a free kill onto Coleman. They know there's
Another
someone else
B-side
back here.
take.
Westmelon, he's surely going to be traded out here. He's in a lot of trouble. Backup is never going to arrive.
Wow.
They're going to have to call off the round.
They're
That
doing
is
the
so
same thing to
well
them,
played
man.
Dumao. Even if it's just the 1 kill here, it's huge.
I'm missing these wild card rounds, dude. Wild card's like
stomping
stomping on them right now.
Rounds. That timing was pretty wild. There was no one to be seen anywhere in terms of CTs.
Are they going for retake or are they saving?
Yeah, and
Lynch
that's
should just
because they
save.
had the forward double setup on Catwalk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lynch should
then
save.
I think what's so rare is that Dumao does that with really no mid backup. It's just
Double
running
replays.
through lower dark. What a rare path to find. That's so cool.
Yeah, especially as you would imagine that Envision would likely be more worried about B plays in general, that it would justify them having somebody
I'll
in
go going
mid
3-0,
in some of the earlier times,
and
like
there's a
2-1-2,
pause.
for example, setup.
I just think it's
Pause,
so
I assume, coming out of
illustrative
Metseaport.
how insane the timing
They
is.
should probably
for
take a
Dumao
pause.
that They're just with their back turned.
All right, is Legacy coming back,
no
man?
one's thinking about that
Is it
mid
coming
position
back,
at all,
bro?
So timing is everything.
Lin wins this
And I feel
swap
like that does
streams.
force some respect where either you play.
I don't know,
1-1-3
dude. I don't know, man.
as the
Are they
CTs,
winning
you know,
this or
1
what?
kill, 1 mid, 3A, or you.
I mean,
do
they
2-1-2.
found. Oh, there's
I feel
another
like that's
timeout.
like kind of how.
Oh,
if
tech
you know,
issues
because
timeout
you have
by
to respect that. I feel like to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And you can't just allow that timing
Wildcard
to be
versus
for
Metseaport.
free anymore. Now
Little
that it's
tech
been shown that
timeout.
it's kind of just lost you the round.
So a thankless
Two
task as an
timeouts.
IGL if you're on legacy side here to try to call your way through.
Yeah,
this many
Lin called the
rounds.
timeout
Like,
'cause
you-
they know
you've
they're
had
losing
two
momentum.
Great calls, right? They execute onto the B bomb side earlier, and now this one with Dumao in the middle. Like,
Don't
it's
worry,
really
every single
cool.
Inferno
But
round will take
if
3.5
anything,
hours.
You know, screws up, then
So we won't miss
that's it.
anything in this
Yeah,
game.
We don't have any more runway.
Yeah, and if they get A long spawns, I feel like they
Every
have to take them
Inferno
too.
round
Probably.
So,
yeah.
so we'll
comes
see if
down the
that-
last
that-
5
that
seconds.
ends up being the case because right now they like you say, fast B round.
You just hang out in
with
T
everyone
spawn and play
darkening
checkers
essentially the same thing
until
but slower
they use their
with the-
entire
with the mid
artillery on
assist.
B site.
And those are the 2 looks that we've had.
Just the absurdity of the fact that they're using hand warmers in Texas.
Honestly,
but
bro, if you're Lin, just stack
AC is
B.
murdering everybody.
Oh no, they're making an A play. Wait, they're smart.
They need 5 more rounds, Dan.
What is this?
Cap push.
Was Emilia. We've
Wait,
seen the
double
multi-kill
cap
potential
push
already. See if
by
we can
Lin?
surprise them.
They're not
They
gonna
are
expect
kind of
it,
ready
right?
for it. Deep flashbang. He keeps running.
Wow.
And that was so deep. It actually works out. Tries to get the dink onto the next target.
Wait, this is weird.
But they will recall
they
the
fell
skirmish.
back.
They get Sansin as well. Very nearly another kill on the long. And if he'd found this one on Lapto, I think probably this is the map over. 5 versus 3. They are in such a deep hole at the moment. He saw.
Okay.
There's oh no.
Is this
It's gonna
doable?
be an easy kill
Nah.
there for Westmelon. What a beautiful flank.
Nah.
And they're isolated. They're on islands. And
Yeah,
there's no communication.
This would have to be a fucking miracle here. This would have to be an absolute miracle for them to do something here.
How do you
actual miracle?
Dumao's had one absolutely heroic round.
And he's holding this.
They need him to get another one here.
You're already off angle, by the way.
He's already a bit low. He knows he probably can't take a really long fight with the AKs.
Okay.
40 seconds. Trying to get that crossing smoke, but everyone is here for the Lin Vision side. Looking to win their first
pick,
map
maybe?
of the
Make it a
major.
1v or
One of the
2v?
teams that a lot of people thought maybe could go 0-3. The same
Nope.
for Legacy. Emilio will get one through, and that already kind of cements the fact
Wow,
that this is going to be Lin Vision with a nice
Unlucky.
victory against Legacy on Dust 2 to begin
Okay.
with. They had such a great...
GG's Lin. GG's Lin Vision. Good job.
Hoping to be a good day for NA leadership, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Want to see the Legacy come back, but
Nitro getting his dub earlier. Stan now seeking his out.
Lin kind of popped off.
Jay with a firepower piece forces a 5-on-4 in this round. They even let him get out. That's awkward. Unpunished.
All right,
by Isaac.
Wildcard's doing well though this game. Looks like
Sat
0
back
versus
in
4.
another 4-buy round. Medisport.
I think Metsport had the odds, better odds of winning.
Jay early though, right? He's given a lot of space, a good chunk of room
Interesting.
to maneuver, a lot of freedom to pick and choose his fights. And over towards this
Odds are
B-side,
going
they
down,
don't need
though,
shoring up. They've
from
done a
live
fantastic
betting.
job of holding their own here. Good kill for Isaac Short, but Fuzi's
Which
already
country,
made his way
continent
over.
these teams represent?
Always ready as that third man
It's kind
to
of like it's like a
reinforce.
mix,
Another
right?
molly walk. That's an extra kill.
US,
That's
I guess,
now both
or sorry,
players
Wildcard technically
spotted.
represents US.
Fuzi on the line next though, and it is that third piece causing them problems. They can't get past it.
But
Clean
well,
stuff for
NA,
Fuzi.
I should say, but
The
technically
scoreline remains
they have
flawless.
2
Desperate
players
times calling for desperate
that are
measures.
from
Timeout
Sweden.
called in.
And they have
From
one
Metis
player
Port,
that's, I
they've gotta
believe
plug
this
these
was from
holes
Africa,
quickly.
right? South Africa. One Canadian, one guy from the US.
Yeah, Sonic. I
That's
think he's
Wildcard.
honorary North American at this point, been playing in this region for so long as well.
And then
Him and
Medsi
Fuzi
is
putting together a couple of dirty doubles.
Norway team,
And it certainly is the
surprisingly
day for
enough.
Orpas who can rifle.
but they're full of Swedes.
That much is true.
Oh, bro, every Orpa saw the Nikadar's performance and is like, you know what?
Drop me AK.
You know
Full
what?
team of
I'll
Swedes.
take AK this game.
Playing for a team.
Trust me, I've seen Zywoo do it. Now I've seen
Org based on
Nikadar's do
Norway.
it. Even better than Zywoo somehow.
International teams cringe.
In the hole right now, 0-5 down. Haven't really.
Yeah,
been in
I mean,
any of
US
these
will
rounds.
like generally import
close
players that are doing really
one on
well.
the
We've seen it
bonus,
time and time
but-
again. That's nothing new.
I mean, even then, like, it was
But this definitely
close,
is like a
wasn't it?
hodgepodge.
It was like
Kind of all over
5v3,
the
you're
place,
feeling really,
right?
really good, and then Java just ruined it all. Yeah, and you decisively go on to lose that round.
Up Crip.
It's the best looking one they've had so far.
God.
Happy 1-year anniversary, Pookie.
What?
I'm still waiting for my prize for getting top 10 Gamba. Can't wait for you to take me to Chili's for a triple dipper tonight.
Chili's, dude.
To lose.
Yeah, we're gonna work on the Gamba prizes too. We'll cook up something, no worries.
Everyone's at least on the same page. So you play a bit more confident.
I appreciate you, Crip. Thank you for that resub. 12 months, big.
Even if it comes from a place of like desperation, can sometimes be how you find your way in, and it's looking like an apps pop here. Just set piece play from Spawn. They get players through the apartments. Util ready to come out and help. There you go. No one's blind at that flash. Jaber allowed to just wreak havoc from down in the pit. And even as he's lost his teammate in the site, it doesn't matter. It's a losing battle for Metasport.
What is going on here, man? Wildcard just actually popping
6-0.
off? Wildcard just not caring
Like a
about
worry
the
when
odds?
Fuzi lets them out apartments there, but no problem for Jaber.
Sheesh.
Reliable hit player here for the wildcard squad. And only pistols. This one's got a hit now for Medisport. They're running out of room in this T side. 6-0 down. Not
Yeah,
really made a dent.
06 is not where you want to be going in to Inferno, but CT side is pretty good. To be fair, Inferno CT does feel a little nerf.
No, and I think that's the part that's so worrying, right? If you don't
Like, I think
count the pistol round,
T-side
they've had
generally
like
feels a little
5
stronger,
kills so
but
far in the entire game, right?
not by a
They've
whole
barely
lot.
made a dent. You have multiple players approaching like max cash for the side of Wildcard. They're going to be super entrenched here.
Yeah.
Hard to break
Boozy was nearly at 16K, but he's gone for his first alt purchase of the game now. Fair enough. It's not like he's got money issues, so he can bring that out whenever he wants.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, worse spawn for Fuzi to take.
They're just kind of falling
so
apart.
Can't really force anything.
T-side's kind of falling apart. I don't know. Are they?
A surprise to
I haven't really
Metasports.
seen like what they've done
Yet to
that's
see
like
the
too aggressive or anything like that. I'm not really sure.
Boost up. It's being held. Oh, it gets off it for a second, but oh, that's a missed shot. Lumi actually gets tagged as well. So awkward shot to miss.
I think Wildcard just had better holds overall. And their players are all doing well, and
yeah, I looked at
Metsy's just kind of underperforming.
A little shake
Like
of the
no
mouse
one's
at
really
the last
on the
second.
board right now.
Wasn't sure if that was a boost.
Meanwhile, Wildcard
not.
is just
the faith they have in Jaber.
everyone's doing well right now.
Solo.
He's been left solo on the A side of the map. Only now is he starting to have reinforcements make their way over. Sonic and Stan gonna try and reinforce the A site, leaving
Okay.
the AWP over at B to take this long sight line down through Banana. So they'll get those 3 players entrenched in A in time.
All right, look at that Inferno, and waiting for the last 30 seconds
clear
of the map
Sonic,
before
yeah.
we do something. Who would have
Smoke's
predicted
made
this
both
on
sides,
Inferno?
Sonic waiting.
Sonic has a decent angle. Does he
Flash
swing this?
Perfect.
Ooh.
Sides turned. Sonic sees at third. He takes it as well. And we were saying it's not even close. This round is a great example of it. 5v2 in the blink of an eye off of one player.
TO.
Campers side as well. Looking the
Metsy
wrong way.
TO.
And
Tactical
Metasport
TO, please,
haven't
brother.
even had a fight in this round.
What are we doing, man?
Wildcard cleaning house. 7-0. You were just saying the money's pretty good. Well,
I
5
used to have
alive
one
at
of
this
those, chat. I
scoreline
used to have a marble fade.
doesn't make it worse.
I used to have a
the
Doppler.
fashion in which these rounds are coming up in favor
Back
of
in the day.
Wildcard.
It wasn't
I
all
don't
blue,
know
though.
how Metasport make a dent. And they haven't. They don't know how to make a dent either.
Timeout, boys. Hit it. Do
Like
it.
the most they've been able to get
Let me
away
use
with
the
is
bathroom
like
or something.
1 or 2 kills in these rounds. That is the best spot they've been in. They've had like 1 notable 5v3. Other than that, everything has just fallen decisively against them.
No, so easy bait. I shot on purpose.
US, by the way.
I mean, if you believe that twins are
Can't you tell by the US accent?
telepathically linked, imagine the
No TO?
the onslaught of emotions that Susp is feeling right now.
The fuck?
Are you really going to 13-0 your twin brother in the opening game at the major?
You said it, now it's not happening, especially because it's solo player on this bomb site. Rotation is scrambled for Stanislaw.
We walk
Jaber
in.
on his own. This is a bomb swinging in, and Stan's going to drop it. Sonic by his side. Forget it. It's flawless again. 5v2. They had a huge gap. They didn't know it. And that gap ain't closing anytime soon, unless...
Jesus
but no.
Christ. Oh, God, dude.
8-0. Brutal
I mean,
for Wildcard.
I mean... Jesus.
Doesn't get sharper than this. And again, that's a call from Spawn, but Metasport realized, hey, they're playing heavy B. I don't think they realized just how heavy B that was. 4 players cycling nades at the top of Banana. And they speed up. If they went short, they would have found 5-on-1 to Jaber. Instead, Stan...
All right, we took a timeout. We're
calls the
doing
move
that
in
now?
time.
Okay, thank God.
And with no smoke on Arch, Metasport...
Thank God we're taking a
paid the
TO
price.
now. Yeah.
8-1 in the hole. Or 8-0, rather.
There, you heard it. I'm going to do my nades playing Inferno. You would never think that that's what they're going to do in Inferno.
I don't, you know, this isn't... For Metasport, even like looking beyond this one game, you don't want to come in here and feel like you quite literally brought nothing to the table. Like there was
Yeah, this is
world's
crazy.
difference between where you and Wildcard are at. You have to at least be making them nervous in some of these rounds.
Yeah, Energy definitely stepped it up. Wildcard's kind of popping off,
I
man.
imagine this is the best way to start off your
Wildcard
major
was not
campaign.
favored to win this game.
That's after
mind
short,
you.
you know, a good run to get here, but
I'm trying to keep a track of these stake odds before they change because it seems like the second that somebody wins a fucking pistol round, everyone just bets on the
Yeah,
team.
this wasn't the team at the tip of your tongue to say,
It's
hey,
like,
they're going to make the
it's
major.
It's 10-1 in the favor of fucking Wildcard. Like, that's how
feel
bad
that
the
way
odds
here,
are
the
now, but they
pressure
were
is
not
somewhat
that.
off, but
They were not that earlier, brother.
even for these experienced players on Metasport, getting dealt a pretty heavy hand right now. Can Wildcard keep them unconscious? Trusting again in a weak A defense that has held strong time after time. Fate coming out for Adam as his team waltz into B, and Fuzi is here at the right time.
I mean, Fuzi's just been all over the map, and he's constantly in the right place.
Oh,
line doesn't matter. Collateral. Fuzi has skewered them from bad to worse for Metasport. They just can't catch a break. Isaac in these rounds doing all he can, and Adam now in the fray with him. Finally, they're looking for their first round. That's after
They
they're
slapping
dealt a
it?
Collateral to open this up.
Okay, they needed
Can
that.
Isaac and Adam do it in a 2v5?
But that Kalao was nasty. They got
brought
the
it
op.
down to a
I mean,
2v2.
you got to do something here,
Stuck the
guys.
landing on the first couple. That nade
Oh.
just shy of finding Isaac, the one
Oh.
that gets away.
They know he's back of
That'll be the regret.
sight. Probably cardboard. I don't know if they know where the
Warp
last guy is.
entrenched, powerful position, but one
Don't hear him
shot
scope
would end
here. He's
Isaac's
holding the angle
round,
on,
and
though.
he's going to be the
Unlucky.
one to swing out and take contact on that AWP. Isaac making magic happen. Jaber 1v1
You heard
left
him,
to
no?
find, but he simply
You
doesn't
heard
have
him.
time for this.
Damn.
And so finally, it takes them 9 rounds of play in an unlikely spot. Adam and Isaac find the 2v5 to put that first round on the board for Metasport.
Yeah, that's not the round you're expecting Metasport to come through, right? 5-on-2, and everyone in the B site swings at the same second. It looked perfect for Wildcard, and they just walk into crossfire. Great shots for Metasport, making something out of nothing in that round.
I mean, I think Isaac is very much trying to make himself the hero. It was
Yeah.
him who, in that round prior to last, on the
That's
Tech
actually
9
pretty
got,
crazy.
Like, the
The
sprinting
collateral-
double to even add the tiniest bit of intrigue. Now a big clutch up in a 2-on-5.
Wow.
But here we are, back to the
Dude.
beating.
The second they get on the board, they're just getting
God, through
fucking
the
mowed
smoke.
down,
Your
dude.
regularly scheduled programming is back on TV.
Yeah.
As Wildcard beat up on Metasport.
Bro said
After a
regular,
brief moment of
regular
relief.
scheduled programming of them just getting
This is a
shit
5v2
on.
that Wildcard are calling. Let's not lose
That's
this.
crazy,
they back up,
bro.
They play smart. They've got util ready, boosting the B-bomb
Nah,
site.
no one predicted this. No one predicted this. Absolutely nobody.
No overstep available.
This might be,
They want
this,
this
depending
as
on how this
clean as
game
can
ends, this
be.
might be
You
worse
don't really get games this
than the energy
one-sided. This
complexity
is,
versus.
This is wild.
Had a couple of these today.
Holy fuck, dude! I'm already out of
Some
my mind.
teams definitely coming in cold to the major. Other teams, quite the opposite.
The Brazilian game earlier. What am I talking about?
Reassuring that 2 of the beatings today are coming through from the North American hopefuls in this very
OG,
competitive
Jesus Christ!
first
I kept saying,
stage.
I kept thinking energy. OG. Yeah, it's pretty bad, dude. This is pretty bad. Oh, we're saving? Okay, great. They got mowed down banana and went to save.
I mean, even this is like just kind of a brutal sign of the times for Metasport. This round has been over for well over a minute, and they've been just forced to sit back and hold on to these guns. They need anything they can get at this point.
Painful call to make, but the right one.
And I mean, also, like, when your, like, Pit Apartments player is 8-1, that's a very good sign of the times. Jaber just not ever being an issue over towards A, and that's in spite of him sometimes going for these aggressive moves. And now, like, that's spread all across the map. It started
crazy,
off with Jaber
man.
being the guy let off the leash to kind of push and prod through the apartments, but as time's
Is the
gone
green
on,
number not their money? Yeah.
Wildcard realized the the difference in where these teams are at, and now everyone's coming through with the aggression. That's really awkward for Metasport, because this game doesn't even feel like it's playing like normal. Right? Whatever game plan you have, whatever you thought you could exploit, Wildcard aren't necessarily bringing that to the field. It's very much in-your-face Counter-Strike, and they are fighting for control over this
but it's
map
just a
every
fucking
step of the way.
Even that
war
last
zone,
round,
bro.
Send
Like,
everyone up banana, and they just get turned to dust through
Yeah,
smoke spam.
yes, every time.
Good utility for Wildcard. And we've seen, you know,
It's
on the
like-
mini-map, how many rounds they've started 3, even 4B.
It's
Just
just
to get
Bananas
those
a meat
HGs down
grinder.
banana. So Metasport don't feel like they can even take B quickly. Tried a couple of set plays for the most part.
Metasport isn't shooting back.
And so you can't
I think
blame
they are
Metasport
shooting back.
for
I think
wanting
they're
to
probably a
wait
little
out the
tilted for
user, out of
sure.
which they've done in this round.
I think they got
Couple of
stopped on B
mollies and then
site,
HE
and they're trying to make it
left
work a little too hard.
This
I'd like to see
wildcard
more
squad.
A, but they did get shut down to water falling earlier, and I wonder if
Back
that
to
just
B
made
is
him want to
looking
like
the
keep
right
working
call right
banana.
now for Metasport.
I just don't think Banana's the move, man.
Final
You got
smoke
fucking Sonic
will
who's just
make a
sitting
hell of a
here
difference.
collecting
This
fucking
timing, and
kills.
Suff's gonna get it down and get out.
Alright, they're going for the execute again. Okay.
Coming up
Let's see how this works out. The fourth banana, the fourth
This
B
one's no
take.
exception.
Right, alright, awesome.
Clean destruction of
Yeah,
that
let's-
B hit.
Let's
And
keep going
another
B.
flawless
The
round.
fifth time in a row.
4 kills for Sonic
Maybe
as
this
well.
time
He
we'll
has
take
been a
it.
demon on this CT side. 16-4 at the moment. Him and Susp.
You just
not
can't.
letting
You
them into
can't.
B.
Like, I
We
mean,
can
there is like
completely
a
write
degree
off
of like
that 5
going
on 2,
into like
because it
top
happens
players.
so quick, right?
I
Too
don't mean
quick
like physically,
for
right?
Wildcard to even
I'm not
realize.
saying attractive
And I'm not even
men.
gonna call
I'm just
it a
saying these
mistake.
guys are
Like,
on
they
fire
were
right now.
5-2 and they
Why
all
keep
peaked
showing them
out.
your
So
fucking head?
confident
Right?
in this
You want them
game.
to
It's
cool
like
off a
everyone's
bit,
down to
work some
fight,
other
everyone's
angles,
down to clown.
right?
That one
And then be
was like,
overconfident. Maybe they rush
like
it down
you said,
banana,
it's
trying to
insanely
hunt
quick
you down,
sequence.
pick
You
them
didn't even
off.
realize you were going to lose the
Like
round.
they're
till
playing
you'd
very
already
smart,
lost
just
it.
not taking bait. Because
But
all they have to
that's
do
the
is just
one
sit
miss
sight,
then.
and they get
even then,
5
it feels
fucking
like they've
kills.
tightened up so much since then. Just to
They've been
not
doing the same
repeat
play.
it.
They smoke this off, they run it,
Making the
they
most
spray
out
it
of this
with M4
opportunity to
AK,
dominate
then they play for
their
smoke till the
opening
last
game.
15 seconds of the fucking
It's
round,
a feel-good game for
which is what
Wildcard
Inferno
and
is.
a rough one for Metasport to swallow.
And then they've just been
Both
coming out on
teams
top
aware
for every
of
swing
how
play.
big the gap feels.
It's just like at this point, you got to work an A angle, dude. You cannot just be hitting B.
Fuzi's been very
Keep
vocal
one guy
all
B,
across this
maybe
game
see
as
if
well.
he can
Whenever
do
we've cut to
something,
him on the
but
cams, he's
you got to keep working mid. You have
letting
more
Stan know
options mid to
exactly what
A,
his intentions
apartments
are
to
at the round,
A.
what his read is the orb,
Like these guys
how
haven't
he
shot
wants to be
somebody for
involved.
fucking 10 minutes.
But
Maybe you
swing
give
and
them a
miss
try. You got Sonic on 16
from
kills
his
before the half.
AWP. No advantage
You
yet
got to work
for
something else, man.
Wildcard.
Now 4 A-hold, and we've not seen that, but they know they've just locked Metasport out of B in this map. There's no way.
The problem is they've
Metasport
gone
wanna
B
go
so many
back to
times, they don't
a
even know
B
what they're running on A. They don't know
surely,
where anyone
with
plays.
how
They don't know, like,
dominant the hold has been.
Stanislaus over in
So
the
it's a
fucking
perfect
cubby right
read
now. He's
here
about
from
to turn
Stan
up.
again.
Actually, they got turned on
Popsky
earlier.
goes
Maybe
up
that's
and
what
on
scared
a
him was
1
this
and
play
10.
earlier.
As
See, they're
is
ready for it this
Hampus,
time.
but
They're like,
Metasport
last time we got
try and
turned on here.
challenge this
Ooh.
A-hold. Fuzi provides a bit of cover, a bit of relief. They look to go for the B split. The opportunity
They're
is
still
opened
going
up. They're
B.
gonna seize it.
Wait, this
No
is a
one
good
here to
B.
stop
This is
them
B.
now.
This is a good B,
That's
though.
a huge red flag right here for Wildcard, right? Losing Susp, he was the solo B defender. You catch him there over on the speedway, you might assume there's another
that was a
player
good
in the
B
site
play.
here, so they're being very cautious.
This was
and
way
this
smart.
caution is
But yeah, I
costing
mean,
them
they kept
time.
one guy on B. He made something
Allowed the
work, and now they get to
backstab
take
come in.
B.
Sonic fast
But I don't know why.
on the approach. He's got backup here from the
I
AWP.
don't know why this still looks bad for them.
The Sonic's been hitting like a one-man army, just gonna brave the smoke, runs it through, will get bested, but there's layers to this for Wildcard. Jaber still only one death in this game, throwing into one of these retakes now. And will get bested, it's just Fuzi, but he knows where both players are. Ices them out, only Popsky left
Wow.
to beat. Fuzi collects. And a runaway train on this CT side. No love between these brothers as Wildcard beat up on Metasport 11-1.
That was their round to win, man. That was their one. That was their round to win, brother. Holy. They had to win that round, man. All right, we're going over in the next half. They got 3 minutes. Maybe workshop something, I guess. FlyQuest is favored to win this game versus Fluxo.
N1 with a pistol.
Australian
ace
team.
and doing whatever he can to get his team across the line, which I think is admirable at the moment. Lining up a couple of more here. I mean, why wouldn't you go for it? You're building something for yourself, all right? Tagging in the the teammates. Fair enough.
Yeah, 11-1. Vexite. Vexite is the juggernaut. Okay, we'll see how that story progresses. It's definitely a 6 start.
Team Australia versus
FlyQuest.
Team
After
Brazil.
Reset against the T's with the failed
Australia on
fake rounds that we just
FlyQuest,
saw a couple
Fluxo
rounds ago
on
now.
South America.
Really strong position for FlyQuest to start
Brazil.
dominating if they can get on top of the economy. They
Looks like
already have a good
FlyQuest
buffer.
is
They
popping
also
off
need all 5
on
players. They're
CT
still
side
in a strong
Ancient.
buy, and you can't say the same for Fluxo.
But there is
So 4-1
a
to go into the next
Fluxo
round.
buy round, half buy. Well, not half buy, but like kind of a little poor actually. Fluxo looking a little poor this round.
They don't have the AWP on Regani yet, but I mean, it's not the most important thing at the moment.
See what happens.
Sky hoping to get something done through the smoke is not quite going to be happening, but it's nice to add a bit of pressure. Art, famously aggressive.
Wow.
He's going to be able to get him.
Good awareness.
Nicely done. Vexite continues, and he gets hit in the last bullet. Headshot. And now he's pushing on forward.
Jeez.
Look at FlyQuest and the aggression that they're bringing to the table here.
Yeah, very aggressive.
To take any kind of initiative away from Fluxo. I absolutely adore it. Sevi alone, his teammates have been slaughtered outside of this.
What's that thing that says "Love You, Mom"?
Jaguar position.
What's that in the background? Love You, Mom.
I love it too. The disruptive play on the CT side, like you just mentioned, it really is beautiful to watch. It's so difficult to play against. You can never find your footing on that T side, and we're going to get a tactical timeout called. I can only imagine that is on the Fluxo side because yeah, you've got this. You got a CT side you're up against.
FlyQuest is technically American. How they have 4
and so
Australian players.
That's the problem. You have to figure out how can we either exploit
Right.
that or circumvent it a different way.
No, they have 3 Australian, 1 player from New Zealand, and 1 player from.
Anders that they're going to come up with, but
Looks
we're
like
gonna find out
Spain?
on the server for sure.
Yeah, I mean
Romania.
Again, the issue is you don't have an infinite amount of time to figure out what's going on. You know, you need to do this pretty quickly.
The org behind it's US.
MR12 best of 1, so the
Maybe
space
funding.
that
I don't know.
to solve the
Are they
problems
a
is
US
really
sponsor?
limited. Wow, 5-1. Brutal beginnings. FlyQuest looking to do even more damage. Vexite at 13-1 as a scoreline. He has been playing very well, but obviously a lot of it down to the one player. Again, pushing towards the B site pretty early on. Not trying to rush it just yet, but that is definitely an option Fluxo can use later on. I would say, especially with the Tech-9s, it's quite a viable idea.
I think Vexite did every single one of those bullets there. Okay, fast moving from Fluxo into the A site. Quick challenge of Donut. Vexite finally gets taken down, but not before taking one himself. So 4v2. Getting ahead of the pistols, the CT side of FlyQuest. Looking very comfortable at the moment. Don't know where the bomb is, but that's okay. I'm sure when that smoke goes away, they might be able to find it.
Sevi
Okay, working that mid
trying
pick.
his best right now. He needs the kill. Otherwise,
Unlucky. Yeah,
she's
very
gonna
unlucky.
leave Art.
Could have been a 2v2, but pretty much undoable now. He needed that mid pick really badly. Oh,
Alright,
we're missing this. We're missing this end of the wild card versus Met support game.
Yeah, that's the confidence that comes with 11-1. Fuzi just wanting to take that fight straight up, and Lumi will best him in the head-to-head.
Yeah, that's
Advantage
crazy.
taken
112
for Metasport.
throw.
They do want to keep this game going any longer.
Sheesh.
They've got to convert on this, but Stan is immediately removed
3v3.
that man advantage. Jaber
Okay.
whistles down at the back of the site.
2v2.
They know where Sonic and Stanislaw both are. Back in the util.
Metzi has to go for the
Sonic closes
defuse.
the distance, and it's clean stuff from
Wow.
Wildcard.
Yeah.
They are looking for as close to.
I think it's a GG, man. I think it's a GG,
It
bro.
doesn't hit the same. It doesn't ring quite the same.
GG next.
It still counts. It still
Sheesh.
counts. 12-1 right now.
In a way, this was a 13-0.
In a way, yeah, I mean it's not, but
like you lucked your way to a round.
sure. I don't think they're complaining.
Yeah, I thought the
12-1,
energy
a
game was
quick day in the
convincing, but
office
this
here for the
wildcard game
boys.
was kind of crazy.
And a last chance for Metasport
Like, actually
to
a little
dangle
crazy.
in this game before their thread is cut.
Like, unironically, man. What an insane game. For wildcard specifically.
It's a very reassuring look for players like Fuzi, players like Sonic. And even though Jaber's not up there on the kills, he was reliable at the beginning of the game when he was getting tested. He was forcing openings. He was never an issue.
I mean, the 2 deaths he has, one is from the retake in the final round, which they end up
Their
winning
buy
anyway,
is so
and the
bad
others
too.
in the
They
pistol
had
here.
to force
Outside of that,
this.
he was like so
no matter what.
unproblematic in that first half. He was 8-1.
So even next
guy
round, even
anchoring
if they
down
win
the
this, their
A
next
side,
round might still be shit.
you know,
you
very
know?
much just lived up to his part of the deal. And eventually they stopped going A altogether, and so Jaber wasn't really in a position to put up numbers. It became the case of just running into these B hits over and over again for Metasport.
Wild card faking this A attack. B block just came in though.
Okay.
So they're going to have to go back to middle. 30 seconds. Stan testing this smoke. We've got 3 players in position here.
On the swing.
Almost.
One guy who's at least been
Okay,
able to
the
give
swing.
something to Metasport
Nah.
in these rounds. He's dead after 1, as is Adam.
Their 1 in 13 player needs to
Out
do
over in the
something here.
apartments, can play into this a little bit later at this point because he was smoked
He's in
off. Just gonna
library.
wait for his teammates to build up on the
Very
extremities.
underperforming game for Hampus, it looks like.
They've got to get through the guns.
And Plopsky as
Not
well.
enough time to get set up here. Sonic down in the pit is a big problem. He can watch the apartments. He can
Yeah,
worry
Sonic's
about
20 and
short
5, bro.
play
This guy's a
crossfire with his team.
beast.
This is a potent position,
Oh!
but they
Okay,
stuck him
Lumi.
out straight
Oh.
away. Dealt with the point man. Jaber dead. Fuzi
Hampus
holding
almost brings
on.
it back.
And 1 man left in it. Lumi charging at him.
GG's.
Can't get past the Fuzi.
13-1, bro.
Wild card.
Insane.
They punch down on Metasport to open up.
13-1 is insane.
This is outrageous stuff from Vexite.
Well,
How is he able to find so much freedom? You'd imagine at some point he'd get shut down from all of the aggressive shenanigans.
Well, I mean, even more so because it's not the same thing every round, but he is pushing that position a lot.
Yeah.
They know that they're going to be able to fight him there if they want to. I don't know why you would, because he's 20 and 3.
wait, FlyQuest is also like kind of running into
The grotesque
Fluxo
way to
here
get
too.
started
What is going on?
The map of Ancient. 3 people, so they're expecting a B rush, right? That's what FlyQuest are very obviously telling us here, saying they're probably going to try and see if they can go aggressive, which... All right.
Nice shot. Nice shot now. Vexite on the other side. The AK, he's going to find another one. One more kill to be had. Tech Knight around the corner. Don't want to challenge that too close. Vexite will back up a little. Use the utility there to make his position even more fortified. And that's going to force Fluxo to have to reroute things. Oh, it's a good attempt, but Regali's ready for it.
Yeah, very important. I think Regali's been a very nice addition to this team. Superior trying to see if he can do anything in the middle. Lias will go down. Not a bad trade necessarily. Bomb picked up the ball towards the A side, but Vexite, they just can't find a way to kill him. Finally, Savvy's going to be able to do that. Might have jinxed it a little bit. I do apologize.
It's 2-on-1.
33 seconds.
An AK.
Running into Regali, and he's
Not
going to
doable.
hold that line. No problem. Flying
Not
past.
doable for him, man.
What a way to get started on the map.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Vexite stealing the show.
Yeah.
Just so many kills.
So now, I hope this team continues to play well because I have a secret plan, Dan, that
okay.
It's not secret if I say it out loud, but I want to have at one point just one event in New Zealand so I can go do the whole Lord of the Rings, revisit experience. I'm going to bring my kids there as well, so I'm rooting for them just for that alone,
That's fair enough.
Nice.
9-1. FlyQuest. Shocking result, I will say. Fluxo, maybe not the most known team here early on in the stage, but I expect more
Good
out of them
pick.
than this.
Can we work it?
A worthy opponent for FlyQuest.
No.
He is back.
No, we can't.
Double kill.
This Vexite guy's a monster, I guess.
It's a hard taxation there. A couple of people just every time.
Oh, man. How is he able to just walk through with impunity so reliably? Either way, 3v3, decent chance here for Fluxo with a minute
I
to
mean, by
play
extension,
with.
Simple still out there kicking ass.
That ball
Yes.
towards the A side,
Simple still
and
plays. Simple's
there isn't really
on
anyone there, so
phase now,
so
though.
Regalia
Funny enough.
is going to be rotating into position.
But Navi still plays too.
Play spoiler because they may just peek this dry, and that's perfect for an AWP. Regali whiffs the shot though, so chance to maybe scale onto the site and get that bomb planted finally now.
3-on-3.
Yeah, but it's still a bit.
Can they get another round
How
here?
do you actually find the position apart here? Nice flash setup here, Regali. I like the aggression, and it draws enough attention away. Lias coming in from that donut position, and he's taken down Pariah already. It's Melson and Art.
Oh, beautiful.
In the game so far. Melson's going to be going down, and Art 3 kills, and now in a 1 versus 3.
Bomb's not even down yet.
I don't think this is winnable. He's got 25 seconds.
Bomb's not even
Wherever he tries to
down.
plant, they will be on top of him. They're already
No.
running for the smoke. They've caught him inside, sandwiched in, and taken down
unlucky.
by Ins.
Damn, FlyQuest are looking amazing right now. Absolutely amazing. Again, it just seems like there's like Vexai has plot armor or something, or he's got like Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, or something's going on. I don't know what it is, but able to just walk into the flank and continually push that position. You'd think that the awareness from Fluxo would be just like through the roof. Like
Inches for FPS goes to die. That's Train for me.
at this point.
Train kills my PC.
I'm
4 on 5.
Kind of blown away. It's 10 to 1.
Nice nade. Unlucky.
It's just looking unstoppable. Ins
Another nade.
down. That's only the
Disgusting.
first part of the issue. Vexite's still alive. That might be the real challenge here.
Oh, Vexite's just
24 and
Vexite's
5.
running it,
He's
dude.
actually sick of waiting for them. You're like, why
Let's see how he
can't I
plays
get more
this. Oh
fights?
no, he hears him. Does he
They're
hear
running
him?
down the tunnel as well.
No, he
They're all
doesn't.
boxed in with him.
Oh.
They line up, but it could have been a 6 spray down. But
Could have been really
they
disgusting,
trade
yeah.
their way back. Fair enough.
I just see overpass
That's
too.
just too scary.
Overpass.
That is too scary.
That kind of reminded me of like overpass
He got
tons.
close enough just to hear them running as well to like
When
know
you're
that
hitting
they're coming.
them,
Yeah, I think that was all
what is it,
set up
B
so
site?
perfectly for this massive spray down. But Art able to get 2. Good find there towards the Catwalkins. Oh, that's going to leave Liaz all alone. 1v3. And the bomb will soon go down towards A, but not just yet. So Liaz has time to play with. Was he spotted there by Kai?
Okay, 3 on 1.
Does kind of seem like he's got a bit of a read. Regardless, the bomb is going to be placed at one point, and
Yeah, Kai did get a read. Yeah, Kai knows
they
he's
have
there.
infinite money to try and do something here, but nice shot. All right. Ends up taking up Kai.
Does nothing for it. Just loses that 1v.
10-2 and 10-1. Lias making the drop down.
Damn.
A little bit further towards it. He's hoping for a fight. If he could take down Sevi, that would be something, but surely not in the corner. Sevi
That was
will take
almost
him.
really bad.
10-2 at the end of the half. It's beautiful for FlyQuest.
Yeah, kind of scary for Fluxo. I think kind of a scary game for them. I don't know if they come back. I don't know if they come back. Listen to some commentary. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
Win like a T1 tournament. I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen.
I think it's always an interesting conversation, right? Because we have those like gatekeeper teams, and I don't even think I would class FlyQuest as like a gatekeeper of like the top 10.
They're knocking on the door.
15. But that's the thing; they have the potential to do it, and every so often they kind of make an upset. I don't know whether the Virtus Pro game was like such an upset or such a massive upset in Melbourne, but it was still something that I thought VP would ultimately beat them. So it's like I want to see them have that more consistent form where they can make those lower brackets kind of interesting at times, right?
I think that's a fair ask, and as Peter said, they're never going to win anything, and they don't have the player material to win anything. They don't have the circumstances to win anything. They can't practice within that region or get quality practice. And if they ever got to a point where they were good enough to be a gatekeeper, good enough to be a top 10 team, then that would require them to move away from Oceania. That would require them to move into Europe in order to get, more good qualified practice, because otherwise you're just going to stagnate. So it's very hard to imagine FlyQuest being a world beater. It's very hard to imagine them even being a gatekeeper in that sense. But as you said, a fair ask is being an upset team in the lower bracket that can sometimes beat some of the better teams.
I hear there is a superstar in the building somewhere in the production room. I hear we have a certain Prius ready to miss some more clutches. Sorry, Prius.
Dude.
Do you know?
Who let that guy in?
Do you know the story of? You know the lore
I know the
behind
story.
Prius, right?
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
that it's not true. I'm just going to put it out there.
No.
I think I've missed something here.
So you know the simple fooling
Right.
no scope.
Yeah.
And you know how that, obviously, if you're an observer, is he going to hit that? Probably not. You go to the other person's POV, oh shit, he's hit it. There was a meme that was Prius observing that.
Right.
It wasn't actually true, allegedly, according to him. So actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the truth is.
Who was
Let us
then?
know on Blast TV Red Zone hashtag if you know the truth. I'm not sure. Sorry, Prius, we had to do it to you.
We did him dirty.
What is he doing here, though? Who let that guy in the building?
I don't know. I think he lives here.
Oh.
In this actual.
That's true. Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
In this building?
In this actual building. This is his home. No, he lives in Texas, right? I don't know.
I don't-
Maybe
I
let
don't-
us know.
I don't know.
Hashtag Blast.
Bring him in, let him explain it himself.
Should we go through some of the questions?
Yeah,
Hashtag?
check it out. See if there's something
We're
good
only
in
on
there.
a break because the stream game is also
Yeah.
on their halftime break as well. So let me have a look at the hashtag. Okay.
Hashtag Blast TV Red Zone.
Red Zone. Okay, y'all think Cobble and Cash are actually good maps, or is it just nostalgia bait? Oh, I'm such a sucker for nostalgia.
We already talked about this one. And,
Oh, okay,
no, it's fine. We can just briefly go over it again.
We had timer
I've
screen
never liked
for my
Cobblestone.
pizza,
It's
bro.
never a map that I found fun. Yeah, I never
Get your
liked
own
it.
fucking timer.
Same thing for Cash. I mean, I think it's like a community. Like a lot of the community players, they like it. Maybe it's just because I'm biased that we never really were good at it in my team, so we just didn't put the effort into it. So maybe that's just why.
We're back into this game, man.
It's so different. It's not as it's.
Fill up a good, 20 minutes just with that alone. It starts with an ace on the dualies and the pistol, and it just never stops from there on out. Fantastic.
Oh, some audio issues.
5 at the end of the first half. That's actually ridiculous. Certainly gunning for Nikodos's score that we had earlier today. And I mean, crazy how well players are delivering in the first games here at the Blast Austin Major here in Texas.
Yeah, I am really shocked at this, but in the best way possible. 10-2 first half. Second half is coming up now. We got FlyQuest on the T side, and it looks
Has there been
like
a
it will
close
be
game
pretty
today?
straightforward towards the B side. They're not going to be slowing this one down at all. They've already got the early utility. Ins pushing forward, a jumping Glock in Vexite with a headshot against Belsin. An attempted burst fire, but it will be Regali from the other side pushing the ramp. It is lightning fast and very
I think it's
brutal.
B8
The
versus
B bomb side is lost.
Imperial.
The bomb is planted here, and Sevi and Kai have to try and retake it. I doubt that will happen.
Was close. That was 13 and 11.
Away, though. Oh, being teased by Vexite. Oh, and there's another headshot from Zevi. Very nice. And both of them here for Fluxo, Zevi and Kai making their way
And
from cave.
what was
We'll
this?
see
I
if
didn't
they
really
can
watch
find
this
any
game.
Additional kills. 3 players to find. It's very weak. Nice
Yeah,
headshot again.
that's probably the only close
2 more
game
kills to
today.
find. Netic, great double headshot with the Glock. Nice crossfire there to just hold that post plant steady. And FlyQuest pick up the pistol. No drama.
No, not really. I mean, straightforward in terms of the tactics alone. It's probably not that much worth highlighting. It's pretty common stuff. But it's the follow through. It's the fact that once they commit to it, they just don't slow it down. And I really like that. Obviously, the first Glock shot there for Ints is, I don't know how much of the round is won there, but it's such a huge difference being able to get that opening instead of having to, you know, try and fight your way through that narrow choke point afterwards. So incredibly well done. If you're going to the major, I mean, it's a dream for some of these teams to be able to have this kind of beginning. Like we said, we know it could be a lot harder later on. There are some really tough teams in the first stage here. But Bet FlyQuest are excited about how this is playing out. Fluxo, the frustration is building, and who could blame them?
Yeah, they can't
For
get
sure.
any traction.
Yeah, they can't make anything work, man.
Some good building blocks here and there, but
And they really need that pistol
the
too,
Jenga
huh?
tower keeps crashing down. FlyQuest on this T side can dictate the pace. I mean, they were dictating the pace on the CT side too, so.
Let's see if they have anything at all to show for it here, Fluxo. Early buy, it makes a lot of sense.
Bro, they eat
You know
those, man.
You're not going to be fighting for overtime by winning just 10 in a row, so you might as well try and get into it early on. Gets one.
Oh.
Very good job with the smoke for the 5-7.
Oh,
It's gonna be a little
wow.
backside. Looked like he already thought
He
he'd
turned
got that
away.
kill, but
Yeah, he thought
not
he'd killed
quite
him.
the case, and that almost seals the round here. So the early force up from Fluxo, it looks like it's done enough. Liaz, he will be able to get one kill there. Regali's also still alive with the AK, and they're going to try to backtrack a little bit. The fact that they can actually make it out, I think, is an advantage to them.
Yeah, and I mean, there is definitely
Maybe he gets to
value
pick out a
with the
cave?
MAC-10, there's no helmets
right
at all for the CTs, so that MAC-10 could go pretty hard. It's 40 seconds left to find something. Regali opens
Thing is,
up
they have a. Oh my
another.
god.
That's going to open up the MAC-10, but it's still the pistol from Elzen. That's actually better. And the double back coming on through. I mean, that bomb is down on the ground. And Fluxo know it. Regali, does he have the cognizance to expect this? Sevi takes the kill.
NT.
And Fluxo hold on another round.
Imagine if they lost
NT.
2 versus 5
Oh,
to pretty much lose the map. That would have been a pretty shocking, but not the case. Good job up at the end of it. Yeah, I think you could tell Vexite thought that was it. Like, I've got him. So
Yeah, Vexite thought he killed him, so he turned off.
I mean,
match fixing.
Totally. I'm shocked he didn't get the kill there. The
Match fixing.
Doesn't run out of bullets.
I'm shocked he doesn't get all the kills at this point.
True.
Why not? Sevi's got 15, maybe worth highlighting. Pretty good job. They've really been beat up, so the fact that he's got 15 is impressive. Arts adding a couple here. So they only have pistols and not much else to play around with on the FlyQuest side. So, you know, again, very likely a 4-11 scoreline, no surprises. I can't imagine the little heartbreak if FlyQuest actually let Fluxo back into the game. It's a long way away from that.
Yeah.
But
doable. I mean, it depends on how bad Fluxo wants it, man.
Art is very weak. He doesn't want to peek this. He has to kind of just hold this position. And there's no teammates that can help him out. So if this gets hard cleared, I don't think Art stands a chance with that HP. But only 2 players here for FlyQuest, and they've got a minute to play with, so they really can go anywhere at this point.
They are banking on Fluxo getting too curious, getting too nervous at the complete standstill. Smoke is there. You can see he's really trying to bait them in. Dangerous reload. Regali's moving close, and actually Art has a grenade in hand. Nicely done. He's so close, Regali.
Nice.
He knows he has the timing before the rifle get back out again. And he was so low, like you mentioned. And now they've made their run through here. Sevi's nearly catching him. It's a good position, and he does get rid of Regali. Bomb, but what can Netic do with it? 1 versus 2. He's got 30 seconds. I mean, in theory, he could even go back to the A-bomb side if he really wanted to. He knows where Sevi is. He's just got no idea where Melson is, and he's in a very strong forward position. Yeah, all the way up the ramp, hiding in the corner. Good communication between the last 2 players there on Fluxo. Interesting.
I like the quick thinking there as well to like drop the pistol to make it sound like that he's picking up.
It's supposed to be like a Texas thing, like with the Longhorn.
To try to bait out
it says "Love you, Mom."
That player that was holding the flank, but yeah.
That's
Still,
fun. I see. I understand like the cow theme now, like cowboy theme because they're in Texas.
We're starting to work on a comeback, Fluxo. We are starting to work on a comeback.
I think. I mean, if they get up to about 9 rounds, Fluxo here on the CT side, I think that's around the time when the mood will probably change a lot on FlyQuest, and the sort of reality will set in that, wait a minute, we didn't quite do it yet, but that's a long road to walk. First one is kind of a little bit easier. You're right. First couple of steps here on the journey will be different.
Not Nightmare.
They don't make
15 months. Appreciate you.
Like, don't give away any easy ones.
Thank you for that resub. Will come back.
Where there's just a bunch of Glocks and a Deagle. Okay, you like lose a player and then they get a plant and they're playing a post plant with like an extra gun. You know, like just.
I mean, Fluxo would have to do a lot to like, put 7 rounds on board.
It will all go well.
But they are on CT side, so it's certainly doable. I would say more likely CT side than T side.
FlyQuest into mid.
Just by how difficult it can be to work a T side momentum.
I mean, you've got 1 flashbang to go through. I like this. Hoping that they can catch anybody really off guard. They're going to go back towards Donut. Kai was pushing up, so they had the right kind of idea. But again, not really the pistols to take that fight. Regali, there's 1. Just need 4 more of those.
They keep ending up in these like 1v4 situations though.
Really like the
FlyQuest.
Kai there, really well managed fights.
I think they should just do like a definitive A site take out of 8 tons. They're probably gonna start working deep. Wow.
He's found a second headshot with the.
But they're gonna start working default angles probably with guns.
Yeah, you could tell that they wanted to get rid of that threat.
They lost. Fluxo lost pistol as well, so it's surprising that they're still in it.
Shots.
But.
Dialed in.
Oh yeah.
FlyQuest should be dialing it in.
Rounds under their belt, but now a more difficult one.
This is going to be a very difficult round for both teams. FlyQuest is a full buy against Fluxo's full buy.
Bring out.
So we'll see which is the better team in this round.
An immediate fight towards the middle.
Probably the most important round this half right here.
Ready in T-spawn to throw some flashes over if need be. It's going to be a little bit later on, but Kai,
okay.
Nice spin around.
Sevi
sure to get the shot, taking down Ins.
And T-Zevi, 1 more shot. Nice.
Also getting dropped. Sevi
1 more. Nice.
Nice flick onto Netic. Sevi. You can't say he isn't trying. He's got 21
Grab the up, guys. Grab the up.
Trying to keep Fluxo alive in this game.
Yeah, that was an excellent AWPing there. And it's interesting too because we got a 4 buy. You might expect from FlyQuest to play more of a default, but they actually end up just trying to shove into
FlyQuest had a very convincing CT side, but they're kind of falling apart here T side. That was a big round for Fluxo winning that.
Great form from Zevi.
They need to put more on the board like this.
Alive in this one, and they needed a nice, clean-ish round like that.
FlyQuest on their eco.
It'd be cool if Zevi keeps playing really well. It's one of the
FlyQuest in a big eco round.
About the Brazilian scene at the moment is that they are so low on good AWPers for some reason. We basically need a new Fallen. That, you know, we just don't have that person just yet. A couple of interesting prospects, but I would say, you know, we're not talking, there's no Brazilian Monacy yet. You know, we need somebody like that. Int's going to be going down early. Tech9's here, although that is a dangerous how they've walked right each other. Melson's going to be taking down Vexite.
Mel's going to pick.
But the fact that there's 2 people inside of the
Two
smoke
dead.
might be hard
Nedic
to
with the
read.
Deeg. Killer eco.
Art's going to get
nice trade.
by the Tech9 of Regali.
Cross. Kai tried to do the same thing he did last round. Didn't work out for him. Zevi with the op though. Zevi needed to kill that guy so bad.
50 seconds.
You absolutely need to kill him there.
3 kills off that AK. And now Liaz has that deep position, so holding onto the B sites. So that allows a very easy plant. Nelson coming in, AK as well.
Nedic doesn't have head armor.
Very hard to defeat. And if
or armor. Liaz has armor though.
So he starts to make the first approach. Liaz takes him down. Trade fragger not even necessary. And that is an unlikely round coming out of FlyQuest.
Wow.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they needed to. They needed to lock in that round, man. Losing the eco is probably the worst thing that could happen to them.
Oh my god. I don't think we saw that first time around. But yeah, you're right. This wasn't the easiest round to win. Such great work. Netic. And then Lias at the end.
You needed to win that round. You needed to win that fight in mid with the op.
That tickled you for some reason.
Yeah, so now they're kind of down on money. And FlyQuest is full buy. Not good. Okay.
Once again,
Zevi with a pick.
AWP has been so stable.
Emperor, thank you so much for the 14 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back.
To the B site. It's found nothing so far.
Hope you're doing well.
Nobody in forward positions. This is interesting. So much space given, but here comes Zevi once more with his AWP, looking for the opening, and he gets it. Regali with a quick trade into the site, but
Zevi steals the op.
Right now, there's police everywhere.
Nice shot. Nice.
Oh my god, he's so quick. Okay, well, they got their backs to the wall, so there's only one way forward right now for Flux. So that's just to win every round in the map and get this one into overtime at the moment. What a task ahead of them, but
Tio.
and we said
Smart timeout
like this, then that should inspire some confidence.
Smart
the rest of the team
timeout.
obviously can't just be him alone. Somebody else has to step it up. FlyQuest calling a timeout. Have a bit of a discussion about what is the plan, but
Excuse me, sorry. I just woke up earlier. I didn't go to bed super early, but I woke up early. I might be yawning and shit a little bit. If it gets too much, maybe I'll
feel like
get a coffee or something.
So tense for Fluxo.
Such a journey. I woke up at 7 a.m. because I thought the games were at 8 a.m. Turns out they were at 9 a.m. And they're going to be going on for a lot longer because we're going to be seeing
pushing yourself.
More games
To be the case.
today. We still have more games coming up.
It's just been, I mean, without
Again,
him,
big
I
day
don't
for
even
CS.
say it, but without him,
Big day in the
they've
majors.
already lost
Yeah,
this
long
game
stream.
10 minutes ago at least.
Yeah, the Vex site for Fluxo's CT side.
Like, Sevi is matching Vexite. 26 for kills on both of them, 14, 13 deaths. In the middle, smoke is blown
Okay.
open, but it backfires.
FlyQuest trying to just send it down mid.
Instead, Netic's able to get the shot. Now, Kai will revenge it, but I think that's still kind of worth it here.
A little bit. If they can get that gun, it'll be even more worth it. If Vexite can get a gun, I think they could make something work. But Vexite just working that B angle inside a cave.
They can wait. I think that's something FlyQuest
He
can do
should grab a
fairly
gun
well,
here.
is allowing
They won't have a
Fluxo
chance
to
of winning this
really
round.
Feel the pressure of not knowing what's coming
Zevi
next.
really brought it back though for them.
And we got a minute, just over a minute left now, and FlyQuest
That's the power of an op player.
gathering towards the B side of the map.
FlyQuest just going to try to work
we got
maybe
a big
B
lead from Fluxo
slowly.
too. They seem to have a good read of this. There's 2 players set up in the K
FlyQuest just needs
positions,
one
very strong.
round and they're good to go for winners bracket.
Can FlyQuest set piece overwhelm it?
Oh, good
Timing
smoke.
on the smoke.
Very good stuff, but it's a minute in, so it'll go down eventually.
Okay, they're all going to be going up the ramp.
Oh, they're just running up ramp.
Oh, it's to the
Oh,
side.
Vexite doesn't care. Oh my god.
In's going to be taking on Sevi.
Wow.
Pulled the rug right out from under them. That
Yeah, they just cleared him. 1v4 GG.
Down, and this is what happens
All right.
when you bring the Aussies to Austin. They've absolutely
Well,
blown up Fluxo.
FlyQuest just said, let's just end it. Doesn't matter what we have for buys.
Texas and
They sent it into B.
It's going huge so far
Waited for a
today,
minute,
so
got some
that was
util
really
on
awesome to see
cave, and
FlyQuest.
then
I
pushed
do
up
think they're a
ramp
team
and
that, some people
took
might be
the
sleeping on a
game.
little bit.
Was a
We'll have to
lot
see, how
closer
they
towards the end than it
progress
should have been
throughout the
because they were up
tournament,
like 110 or something
they
like
are
that,
definitely
211
dangerous.
by the time they
there's
switched
no,
tabs.
There's no way around it. What a
So
performance. I mean, carried obviously by
the Brazilians definitely tried to bring it
Those
back and
wickets
made it
just
a
bring
little bit
such a long high
closer
rate. We
than I
already
think
have
it,
one of them.
like
Probably
I said,
gonna be
should have
replaying
been
that
or
quite
could
a
have
bit.
been.
What a performance. Savvy, shout out to him, obviously trying to rescue the rest
GGs
of Fluxo, but
overall,
he just
GGs.
couldn't do it on his own, unfortunately. Really, really impressive, though, just as an individual, performance.
All right, so
He
they are doing an
basically
extended
do
break
that on his own.
for
Sick
now,
game. We've got more coming up, but,
where they are
we
going
have to reshuffle all the
to,
matches. It'll be interesting, so stay tuned.
like I said, take a
27 kills.
IRL timeout, I guess,
Someone
until we get next games. I'm not sure what we have coming up next
doing
year.
God's work and yeah, paying off in
See
this
if I can
first
see
festival.
Yeah, that was.
the
I
schedule.
feel sorry for Sevi. He was doing a good job, at least.
Looks
trying
like
to
it's
keep them
not
alive.
listed, so we
However,
don't have a
FlyQuest,
listed
that was a very
schedule.
dominant performance.
Everything
It
here
was
is
very-
just
I mean, like,
to
we
be
saw-
determined.
we praised
I think they're
Ricardo
probably
for coming
doing
into
like
the team, and he
brackets
has
and stuff
elevated
too.
the team like better than what
It's
they
still gonna be
used
the
to
best
look
of
like
one
with
series.
And you know, I think Vexite sometimes is also like other.
So there is
You
that.
talked about Nedic wanting to come in, and we've seen what Inns can do, and Lias has also been part of the Australian scene for a long time. Vexite, on the other hand, you know, he's a guy that's been going a little bit up and down in performance. He was seen as this guy that could come out of the Australian region and, you know, maybe prove to be another JKS. I don't think he's proven it yet, but this one.
Yeah,
proved
so I
that
guess
he
we're
could
just
play
waiting.
cross-rank.
How does that set things up when we move into those second round of matchups, which we will be announcing very
Try majors
shortly
if you want to
here.
see the next
About
one.
a
I
minute to
mean,
calculate those. But yeah, FlyQuest, so obviously Heroic were the firm favourites. Where do FlyQuest kind of sit in your estimation after that
majors?
clear number one?
So close to be up there. I'd say Heroic right now, you know, being the top dog in that regard. I think FlyQuest is up in that conversation as well. OG, let's see if they can replicate what we saw against Complexity. I would still say Heroic
HLTV
number one,
says 4:30.
FlyQuest 2 and OG 3 in the.
Yeah, it's like
I
it's
guess
like in an
very
hour. This next
preliminary
game.
Power ranking that we're doing after having watched one best of one.
I love making so much out of such a small sample size, you know me. Would you agree with that?
Stage one of my
Definitely there's kind of the order
HLTV.
in
You can see
terms
the
of-
order.
Maybe we can take this in a different direction rather than like the power ranking. Most impressed. Is there any kind of teams that really stood out to you that maybe you didn't expect such a dominant result from?
OG is maybe the one that stands out to me. Going up against Complexity, sure, without their Arbor, but still think they played really well. And then for the rest of it, most of it was like as we expected. Sure, I think that FlyQuest, you know, Fluxo is maybe not a team that people have too much expect of, but the way that they managed to clinch it was good. And I think that's kind of the storyline throughout the games we've seen so far is that there are teams that, sure, we have teams that we expect to win, but it's more about the fashion they do it in, which
Okay,
is more like
so-
the dictator of how things are going and if they're looking sharp, if they're not looking sharp. I think overall we've seen majority of the favorites win and nothing too surprising yet.
Here's all the winners.
I think I'd put Wildcard and Energy up there as like.
Is what we're
good
talking about? This is
start.
still
What we
TBD,
want to
right?
see
It's Energy
from
versus
North American
Heroic.
Major, some of the veteran
Oh, is this
players
what you're
from,
talking
you know,
about? Like
like
these
Nitro
are
and
the
South as well.
upcoming
good
games.
to see them coming out swinging.
Like
Obviously, they will have
Wildcard
to
versus
continue that in
OG,
the,
Energy
second
Heroic.
set.
Energy Heroic's
That's
gonna
the
be
thing,
kind
you
of
know,
sick.
consistency is key, especially in this kind
FlyQuest
of format,
versus Lin
especially
might
when
be
you play
good
2 games
too.
in one day.
I didn't
After
watch
today,
much of
tomorrow and the day
Bet
after and the following day, all teams
Bet
only
Boom's
play one
game today,
so
but
for
they
now,
seem
you know,
to they
day
had
one,
like a solid
consistency is where you can
solid
use
win
that as a
over
strength of yours. If you're consistently playing well on day one, well then you're
Amiga.
putting yourself in a great spot.
Shall we find out who opponents are going to be moving on forward as we do
Yes.
have way more best of ones coming away in the second half of
Oh,
the
okay,
day.
here.
Okay, so we start off with the likes of OG versus Bait, Heroic, NRG. I'm really squinting to see this logo. I should be standing
Lin Vision
closer.
versus Wildcard and
Yes.
Bet Boom FlyQuest.
Excellent. And then in the lower bracket, we've got Imperial taking on Chingless Warriors, Namiga versus Legacy, Fluxo, Tai Lu, and then Complexity versus Metasport. Anything really standing out to you guys from those initial?
Tyloo game's gonna
I
be.
am very much looking forward to the OG game, to be completely honest, versus Bait. I think Bait did a great comeback against Imperial, and
OG
OG, I
versus
want to see
Bait,
them
really?
continue.
I wanna
the good
see- I
trend.
wanna
Then
see,
Heroic versus
Energy versus Heroic.
If Energy is legit, let's see what you can do against the
For
team.
sure.
like Heroic.
I'm looking forward to the whole BetBoom versus FlyQuest. I think that's also a matchup that could be very interesting. We've
BetBoom versus FlyQuest might be fun.
Praised, but we talked a lot
I
about
feel like
BetBoom,
FlyQuest is kind of throwing at the end.
Very hit and miss this tournament, and then you have on the other side you have FlyQuest, which is a team that is constantly actively inside other tier 1 tournaments. That they can push some of the top dogs into
this Tyloo game
in uncomfortable
might
situations.
Be fun, yeah.
So it's actually going to be a matchup.
Let's see if Complexity does something. If Complexity played all like they did this morning, they're likely going into 0-2, brother.
I said those matchups completely wrong.
They're likely going into 0-2.
TV thinking that I was lining them up, so I'm actually going to look at the graphic properly, and yes, now I understand what's moving forward.
Okay. Well, we got you, Freya. We got you. I think the only one you missed was Imperial versus Nemiga. You know, that's a matchup in itself, yeah, and that could be interesting as well. To me, I look forward to see Complexity versus Fluxo. Not necessarily because I think Fluxo have a chance of making much happening here at stage 1, but the response from Complexity. What is the body language going to look like? What is the output going to look like on the server? That was such a
we'll see what happens here, man. I mean, these should be good games as well.
Against Fluxo, let's be honest, that's a game that they should be winning, even with a standing. So I'm curious to see if Complexity can make that happen.
They have to. Surely, so much pressure.
They have to bounce back. Like, there's no excuse for them to not doing it. I mean, like with what they come into with this in this tournament, even though with the stand-in, I think they see themselves as the clear favorite in this one as well. And you know, people don't really have the expectations for Fluxo. So if Complexity cannot bounce back on this one, it's gonna be looking even more grim tomorrow.
You know what can save you from ever doing that again, Frey? By heading into Blast.tv, because they have the Pick'em simulator, and that's the one I'm using in front of me. And so far, they are 100% correct.
Excellent. Thank you for
You're
that
welcome.
advice, Jacob. I will certainly use that. Or to maybe get myself a pair of spectacles too, because I definitely need
I know where to get them.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for the first half of the day. Of course, we have plenty more Counter-Strike going down, but we're going to leave you over with Moses, Maui, and Banks. They're going to be up here on the C-Stream side of things. And yeah, I'm very excited to see the matches go down. We're going to leave you on a 10-minute break. But yeah, we'll be seeing you in person tomorrow.
So they're switching casters already. They had casters do half of it, and then they did, had these casters do the other half of it. Okay, good stuff overall. Good stuff overall. Some fun games here today. From this morning at least. 1 hour wait for what again? Until the next games. We get it's about 45 minutes. Until the next set of games, sorry, but the casters are back in about 10 minutes. Yeah, a little bit of a break time. Oh, what's the next game? Hold on. What's the next game? Oh, B8 versus OG. And Heroic versus Energy are the next games. Okay. My arm. Then we'll go from there into Lin Vision versus Wildcard and BetBoom versus FlyQuest. Should be fun, I think. Are they playing both T and CT sides or just one? What do you mean? Was it team again where the guy won 1 versus 4? I'm not sure. Which map was it? Do you remember? Was it Inferno? Was it the Inferno game that we watched? With Metsiport versus Wildcard? Is it that game? It just feels like March Madness where they are shorter games. No, I mean they're full game. It's just best of 1 is the issue, right? They're best of 1 series, so they might feel a little shorter because they only play one match and then they're done. You know what I mean? Yeah, but this is like there's 2 majors. This is the first major of the year, and then there'll be a second major in December, which will likely be who knows where. But this is the one in the US. It's in Texas, and teams around the world like compete because this is Valve's event. This is like the guys that made Counter-Strike. This is their big hoopla event. So it's definitely a big deal to everyone that's playing here. Probably the biggest thing you could win as a major in terms of like CS, notoriety. Yeah, it's like a Stanley Cup exactly, but we have like 2 a year with CS. So they have one, they have one here in the middle of summer, and they're gonna have one in December that hasn't been announced yet, or we don't know anything about it, So a lot of teams around the world. We got Brazilian teams from China, we got Mongolia, we got Australia, obviously like lots of European folks, and even American teams competing in this. This is stage 1, so these are kind of like the teams that qualified, but like not in the same bracket as the teams that have been winning these past tournaments, because they're seeded a bit better. Gomez the Strong, thank you for the 74 months in a row. Appreciate you. So today we're watching all of the I'm not gonna say bottom seeded teams because they're obviously working very hard, but we're watching people qualify for the actual I guess the actual, we'll call it playoffs or semifinals, finals, etc. Is there still Adderall abuse? I don't know, dude. Who knows? I'm gonna let me get myself. Should I get a coffee? I don't really want to get a coffee. Probably get myself a little sandwich though. I'm gonna get myself a little sandwich, get some fuel in my system. I didn't eat much breakfast. Next major is Budapest and Hungary. Okay, good to know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought the location was still being decided. Yeah, I'm gonna make a little snacky, make myself a little sandwich, and then we'll come back and do some more CS enjoying.
Chai. Chai, yeah.
Do we add the Jesus?
Yeah, Chai Jesus.
Chai Jesus,
yeah.
okay.
The first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play. And then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point that they pointed me. I feel like in Imperial, we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, your POV is like more chilling. You are just holding, and when you are playing like in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have a pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that was my first one. So I have a pressure because of that. The same way, I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding FACEIT, solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metisport, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the FACEIT leaderboard, right? I was on top of the FACEIT leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and the rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on Flare Break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It
Bro,
wasn't
what is
planned
that?
at all. It just
In my
happened on
fucking
1-2 days,
chair,
and
man.
it
What
was
is
done.
this?
Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good staff behind it, so it was like an obvious choice. Samphias has been experienced, he's joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around, so it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course, like I had it as an achievement.
All right, we got an unusual memes. Let's watch that. Unusual memes drop. Let's watch it.
Mouse, hey, do you want to come inside my...
Красноармейская от лица птичьего полета.
Ну так наливаем. И хули.
What?
Walking around here, and I saw this little bastard. Look at him.
What?
Yo, my life's like a movie, my eyes are like a Uzi, jacuzzi. Let's get back out of the way.
It's a ball! It's a ball!
What the fuck was that?
What that mean at the pot spinning? If the what that mean at the what
was that?
What that mean if this pot spinning?
No. No, no. No.
Oh my god. What? What is that?
Nasılsın abi?
Alishat.
What is this
Asshole
asshole? What is this
driver.
asshole doing?
Dude, move your
Go.
freaking car.
You gotta put your hazards on, buddy.
You're not even this is
Put your hazards on,
2
man.
hour parking. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
God.
pissed.
Man, the right one almost worked.
What the fuck?
What is going on?
Come on.
Yo, he's gonna make
Come
it
on,
up.
you got
He'll
it.
make it up.
You got it. Oh yeah. Let's go. Free the man. Let's go.
No.
How many things have been lost down that vent? Oh.
Dude.
You're pulling up a root.
And that Porsche obviously blundered the attack by the Mercedes, but
Oh no.
Are you so cuddly?
Just have a crack in your windshield and you just want to.
That laugh.
We're good.
Bro. Oh my god.
What the fuck? My New Year's resolution was to stop eating Pop-Tarts. But then I said, fuck it!
Basically, she was trying to make a silly video, but then...
Yo, this is...
Hello? Alright. Very nice. Good stuff. Good memes. Good memes. Good memes. F2P unusual memes just don't hit the same. It'd be like that, huh? Hard to watch. We got a little bit of time to kill. They got some analysis. Watch the Goodbye Katowice frag movie that was posted a day ago by HLTV. So it'd be kind of cool.
The history of Katowice is obviously there. I think it's iconic at this point. You know, next to Cologne, next to the majors, this is like one of the most prestigious tournaments.
That is massive. But Snacks is walking around and just walking in a Snacks wonderland.
I remember this.
He waited, and then he finished off the job. Not sure we'll need over to where Exist is coming from, but Neo will get the headshot on towards Exist. 4 health points. Here's plenty for a player like Neo.
Old Inferno, man.
Headshot onto Fifth Laren. Neo's 4 health points are going to be tested now by Forest. 1 on 2. 2 of the biggest players of the game. That will allow Freiburg to round the corner. But it won't allow him to get any further.
Pasha, my friend. You are not my friend, you are my brother, my friend.
Exist claims 2 before Pasha gets his hat-trick. He gets the 4th. This is sensational play from Pasha.
Forest, Wild Flash gonna take down Sivnix. What a big kill. He's got the C set out, goes for more, takes Dupree. He's ready with the orb, he scopes through, he knifes him. Oh my god! Yeah, right, last man standing device, that draw speed, he's gonna go down. If that had been the old C set, it would have been no issue at all. Get right, trying to walk. 1v2, running up.
Watch so much Get Right footage, man.
Jumping and shooting, he gets one more kill, looking for it, he's got to down, time is up, oh my god, Get Right.
He had like 1 second or something, it was crazy.
No, he sees Al as well, he wants to see if there's another one he can kill. He spots both of them, he gets, oh my god, Device! That is insane,
the lineup, man.
Takes down Al and Freiburg.
I just don't feel like you could do this anymore, man. I just don't feel like the movement allows you to set up stuff like that.
Play it bags could swing back in that direction because here isn't going to be pressure, but he doesn't know that.
There's Dupree.
Works though.
He's the guy in the capture desk now.
Doesn't even matter. Dupree! Oh, the 4th as well. How sick is this round for him?
Kiyoshima, man.
The first ace.
Old face.
In this tournament. How's the call here? Because he should be able to catch off MSL, get the kill, but then Magist will know he's there. Does he wait? Oh, this is huge.
Oh, this was big, yeah.
What a play! Both go down in the site. He solves it. So much discipline, and look at him go now. Catches easy on rotation.
Yeah, it's Gold's-Era. Didn't know what the hell was going on, but the teams are reacting fast as team kills coming in. Fallen actually gets seized as well. This kill is it. It's going to be guarded. Now it's time to fall back, and Fallen going to be capitalizing there as well. As I said, you've won the round at that point. Why are you giving your orb away back? I'm believing.
You're a bit of a believer. Would you suggest that you don't want to stop believing?
Why don't you cast around?
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take him place. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is going to be absolute madness. A round that we will forget, because there goes Zeus. He's actually got away with it. Zeus is out of the round. No,
He's
my
actually
God,
won the
Fallen
round.
has done this. I thought Zeus had time, but no.
Find that kill, however. Definitely spots him.
Flusha.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much.
Wow, no way. No way
Line
he
it up.
wins this.
And not only that, he's caused a full rotation from Ivy, from Rain, and sort of inside of Zeke and Hector. Flusha gets one more kill on this. Lekro's got the whole map to play with. He's hoping that Flusha can anchor this position down, but he has the option to go back to A. And look at Flusha go, my God. This would be a harsh reset on 14 rounds for Fnatic, and that smoke is tantalizing! Flusha! He's gonna clean out Connector! And he could actually spoil the whole plan, as sneaky as Flusha was! Oh my God! Starts off well, Fnatic with the first kill. And that's going to encourage the B take. They're certainly ready for it. Rain, good angle. Flusha, good trade. As Golden and Flusha have to be the two to pull this back, to force this the distance. Bomb already planted, thankfully, and Flusha with one, but he's got a lot more to go. In fact, he needs another ace just to keep Fnatic alive and FaZe with their first IEM championship. It only takes one kill. Flusha, he's not going to allow that easily. Gets it down to just Guardian, 17 HP. And that gives Flusha the upper hand as well. Flash out. He's faced off of it, forced off the angle, and Flusha's got us going the distance.
Crazy.
This is a done round. Guardian now is the question as to whether he'll save the AWP. Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? One player has found 3 kills. Guardian looking to ace this one out. This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far.
How does he work back in? It's gone toward the dumpster. That means Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! He's got all 5!
Just perfecto, it's simple. He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple, no, simple, that's unbelievable! A flaming, ridiculous ace!
As well. Ops is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rocks is on a rock, and we're going to overtime, baby. How much does m0NESY want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing, 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for m0NESY now. It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants m0NESY's end gone. But this man, oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT.
Yeah, Nico Deagle down in pit needs to offer some resistance here. Yakindar gone. Nico.
Oh, run! The D doesn't betray him this time! Dispatches of him, and look at Dog do it! That's disgusting! Revolting! Yeah, that's one! Ian Teller beats the champions!
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Some good clips in there, man. There's definitely some good clips in there. Watch the Red Bull CS documentary? I did not. I did not watch the Red Bull CS doc. Let's get that we'd say it's a major that they have in Europe. One of the big majors. Or Flum has a video called Everything You Need to Know About NA at the CS2 Major. It's about 20 minutes long, which should run the runtime until these next games. Maybe we'll watch that.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back. Today's video, we're going to be talking about the major, Austin CS Major 2025, the first ever major with 32 teams. Of these 32 teams, 5 of them will be representing NACS. Now, some of you might not like how I categorize some of these teams as NACS. I don't really care. So this video is kind of going to act as your introduction into the 5 North American Counter-Strike teams that are going to be fighting at the Austin Major. So since this is a new format for us, guys, if you do enjoy the video, please leave a like, leave a comment down below if you like it, or maybe something similar that you'd like to see in this format. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, all that good stuff. To crash course you real quick into the major, we're going to go over the format real fast. Basically, what's going to happen is there's going to be 16 teams in the first stage, and they're going to play each other, and then there's 8 teams from that. And then those 8 teams move on to play 8 more teams that are already qualified. And then the 8 teams from that are going to play 8 more teams. And then we're going to work our way into an 8-team final. Starts with best of ones. Every single advancing match or elimination match will always be played in a best of 3. And you always play teams with the same record. So if you're 1-0 and you win your first best of 1, you play other teams that are 1-0. So we're just focusing on the NA teams. We have Complexity, Wildcard, Liquid, M80, NRG. Now, Liquid qualified to stage 3 automatically, and M80 qualified to stage 2. NRG, Cole, and Wildcard had to play in something called the MRQ online to qualify for stage 1 of the major, which obviously they all did. That's why we're talking about them right now. We're going to talk today about today's video sponsor, CS Money. So for those of you that have watched my stream for a while, know that CS Money's worked with me for a very long time, and I've always used their site. They have fast trades. I'm usually in and out of the site.
Already lost my small
like
brain,
5
can't
minutes.
keep up.
I don't even
All
think there's been a time where I've looked up your
there's,
skin and they don't have it. Sometimes you have to do like, a couple filters to find the right skin, but it just takes a few minutes and you can find anything you ever want on there. Last but not least, they do any payment method you can want. They got card, PayPal, crypto. You're good to go. Now, something some of you might not be as familiar with, they do now have also a marketplace where you can do peer-to-peer, has lower prices, and there's discounts on there. They also, if you just don't want the hassle of anything, you can instant sell and cash out, and you just have to click the icon in the top right. I would greatly appreciate if you guys do a trade on that website, that you use my link that'll be in the description below. I also want to just add a little side note, guys. Whether it is this site or any site that is a trading marketplace site, be very careful. Ideally, if you have a sponsored link similar to like mine right now from somebody you trust, make sure you're always clicking on, the safe sites and not accidentally getting fished and going to a different one and losing all your inventory. That's the last thing anybody wants. Now let's get you back into the video. We talk a lot about Liquid on my streams and on the Clips and Highlights channel all the time, but the roster is Twist, Ultimate, Nerds, Shuhei, who they just recently got, NAF, and they no longer have their previous coach. They have their analyst who's now standing in as coach, might be full-time coach. I think that's kind of like a we'll see how this goes type situation. The roles kind of work like NAF is an anchor, Shuhei is the IGL. Nerds is kind of like that X Factor wildcard guy that will also anchor sometimes on CT sides, depends on the sites. Ultimate is the Opper, and Twist, similar to Nerds, they kind of share different positions and similar play styles where they both pick and choose when they want to be aggressive and look to create openings for the team. To me, Liquid lives and dies by the Twist Nerds win condition. Like, these two are the heaviest hitters on the team. They're the most talented players on the team, and they have like the highest ceiling. They went from Shuhei 0 wins and 0 maps to immediately making playoffs in the very next event. Clearly, they are getting better. There are things that I think might still limit them in making like a playoff run, for example. But I do think that this team already looks better than they did at the start, and I think they have a much better makeup of like how they can actually win games rather than just like hoping and praying it all comes together. They really do have a nice little 1-2 with Twist and Nerds. They're basically just Anubis merchants right now, which is good that they even have a map that they can play like that. But being brutally honest, like that's kind of where things get tricky for Liquid, is they don't really have a second map that they can rely on. Anubis is their bread and butter, and yeah, they still take losses on
CSGO, it changes, man.
Their win rates can be
right now. People are saying ZywOo,
and they're still trying to figure out if they want to be like a Dust 2 team, an Inferno team, an Ancient team.
Obviously,
it does feel like tournament to tournament that like it just changes what they're good at.
You talk about CS,
I still think that Liquid, because of their
experience, would imply like back in the day,
compared to the other 4 teams that we're talking about in this video, are probably going to have the best international chances in the major to like make a run to playoffs. These guys have all played, and a couple of them have really made
all his money on Liquid
at different times and done. They have a lot of experience compared to the other rosters and their counterparts. So I still think they're the front runner, despite probably having a weaker map pool, that they can still maybe sneak their way into the playoffs with some really strong individual performances. Let's talk about M80. Getting into the roster, we have Sin, their IGL. We have Slacks, their Opper. Swisher is kind of their anchor glue guy support. Lake is the star rifler that came in to replace Malbs when Malbs went to G2, and Rek, their anchor. That is also their coach, and he's been there for a while. But to me, the standout player for M80's got to be Lake. Lake is they live and die on Lake's performance, I feel like, individually, when they play the big boy teams. What I mean by that is, you know, your Mongols, your G2, your FaZe, your anybody in that like top 10 to 15 range. If Lake is not there hitting hard, they are not in the game.
Okay.
The good news is he's usually picking up one or two of those maps, and then they kind of need the supporting cast to step in. The other aspect that M80 really needs is Slacks. Slacks is such a good opper when he is on. He is in that perfect sweet spot of not consistent enough to basically be an elite opper, but when he has his peaks, he looks like one. M80 is a little bit tricky because this core has been together for a while. They do have a lot of experience together as a unit, maybe not so much tier 1 experience, but they just have played a lot of Counter-Strike together. They're probably going to have a lot of reps and know what each other like to do. The problem is if you're not having a lot of success like them,
that's what I mean, man.
They're not doing bad, they're just not doing great. So if you have done a bunch of different things together, you can sometimes like let your own head get
like
in the way
NA
of
success,
things
right?
that haven't worked out in the past, and it can be your own worst enemy in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, too comfortable.
I feel like at times they show up and they look like they're just in tip-top shape and they're ready to play well, but they kind of don't get a chance to play as many events as,
thank you, Juicebox,
for example, Liquid.
Appreciate them
because of their world ranking. You know, online matches, and they go to a LAN and they're playing some of the higher up teams, and they're competitive, but they're not winning. So being competitive is cool and all, but when you're in the major and we're talking about, you know, where we expect this team to be and what we think they can do, I think there's a good chance they don't advance out of stage 2, which is where they're going to start. I think that's where they're going to stay. M80's map pool is tricky because they are really good on a lot of popular maps that a lot of these top teams are going to play. The problem is like I keep hammering home, they don't play the tier 1 teams as much. So these maps are all maps that these teams will play, and they can get outclassed on them versus the very, very top teams. So they're never really uncomfortable, but they're not really able to pick anything where it's like, for sure, we're winning this map. You are going to lose it. We are the better team on this map. They play Ancient, Mirage, Dust 2. Like, Dust 2, Ancient are great maps for them. The problem is pretty much all the top teams play Dust 2, Ancient. Fair. I think at the end of the day, this roster's, I believe, first major, if I'm remembering correctly. It's the first M80 stickers we're getting in the game. This is going to be like, I'm not saying the players are going to be content. I'm not saying
Princess,
that they can't make a run, but what I am saying is this is kind of what M80's goal was probably to have at the start of the year, was to be in this position, and they made it. Being realistic, I don't see them advancing out of this stage. I think it's unlikely, especially with their map pool and the teams that they're going to have to face. It's going to be a tricky situation. We'll talk about Complexity. Their team is 6C, who's their new pickup, Grim, Halzerk, JT, Nyx. And then the important caveat here is they will more than likely have a sub, unfortunately, for Halzerk due to visa issues, which is just really never something anybody wants to see. And that sub will be Junior. Their new coach, who's kind of more of like, I think temporary, but not, we don't really know where that's going, is going to be a Dren. Halzerk, Opper, JT's the IGL, absolute GOAT. Nyx is usually their anchor kind of lurk type player, and 6E is usually the glue guy holding it all together. And also when you see them, he is for sure like one of the hype men of the team, and he really tries to deliver like a good team environment, which I think has helped Grim's performance dramatically. And that's kind of how
I didn't really feel
Complexity
that today, man.
breaks down as a whole. Because of the ending of the PGL event that they performed incredibly well at, if the cutoff point for the VRS standings was like a week later, they would have actually gotten Liquid spot. That's how well they performed.
Wow.
They played a Yala Compass qualifier into PGL Bucharest. And in PGL Bucharest, they ended up taking down, I think, like 3 top 10 teams and 1 top 5 team.
That's pretty good.
In their Bucharest run. They were taking out everyone. They got rid of their coach before they did this run.
Okay.
And they kind of just, it seemed like that little bit of a change, maybe for whatever reason. I think it's less the coach was the problem and more so this is all mental. Whatever you could do to maybe try to hit that mental reset for the players, I think it helped. And I think it's just important to note because at the start of the year, they literally just got farmed. They didn't win. I don't even know if I remember, I don't think they even took a map off any international competition for a couple months there. If we were actually just purely going off results, Complexity out of these 5 teams that we're talking about for this year has the best international results out of these 5 teams. I'm a bit biased in the coaching department, but I think losing Holzerk for Junior is just going to be really tough. Junior's a very talented opper, but when it comes to international CS, he's always struggled, and I'm not going to even beat around the bush. He's had a hard time. The good news for Complexity, though, is unironically, Grim is the best North American rifler of 2025.
Grim really underperformed today.
Is on fire. Twist is on a 1.09. Alige is a 1.12. Grim is a 1.21 rating. So now.
Oh no. Oh no. Grim had a terrible game today. Grim was supposed to be the. He was supposed to be the Omega carry. Grim was sending out 1 kill for like a shit ton of rounds, dude. Minus 50% form. So he underperformed greatly. He was terribly underperformed today. Obviously, this guy turned up. Nico just had a on-fire game for sure. He was super hot today. And then, like I said, Junior actually did well. Junior performed well today. I think Nico outplayed everyone. I think Grim just got in his own head. JT didn't, like, seemingly didn't even exist, honestly. I think this team in general, like, really underperformed. Greatly underperformed. But yeah, all this stuff is hindsight, right? Hindsight 2020.
Now let's get into Complexity's map pool, and this is where things get a little interesting. Is they're quite good on Anubis. I'd say they're pretty good on Ancient, and they're large Train merchants. Train is
no, not the Ancient.
Their best map. The problem with Train being your best map is not a lot of teams will let it through. I think especially in the earlier stages, with the right set of circumstances, Grim can be enough to get them to the next stage. Complexity as a unit, when you watch them play, knows what they're about, know what they want to do, and for better or for worse, they are committed to it. And I think that with with Grim maintaining his form, if they can get Nyx or Sixy to just have a little bit elevated like individual gameplay, which both of them at different times have shown they can do, there is chance for them to advance to at least stage 2. Being realistic, I think that's about as far as they're going to end up going, but I think even that would be an incredible achievement for them, especially considering how this year started for them. And I think they know they can do it, even with Holzerk out and Junior in. Depending on the matchups, if they can stay in that Anubis, Nuke, Ancient wheelhouse, that's where they live and thrive. And if somebody doesn't ban Train against them...
Unfortunately, they did play Ancient, and Grim just had a not good game today. And like I said, the Junior stand-in, I think that was fine, but obviously OG kind of dominated today, huh? Like OG overperformed, which didn't really help them.
It's almost a guaranteed win for them.
What's up, Alex? So next up, we got
Wildcard. So for Wildcard, we got Stanislaw, Sonic, Fuzi, everybody calls them something different, Susp, and JBA. Stanislaw is the IGL. Sonic is like their secondary opper / rifler, rotate, kind of a glue. Sonic wears a lot of different hats on this team, but he can do it all. He's played for a while. Fuzi is the opper. Susp is kind of usually their I'ma lock it down alongside JBA on the other side of the map. If you ask a North American CS fan, diehard, everybody's gonna say JBA. And I do think that is warranted. I think JBA is not only probably has the highest ceiling on the team, and I am incredibly biased in this take, but I think that when he is playing well, similar to M80, this team just looks so much different. It's hard to say. That's like the strength of this roster, is that they have so many pieces that really have shown that they can be incredibly powerful in their roles whenever needed. But that's kind of also the weakness, is they don't really all do it together. For me though, personally, I think like for them to be dangerous in this major, I'm gonna go with Stanislaw. Actually, his calling has been actually fantastic this year and last year. And I think it made the team overperform expectations and then allowed players to become more confident in themselves after they saw some of the results they were able to place up. So to me, Stanislaw is actually probably the most important person in wildcard, because
dude,
they're very...
that wildcard game today was probably I'm not sure what to call it, but the biggest stomp of the day. Honestly, they went 13-1 against Met Support. Which, yeah, they kind of cleaned them on this one for sure. It was almost an absolute clean sweep too.
Very few rosters where you watch so many rounds a team just feel like they have completely outmaneuvered or outread or out game planned another team, and I think Stanislaw is a big part of that. So for wildcard to like really have success right now, they've had a couple maps that they've shown recent success on, but then they also get bullied by teams on that map. So example, they implement a little bit of Train in there, but then Complexity, who we just talked about being a great Train team, kind of dumpstered them on it. Wildcard is trying to evolve their map pool. They're good on Nuke. They like to play Inferno, and they're pretty good on it. The similarities that they have with M80 are pretty high in the sense that the maps that Wildcard are good on, if they play the top teams or some of the better teams or higher ranked teams, those teams have usually a slight edge on them and not the other way around. They don't have a map that they can just fully be like, that's the one that you're uncomfortable on and I'm super comfortable on. They just have a lot of maps that they are very good at. They have the potential to advance the next stage. They have the players to do it. They have everything they need, just like last time. But I think with the down performance they've had this year after what they did at last major, I think they're kind of on a downward trend. I think this is the type of roster where I wouldn't be surprised if I saw them make roster moves at this major, unless there was something where they make a similar run again, because at the moment it just seems like they've been trending downwards. Being brutally honest, I think that it's less likely this team advances. I think it's very likely that after the major we see a different looking wild card going into the second half of 2025,
which is, I mean, like I said, they popped the hell off earlier. So, but we'll see. Maybe Met Support just had a really bad game. That's possible too. Maybe that's the case.
Now, last not least, NRG. So we got OC on the op. We got Hex, who is basically I'd say he's their heaviest hitter. He's like their Lake. And then Bro will sometimes anchor, sometimes be in the mix.
Today.
He is their all-arounder. George is usually anchoring a bomb site incredibly well, and Nitro is the IGL. I have a lot of respect, actually, for the NRG organization. They had this roster for a little while now. They were failing to qualify for the major, and they stuck with this team, man. They stuck with this team. They could have bowed out of CS. I wouldn't even have blamed them. You know, they were making slight changes. Then they got George, right? That the George pickup was great. And then they got Bro in, which was completely unexpected to me. You know, I did not expect to see Danish rifler from Astralis Bro, who previously played for Monty, joining NRG and moving to Texas.
Yeah,
and
that's funny.
Man, I'm so glad they did, because he really rounded out this roster so nicely. He gave them something that they didn't have before, which is just reliability in those bomb sites that I think they were really lacking. The go-to and to watch players on NRG, I'm going to go with Hext, and then probably either George or Bro. Or you know what? Just give me all three, because I'm too indecisive and I like the roster too much. Recently, the results have been pretty good. They farm mostly the NA teams. Domestically, they haven't had any issues. They've been farming my tournament, the Revival series that I put on with Jason Lake and Complexity. They did play in Frag Vegas. They lost to NIP, but it was a close series. NRG has a strong map pool of Train and Train when it comes to tier 1 competition in international
Train
CS.
and Train.
They do have other maps that they like to play, but we're going to have to see those maps be successful on an international stage. They were quite good internationally on Train, and then they struggled as soon as they couldn't play Train. That was basically their situation. Is you play Energy on Train, you lose, and then as soon as somebody banned Train, well, Energy didn't look as good. I think Energy will have more experience coming into this major than they did before. However, this is their first major as a 5 together. Of these 5 North American teams, I put them as the dark horse. Energy could completely bomb out, but man, if these guys get hot with how their individual form has been, I could see them having a better performance in Wildcard. I could see them even getting into Stage 2 and giving people in Stage 2 a hard time. Okay. Will they? I don't know. To conclude this video a bit, I think Liquid at the end of the day has the best chance of making playoffs. I'm looking at Complexity to have the second best performance. You know, the double-edged sword there is that they don't have Halzerk. So M80 is a weird one because they just don't have as many reps. I think that they're always going to give us a solid performance. With how stable the core is, I see them being a really prickly team in Stage 2 that can give everybody a hard time. Wildcard, unfortunately, while I'm happy they made the major, I just think that this team is in a tricky spot right now where they're just worse than they were last year. They haven't really had good results this year, and I think changes are looming. And then with Energy, I think Energy out of these rosters actually has some of the highest upside out of all of them. But there's so many variables that go into that. I think they need so many things to go right. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. This is the first time I've done something like this, so bear with me if any of it's a little rough. I appreciate it. If you guys did enjoy the new format and the new video, please don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and comment below if you enjoyed it, and if you'd like to see another type of idea or topic in this format, because I really enjoyed making it. You know, I enjoyed it. Yeah. If you guys are also going to be in Austin, I will be there. I'll be co-streaming. Would love to see you guys there. Make sure you stop by and say.
That's cool. Very cool stuff. Okay. That was good. That was an interesting little analyzation. So we do have the next.
And we look at Chingus in here. Most people probably had them as their
next
0-3. We're not sure what to expect.
Games
from these
coming
guys,
up here.
Really, it's not a pretty picture, but it's learning for these guys at this point.
The things that I could say positively about Chingus is that they recognize that they didn't need to go into the depths of old Mongolian talent. Like, they were playing with people like Zilkenberg about a year ago.
Should be interesting for
NA,
man.
They decided to cut the cord on people like him. They invested more into newer talent, and that has actually lifted them above, for the MRQ at the bare minimum, above teams like Eruption, who are still using some older players here and there. So for Chingus Warriors, the expectations are on the floor.
Yeah, I appreciate
don't expect
that,
them to do anything other than 0-3. If I'm being completely honest, but it's a testament regardless that the GMing for their roster is actually pretty shrewd.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I think the blueprint is there with the Mongols, right? I'll tell you what, if Chingus Warriors does something out, because I'm with you, I think 0-3, if they do something at this major, that's a crazy indictment of North American.
I'm excited for this Tyloo game. This Tyloo game's going to be good.
Put things together, and
I think the Heroic game's going to be good.
Be crazy.
Well, let's take a look right now of where we're at.
I'm a little nervous for Complexity.
Games in here. This is all the opening
Complexity had a really rough showing earlier.
Both pick out maybe one that you
in
like
terms
most
of, you know,
lean in.
They're just trying to perform.
Okay.
But Lin Vision versus Wildcard now might actually unironically be a decent
with the Chingus legacy game. So
watch as well.
You know, I like those kind of matches.
That is a spicy match.
I like those kinds of matches.
That is a spicy match. It's a dirty one.
Yeah, we'll see how Metsiport does versus Tyloo. I'd be surprised if Tyloo doesn't win that.
Yeah,
that was the one out. Yeah.
Okay, I think that match is going to be a lot of fun.
All right, well, we're going to a break, but for you guys to know, you can stick with us here on the Red Zone and just enjoy the chill mode of it all as we go through whichever games and whatever we want to do and just have some fun. Or over on the A stream, you've got Bait going up against OG, and for the B stream, it's Heroic taking on NRG, so pick your poison.
Okay, NRG is first at bat. I'm surprised you like CS, but I'm all here for it. You're surprised I like CS. Yeah, I just got into it, man. Very recently. The Mongols, IMO, I want them to win the major, but it will take a lot. That would be cool. Any tournament players in their 40s or 50s? No, I don't think. I think late 30s is probably cut off. First-person shooters are a young man's game. Okay, folks. I feel like Olafmeister's still out there. Olafmeister's streaming this. He's not attending, but he still plays CS and he still streams CS, but I don't think he's competing anymore. Look up the Silver Snipers team. What the hell's the Silver Snipers? What the fuck is this? These are old people playing CS. Dirty Harry. El Nino.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The B Stream Bandits, myself and Chatty B, bringing you all the action here on the stream for the second half of the day. Course split down the middle. A lot of good Counter-Strike happening on both streams. Heroic NRG in front of us. The 1-0, so second round for both of these teams, and yet to drop a game. Another best of one on the menu. Dust 2 has been elected to be the map as the veto concluded. You saw it popped up on your screen there.
Yeah, you go into this matchup right now. Both of these teams are in the winner's bucket. We've got the odds on the screen. Heroic, the favorites. They're one of the favorites for this stage. I'd say they're the best team coming into stage one of the Blast TV Austin Major for 2025. NRG, on the other hand, man, giving you a bit of a yawn. Nitro, a legend of North American Counter-Strike. Some of those interviews, he feels like he's been a little bit slept on. So we're going to see what quality of NRG we get into this head-to-head. It's a tough opponent to draw. And good vibes in the Heroic tribe.
It's definitely been like it's palpable. When you meet the Heroic in the corridors, you've seen it in back-to-back events now. Heroic, they've just got this kind of energy, this aura about them, this confidence. They seem to believe they're a whole lot better than some of their opponents think they are.
And they've addressed as well that they know that this is the last dance. Symphius and Saw being confirmed to go to G2 once the major campaign concludes. But let's get this one underway. No head-to-head between the two. And Dust 2 is where we find ourselves. Nitro jumps.
All right, Dust 2, Energy versus Heroic.
And the import opens up.
Yeah, that was very well maneuvered by Bro. He's kind of ducking, dodging, weaving on the exchange and wins it out versus Symphius.
Mid to B wouldn't be too bad now with that opening kill. They've scrambled an extra player over, and Tania, the star of
the same time, just keep in mind we do also have
he could disrupt
B8 versus OG.
Through CT. Tania does tap the head
OG crushed Complexity earlier, but I'm kind of interested in seeing this Heroic Energy game.
And that bomb retrieval mission underway. Tania has dropped to address that smoke, and it's opened an avenue open short.
Yeah, there's a runway now. Does Tania take the fight?
He certainly looks like he wants to. The Molotov will force him into it. Hard shot to hit, and it's Bro again. That Glock finds another headshot.
Bro's on fire, man.
LNZ already bleeding out, needs a one tap, and now his position noted. Looks very bleak to get your way back into this one. Just Young Star with a little bit of hope. A quick tap to the head with that dual Beretta. A second to mandatory, and he blaze it down as well. All onto the one man. Hexed.
Okay.
Two, and a low HP on LNZ. He's gone.
to start it out.
And great for a player
All right,
like
Hex.
who
I
is
see
one
you,
of
Hex.
these individuals who loves the trash talk. Now, look, he's had some teams where maybe he couldn't have been backing it up, e.g. once upon a time, but in his NRG jersey, he's still getting loud, keeping that swagger and clutching out a pistol, which I really like the utility usage there from NRG. A lot of misdirection. They take those opening duels and Hex.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
Hey.
Straight out the gates, we get exactly
What's that about, man?
what Hex delivers, and it will be the fourth. So let's see, can they win out the economic war? Hex, he's not going to go for the pick, and understandably so. Oh, it's on a second tempo.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies here to fight them. LNZ on the edge of the smoke gets brought down by the Galil. OC facilitates with his flashbang to near, and xFloud think better of sticking around.
Okay, well, now they've dipped back. Now start pushing upper tunnels. There's
No crowd, not for these stage matches.
Of George, but
There'll be a crowd for
Dr.
playoffs.
Smoke backs away, and Tania looking to even things up again from this catwalk position. As he pushes forward, he'll find nothing in middle. Likely just to be the long finish with George on the lurk. So we've got Bro worried about a slip up mid. OC Nitro and Hex grouped up, and here you go. George's lurk activating through lower.
Good range for the 5-7. Youngstar down to George, and that's not a bad pick off from some Pius' scout as well. They're trying to trifle with Long. There is a response in the enemy scout as well. OC just attacked though. Finished off now. Gets the job done. Nitro across. Bro as well. That bomb needs help. And the bodies continue to drop. xFloud double D. Heroic quick to jostle and wrestle for that economic control. No pistol, no problem.
I'd be yelling back. That is a force spy that loses the opening pick out long and then is able to deal that much damage. And you mentioned the name of Sampayas. He had a strong showing in the opening Best of 1 against the Mongolian representation of this stage in the Chingas Warriors. But xFloud, Tania, for me, they're two sharp riflers. You got the Swedish. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, nice anti-eco indeed. The force spy wars. Let's get it on.
Nice tag.
A little bit of damage there. Youngster's had his boots knocked off.
B-Execute or Crisscross wouldn't be too bad in this situation, but you two light on as mid-harass. That's the name of the game for Heroic now. Tania into lower with the MP9.
Yeah, what can he get done with this MP9? It is the perfect weapon, but 3 Tech 9s leaping at you. It can be difficult if you don't get that instant headshot. You can see the evasive maneuvers from Hex. Shadow spotted. Tania collects one. Oh, and he felt like he had more there. His teammates will pick him up. There is that OC scout who puts Sampayas in a grave. The bomb lost in lower tons and not looking like it's going to be easy to even pick it up.
Yeah, only worrying if xFloud oversteps the mark, but they're going to fight mid from 3 angles here. xFloud from short, the other two going to chip in mid. Now both players spotted, and they will just sweep this one under
Unlucky,
the
man.
rug. What's better than
Unlucky scout miss.
The follow-up. So right now, Heroic find themselves in a strong spot. Should be the 3-1 start because the eco, that's up next for NRG. Now we can start recounting their opening stage. Heroic versus Chingas Warriors, as just touched upon, on Anubis. 14-7 victory. Started, I think, down 6-3 at one point, and I saw the
a good mid hold here.
Like, Heroic, no, our pick'ems, but just the start.
Definitely good mid hold.
Into the day. On the other hand, we did have NRG taking on Tyloo, and that was domination from start to finish, 13-5 for the American representation.
Yeah, it was really cool to hear from Bro in the interview that he'd influenced the team's map veto as LNZ's just sprayed down and solved the round.
There's a 4K.
This could be the second ace of the major so far. So let's see, Linus. Can you get yourself the eco
I think it's stolen. I think Tania wants a little bite of that. Takes the last and denies LNZ's ace.
Now you love that for LNZ. In-game leader of the team has
pistol
to do
round.
the role of being the long
Let's make something else work, right?
4 against the Eeks. You check this one out again, and these are the easiest kills of your life. Flames the feet, bullets in the body, and 4 on the scoreboard. Beautiful work.
Touching on what I was saying with Bro, though, he was just talking about how he thought perhaps Tyloo wouldn't be expecting an Anubis. Very cheeky of him. And it's also kind of testament to how much of a prominent voice he is for the boys of Heroic.
He's been solid since he's joined the
NRG, excuse me.
Since he's gotten into the North American way of things, and Tania with some aggression. I love this.
Yeah, they're really trying to hone it
feels like just the right
in the middle here.
When the MP9
for Heroic's team.
Barrels on
they're not letting him have mid control.
Very patient.
NRG kind of has to work these like weird angles and lower. Pushes through mid. Okay, they contest that and make it a 3 versus 2 immediately.
Completely on polar opposites at LNZ.
This is really good. LNZ might be throwing a little bit.
It looks like he's looking mid.
Because this has happened so early in the round, at this moment, if you're Nitro,
OC is not paying attention.
Wait for any more
Luckily, Nitro's watching
There's
this.
a lot more gaps than there is, and we also need to work out how we're going to finish this.
If they spawn in mid, they can make something happen, but they're just kind of waiting for over rotates.
Recounting through this information.
Even LNZ is just looking for info, but he might walk. Oh my god, he might see Nitro. Nitro's still looking.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Both look away.
Oh my god.
Timing onto to the bomb carrier. That's
awful
info.
timing.
Okay, the bomb's still top mid. 50 seconds, suddenly you're thrust into a 2v2, and Hexed, just 2 points of health.
Crazy timing.
I think he caught a whiff there. Bomb on the back of him, trying to take Insurgent to the B site. Hex gets across. Oh, not quite. Youngstar catches him just in the last possible moment. Now Nitro forced into the clutch. Youngstar on car. Smoke for the doors is valuable. Will isolate LNZ from the fight. He's now going to isolate this duel onto the Galil. Spam to aid his teammate. He knows where you are, but the headshot angle covered by the
unlucky.
Metal. They keep this win streak flowing.
Yeah, Nitro looking away. Such bad timing.
Best of one, right? For these establishing games, if you're not familiar with the Swiss format that we run at the majors, you win through and you make your way into the next stage. 8 teams from each stage will be making it all the way to those playoffs. But in best of ones, because you just need a couple of swing rounds, you win a pistol, you get the conversion, then you win a force, you get the conversion. You win a swing round, you throw some aggression in. It's the tempo in which you approach best of ones, because there's no recovery, there's no resetting, and there's no coming back on map number 2. So Heroic with a 4-1 lead, and there you go. Sampai's
nice shot.
WP. He's going to get his chance to farm up some eeks right now.
Oh, I mean, just in emphasis of
Energy's having a really rough
conversion.
T side here.
Already puts NRG in a bit of a spot of bother. That's a change up. George wins out
That's
on
a gun.
However,
they're sending them 3 on A already. They're all over committing. Big over rotate. Okay, that's a pick though. 200 to push on A site.
Is a 3v3
with Hex lurking.
How is the Tech 9 won that?
Hex might be able to do something here if he pushes through double doors right now and catches him CT side.
Ooh, okay. Youngstar makes his presence.
This Youngstar might get shot in the back of the head.
Hex has the rotation from mid doors, or at least he should.
Hex is not even pushing mid doors.
Youngster can't just run through this. Do they let Bro play for information first?
They completely gave up B site.
Nitro making his way into upper tunnels.
I wonder if they know that.
Both of these players are, so should be able to finish this one off.
Nitro I think knows this. That's why he's over. That's why he's rotating directly to B site.
Nope, you'd have liked that.
Damn, okay.
All right, they get around.
Like NRG are going to get their own back right now, unless Youngster can win a 1v3.
Yeah, I don't fancy his chances. He does.
Maybe a round? Maybe Youngstar brings it back?
Turn if he gets up the ramp in time. He's just beat the timing. Now it is an isolated duel. Bro is a million miles away, and as soon as that bomb gets faked out, Nitro is in a 1v1. Youngstar's cleared the whole site.
If he kills Nitro here, this actually would be huge for him.
He's got the smoke.
Oh no.
He's got the incendiary and he's got that sound cue made. Now Nitro panicking, throwing a nade of the smoke, makes it clear. Elevation angle! It's Nitro's round. 3 kills from
maybe
their
stick that, I guess. I don't know. I guess he thought the guy was already double doors and wasn't just holding an angle mid.
The Heroic haul. 4 rounds consecutive, finally disrupted.
That's quite aggressive from Heroic, right, with the way that they took those fights. They get the opening kill, but then outlong George able to slip through the smoke. LNZ gets flashed off the line. A beautiful kill there from Nitro, and this miss from Sampaius. That's the one that cost them in the end.
Nice!
But if you're Nitro in that situation, you know you're in a 1v1. Like, Bro wasn't making his way closer. Bro was playing for the fact that Youngster might save. So if Nitro goes down, he would have lost the round in that scenario. But all good in the hood for Heroic. They can buy back in. Look at this.
Just
straight
walking.
down the guts.
Just walking. They know there's likely not too much of a threat there, or just a gamble, but look at this, frictionless.
Just walks out middle? Oh man. Okay, good pick. That's a huge pick.
He's removed to near from the B site. They know nameplate dictates.
If they kill Youngster here, it's over.
Youngster on the side, they're trying to clear him
Youngster holding it though. Nice.
George takes him down. Bomb site lost.
Good job.
The round to follow.
Yeah, okay. Well, that one right there, that's got to be a tendency.
Hero kind of threw that.
Daps. He's in the
they were having full mid control and they decided to just give up mid control. I wonder why.
Just gallivanted down mid, expecting a standard start.
I guess they thought that they're slow playing long A too much now. Not like mid's not worth it.
Gaps. Now, can they save?
Yeah, these are the types of adjustments that like you need teams to be making. Is like being able to read what the other team is doing and adjusting for it in real time.
So much pressure on Youngster, but
that was good for Energy to recognize that they probably gave up mid
at this point. Well, it's more than that, isn't it? I'm just getting used to the HUD like everybody else.
That was a good call to make because they were pushing the mid. You think they're mid strong side, but able to read, hey, mid's wide open. Maybe Hex has been analyzing it as he was lurking tunnels. He's been able to read it. Maybe Nitro too, because Nitro made a good play for B last time. Maybe they're communicating that. They're giving up mid for some reason now.
You've got the red zone. You've got Maui, Moses, and Banks over there.
Yeah, it's a crazy play to make.
Chit chatty. Actually, we do talk a lot.
Just out of a call.
Different type of chit chat.
Yeah.
I guess because I guess Youngstar was PvPing out of tunnels. Maybe Youngstar made that read.
Okay.
There's no denying that.
That's good coordination though. Actually, I mean, it wouldn't just be one player making that call. It would have to be like 2 players analyzing that mid's open and
money for the buy again, but he knows
you're fighting for tunnels right now, so they're likely not over-rotating or over-pushing.
Do they go for some form of aggression again? Well, you need to take a look at those CT spawns. Youngster with one of the best spawns to run into lower dark. Tanier with a long spawn, so...
Because if it seems like pushing you a bunch like mid, you're just going to assume that they're stacking mid. You know,
to say, I do think this new heroic kit is drippy.
Had that open is pretty crazy.
Yeah, not the best long spawns.
Looks like in the meantime, B8 is winning 4-0 against OG. Gonna swooping them a little bit on Inferno.
Nitro with the orb.
But we are trying to keep a close eye on this energy game.
Catch someone on that B side. He might very well get it. Sunpius has just flashed himself into the line, posts up, and very well could collect. Nitro is now
he knows he's right side though, right?
A counter flash, but there's the Sunpius orb connecting. Aggression's thwarted.
Unlucky.
OC and George a pivot to short.
Okay, well, they've been able to find a gap again, haven't they? This is undetected right now. xFlood knows mid to B or short is a possibility, but Sunpius' orb being on the B side, it means if you can group up Cat now and do a standard AXQ, you're in a strong position.
Yeah, especially looking at what he's working with there. Is that Tanier, just an MP9?
Working Cat.
Doesn't feel
nice,
like
good pick.
For the job, especially when the M4's gone. LNZ down, George contributes as well, and now just xFloud. Bit late to the party. However, a quick flick to the tip of the head.
Good rotate by him.
He's taken down Hex. The bomb now flushed out. Good catch from Bro.
Okay,
there,
bro.
Punish the push through mid, but Sunpius quick to equalize.
Sunpius in tunnels. Okay, Sunpius is playing.
1 versus 1.
Okay, they know where Sunpius was.
He's opted for the AK here, especially considering.
OC thinking that he's going Cat. He's gonna fall back.
To find this one, OC would have to hit.
But he watches. Oh, good timing. Oh no.
Could be a good
he knows he's lit.
OC's alive and kicking. Just 6 damage from the HE, and now Sunpius fiddling with his nades as that clock ticks
You hear
further.
him. You heard him. You still hear him. Volley back.
Headshot. Has he got it? Oh, Sunpius just about. OC made it as hard as he could. Evasive maneuvers from the American, but not to be.
Yeah, understandable there from OC.
I think OC could have got a little bit more aggressive there, because like you're already low. What do you do? I mean, hiding is fine, but he just has to like tap you once, right? You're already like 10% HP or something. I mean, it's probably instinct to play time in that situation, because like why would you overcommit? But at the same time, the guy's like obviously trying to push you. Like he's gonna push you, right? He's not baiting you for him.
The moment Nitro tries to take
it's a little rough. Like he had a little like I don't know.
Now we'll see OC
he had some wiggle room there,
hands.
but he was kind of nade spamming him too. So
the thing, he used to do it
rough.
On liquid, didn't he?
True. Yeah, iconic.
So did OC once upon a time.
I think he had time to fall back Cat too, because he did like play for him, but I guess he knew he was lower, so he didn't really exactly know where he was. But I think he could have rotated to Cat as well.
He can peek over the top
I think just
of that.
overall,
Flash
like
ready.
a hard move to make in general.
Does Tanier want
What
to
do
do
you in
anything with
situation?
that?
Anyways, good round.
Oh, he spotted him. That information only goes one way. Tanier's got a golden opportunity here. Hard shot, very hard shot, but he manages to spray, gets traded back. Nitro keeps us level. And Sunpius dips back into the safety of the B site.
xFloud has extremely limited utility right now to block short the smoke. You can see it pluming. There's only a flash to work with, so in this 4v4, it's going to be very tough. I feel like Youngster
not a whole lot of
util alleviate some pressure.
Left on CT side. CT's kind of half broke.
The way that LNG
is playing
FAMAS
and an MP9.
He's fortunate there isn't going to be a late lurk.
Energy does have
Nitro
better
is
guns,
selling a
but
fake right now on A.
We'll see what they do.
Time, so this could all be smoke and
it's a 2-on-2. I mean, A side seems to be slightly weaker.
You can see this util really limits what xFloud can get done.
No stats, no bullets, nothing. So it's starting to feel very fakey.
I mean, this is the one to push B side with the op.
Still just that division.
But the MP9's dangerous too. I don't know. It's hard to get. This is their last
the flash.
Grenade on A site.
Bit of a clumsy looking smoke to work around. This is their final finish. Spots the flash.
Last flash.
Ramp, suspecting long.
They have to do something.
This is the fight xFloud's been waiting for. 20 seconds. They're converging into the site. It's Bro and Nitro close up. Good find to isolate the support. OC goes down. Headshot from xFloud. Oh, and he's managed it so well. Beautiful defense.
Great hold.
And he gives us a Hexed impression on the end there.
What the hell, bro?
Say, you know, a considerate mic mute.
That makes sure that your teammates aren't getting the yelling
into the hell? Why would he say that? That's so mean, bro.
He won't hear you.
Yeah.
But xFloud, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see that he didn't feel like he was under an awful
nice
lot of
shots.
pressure. Sees the smoke come in, goes, oh, you've thrown some smokes. That's cool. At least we know what type of executes you have available, and then just sits them on their ass. 6-3, 3-round differences into a bit of a partial NRG. Pistol upgrades.
What do you say?
Util to work with, and
he said well fought opponents.
The Force by Wars are kicked off. Either a mid to B with crisscross or a B execute. But right now, this B defense, Taneer and Youngstar.
This looks perfect, doesn't it? Oh, it starts even
Big
better.
B stack.
Some pious will pick off mid. Now you start to spam. That draws attention.
Good call though, no op here.
The Joker, Youngstar.
Unfortunate AK.
Actually,
okay. He picked him. Oh, missed it.
If they can run down some pious into the side, bomb of the back of
oh my goodness. He's just still in the back of sight. OC with the trade. They took some money off of them, but
heroic round.
Okay, well they're
yeah, it's a little rough.
I always love to, catch
what
especially
a little
the
rough
in-game
energy.
leaders saying.
Yeah.
But looking to run away with things now, aren't they? This is a very strong first half.
Yeah, maybe a good TO.
I mean,
yeah, that's
we
rough.
All did it, didn't we? We all tuned into that Chingus Warriors heroic game, the opening match.
Definitely a little rough. What do we got going on over here?
Oh wait.
But this is the big game. First of all, MR12.
What do we got going on over here on OG finally got around?
Up the door for this post plant. We do get a smoke grenade, gets body blocked as he jumps over. Luckily, Nikados will dunk it. But this smoke we see right here, this was given over by the T's themselves. And Alex is looking to capitalize on this moment. A mistake that could come back to haunt them. He's making a ton of sound. Player in the site keeps his head down. Alex is just going to try to cause panic, but there's that back corner player confirmed, and a second round with it. OG find the right timing yet again.
I would have said that this is, more lucky than good if it wasn't for that amazing spam through default box. That was a very targeted attack that was beautifully executed, and that box is extremely spammable. In CS2, you're seeing that happen. It's just a consistent part of execs now, so just well played. Straight up, because I think if MPL stays alive, they have the 2 on site. They've got more than enough to defend, especially after getting another kill to open.
In kill department, 3 in total so far for NRG, and
right, George got picked.
I just wanted to remark on their aggressive B defense setup. This anti-flash Youngstar playing anti, and the AWP posted on that tight line. You can imagine that's quite hard to break if you're walking in as that solo B upper lurk.
Only way is if Taneer falls asleep.
Yes,
so,
which I'd hope he isn't at this
point.
Is
Youngstar hacking?
Second game of the major.
What's he looking at?
Would want to hope he's locked in.
He's just looking at the wall, dude.
I mean, you've just highlighted just how much the volume of CS you have to play, especially when it isn't those 3-0s that only 2 teams have the luxury of affording. Oh, Hex nearly gets them both. He just gets away with his life, but no, he takes the fight too.
So Hex just opened it up.
Just holding on to our farm. Xflower does the
no,
same.
No, why are we meant to be? Why are we meant to be, bro? NACS. NACS, dude.
Hex is going to
Oh
try
my
and get some information from
God.
B. Nitro into the site.
Fail our CT smoke, then walk out and drop bomb.
An easy shot for an AWP to hit, but they've lost their teammate. Hex goes down, loud descent, info found, and so is the headshot. Xflower, that's an ace.
Bro gave you the site. He got on site. Just go tons. It saves you
in the name of Xflower.
Well, there you go. That is the second ace in the major.
15 seconds or something, bro.
On the mainstream, you can probably understand why. But Vexite in round 1, he picked up.
Look, what is this?
Oh, it looks easy for him, doesn't it? Such great control.
40 kills because the B defenders go down. And they're happy with that.
What a throw.
Looking to get 9 on the half. Heroic. One more before the halftime break.
Absolute throw.
Ooh, this is, I mean, better than George managed in the previous. The whole squad out, Nitro at the front of the pack. That smoke they've thrown should enable someone to get into pit. We have the sniper, just the scout on OC. And I'm already seeing Taneer and Youngstar being proactive, clearing upper. Blocking maybe the cross smoke if you've got your jump. Oh, that's lovely. Massive gap.
Huge.
George going to work it out. Jumps across regardless. Not going to be deterred. A single flashbang and they're in towards the site. Now George up on the ramp and a nice shot. Some Pius doing him dirty device style. Xflower onto Hex. This is falling apart. NRG, they need something. Nitro and OC up against the world. Sure, 1 scout shot's nice. We need a whole lot more of that from OC. Nitro trying to chip in, spam it away, puts them low. Bullet did connect. Maybe Youngstar susceptible to a single scout shot now, but no, still wins out his headshot. Clears out ramp. Awkward now. A 9th seems imminent here for Heroic on the half. Youngstar on notice, info on Taneer.
No nades.
Begging for an overextension.
Bombs on
here.
site. 30 seconds. That would be crazy if this guy went in there.
Estineer to close, heroic. Wow, it started fantastically for NRG. You get the pistol, immediately have it thrown back in your face, and now wondering if perhaps you piped up a bit too soon.
Maybe.
My name is Jacob Winneke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit.
Keep forgetting that there's 2 games going on at the same time.
Okay, KenzieZor had a chance there. Could have gone back through short to hold off balcony.
OG's kind of making a comeback. Maybe. They won the last round, right?
Confused. Finally, they're going to recognize that it's got to be all in.
Of course, it's Inferno, so every round is an hour.
Got them a little scared. Things have gotten weird before. KenzieZor arrives. MAC-10 in pit popped. And the bomb planter right thereafter. They're lucky to get a bit of money. But yeah, slow to the draw there for the last
no
3
happiness, no joy in their eyes.
They're just content. Majority alive at a 7th round on the board.
Both teams having a little trouble keeping an inventory of the map, what's open, what's being covered. But it still works out for Bait because they come in carefully with the way that they're pushing. And even though they sacrificed one to take a peek into halls, and Spooky was doing a good job here.
So Nico just had like just a crazy game versus complexity earlier.
Peeking in through Boiler when they needed a kill back.
I mean, he turned up. Doesn't seem to be turning up here though on T side.
Starting to put together a little highlight reel here to KenzieZor.
You say success?
Triple
you say
kill
success,
2 rounds
Suka?
ago.
I don't know what he said.
Double to close out this most previous round.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, versus complexity, they weaponized Nikodas. He went crazy, but we didn't actually see a lot of the
nuclear
system gameplay out of OG, and Bait are making them look a little bit one-dimensional now
True.
that we go into their 2nd round.
True.
So
okay, that's
OG
fair.
gonna have to step up a bit here.
You said well played, enemy team. That makes sense. Nice molly. Let's make a campfire, guys. Sit around and tell ghost stories. Oh. Timinged.
It's right
oh
there,
my God.
Buzz. He can smell it.
Yeah, this might be a great call from Buzz, man. I feel like this should work.
Hold the Buzz.
It's a very awkward angle to clear. Let's
He
see
hears
if they
him.
approach it.
He should peek. The dedication, not
right
peek.
behind him.
Is crazy. This is
FPL
insane.
Just playing with composure, man.
He
doesn't peek.
On that doorway, and now Buzz is going to put his head right there, but that's all he needs.
Unlucky.
An extra stepping stone in the form of Crizzen gives man advantage over to OG, something they haven't been able to work with all too often.
Yeah,
almost begs to ask, what was the point of that angle?
Been Bait all day,
if you don't see the boost, which is the most common thing people do mid to A, or mid to balcony, why hold it? I guess for alt, connector in the balcony? Or, sorry, T-side apps?
Amazing.
I mean, he's proven he can do a lot
All
on his
day
own. He was looking for that, tries to elicit a reaction.
Oh, they're overthinking it, man.
No,
I
guys.
don't think they're gonna search A.
We're overcooking.
Going to commit to this. Now it's just about if
We're
Bait believe it.
overcooking.
Oh, wow.
And if you're Bait, I mean, you're going to go for the save anyways, so you might as well
We
sit here and see what
overcooked.
you can hold back. 30 seconds.
It's on fire. Oh my God.
Again,
They
do
still-
they need to? All that's left is Senthio.
I guess they don't care.
Insta headshot there for Buzz. Challenge coming at him in the form of Spooky. That Opper just wants him to step.
What the
And
hell?
It's a jumping Glock to close. Very scary situation, tiptoeing your
What
way
just
into
happened?
that 3-player hold, but the fact they clear it out, good on them. 3 rounds for OG's T-side so far.
Yeah, it was kind of insane.
It's unfortunately not the first time that OG have overthought it. We saw that big rotation back to A, and the
Yeah,
previous round they had a good spot.
The overcooking was pretty interesting, but they still got it.
It's from him to deny things getting out of control. So very dominant in the first half. Take a look at this pistol. It looks like it's going to be a B execute.
Overcooked, but I guess people still like well done
And
steaks.
there's also a HE to break.
Let's pray for NRG CT side.
Rung does need one, can't seem to find it. Out of bullets as they flood into
Nice.
Nitro's crosshair. He'll finish the job, but down he goes.
Oh,
2 towards
unlucky.
Tons, maybe Youngstar's in trouble.
George.
The door's pushing smokes, there's so much going on.
Okay.
George's push is rewarded. Okay.
Bro
this is
versus
winnable.
the world.
What have you got, bro?
What do you got,
He's
bro?
picked himself up 5 bullets in the Glock. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Does
reload.
have to
Good reload.
Expecting that double swing, X-Floud window.
They're low. Bro, they're
Near
low.
for first contact. And up close, doesn't hit his shots, and clean close. Heroic, they'll take this pistol though. This could be
Spaghetti
very
Queen,
fast
think of the
now.
prime.
NRG on notice.
The response time from the rotation was very quick once they identified that it was the B rush.
It was close, man. It was close.
The fact that they just pulled this one out. That's even more disrespect being shown. We've seen real consideration from the Heroic camp to take a lot of fights. It even cost them in that earlier round within the first half, but not in the scoreline whatsoever. It's now a 7-round differential.
Damn.
The round
they really needed that round, man.
Struggling to get going.
Absolutely needed that round.
First half was 0 and 5 as far as opening kills. Well, bro, over towards long with OC and their full eco. So 11 should be guaranteed. How many can Pius farm? Well, none. Throwing OC combined. Now another flash. Doing some damage on the eco.
Yeah, bro, 2.
Okay.
He picks himself up a little more as well. Picks up the AK at the very least. Does have a bullet now placed within his skull.
Handed something to Hex that's winnable, that really never should have been. So
I mean,
right now,
it could be winnable.
Another player over towards the side.
The problem is they both have head armor and armor.
Good flank timing.
Winnable, but will be difficult.
But they're across, so the bomb will get planted.
You can see they both kind of gazed at Long simultaneously. I think the absence of any sort of friction or sound has got them now on higher alert. Does he just elect to save?
Well, this is the thing. It's a winnable scenario, and you're down 10-3.
You might have to.
I feel like you should give it a crack, but
go
now
for
that
an
the bomb's
angle.
ticking, start running some.
I mean, they're going to play safe, right?
You'd need a very precise headshot here. AK certainly makes it a whole lot more lethal. Looks like it might be that save after all.
Are you saving? Okay, I'm happy that he's saving.
He's not sure.
If you're just going for more damage, that's fine.
Sure.
I think that the AK is going to be more valuable, and you're also down 10-3, about to be 11-3. So if you lose this right now, Hex, I'll be yelling at you. Okay. No, okay. More damage. It's one of those things, right? Of course. It's almost like a stat padding save in a way.
Yeah.
Because if he ended up losing it, it's like, well, bro, what? Like,
AK's value, yeah.
And bro, got 2 kills with the USP. You see them there. Solid work. Considering what you brought into this, of course, at this point, I mean, you're not really there to celebrate a couple of kills. You need rounds.
At least they have the finances teetering. So if NRG can now go into this rifle round and win this, there's a chance for them to start bringing things back. Sure, the scoreline looks quite drastic. But if NRG win this, then we can start the conversation of how close it can become. You can see the 1xBet odds on your screen right there. Big difference between the two of them, and understandably so. Aggression out the gates. 2 into lower.
Okay. Not up short. That's the angle, bro. Working with it. Hex goes down.
Nice.
Lenzi asking questions of short. Nitro quick to remove him.
Good nade.
Big nade damage.
Yeah. Bro steps into
nice.
the
Good swing, bro.
Moves to near. Aggressive defense here for NRG.
Come on, bro.
Starts on the hunt. Bro is
oh no, he's getting flanked.
This should be a free frag at the side of the head.
Unlucky.
He gets the job done.
George, big push.
Yeah, you're right. It's a pass back turn, completely unawares. Youngstar, ouch. Nate does 37, a smoke in his face. Perhaps he could use it to his own advantage, trying to leverage a bomb retrieval.
Has a lot of time, so if anything comes his way, he also doesn't need to rush through this smoke.
They
so with a minute on the clock, he is going to...
I don't know if they see bomb.
Every second
they
available.
kind of have a weird
Next
angle.
Duel,
actually, maybe Nitro saw it.
To head over towards Bill against OC, back of the side.
Yeah, maybe they see it. And then they see it.
Well,
what's the move here? Save?
Could just be a 45-second save, as touched upon. If
Yeah.
NRG were able to
Save
win
angle.
this, they can put the finances into question.
Save angle.
So I think right now, Youngster aware that they're not going to have a whole lot to work with the 1,400 loss bonus coming into the next, so they will just be hopefully holding on to this AK.
Yeah, and everybody contributing. It's nearly a team.
Is there marijuana stickers on his gun?
Youngstar, everyone would have gotten one.
That's crazy.
He's going to be saving in T-Spawn. And Youngstar is one of the 4 rookies. In fact, both teams with 2 major rookies in attendance here at Blast TV Austin. Youngstar and Tanir, their very first major.
What would you guys what would you guys want your CS pro names
I think
to
if
be?
people look at the sheer number of
like
rookies that are in attendance for the Blast TV Austin major, then they go, oh, wow, there's so many. What happened? Well, if you're just catching up, maybe you don't watch Counter-Strike all the time. I'd be surprised if you're here for stage 1 if that's the case, but obviously
Chickenhead.
a 32-team major
You'd like to be announced just to be like,
bunch more teams
Chickenhead is lurking. We'll see if he can pick up a
rookies
kill here
and
against
38
the Wiggler.
are in stage 1 of the competition. It's a whole lot, isn't it, really? A lot of new names.
Yeah, that's it. And there's a lot of regional representation
wide
right
swinging
now
from
during this stage of the
connector.
event too, right? We have more Asian
Big
teams than we've
Shooter
ever
still
had
holding
before.
that same
FlyQuest,
position,
obviously,
though.
Oceania,
Beef
but you've
Eater
got Tyloo, Lin Vision,
picks up
and
a
the Chiefs
2K.
Warriors, and then
Piss
Mongols who are in
baby.
Stage 3.
Out of nowhere.
Oh, okay.
What just happened? Oh, he picked him.
Pius is dead.
I thought he got knifed. I was so confused.
That's a good start.
Head wetter.
Can't complain.
That's a team now.
Actually, I think Bro can. Bro has got a valid complaint to file.
Badwetter's pretty sick.
47 damage.
Excuse me, sir.
Negligible damage.
No, that is half of your health.
Wait, Badwetter goes kind of crazy, no?
Available, bro, if you need some help.
It's all right. The Danes are used to having.
Imagine like Badwetter, that's on the back of your jersey.
Only take a fee
you do this,
if you win.
And then like when you turn around, you're wearing gray sweats, and there's like a big wet stain where your crotch is.
The case is.
That's your pro. That's your pro
this
photo.
This is tough to win now, isn't it?
We're doing some spicy cat trickery. Actually, he's just trying to go for a pick with the scout.
Oh! An opportunity for OC, and he doesn't stutter.
He said, "My sacrifice won't be in vain," and immediately gets opped.
Forced into this now, aren't you?
They op him, and then they throw smoke on his head, like on his dead corpse.
Likely to be able to draw this ever closer.
Guys, we have nothing for fucking CT. We have no smoke for CT.
Hex likely to be able to respond and mop up after Bro softens them up if they were to commit behind the smoke.
I actually straight up lied.
Back, looking like they want to go through upper
I didn't
tunnels
see anyone
together.
with util.
George might get a little bit inquisitive over towards long, but Nitro.
Okay, but we threw the smoke and then we left
away,
it.
So Hext and Bro need to lock this down.
Take a pro name for yourself. It would be like
Flash and go, but perfect from Bro. He was on that elevated position.
It would be like gun guy. All right, good trade though. Nice.
Needed one.
Winnable.
Yeah, it becomes winnable now. And information. Tanir spots that head of the advancing player. It's Nitro.
Wait, this could be somewhat winnable, maybe?
Expecting.
Unlucky.
Relays that information to Youngstar and just quickly glances towards Tons. Calls it clear, starts to hedge his bets.
Yeah, hedge bets on this. Nice, good shot.
Him up. George brought low. Another repeat. Nitro and George pushing through. Perfect flash. We need some help. And he's helping indeed. Pops out the scout for another. Tanir dips away. How has this one fallen through the fingers of NRG? OC not sure what to do. He clutches. Very nice from OC there. Quick thinking. Fake jump up and just in time.
That should never be that close. Tanir does his absolute best. You can see in the deathmatch. He loves the second round. The Deagle Scout combo. Almost pulling this one off. Here's how it opened.
That was crazy.
And OC, the man to close it. A very good round from him. The B defense, Bro gets one.
Kind of bad for NRG though.
Really needs to get a kill in that situation. Is unable to deliver anything at all.
Fair play to Tanir. I really thought he'd earned that one. He got very close.
Tanir shot first too.
Gets the bookend frags to secure it for NRG in this fight for survival at this point. I mean, the second half's only just begun, but you really needed that.
That was crazy.
This is interesting. A timeout's been taken, called by Saw, second timeout for Heroic so far, and I said they should be eco in this scenario, but the fact it came down to a 1v1, the bomb got planted as well, and then you add that with the loss bonus, they can actually stay threatening.
Board of directors?
They know that the finances for NRG are on the ropes. They're making a risky play. Right? With this lead that they had, they could be squandering it right now.
Clean.
If they do not convert, or they don't get another plan in this type of scenario, Heroic can be in a lot of trouble.
All right, NRG, that was a good round, but we are broke.
Either, so this is going to be either mid to B
actually,
or B centric.
We're kind of decent. Now I realize. We're all better than thought we'd be.
This could come back to bite them.
That's good.
Yeah, that's if
Heroic though is broke, ironically.
Every B duo has to be able to handle this kind of thing.
Can your pro name be no skins or bad skins?
With a smoke to play around. Hex just trying to survive.
How about like, how about my name is 4 skins? Because I only have like 4 or 5 skins in my inventory.
Straight into the B site, and already NRG have to run away.
That can't topple that easily, can it? And we saw the toolbox being used in the previous round from Bro as well. So the fact that they go into a very similar setup, you want to see.
They just walked out with fucking pistols.
But it's just a standard round.
What happened this round?
Worry about the potential for a long rush. I'm sure
they walked on a B site.
Maybe they're going to be eco considering the finances, but no. Saw takes the timeout, makes the call, says, "Hey,
this is what I mean. This is what I mean. And they needs to play against Europe, bro. They need to play against Europe. They lose to fucking Suka Blat Rush B.
Yeah, like it's
like
hard
this is
in the moment
ridiculous,
to
man.
kind of track what nades are being
Goon
thrown,
guy.
but like it didn't seem like it was particularly, you know, anything avant-garde.
Yeah,
it was your bog standard,
gooner guy.
a couple of flashes.
And you see the
what is your major shoutcast video? I don't even know like what I would. On the side. Oh my god!
I used to call it.
They killed him with a Tech 9.
Fence or gate. I think that's the call
Has
as
ever
well.
watched that guy?
He had utility ready for. They throw the
He
lurk.
does, like,
He's
these
ready to
shout
disrupt that. They
castings
had the
for
back
football.
plat player. They're actually set up in a strong anti-pop or anti-rush setup on the B site. Whereas right there, it feels a bit more disjointed from that NRG hold. And now
show him.
we behold what is most likely the final round of play. 12-5. The saves are there. The forces complement it, but this is tough.
mean, this is going to be...
Alex, he's out long for free.
Oh, God, this is an important round. Hold on.
He's out long for free. The round right now, based on LNZ's space, the round should be over.
Yeah.
And I know that seems crazy, but the fact that they don't have to throw any more util to give things away, you've just forced OC back from short. Bro's not in a position to push up a tunnel. He doesn't have support. They're clamping down on mid. They should just be able to smoke, cross. There's only a little bit of util on the likes of Nitro. OC George has a HE as well to try and unravel this, but may as well walk up contact. Why give it away? They don't know that you're out. And this is to go into the 2-0 bucket. This is to put you one game away from the next stage.
And it's just George on the jiggle. Hex to not where you want to be. Crouching with a FAMAS.
Only one trade there, huh?
Just racked up by Heroic. Couple of attempts from OC, kept at bay by the Flame. Youngstar will catch him as he's flushed into the fight. Youngstar
not enough damage there.
He's even got the rotation here on Bro. Weapon advantage, but
nice.
Bro, he will prevail. Scavenges the AK. Is this on? A 2v4, now 3.
There's a kit for Nitro, so there's still a chance, but this is tough.
Not going to be easy whatsoever. You pick themselves up 2 smokes and an incendiary. They're going to use every single piece they find. Flash thrown out, burning on Goose. X-Flood flushed in, but catches the nade pull. Not easy.
Headshot.
Dink onto Sunpires, puts him on 4 HP. Nitro trying to keep NRG in it to win it, but there you have it. That's dominance.
Damn.
On display stage 1.
NT-Energy, yeah, Heroic just had a much better performance, dude. Unlucky. Unlucky. Yeah, this is the guy I was talking about.
Go! Ibra! What a goal! Like my mum going to the charity shop. I don't expect much, but she always comes back with a cheeky gem.
He's got so many of these.
Oh, the head. Oh, sensational. Out of all my time on this earth, I have never seen head such like. Oh, wow. Oh.
It's his dream, bro. His dream is to be a professional commentator. Why are you guys laughing? You guys don't think he's got it? We got some tech issues here on OG.
What they did against Complexity, but that was a single
OG player. Side.
One man and one man alone. Now it's time to see what the
versus
team
B8
can bring to the table.
Or it's B8 side, actually. I don't know. I don't know. He's having tech issues.
To upend the economy early. And I like that you brought it up right as we went into that round. We saw Bait kind of struggle to close out.
Are those
There's
hot
that
packs?
first chance. That one offering given back over to OG in the form of a 4th round win.
You gotta keep those hands warm, fellas.
It's a quick computer restart, so this tech issue won't be a long one.
PC restart? Real? Okay.
We'll get right back into seeing whether or not Bait.
Heat packs in Texas? Yeah, heat packs in Texas.
To go 2-0 on
what
the
the fuck's the weather like in Texas right now, by the way? Brother. Yo.
Meanwhile, simultaneous
Come on,
matchup,
Ram.
Heroic have now officially finished versus NRG. That one's a stomp, essentially as lopsided as what you're watching.
My PC's
13-5,
freezing.
Heroic secure 2-0. The most picked team in the 3-0 slot. The most anticipated success story of stage 1 here in Austin. And it looks like that one's starting to come true.
Yo.
Number 2 most picked.
Get some heat packs out.
Considering the sub for Complexity.
You guys want some heat?
I forget.
Heat for your hands?
Could it have been Bet Boom?
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe.
Yeah. I think it was like Bet Boom. Bait was up there in the top 4, most picked as well. I think their success on land so far in 2025 is a good.
That was Chinese. I would pick Lin Vision.
Yeah. Well, you're not. I hate to break it to you.
It's your opinion.
Try again tomorrow. Yo, it's a big spray from Nikodas. Problem is now he's going to be stuck on that P2K if they chased him down. Not the case. You got a lot of bodies here for the defense on this A site. But just as many, in fact more, from Bait. Bracket controls is theirs at a minute.
Advanced smokes here for Bait. Never before seen.
Wait, Nico's turned up on
the waterfalls don't
on
go
this
that
game
high,
as well, man.
unfortunately.
He's having a really good showing, huh?
That is going to section Crizin off entirely. Smoke in front of him and beside him. Spooky and Buzz in a 2v4 to hold off on this bomb site. 30 seconds. Mac-10 goes swinging. Crizin's able to get in with action, and they slaughter them. A total shutdown inside of that A bomb site despite man disadvantage. And that is the kind of round, if you are OG, that will inspire the chance at a comeback on this defensive half.
Yeah, possible. That was a lovely hold. They
Yo,
tried
leaving
their
him
best
hanging,
to
bro.
confuse Crizin and really stress
Okay,
his
there you
spot
go.
because he's got to come back to check for lurks. He has to ideally also fight on the right timing. And from what we saw, if Bait had slowed down their attack, maybe it gets a little bit more tricky for Crizin. Maybe he turns around at the right moment. But we also saw that they were intent on having the attack be mostly on lane, catch the rotators off for Bait, but they don't come in with that much money. This is just the first step on a long path here for OG, but one of the most solid rounds.
Wildcard versus Lin is next. We definitely want to see that. Yeah, we're definitely gonna watch that game.
How does Crizin end up getting into
That's
the
gonna be a
action?
fun
There was
game.
that smoke down in front of him, but he offers
For the
up that
China
kill on
versus
Alex.
US.
He decided to commit.
Partially US. Or like US international. But,
He
you know.
wasn't on the outside of the. He didn't spam through library smoke, right? I think he was just just in front of it, and then it counted as a spam.
Maybe he came through. Well, that was a wall bang, actually, not even a smoke spam.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what he's shooting through, Mohan, but he's hitting targets. And hitting them hard enough to send them back down to pistols. Finally, in this match, you have Bait on pistols. It has been guns in hand since this party got started.
I didn't realize that was a spam spot. What do you think about that?
A fine chance for OG, but look at this collection of players already up inside of the apartments. Buzz, M4 is clean. 2 kills into the Tech 9 as well, so just a spray down on the doorway, and he will execute. Double headshot just to close that one out. You're not getting in without at least a flashbang.
Good stops, good stops.
One flash, and it's a world of difference. At least getting out of the doorway, but they didn't really come in with the expectation, besides anything except maybe get a bomb plant if they're lucky. 5-round game now here for OG. Greener pastures.
Hopefully the airplane
CT
Wi-Fi is
side.
decent enough for me to watch it. Hopefully, man. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Should be, well, we'll see. I was going to say should be fine, but you never know with airplanes. Wi-Fi is usually pretty trash. All right, so OG's trying to inspire a comeback here on their
This is where it can get very
CT side. They did not have a favorable T side.
In terms of setups,
It looks like they are sort of doing that.
Everything they're doing.
You know, that they are shutting down B8, but now that they have a buy round, it may prove to be difficult. They may struggle to find.
Remember, the recipe for Bait on their CT side was
the same success they had in a couple of past
OG are
previous
skipping
rounds.
the 5v4 step, going into a very pushed back position. And versus some callers, this can be a recipe for them to defeat themselves. We'll see if Bait take
Players in the
too much
wildcard game should I be
time
looking
to
for?
work a map
Like, who are
that's
the
relatively
best
open.
players in the two different teams? Between Lin, Vision, and Wildcard? Who popped off on Wildcard earlier? Sonic did really well.
They're already thinking about how they're going to make this a B take. There's no bracket control, so they're
I thought
punishing the
Sonic kind of
Black
held
Division
down
over
B
on
side.
A.
That was the big difference. And like Metzi kept sending it.
Stressing this 2-player hold. No rotation
in the
over,
Lin
and the
game,
reason
it's
is
kind of hard to
because
say.
they can't see anything on mid.
That one was
Certainly feels like in the contrast
very
to
decided
OG's
match,
T-side,
but
this is Bait going through
Amelia
the
popped
appropriate
off.
motions.
Amelia and Starry popped
Yes,
off
this is
on
OG rolling the dice.
on Legacy earlier.
See if it comes up. Snake Eyes, 2
No
players
idea who
in
to
this
really
bomb site. In an attempt to hold with fire in front of them at 20
up.
seconds. You've got a flashbang here for
Maybe
Crizin.
Starry.
That 3rd player in Spooky starts to move over from spawn.
Let's see if they can hold his D site.
He sees contact but won't be able to peel that player out of the pit. So now he's stuck back.
They got one more player in the back of site though.
8 seconds on this clock.
Oof.
And finally he's going to go down. Can they
Unlucky.
stop it? No. The spray is off the mark, and so bomb planted 5v3. It is down to the wire.
No smokes,
but it is
though.
indeed Bait to come out
Possible.
on top with the post plant. You've already got Buzz knocking on the door of the retake. You got a lot to lose here if you're OG, but the map is on the line, and there's no guarantee in even getting these players out. So they're going to take some sort of a look at this site still. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Buzz now on the retreat. Nikodas peels a player out, but Spooky's still sticking around.
They're just looking for kills if they can find him.
This is everybody with kits. They're down to that like barely 5 seconds, and they don't find any sort of an opening, but they will find a chance to leave. And that's the silver lining on this one. OG disengaging from that site with still 3 players alive.
You could see it from the jump. We saw a very vanilla position. I think if we looked at the first half, that was a spot where OG maybe overthought
they need to hold. They need to do something here on the hold.
Doing that here, it comes down to 10 seconds. They still have every right.
I told you, every Inferno round is like the last 10 seconds of the fucking match. Is when you see anything, bro.
It's a very sound round. It's not an incredibly creative round, but that's because OG gave them nothing to play with. They just sat back and waited and hoped essentially that it was going to be the A site, but that wasn't the case. So that'll be bait swiftly taken to 12. And this is where someone like Nikodas, who was weaponized a lot as an opener, an attempt on openers in the first half, should be used more here on the CT side.
When we saw the effectiveness of it in Head Trick on the defense, really set the tempo in those first 5 rounds. That strong start we got from Bait had his name plastered all over it. It's your turn, Nikodas. Turn it up.
And opening kills are not about hard shots. It's actually all about the utility to support the pushes. We saw how well Head Trick was pushed into positions with smokes to take care of mollies, flashes to cover his peaks, and to give him ways out as well. No kills that he got were just incredibly difficult. He was holding, underpass on one round as his teammate pushed down mid. He was swinging Car with a defensive smoke in place by his teammate again. No flicks involved. That will be heard. Uh-oh, this is a 3B start and a lot of movement over on A. I think they know that Arch is actually walkable.
Force by may have slowed Bait down.
Oh, this is, yeah.
Round 14 kind of sent a message that OG were going to put up a fight, but now this time Bait right back into the game plan. And the approach is near perfect, but the headshot all the better. Well done by Buzz. Time to go above and beyond here, Spooky. You've got the cover. You've sectioned off the fight. And he gets the first 2. Well done.
Yes, smoke too.
Had to do something special and has now already. We start to see that scramble of his teammates back over. We do get an answer though. Bait are going to clear out the pit. And that bomb inevitably will be planted. Smoke grenade up on Moto's side. Sections off Crizin for the time being. Fiku's approach out from the apartments though. Will that one get checked? Oh, already Alex able to find his. It's instant trade back out. Head Trick's gonna get pinched from both sides, but it's all about the timing. The timing is where it's all key, and he gets found out by the Opper. Nikodas walks in, takes the kill, finds the site, and will keep OG's hopes alive.
Real excellent play here from Spooky inside the pit. Once they find him, he's already got a kill. Second frag, he telegraphs perfectly up into Graveyard, and that's an excellent use of a position that needs to get 2 kills. It's like a lot you can do with it here. Also throws a smoke on himself. They try to molly it out. This draws out time as they have to hunt him down. He damn near gets a 3rd kill when his opponent runs out of ammo trying to find him in that smoke. And that's pretty much all about him because Bait, they got up mid, they got through.
5 more, man.
Timing. They were right. It was only 2 players over on A, so it was a scary position that OG found themselves quickly.
Crizin's coming right through it, so bolstered by that last success, but Crizin, remember, you weren't the star of that show. 6-13 runs this chance all the way down Banana, will have a smoke down in front of him, and now it's a chance for him to pull back. He sits around on Banana, his teammate already back in spawn. This is looking fast. Bait with little to use, little to lose.
Oh, the pop-up.
Well timed. Crizin's gonna keep it clean with the triple. So he does his job and he goes back in with the sidearm to try to finish it off as fast as possible. We get an answer back from Alex.
Wow, Alex.
A double tech 9 kill. There's a gun to grab. He's got all the time in the world.
61 health here for Alex.
Is he about to put this away?
That site. He goes deep around the church. Player already to the right side. He's gonna find it. That point of contact
got a little greedy,
taking, but an additional kill, one too much to ask. This is a 4-round game from overtime.
marginally scary situation. But again, not the highest buy here for bait. It was that last round that was well called, put themselves in a great spot to take it, and they couldn't close out. Now, last timeout getting used. Couldn't think of a better time to do it, to be honest.
Okay, we already have this Lin versus Wildcard game.
They're coming into another good buy.
Oh boy.
Cross, but is this
Nuke as well.
getting down secret, or is this pivoting into main? Is it trying to get warehouse control? What's Stan cooking?
And Lin already one pistol.
The smoke joins the fray. That's telling that maybe they want to try and lurk around to the heaven or hell.
Yeah, maybe Starry can do something about this from that secret stair position. He is going to get naded down, overrun. Doesn't get a single bullet in the right direction. Forces Westmelon down. That's a great pick.
What a crazy shot.
Oh, and that's the bomb. Bomb spotted. It is not down. He confirms it. A little bit of a gap here from Stan. He's sneaking. He's creeping.
What's up, Berserk?
Amelia doesn't look aware.
Yeah, I think he's going to catch Amelia with his back turned.
Maybe?
Yes, indeed. Stan, a one tap to the side of the skull. Amelia goes down, and Zaka responds.
Damn.
Yep, that scout is working for him today.
Wow.
You can see this hasty communication. Westmelon
Crazy
up next.
shot.
MP9 burst. He finds his target. Nice quick find on the first. Fuzi last alone.
Japan's
No
kind of
way,
disgusting.
Susan down the vents. Actually works out for it. We'll take the M4 upgrade, and Lin Vision, they get through what was a surprising second round force.
Wow.
Now they get the comfortable start on the CT side. So the two more tense rounds, the pistol round into the force buy. Now we'll see them go up against the eco. Maybe a pistol upgrade or two, but some really good shooting from Zaka on the baby AWP. To the scout in the hands. And look, Zaka took over the AWPing duties from this team. Remember,
Yeah,
it was
Pan's
G,
way
and
too
now G's
good.
on Tyloo. Starry went to Tyloo and came back to Lin Vision. I don't think he fit in with the team over there. The thing was, it was scary with their firepower when you had Mercury, Moses,
and Starry.
Young, Starry. I was like, wow, okay, these guys are going to hit hard, but I guess it didn't work out. Smoke wall towards Yard, part of misdirection, trying to soften up the ramp defense. So do they really want to tussle with Amelia? Well, right now, you may as well just wait out the nades. You know that you'll be investing into the next. In a situation like this, allow the CTs to go through their protocols.
That's
a little around.
Yeah.
What is this? The crab walk?
Amelia does need some support.
Zach is here.
Oh.
Everything's fine.
Flashed himself. Don't worry about it, guys. We've got a 5v3 situation. Now comes out the mop and bucket. Amelia will take down the third for the round. And there's just one more to find. It's Stanislaw to grab a kill. And he's going to do a bit of trash
What are you
disposal.
asking? Are these guys teams before this?
You'll have to buy back into the next. There'll be no pickup available for West
Or were they
off of that MP9.
strangers? Like, hey...
Stan's got that filter on.
I don't understand what you're asking.
You know, with the age, they lean forward and then they show their real age.
Do you think this is, Stan 10 years ago?
Yeah. Baby Stan.
Like, you think they just they qualified for the majors just like hanging out together one day and we're like, yo, we should just go to Austin and compete for $1 million. That team going to overtime.
About,
they're still fighting for it. I'm still watching them.
This is the top of the mountain, the prestige, the extra pressure. Right now, with the 32
Looks like
team
B8's on
major,
eco round.
each Asian team
but
that
they
goes
might lose
further
this one here.
is going to then give more spots back.
Because they got the bomb
to
planted
Asia,
into
right?
2v4.
So there's actually a lot to vie for this opening stage with how regionally based it is.
And you get to see more. You are genuinely fighting for your region as well as for your team.
You give yourself a buffer, but you also you're putting the ladder down.
Yes.
You're allowing more people. You're not just guarding your spot.
No, it does make it even more exciting for the individual. Sonic straight out and into the head. Call me Sue down.
Right.
That's a lovely aggressive maneuver from the T side. Already, Yards just shut down.
I don't know. You don't have to be rude about it. I'm asking you what you mean, just to clarify what you mean. How is me saying, what are you talking about me being rude? I have no idea what you're saying.
Going to be the ramp player, Zaka, on the AWP rotating around. At least one
Were
of the
these
two
teams
noted.
before
So
they're competing in a major, or are they strangers?
I like what Zaka's doing here. He's put himself in a position where he could catch that bomb, walk through lobby, get one, fall out.
Are you like?
So quiet. He's
are you asking like? Did they just put together random people from?
That's tough. Chasing
from like matchmaking or something? Like, yo, you can go play in the majors, you'll go play in the majors, and we'll just pair you guys up. And whoever wins can get
himself another one.
$500,000. I don't know.
There we have Wildcard's first round in this best of one.
Okay, so looking at the finances right now, the
like why does that ever work out?
2.3.
See how confusing it all is.
Rifle territory for
I heard you say they were disqualifying matches, but now it's majors. Brother, you're about to get timed out for just shit posting and looking dumb. Okay, I'm not going to feel bad about it. Because for a minute, you had me feeling bad because I just thought you were unaware. But now you're shit posting, and it makes me feel like you're dumb and you're proud about it. No, these teams that qualified for the majors and are playing for the playoffs right now, because there's teams that have already made it in the playoffs. These teams you're watching are trying to make it in the playoffs for the majors. They've been playing together. Some of them for not very long, like you had the stand-in earlier with
smokes up.
Complexity, like somebody didn't get their visa, some teams didn't make it, but some teams have been playing together for a long period of time, so it just depends. Like, what are you asking?
Showing you everything you need to know about
I
Yard right now.
actually am dumb, that's the fucked up part. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
More smokes available for a second
players get traded all the time. I don't know how long all these rosters have been together for. Some of them have been together for a while. Some haven't. I'm not familiar with all of these stage 1 teams.
How does that inform the T-side decisions?
But teams swapping rosters regularly is not like super unheard of. But for them to qualify to play for what you're watching now, they would have had to play
a bit of a distraction, perhaps.
Unless it was a unique situation, like somebody couldn't like fly here because of a visa, and then they would swap them out. That's like one team that we know about so far.
It just peeled apart one by one.
And he says he isn't mean.
There's something.
How am I fucking mean, bro? Okay, let me watch the game, bro.
But now Stan and Fozy just going to find themselves likely considering the save. You don't have any space, the bomb's loose. If you go back and get a lobby's treacherous, and Starry should have had that kill. A couple of moments from Starry in this round, not looking his sharpest.
Yeah, no, that round
assume that you needed a team if you're already...
So Fozy's tasked with bomb retrieval. Is there really a way back in for these two?
Yes.
Stan makes
if you want to compete for $1 million, you have to have a team. You cannot just waltz into the Austin, Texas arena and say, yo, me and my boys want to frag out. And they say, oh, take a seat right here and play against teams from China, Mongolia, Australia, and Europe in this tournament that's put together by Valve. Just take a seat. Who you got? You and your grandma and your little brother? Yeah, sure. Let's get a round going and we'll stream it to thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Based on if he's got a knife equipped, but he's retired now.
That's me being mean.
A technical in this juncture.
He wants to go compete. Guys, I'm missing this fucking game because I'm getting like one guy, man.
Troops, so trying to build back into
I'm missing this entire nuke side.
The response, and
this is the game I wanted to watch as well.
Bit of a buffer now.
Yeah, this is the Squid Games of CS.
Another game where there's no head-to-head. They haven't played each other before. We had the same with our Heroic versus NRG series, and that's what I like about Stage 1. This is the most horrible
M4A1 spray of all time, and maybe that's a good thing.
Stage 3 with the big boys. Then you need to play some of your best Counter-Strike against equal opponents.
Whew, that's a high visibility keyboard there from JB8.
You won't miss him in the dark.
No, sir.
Okay, issue sorted, and we're back underway. So an AWP and an AK saved, a Galil,
Bro wants to know what Bunsy's pressing.
And for that a sus. They have the util to come in for the smoke, so they can still run a standard round.
So everyone is in depth this event?
And they have the scope
yes, including me.
Ooh,
now watch the tournament.
That's a cool way to set up your raw putt. Doesn't look like it's going to be paying off immediately. As Starry elects to get to the back of that big warehouse.
Well, his teammate was there in the previous round, so the fact that he's gone there now.
Didn't like the way Main felt. Didn't feel good.
No, let's Westmelon take.
They love this extra smoke. And exposed with a double HE barrage. Okay.
Nice shot.
Fozy onto Starry though. Does remove one of the threats in Yard.
4-1, man. So this isn't as convincing as
should be addressed at some point as
the Minisport game was.
Looking for another fight is Fozy.
Were they 13-1 them?
The AWPer is on
Lin is kind of giving them a bit more of a fight.
Systematic jiggles. Down the vent goes Westmelon.
I thought the 2 would make him different today. All right, relax, okay?
Whole squad returns to lobby.
Yeah, and right now in these type of rounds, you tend to get late.
Did you pick him for the major? No, I haven't.
So maybe you get a molly top hut from that player that's just gone up on towards the roof. A squeaky walkout could be nice.
So Sue's just jiggling.
That's sight molly.
Oh, okay, that's sight. So that will affect Sue. Zach has actually left Heaven and is moving Yard. So this is perfectly timed. Sonic with a molly for Hut. Flashes from Fozy. We will go off this. The incendiary will delay them. Sue tucked on vent. Here they come. Flashes are good. Zaka on main in support, but they haven't cleared out the vent. Solid work for the first. It's Zaka another.
Yo, he got the AUG.
Cut down by the AWP up close.
And this
now
guy loves the
2v2,
AUG.
and Fuzzy's clearing. Fuzzy's clearing, and he goes down. So does the ball. Sonic's next victim is Zaka. And
Wait.
that's a solid AUG round. He actually picks up the rival AWP.
Wait, is the AUG kind of good?
As well. Zaka has started very strong in these first 6
Yo,
rounds.
is the
At the
AUG
top
good?
of the table, 8 kills, 4 of them in that round.
The body language there, you can see it tense. That was a pressured moment. Your teammate having to come out of the vent to try and clutch that out if you go down. And Sue able to tuck in CT
AUG might be
kind
kinda good.
to flush out that position. But this is a mid-round call being made from Stan. They're in a really tough position, right? You've got 1-for-1. You're having to... You're not calling an execute, right? That's more like a move.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to throw this and this. We're going to isolate these fights. And unfortunately, not enough util to go round. 4 round the difference. Going to be a partial investment. Loss bonus coming into the next is going to be maxed on out. So don't you worry about the funds. We will see a gun round again. But can they break in with this buy? I see a couple of HEs, which could be telling Alex that we're going to get Squeaky Door blown off and then nades in towards
Y'all me want to
main.
use the AUG or
This might just be a
SB?
top rush.
Do you aim down sights
See if
in
it's
it?
got more nuance to it. Or if it's going to keep it simple, stupid, the KISS method.
If you're an ADR enjoyer, I could see people probably
See
giving
how
you
pacey
shit.
this one is from that T side. Sonic, immediate smoke to imply vent drop.
Okay, well the util thought it was.
Nice little spray. No audio, L.
So I'm hoping that the util could do the damage to find themselves an opener, but that's not going to be the case. Hurry rotating down, and it's on the...
Oh my God.
Nice.
Sonic, and now at the back of the side, Westman,
Nice.
it's gone! They've kicked open the front
Let's open
door.
it up.
How is this going wrong?
Oh no,
How
not
has
heaven.
it gone wrong? Never mind. Maybe Zaka, maybe Amelia can save his squad. They've got a ramp.
Oh my goodness, what a
I
shot.
don't know how he's hit that.
Landing safe.
Good luck, have fun,
I guess
Zach.
it's
You
technically
are looking like you're
default?
pretty
Yeah,
down
default.
everything,
Oh,
but that
nice.
up is
Can you get the op?
potentially retrievable. They won't get up
Throw
there
the
in
nade.
time. But regardless, a Tech 9 top pop, it works.
The key to that, right? So Squeaky gets blown off, the HE main, they have the smoke for the
They're a team with your
drop,
chat.
And then they've just waited.
I would
They've
literally
gone, okay,
rather
well,
do
at this point,
anything
they
else in this
realize
world.
it's not top. They're likely rotating, which they were, and then they catch the perfect timing. Sonic's had really 2 nice plays out Squeaky. One with the rifle to get the heaven kill on to Call Me Sue in an earlier piece, and this time coming at the door with a Tech 9 on the partial buy. That one is going to inspire some confidence. They forced them onto an eco off the back of that. That's a massive round for Wildcard. Can't be understated.
Damn, it's like that. Brother, you're saying you're getting roasted in your games because you fucking use the AUG. Why would I then be like,
Usually
yeah,
to
let's
see
make a
team
team
take an
together?
eco as well with only the 1,400 loss.
Bro said people make fun of me because of how bad I am. You want to form a team?
Get out the AWP in the next. I think we might see rifle drops from either Amelia or Westmelon over to Sestari playing that yard position. And couldn't get anything done here, so it'll be identified now. Another Sonic entry. Great work from him. A bit of a journeyman has
Like a
Sonic.
team with Mantis.
He should be able to sweep this one under the rug. Any rifle
You watch
kills
the rest
that
of the
turn
games
into
today?
saves for Linvision actually worth an awful
Yes.
lot with only
We'll
1,900
keep
coming
watching
into
them.
the next. That's what
I'll
I was
probably
trying
go
to
until,
identify
like,
for the lovely viewers at home.
6 o'clock.
The purchases are going to
We'll
be a
see
bit
what games
touch and
are
go,
playing
but
at
they know
6.
that they can have that
Today was a long
AWP.
day. I woke up at fucking
So
7
is that
a.m.
enough for them to justify the all-in, or do we see something a little bit crazier in the
to
buy
start
department?
watching.
Either way, 50 seconds, all this ramp space.
I'm just a little nervous because it is just 45 seconds. All it would take is a little bit of chaos.
No, they go,
forced
they
to
go.
Relocate, gets awkward. But Zaka, though,
Let's
he
go,
doesn't really
guys.
have the weapon for this. I think 250 up close, just the one traded
The
out.
trade.
And that's what you needed to see from Sonic.
Yeah,
The
Sonic's been
journeyman
popping off, man. I'm telling you.
ensures that round doesn't spiral out of control. An important 3 kills in this anti-eco. Perhaps an eco they weren't expecting, as Chaz highlighted.
Yeah, just traditionally, in that scenario, you would see teams go
Was
for
that
the
Blazer
force.
just in your closet?
14. I mean, I love that as well. You know, you hear it everywhere. I'm 1400.
Where the
so,
fuck?
I'm buying.
Fuck do you think I keep my clothes?
Just, you know, with the 1900, your purchases are still limited into the next. So it
No,
tends to
no,
be
it was
better
it
of
was
the
in the
bad
dishwasher.
options, which is
Sure.
the
My
tough
bl-
part. I know
yeah.
a lot of people out there would love to see 1400 lost.
It was just in my kitchen cupboard.
That's a conversation for another day.
Yeah, the conversation for today is whether or not Linvision and Tai Lu will be picking up more wins.
I think this is our first nuke of the tournament so far.
Is it really?
Yeah, so we haven't had a Mirage and we haven't had a nuke. We've had a couple of Infernos, a few Ancients, few Anubis, a few Dust 2, and even a Train. So no Mirage, no nuke until now.
First nuke. I guess best of ones, isn't it? It's an unusual
Trip,
one
I don't
to end
care
up
about
on.
what
Okay, so
you
Amelia
Canadians do with your clothes, okay?
Likely for this ramp, hold Starry to be main or yard, and then you've got
Guys,
MP9
stop fucking rage baiting me. I just want to watch this game.
I'm just curious if we're
I don't
want to
look at chat and see you guys
Zaka
shit
feel like he needs
post.
to force himself into the play. Do we take the AWP ramp? Do we take it down secret straight away? Yeah,
exclamation point allocations.
Dropped into the A site immediately. He's actually going to start probing lobby with the AWP.
And he's got Westmelon to
space.
bait.
Oh, dude.
No!
Nice.
That's gone horribly.
He was off. Westmelon was.
What do you mean went horribly? It went great.
That situation.
Get in there.
Oh, and it gets worse for them. They've just lost the canary in the coal mine that was the B site. The bomb is on the back of Sus, making its way into that B site now unguarded. And I guess the objectives shift now in this round at least. And Sonic not going to be able to find Starry, at least confirms his presence and position.
I'll be surprised if they get to hold on to anything with how quick this round has unfolded.
Yeah.
Okay, well, an upgrade.
What the fuck are the little keychains? They're keychains. They're charms.
He's just going to be the 2400.
They stole it from Valorant.
Next, so vital that they hold.
I guess that's the one. That's the only reason that Valorant players haven't tried CS is because they don't have their stupid fucking keychains.
And they lose it all.
So Valve just had it.
Okay, well there you go.
They said we can't play this game without keychains rattling on the gun. We all have ADD.
Yeah, he speaks a bit. He does as well. I mean,
so the solution was to Valve to either prescribe Adderall to the general player base that wants to come from Valorant and try the game, or to add these dinky fucking charms that hang off the guns.
Wildcard has managed to really stabilize this half, right? You were talking T-side nuke now. It's 3 consecutive.
Valorant stole it from
as you've highlighted.
Blacklight Tango down.
A Desert Eagle and a couple of smokes.
Valorant stole the whole fucking game, okay?
The best you can.
The least we could do is take some keychains from them.
You need the final 2. And another Sonic opener. It's done very well. Doesn't really matter about the buy types. Every round counts.
I love how passive, maybe not, isn't it?
I like that AK.
Like slow and methodical they're being here. They're just not going to be susceptible to any of those lobby push hijinks. In fact, you know what? Sticking on Silo this long from Fozy, he might even catch them pushing up Secret. Yeah, he spotted them.
Ooh.
So confirmation that Secret Stairs is occupied. Only saw the 1.
I just want to touch back on the Sonic opening kills. He's 6-0 in that department.
6.
So yeah, it's been an awful lot of impact from him within the opening kills, as this one should just be turning the screws right now. Zaka in and found.
Nice, way to open it up.
No real options for him in that one, as this round will be done and dusted. We'll tie things up 5-5. And we've still got 2 more best of ones to come your way after this one concludes. Winner of this will be joining the 2-0 bucket. Best of 3 away from stage 2. The loser will drop to the 1-1. They'll have another best of 1 to play. These establishing matches are played in best of 1s. The progression or elimination games are played in best of 3.
Okay. Which those are not today, I don't believe. I think today's just best of 1s.
In case you are interested, B-Stream, Alex and I will be bringing you Chingus Warriors versus Legacy and Tyloo versus Metasport, who I think are going to be aiming to get more than 1 round after the blowout against Wildcard in the opener.
Terrorists win. Yeah, exciting for me just personally to see Hampus back in the server as well. His return to the top of the Pops.
Yeah, wait, what happened? Some time off.
Yeah, he took time away from the server, has come back.
This is what happened to
Always a lovely guy, is Hampus.
Yeah, and back into the major circuit. We'll see if they can bounce back from a very tough first round loss. Conversation for another time. The conversation right now is that Wildcard haven't lost a round in
Times the charm.
time. That's 4 consecutive.
Oh, FlyQuest is playing right now versus BetBoom. Okay.
Has the Lin Vision found an answer? Can they mix it up? Can they disrupt? Or will Wildcard keep this going?
One of these factors within it. Oh, again.
Yeah, Sue wants it. Oh, did they catch wind of this potential for Hut Aggression? Are you still considering Hut Aggression after it failed so nastily for Westmelon in the previous? They're not ready. Sonic, that's an opening death.
First one.
Okay.
Difference immediately.
Smart play.
In this round, can Lin Vision convert this? Stan working on some yard space. Alone in the smoke, it fades. He's using that second one thrown to slip further forward. Don't know if that information's been relayed. He's piped a gap. Oh, but held. Good awareness from Starry. Amelia down after just the 1 on defensive ramp. And Zaka piecing out, not interested in rotating through there. 2v4, bomb down, debatable. Westmelon is making it clear, can even break up in the smoke. Susper sitting duck, gets off the bomb, gets it down and gets the headshot. Repositioning.
He can hit some headies. That's Zasp looking sharp. 2v4 goes 2v2. Linvision's advantages disintegrate before our very eyes. He's got Starry in his sights. Dancing with him, begging him to swing, but he knows time's on his side. Zasp is doing it all. Fosie's just cheering him on the sidelines. Nice. That's Zasp's round. An ace.
That is really going to leave a mark to this Linvision campaign. You can see it in the body language right now. That's a round that you really should never be losing. Sure, a couple of great shots coming out from Zasp in this. Westmelon was in two minds. Am I harassing or am I not? Didn't really have the conviction to go for that fight, and you can see that dot crosshair. Damn precise. It was the Swedish two to get them up to 6. And might need a banter course because everyone seems to be using the same line. Stan.
Yeah, everyone's screaming sit down.
You know, esports gamers is that they typically are sat down.
Yes, that's true. If they were thinking about standing up with a 4v2 round win, you stand straight back down very quickly.
First time out of the match.
Yeah, and Gum gets on the mic with this one. So Coach not going to be too happy with how that one just unfolded.
Monkey OG with the 10 gifted.
To get everybody to take a breath.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for that huge support.
I understand we lost that round. We know we never should have, but this match is still ongoing, and we're still in with a shot. We can win this. We can tie it up 6-6. We can go into the halftime break. We can get that pistol round, and we can still win Nuke to put ourselves in the 2-0 bucket.
Big W, appreciate
that.
Fosie's
he's taking that front spawn with an AWP on his back. Is he going for anything cheeky on the opening? Looks like he wants to try and catch anyone swinging through
10 Crooms for the gifted.
Excuse me, Squeaky. Westmelon thought about it. Thinks twice. Block with a smoke instead.
Okay, we'll stall them out for now, but still plenty of options available. Let's look at this from Stan. He's just leered through Yard, not having to worry about an AWP whatsoever, and slunk down Secret completely undetected. A couple of nice lurks from Stan.
That was 3. Boom, 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 boom.
How far does he push this? Starry, oh, perfect timing. Shadow advantage and an auto shotgun.
Dude, I'm telling you,
back to back,
the
nasty deaths for
meta
Sonic
is a thing.
To the auto
this
shotting.
gun is disgusting.
So despite that valuable Stan push, he got control of Secret, but they've got nothing to show for it.
Well, they won a 2v5 in the previous round with a Susp ace, so can they do it again? 55 seconds on the clock. Susp still alive.
He's gonna do more damage here. Watch.
They want to test the shotgun, and probably the right idea.
You don't want to do that, guys. You will.
Not the weapon for that kind of fight. Zaka shows himself and dips.
U2 for the finish. They can smoke single. They can get the molly in towards the stairwells, but first they need to get past the protocol of ramp.
Yeah, Zaka's backup's arriving.
Oh no.
This is much more suitable for a shotgun, but he gives it to Jaber.
The info rotation needs to hurry up.
Yeah, Star, you go here. Right at the start, he starts to spray through that smoke. A little bit of chip damage, but this is starting to look threatening. 14 seconds. Can they just stop the plant? Can they disrupt it?
Sheesh.
Fosie gives it a go. Starts to punch in the code in the smoke, gets it down. 2v4. Oh no, wait a second. Fosie got 1. And Jaber unable to do anything more. Okay, we got a tied up game. Linvision, they've managed to recover
going 6-6,
down the middle. 6-6 as we take a break.
We're doing 6-6. All right. Meanwhile, FlyQuest versus BetBoom. Australia versus Russia.
It's a little scarier for FlyQuest than the A-site was, considering their position.
Looks like Australia's looking in good form.
Going on, and they had someone at A ramp.
They had a pretty good previous game, and they're going into this game.
I'd say for sure,
just as hot.
Slowly try to.
We'll see if they keep it up.
A-site.
Vexite really popped off previous
other split in place.
Previous rounds though, or previous round, I guess.
Very
whatever you want to call
clearing
it.
all their angles. Obviously, a lot of that had to do with perfect aim and crosshair placement. But that's
it was almost a very convincing game, but
they knew what they wanted.
FlyQuest kind of looked like they were throwing towards the end versus Fluxo. It was almost another 13-1 situation, but Fluxo kind of came back
from this roster
and almost made it close towards the end.
And you see that from better teams when they're.
We'll see if same thing happens here. But why are they fighting?
They're just mad here for Netic.
Yeah, he just keeps sprinkling in these headshots from the Glock to the AK.
Okay, dude.
I'm on a shaky situation here for BetBoom. Just those 2 rifles saved. See what Zorte and Siren can bring to the table here in the 6th. Already towards top middle.
I appreciate that.
FlyQuest yet
Big
again.
10 gifted. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Not too far off, and I like that there's pistols around it. Look at that 3-player core. Just trying to move together. All the while, Zorte finds the perfect timing to strike down the ramp guy. Now that does open a door towards B, but Bomb was at the bottom of mid, so it's got a double back around Cat, and that's an extra 5-6 seconds that gives Zorte this
so whoa, man. He got there so quick.
Wow.
Despite the teammates behind. Oh,
nice.
Just checking.
And he nails it to it. Oh, just perfection.
The war machine. He keeps on giving. Netic. What a performance so far.
Netflix.
And honestly, the op was not late to the rotation.
What a shot, dude.
Netic just didn't waste any time. They went up Cat. They made their decision. You know, there can be a lot of red tape when you make a rotation like that, and that's what sometimes allows the other team to get into a better spot than you. Netic turned the corner on Cat after Zorte showed himself on Ace so quickly. He knows he had the trust of his team. He read the map beautifully. They went in right behind him. Another round with great conviction here for FlyQuest. The reason that shot's awkward for the op is because he crosses to get right before Zorte can believe it.
And good on him too, because we talk about the...
So FlyQuest is doing well during their game. Back into this, is going to be switching sides on a nuke. Wildcard will be taking up the CT side against Lind. US, international US versus China. Hand warmers and 91 weather advisory conditions in Austin, Texas.
Right down the middle, 6-4 China's Lind Vision.
When you start a CS team,
the international, I can see.
They're expensive, man. CS teams are very, very expensive.
For the North American organization at what has been a long time coming, another major in North America, a 7-year hiatus. What were you doing in 2018, Chad?
Just starting this. I was an analyst back
Yeah,
then,
it's actually crazy. No, 2018 was the last time we had an A major, right? Because that was the Boston major.
All, but,
I didn't realize that. 7 years ago.
Round 2.
That's probably the last time I really watched too.
Bucket loser goes down to 1-1.
I guess we're only watching NA majors.
The favorite.
Once every 7 years, we tune into CS.
Late spurt of rounds with a susp ace.
Remember the M4 skin someone had in the previous nuke game? I want to look it up and be disappointed when I find out I can't afford it.
Could be both pistols for Lind Vision if they convert this one. And that's, I was going to say a good start, not anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to keep trifling with that.
Talking about Hot Rod.
P250 on Westmelon, 4 fights. Now Zaka, ooh, wow, Sonic, despite his low HP, hits that insta headshot. Jaber, another. It's just fallen through the fingers of Lind Vision here.
You take the plant, so bomb goes down.
That's the best you can get. Sue run over. Fozy.
Nice.
Go down, but an immediate response.
Okay, well, I think we should see them go into the force by now. And something that Lind Vision have had in the past, especially on more specialty maps once upon a time of Anubis, they had some really nice pocket rounds in forces. The quick stuff like the double mid mollies and playing through it, turning it into rushes. So let's see what they follow through off the back of that plant. But we split the pistols. And
Bro said,
with the Goosh against Sonic
Bro said, I went to look up the red M4 skin to see how much it costs.
Everybody with some clean picks in this one.
The blue phosphor.
Taking shape. There's a Galil for Sue. Damn, all right, love that. G'ing up there, boys.
Yes, the red-blue phosphor.
To erect multiple walls, but very had it start. So we can get blown off, forces out the CT utility.
I'm just giving you grief. I thought it was funny. Made me laugh. Yeah, it's probably the Hot Rod or the Howl like people were talking about. I don't get it. That's what I mean, dude. I feel like the two heroes are on the same wavelengths, man.
Just block them with your body.
Just be there.
Yeah. Surprise them as they come out of the
Live stream all stages. We'll see. If people really like today's stream, I can continue streaming the stages.
So he's just here
like I'm watching this for my own personal enjoyment. You know what I mean? I get the green light to go stream this stuff, which is cool. Otherwise, I'd have to watch it on like CS TV, and like it's a little.
Just glanced away, but confirms their presence as two descending secret stairs. Sus forced away on ramp, taking that space.
A bunch of like their cool B-rolls that they shoot. So if people like it, I'll continue to stream it.
It's tough, isn't it? You feel like you go down the vent, you're going to be into these secret players.
Yeah, that's great from Saspi. Does have to back away for the reload.
Turning up, he's 16-7. This guy popping off.
Zaka left wanting with just 20 points of health. Sure, you've got a Galil. He's actually just elected to take the Tech 9 regardless.
Sounds good. I'm all for it. I appreciate the
Two bodies
support
here.
as well.
They could perhaps be surprised by this.
Yep.
Oh, Suffolk, another frag finally brought down by Westmelon, but they've overlooked that J-Butt MP9.
These guys are jump around.
And Starry's Deagle headshot starts what would be an incredible 2-on-4.
Swing on him.
Really got the time to even pick up this bomb, and there's so many bodies. Stan knows that time is on their side. Fozy onto Melon, and that's the job done. Convincing stuff. 3 kills out of Susp in defense of his ramp room. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, indeed. And the reason that he had to play a little bit more staunch and forward is because they had lost that secret control as well, right? So reputation points, there was none. What did he chase the guys down secret and go down the vent into their fight? No. The players already down towards B had to stand and deliver, and that's exactly what the Swede did. So keeping up some strong form, a 2-round lead soon to become 3 because this will be the Lin Vision Eco. Couldn't have gone better in terms of the space they were able to get, right? You weren't boxed in, it wasn't denied, you didn't get shut down on ramp. You got ramp room, you also got secret, but you didn't get those damn kills, and that's what she's all about.
When's the blue uprising? I don't know, man.
Fingers of Lin Vision now, wildcard in the driver's seat.
Still stalling out for it, I guess.
Tommy Sue going. Searching in hut with Deagle in hand.
Blue phosphorus.
Starry's had some real shaky moments, hasn't he? Still 9 kills to his name, but there's been a couple where that aim has just not been on point, as we've come to know and love over the years.
They guess Starry's a little shaky today, is that what they're saying? My prediction was a little off.
Yeah, he's just searching. No hot potato with the Desert Eagle.
If you go back and you reflect on some of the key moments of this game so far, it's going to be the Tech 9 round where Stan was able to slip under heaven, and it's going to be the Susp Fozy 2v5, but it was all Susp.
Yeah.
So those are key rounds within the context of this. Sure, you split the pistols, so we get both be one of those. You're both able to get the conversions, but as we get the rifles out into the next, that's where we get to see the Lin Vision have what it takes to push wildcard the distance. All 5 of them staying alive right now would be a fantastic buff up, as Sue thinks better of sliding open the door, at least for a moment's time. So we will see the clock continue to tick on down.
And that's a well-selected angle from Stan. 5 alive. Always a good feeling for a CT side when you know the first guns are coming.
And look at the spree of rounds as well. They've been able to pick up 8 out of the last 9 rounds. So the momentum has completely shifted within this one, as it had a bit of a tech timeout. So you can see here.
I'll take timeouts today. Might be too hot for PCs.
Oh, that's incredibly awkward. Yeah.
FlyQuest still dominating there.
Well, we are 9 rounds into this half. About time we get a bit of a mistake.
T-side, sorry.
From the FlyQuest camp.
A bit of a brain delay here.
Now we'll see if there's any sort of a recovery. Missed shot from Zorte. Liaz playing with his nades. He's going to get pinned into the corner. Nothing he can do about that one. And Axile with a back turn to him. Starts to clean up.
All right, backside, no, 1 versus 3.
And we get the AUG peek out of Siren to get
yeah,
that
I've seen a few of these guys using the AUG, man.
Bottleneck.
They're liking the AUG.
Mid, we'll call it. Regali shoots Netic, wounds him, and he gets swept away with basically the collateral spray down from Connector.
Wait to FlyQuest. So, yeah. We'll see if they switch sides again and throw for the next 7 rounds.
I don't think is what Boomich would have expected.
FlyQuest don't get too comfortable. Fair enough.
I think he might be dead. So
yeah, they had a very scary game versus Fluxo when they were leading by like 11-1.
He's made that type of a call. So he's using his spawn right now to get off with a yard control. We'll see what level of support he gets to outside. There's no AWP to oversee Silo.
Oh, nice to see his protocols. Leaves nades, runs up, tucks in, and no one is going to test him.
And no glaive smoke, or the T's didn't even throw first smoke either, so it's awfully quiet outside, Sonic saying.
They've already got the player down B.
Yeah, it's just crazy that he's gone red without throwing his own glaive. And that molly behind him, that's to say, oh, they don't know what's outside. Well, they know exactly what's outside. Absolutely diddly squat.
Yeah, Susp has fallen back into the ramp, ready for this. It seems like he's on high alert. A multi-kill here would really thwart the plans of Lin Vision.
For 2. This round, you are playing completely in the dark. You have thrown smokes, expecting them to be respected, hoping to force a CT rotation. They don't have to rotate. You haven't done anything. Top fake into ramp pop.
But you mollied Squeak, and they've mollied hard. Here we go. Oh, how many? Susp 2.
Nice.
Sonic swings in to ensure that trade as well onto Xaka. Bomb last round to follow. Emilia just dipping down the vents. Maybe a bit of a disruptive and surprising presence towards this decon door.
Just too far away, and there's not
miles away, mate. How would you possibly...
What would have to give this away?
Oh, like that. That's a start. Jaber, complete jump scare. Westmoreland's miles away. You're 19 seconds. If Emilia hits that, is there really a conversation?
They have to win the duels.
You just have to kill them both. Westmoreland not going to be able to find him. Stan's just running away. Position of noted of Sonic, and he's going to hold on. Okay, this wildcard run continues. It's getting a bit out of control now, Chad. We are getting to the stage where it's been, what, 9 out of the last 10. Wildcard have just been running away with this one.
I really want to give some credit to both Susp and Sonic within this map so far.
Yeah, Wildcard's definitely popping off, man.
Once he gets the information from Sonic, that
I think in terms of NA teams, Wildcard is showing up. Now, we haven't seen M80, and we haven't seen Liquid, obviously. We haven't seen any of the Group 2 or obviously Stage 3 teams. But in terms of like just today, Stage 1 for NA,
be a tactical timeout.
Wildcard's representing, bro.
From Lin
Complexity, though,
and
they got a lot to prove. They got a lot to prove after this morning.
From them quickly as
so hopefully they bring it back, bring some glory to North America.
Their CT approach, very stubborn with lobby pushes. At moments, it looked like they had a good idea. That lurk smoke that Stan would throw outside, they were blowing it open. They were dealing with the lurks, but then really forcing themselves into lobby within the first half. Came back to bite them. They just found really poor timing.
Lyquist is still popping off.
It
looks like Wildcard is maintaining this lead.
And now on the T side, you only have Seldon
actually maybe for this round, because this round's probably the most important
rifle round by having no conviction behind your yard smokes.
This round might be the most important round.
Synchronized with Sonic's early intel, this will have a different flavor. Immediately, there's more utility invested. And just the AWPer overseeing potentials. Main roof could be a fight. Yeah, tip of the head.
What a shot.
Through the blue. It's Westmelon.
Wow.
Opens up the account for Lin Vision and moving quick. Sonic down as well.
Okay.
Dog tag ripped by Xaka.
Kind of a trade.
Bomb on the back
trade
of
in the way of Lin.
Nice. Couldn't get away with it again. So on the fade of the
smoke sense. Who are you cheering for in this game, or we're cheering for Wildcard?
The top defenders.
Overall, I don't know. I gotta see Stage 3. I gotta see how like these tier 1 through 10 teams play.
Jules
or ranking 1 through 10
or do they want to head down towards B? Well, either way,
I think it'd be cool for Falcons to come away with it.
I thought Emilia was ready for that. Now it's a
3v2. I'd like to see FaZe pop off a little bit.
Towards the B bomb.
Obviously, it would be nice to see like one of the NA teams run at home too, since this is an NA major.
Okay, bit of an overextension from Westmelon. He goes down heaven as the bomb goes down lower.
You have info on both.
Representing USA, you know, we got a few USA teams.
Feels like Sue is set for success here. However, it's a very likely double swing. He needs one.
Right, 2v2 for the plant. They need this kill.
Stan just walks into the angle. Oh no! Wildcard. Fumble on the clear from Stan. Jaber down as well. Sue with a lovely sequence to close. Lin Vision, they're on the board now.
Very composed on those shots. Similar to Xaka in the first half with that AUG over towards Squeaky Door in an important round. But there you have it. They finally break the streak and get themselves into a 3-round gap. Nice shooting. This is what the Chinese scene is known for. Individuals on point hitting heads. And almost fumbled the 2v4 situation. And after
yeah, it's kind of where I'm at. Sussy Trash. Falcons would be cool for
that one as well.
Nico. FaZe would be cool for Simple. NA would be cool just in general for just the sake of the major.
Starry can find
to see it happen, you know, on home turf.
Lin Vision are back in this game.
I think overall people are going to be looking at Team Vitality to see if they can keep up their 30-0 win streak. Which is basically like, I mean, it beat out Team Liquid, who had it several years ago. And some people are saying they've already beat out their best of 3
second layer. The flashes. Westmelon gets himself on top of
series streak holders, which was NIP previously, but of course NIP's like
about it after showing his position.
80-something wins.
So I'm not sure if
overall NIP holds the record, but
because I'm not sure
as far as Vitality, they hold now, I think, the best of 3 record.
Barrel spotted now.
And are considered the best CS team we've ever seen, I suppose,
just been answered.
in terms of how many people play CS now and how many pros and the skill level that you have to have now versus 20 years ago. I think that's the argument, right? It's like the Michael Jordan versus LeBron James argument that people have, right?
The patience and restraint from Fozy. Tracks Westmelon progressing towards Heaven. Does make sure he doesn't
Symbol's
get
just a mercenary?
what he was
Yeah, but it's still a cool story for
An
him.
awful lot here for the 35 seconds they have left. Sus was already playing for block. He's got an incendiary, so if you do try and push down Secret with that bomb... Oh!
What?
He doesn't throw it!
What just happened?
He's overplayed it! Xaka taps his head off, and now they should have access to the bomb site in time. Who can stop them? Certainly not J-Bar, and it's even Fozy goes down to Xaka.
Okay.
High impact round again.
It's looking a little rough for Wildcard right now.
We were on Sus POV.
It's looking a little rough.
Yes, we were.
Did a comm come in? Did he look away from the gap? What?
I think he just, honestly, I think it was just an overstep. He did like...
That's a crazy overstep. Why would you...
I think we got a little too comfortable, boys. It's not over till it's over, man.
I could think of 5 different angles as opposed to re-peeking into that. I feel like he didn't spot the player. Yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
Well, this one's back on now. Going to be the eco from Wildcard. A chance to turn this into just a 1-round game.
Holy moly.
Oh, they're going to poke their head up Secret with this
Hey, storyline,
so
relax.
These pistols. You can see 4 of them starting down towards B.
All right. This isn't even the top NA teams, okay?
On the back of Xaka towards Yard. What's the go on the
They're
flash?
still doing good, though. These guys are still doing good.
Hello. Spotted the head of Westmelon, but he's got support.
Oh.
Shouldn't go wrong, and has not. Xaka and Starry have handled the eco.
That one is where you wish the red zone, right? They're able to go in, analyze it, take a real look. Okay, let's slow it down.
Ooh.
You know, was he comming at that point? What did he see exactly from his POV? Was his eyes on the screen?
Yeah, what, we talking about Susp?
Yeah, because that is potentially a fumble that has allowed Linvision back into the game. And after we've been singing his praises, Susp was having a
top
great
of the
game.
scoreboard, mate.
Exactly. So you can't pin it all on him there. There's still plenty of other players alive, but it felt like they had that one locked down, at least that incision point. Regardless, it was just a 1-round game. The buy comes back in. No AWP available.
Yeah, they need this round really bad.
For Fozy.
They don't get it.
It's going to be a FAMAS.
I mean, to be fair, Linvision will still be fine even if they don't win this round. But if Wildcard doesn't win this round, I think they might be kind of doom posting. Sus with 20 and 12. He's had a really good game.
They're progressing Starry forward.
But so has Zach.
And he's got a lot of work to do on that warehouse fight. Starry,
Nice,
a
good
free
spot.
frag for Sonic, just walking around in the flash as well. Sonic got active with it. Gets away, steals away the AK.
Good info for Xaka, at least that they know that he's no longer in that position, so they don't have to worry about spending too much time trying to flush him out. That flash could have been enough to deny the info for Linvision, but now we stabilize.
Hit the light switch. Smoke.
It's nearly a Brave this. It's extremely risky, but crazier things have happened.
Very nail-biting round. I think both teams know the importance of this round.
Oh, wow, there's a wriggle,
Sus
but
tried.
gets shut down.
Okay, well, now they're definitely down, and Stan
Sus tried to make something work there. He did some damage, but
this is going to be a tough round to lose.
not enough.
Finds another. Do you still commit B?
JBF gets picked out of Squeaky. Oh no.
Xaka's all good for it. Knife out. That was a mistake. Will Zonic make anything more of this? Xaka with the crouch peek and a couple of bullets to the hip, insufficient. I can't believe we're actually tied up 10-10 after that run from Wildcard. That 9 out of 10 rounds consecutive across the 2 halves. It really did feel like this one was done.
Yeah, and now it is going to have to be the side of Wildcard taking the time out to have the conversation.
That's crazy.
Last one. Burned.
Or is it? In-game, it does say this timeout has been called by the T side.
Maybe it was. Yeah.
Either way, someone took a timeout.
Someone can appreciate it.
Conversation is being had.
Thank you.
Because right now it's only partial buy territory for the likes of Wildcard. With the loss bonus going into the next, they will be able to get the full investment. Fozy will be able to bring out the AWP, but right now they have to be humble, which is a great opportunity now for Linvision to take the lead. It's something that they haven't felt since the first half of play. So if it was a Linvision timeout, Gum saying, boys, we're in a very strong position right now to put us ever closer to the magic number of 13. We can't fumble this one. We've worked hard to get back into the game. We've pushed them down to pistols. And now we need to punish them.
Very scary pistol, the 5.7. When utilized around those tight corners.
A lot of bodies out here.
Oh, Starry, yeah, catches a little whiff of Fozy, but
okay.
Still in combination with Sonic, they've managed to rip his head off. Okay, so Su's gone. There's an important frag back, but over the smoke, maybe they're going to overlook this pistol up close. Unable to find anything is Stan. Sus with the smoke push does put a bit of pressure on. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
maybe
trade.
Fozy can build around.
Okay.
Jaber, what's Jaber?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
The Deagle just keeps on connecting.
Brought it back, man. Brought it back. Let's get the next round. You need that next round
That might be
really
Jaber's most
bad,
impactful
guys.
round of the map so far.
You've got a round
I think there was
handed
so many
to you.
distractions going on. There was all these bombs, so Jaber just raining down hell from the heavens.
Oh,
wow. Wow, JBA.
Kid, check this one out again. And a round that Lin Vision couldn't squash.
JBA.
Dude, those three back of the head headshots.
Yo.
He's impressed himself. He can't believe he's hit all three of them in quick succession. An outrageous round to win.
Lock
just
it
when
in,
it looks
dude.
like Lin Vision have got
Lock
an
it in,
opportunity to
man.
take the lead. Jaber
Big round for
rips
y'all.
it away from them with just a $700 pistol.
Lock it down, lock it in.
Oh, the setup. They break the smoke for Fozy. He's unable to hit the shot, though. Gets away with his life. For a moment,
again,
Su
bro.
is there. That was a
Same
pixel
spot as before.
on Fozy's head. That's all Su needed. Undeterred by the proceedings in the previous. Oh, there's a lot of bodies for Sonic to deal with. He's overcome by Starry.
Disaster.
Empty-handed.
Oh, an absolute disaster.
How's this one gone so well? Everything's just falling in a row. Oh, not the pistols. Oh, they're playing a standard round. Let's just kill them all.
The aggression outside, I don't understand.
You gotta hope that they force buy into the
Why
next.
are we so aggressive outside? Let them just fucking take outside.
They are not bothered.
All they're
Not
doing is
bothered.
playing
Not
for
at all.
outside peaks
You'd
the
think you would've
entire
been
time.
shell-shocked by that with the
And
type
we're
of
just
rounds that
peeking
you've
them
lost
one
in
by
this map
one.
so far.
It's like 5 of them holding the same fucking angle. What are we doing? Let him take outside. Just play fucking heaven. Let him go down
The
secret.
storm of a Deagle 3K, a Sus Fozy 2v5.
Play for retake. We're not even seeing retakes.
A Tech 9 round loss with a Sonic A entry into a Stanislaw Lurk. Those three go against you, and we're still tied up, legs 11, with overtime on the table.
Ugh. That's what I mean, man. Like, getting way too hype about the Deagles. The Deagle 4K that was given to us by you know.
He's putting such a shift. He just knows it's going to be taken from him. Spamming every corner. Everybody's coming to hunt him.
Yeah.
Little glance up as well there from Zaka.
We
just
did way
taking a
too
little
much,
look at his
man. We did
adversary.
way too much.
Let me throw you two options here, Alex. You've
Look at
got
the shot,
about
by the way.
3K average on the CT side. You get the...
Bro, it happened again, though, man. It's the same spot as
Do
before.
you shove all in right now to deny Lin Vision getting to 12, meaning you
And they're
have to
comfortable
take this to
going outside,
overtime,
and we're just
or
like,
do
why
you
are we
take a
contesting them
partial
out?
and play for OT?
You're playing
Still
for
bring it
OT.
back, right?
That
I mean, this is really fucking hard.
Just did it with pistols.
Yeah, sure.
I think they feel they can probably do it again.
Yeah, can you do it one more time for me, JBA?
Yeah, they're playing for overtime.
Have you got it in you?
I mean, they can come back, yes, but like this is way worse than they were before.
someone else
But see,
step
now
up
they
to the
play
plate.
they play this how they
Steps
should
in
be playing.
lobby.
Well, no, maybe not this push,
Nearly would have
but
heard a bunch of this, but
inside Scythe, more
they
safe.
waltz in. They call Sonic to clear.
Oh, Sonic! Sonic! In so much trouble.
I think with those lobby steps, what you should do is try and force around Heaven and Hell right now. That appears to be what Westmelon's up to.
Wait, they know.
Stanislaw, stalemate
I guess
in
they know
lobby,
they're broke,
just
so
having to
they're
deal
waiting
with
for a
the
push.
Fireman's pole as well as lobby entrance. And they're waiting for CT re-aggressors, so hitting the brakes at the moment. 2 players in secret, 1 in lobby. And nothing happening.
Well, it's a weird standoff because
I
I
know
don't
they're
think it's
broke.
going to be the lobby boys who move first.
Now, it should be Westmelon trying to get up Heaven.
Yeah, what's he up to? He's mantling up now. It's dead silent on this map. Ladder climb as well. They're setting up for that top util. Jaber sneaks into Squeak.
Yeah, they're all worried.
Westmelon on the railing. Should be good for Sus 5-7.
Coming in through main.
38. There's the headshot.
Okay.
Nice from Amelia.
Oh,
Everyone's hitting their shots. Okay, one back from Jaber. Oh, and he
Okay.
stabilizes. He has done it again, at least with a couple.
Bro, why is it up to
The
JBA
round
to
does
like,
seem
do
out of
something
reach
here?
though. Now with just him alive, backed away. Molly into her heart. What's he supposed to do? Save an AK probably is the best outcome.
Yeah, they're buying in the next round regardless, but you can't
Let's
buy
just
one
save.
of those.
Fuck it.
So, Jaber, a couple of nice shots in the pistol yet again, but this time is just going to back off, give it over, and 12. Overtime secure at a minimum for Lin Vision. MR3, 10K on the table if Wildcard want to get this one done. Otherwise, Lin Vision, they'll be joining the likes of Bait and Heroic in the 2-0 bucket, one best of 3 away from stage 2, joining teams like Falcons and FaZe. And for stage 1 and 2, the Blast TV Austin Major, we're back-to-back. We don't get any breaks between stage 1 and 2. Between stage 3, yeah, you get a chance to take a breath. So you'd love to get there as quickly as possible.
Terrorists win.
A little bit of belief.
Yeah,
They're hyped up.
It's right there for you for the taking, Chad. I mean, you're licking your lips. You could be going to bed with a massive smile. Don't forget, like, think about the anxiety most players would have woken up with this morning. Like, oh, it is game day. Today is the day. This can dictate how long I'm going to be at this major, how deep of a run I can make. All of our hard work comes down to the start we have today. And for, well, Lin Vision, in just one round, they could very well have the dream start.
Yeah, you give yourself an opportunity at 3 best of 3 to be able to get through. That is a dream for all of the teams. Give yourself that buffer, a chance to falter, a chance to slip up, but plenty of damn chances to recover.
Stressful now. Wildcard
taken.
You elected to just go for a half bar. You elected to play for overtime, so you better hope that these extra nades, this AWP, will secure you that elusive round to secure overtime.
They've got everything they need. Only one defuse kit and a FAMAS for Stan. That's probably my biggest point of concern. But full nades, AWP, and those rifles.
What's the knockout blow call for this T side? Lin Vision, golden opportunity right here in front of them in Austin, Texas. Jaber tends to the potential for the vent dive. Starry Park's red.
Feels like there's been a bit of harassment towards Yard in a lot of these rounds, so they're going to be opting something a little bit different. Bombs in lobby. Justari and Westmelon patrolling Yard.
Okay.
Zach is AWP.
They're going for that outside, but they're doing like an outside.
Justari gets across the standard wall. Sector clear.
They're just giving them secret. This is
Sonic
smart.
aware that players have been able to get across.
Give them secrets good.
How many? And instead the bomb with them. Dangerous game being played. Susp. He peeks
No
into
smokes.
the AWP.
It's kind of a little irritating
Meets
for
his
sure.
fate. Ooh, chance at Sonic with a dunk. On your head, Westmelon. 4 on 4.
Okay.
Ramp lost. Ramp control, it should be a strong finish
I
available.
feel like Lin
Look
is
at the
kind
U2
of
available on
is
Zaka
being
right
less
now.
aggressive
This is
now.
standard. You get a single door smoke in.
I think they're feeling the
Starry
pressure.
As well. A molly in towards the window side. It has to be the
Sonic
big
gets to
finish.
pick on Starry.
Yeah, they're gonna be
That's
on high alert
outside in his
now.
secret.
An advantage wildcard. You saved your money for
So
this.
they know
buy.
they're ramp because they just got to pick onto ramp.
3 kills to take
That's
it
why
to
JB is
overtime
sitting
to get a
up.
little bit of a break from this pressure. Jaber perfectly positioned with a back turn and somehow not traded immediately. Sue struggled. Sonic another.
We'll see if that's
To
enough.
Zaka.
Okay, no,
Just
they got the
Sue
pick.
finds Stan.
Has to go up the vent. That's the only way.
15. There's
No
an
way.
AWP waiting
He
for him
doesn't
though.
get it.
He's gonna get no scoped into the belly. He had the bomb in his hands.
Wow.
Wildcard take us to overtime.
All right,
That's
they hold on. They hold on
Whoa.
and they force us into MR3
I'm sweating,
10K. Bit of a
I'm
difference from a lot of the
sweating,
other
man.
tournaments on the regular circuit right now. Pretty sure
What is going on?
most of the other big TOs are running 12.5, but at the majors, we've got to stick with the Premier rule. So we're going to get into 10K.
10K Premier rule.
And the reason that's important, the reason I point that out is because in certain scenarios like this on the CT side, you can't be overspending.
FlyQuest is
Your
taking it
AWP,
away
if it goes
on
down
their
in
Mirage
back-to-back
team versus
rounds, you won't have it all for
BetBoom.
the third. How many diffuse kits
Looks
do you
like
want to buy? That's
BetBoom will be going to
$400.
the
That ain't
1-1
cheap.
bracket.
Watch how quick they're able to rifle through this cash.
FlyQuest will be
Yeah,
going
well, speaking
2-0.
of rifles, Zaka actually thinks twice about it. He refunds his AWP on the
This
T
game,
side.
though, we
Goes
still
AK
don't
first
know
round.
how it's
5
going to end
for
up.
Lin Vision.
And why did my resolution just
Uzi
drop
has
by
chosen to
100
invest.
pixels?
Maybe that will be a difference maker for the CT side. Zaka's lining up nades for Westmelon on Yard.
All right, same as we were before. They're looking for an
Just
outside
allowing all
execute.
the CT protocol utility
They really
to be
just started
siphoned
giving
through
them.
right now.
They really have just been giving them these
the outside control, which is good.
Position is key for this.
This is what they should be doing at this point.
Secret, he will be able to confirm that nobody is.
Glad they adjusted for that. Give him secret, give him outside.
The top pop, because that looks like where this
or
round
contest
is
secret.
Finish.
I guess how Sonic's been doing.
Holding with the jiggled nade. He has got that incendiary, but Starry's got the molly for top heart. Will force Jaber off. He's actually
They're really playing for optics, though. They don't have an optic. Lin doesn't have an optic this round.
What are you doing? Sue! Just running through the flames, 100-0. Catastrophe averted if Amelia can get another. Comes out squeaky, but spammed away by Susp.
What?
Awkward now.
What?
Posey, is he there in time? Ooh, doesn't get picked off. Westmelon dips his head down, and the bomb is quick to follow. Starry needs to get that bomb down. Westmelon already trying to fight for Susp here. 4 controls. This is the fight. Doors naded open. Spots him out. Susp versus Westmelon, and a clean headshot.
Okay, somehow managed to make this into a 2v2 despite
Fozy
that.
To take the AK. Westmelon takes the fight, but loses out. It's up to just Starry in the 1v2 now. They just have to partner up and trade. That's all they have to do. Can Starry come up clutch? His back is turned. He's trying to isolate these Jules! They double swing it. Stan, good enough. Gets the job done. First round for wildcard, but it comes down to a 1v1.
You can cut the tension with the knife right now. You can see the reaction from Fozy with that one. The pressure is getting turned up a notch.
Yeah, I think Lin's feeling the pressure, man. I think they're. I think the pressure's too much for them.
Quite the reaction there. Sue, that was crazy. I guess the U2 comes in and thinks, are we rushing A or not? Well, apparently you're going down to the bottle of flames.
Yeah, I mean, you know, typically, most players have been rewarded for running through incendiaries, but that was quite an established incendiary and in quite a condensed area.
Fozy, you need a gun, Chief. There we go. So a little bit late out of spawn with that one, but shouldn't cost them too much.
Yeah, wildcard needs to lock it in. I mean, they still got a few more rounds to go here, but okay, a rush. All right, we're feeling confident into vents, man. Wow, this is what they needed to do.
You need one hit.
Unlucky. All right, nice, good shot.
To keep it level at 4 apiece. Sonic and Jaber using secret to access that lower site. Westmelon in that vent. Sonic stays forward of that smoke, isolating Jules, but trading. Jaber 1. Westmelon reveals his position, but Stan actually drops into the vents, gets away. Oh, I was playing a danger.
Lin is a little lit.
Walking up forward.
What happens here? They're both in the vent.
This is a bizarre turn of events.
It's very strange. Oh no.
Starry's going to present his back to the orb.
What?
USP, back of the head. Fozy quick to change and recover Starry's AK. Now you have to get at the ball, so you can't touch him. Fozy in the vents gets away with murder there. Triple kill to leave.
I thought Starry saw the legs of Fozy coming down the ladder, but may have assumed that it was Stanislaw. But either way, just so many kills going down in the vents after what was the top pop. Squeaky gets blown off. Smoke comes out. They get Westmelon down the vent. Then the entry from Starry onto ramp. But Stan being able to slip on down, just constant pressure, secret and vent in combination. And wildcard, they'll snatch another away. 13-12.
That could have gone a lot different. If he had looked left instead of right, it could have gone very different. Crazy.
Well, happy to force the fight are Lin Vision, but now they're the ones who are definitely on the back foot. They've had to weather the storm against Wildcard. We've touched upon a bunch of rounds that went against them. Tech9 early within the first half. 2v5 Susp Ace. And then the Jaber Deagle on the CT side.
In one best of one.
And they're still standing. Yeah. Right now, they're looking a bit rattled.
I mean, you'd assume that one is compulsory, right? I mean, with MR310K, you've got to have something to work with coming into that next half of play.
Still, these rounds coming down to the wire.
That's true. Fozy's managed to equip himself with an AWP 3 rounds straight. That's the power of victory. Double nade and a swing. Early protocols for those top defenders. Westmelon is on the warpath. Working his way towards main. Team Flash to set him up, and he gets at least some progressions towards hell.
Wow.
Oh, and hello, Susp just about wins it out. That's the ramp player, though.
Nice
and
shot. That was crazy.
Quick, aggressive seize of control.
The way they just hold ramp is like so.
Yeah, Star's gonna shoot.
So interesting.
Well-structured round from
they like
Vision.
set up these like traps. It's kind of interesting to watch him play. I think it's very unique.
No, surely not.
They get a pick and they just lock. Like they don't move off the pick.
Oh, the angle from selection not ideal. Should be just triple swinging him at this point. They've got him booked.
And now they just have to find Stan, who's rotated down towards the lower
They're getting
decks
around back.
Be a pretty clean conversion. Stan spotted, and he'll grab the first, trying to pivot another frag, but the Flames will find him, and there you have it. That compulsory
Unlucky.
1 round for Lin Vision has been accrued. We swap sides and we do it all again. Magic number that you're looking for here is 16. If we go 15-15, well, we lock and load. We give you 10K again. And
FlyQuest won their game on Mirage against BetBoom. Seemed like they were pretty...
On the mainstream, looks like
pretty much holding the lead the entire
best
time.
Of one. Also, a 1-0 match has come to its conclusion. I'll let you go and check that one out. That may be a little bit of an upset in the cards. This will be the final team, winner of this game, to join the 2-0 bucket. We've already got 3 out of the 4 names. Loser will go down to 1-1. Another best of 1 to play tomorrow.
Well, there's some aggressive AWPing attempt from Zaka. Tries to start as he means to go on in this CT side. 27 frag total. Aggressive AWP starts towards Trophy, and
nice.
Hang on, he's just chipped in on Yard as well. Great pickoff.
That was a crazy pick.
Stand through the smoke.
And by nice, I mean not nice, because they just switched over to T-side.
Right.
Not nice for wildcard, but nice pick through the smoke with an
up. He rotates back in time, they clear, and he grabs them.
Stanislaw is down.
Great rotation there from Zaka.
Down on T-side.
That's fantastic AWPing.
And Zach was really good on CT side as well, so this might be very difficult for wildcard.
Safe to say an uncomfortable position for the T side, but they're going to try their luck down the vents.
Wow.
That's the angle. Westmelon gets it, gets into the vents himself. He couldn't have played it any better.
Access denied.
Yeah, completely. I mean, now you walk into lobby. It feels like it was a
good
unnecessary aggression, but rewarded
oh my
regardless.
God, the nade on his head.
Both of them now cowering
oh
by
no.
the T-vent.
Sprays him through it.
Amelia removes his friend. Jaber last on the naughty. Let's get a wall bang through.
Wow,
Up to finish. Okay, well,
banged.
once again tied up. We've had 11-11. We now find ourselves at 14-14.
Put your Westmelon in, put your Westmelon out, put your Westmelon in, and shake it all about. So,
yeah,
that was crazy. That was really crazy by them.
You didn't see it there?
You got a little glimpse of the balaclava.
They stuffed their vent push.
I think he's just feeling
In a
himself.
3v5.
Yeah, it does.
I guess we're just...
This has not been an easy game for wildcard at all. I mean, it was in the first half, but now it's like they've really turned up.
If I die, it would be way back in. No, I'll do it anyway, and I'll win it.
And what do we say in the business? No harm, no foul.
Yeah,
so,
I mean...
Sue got away with it.
The old adage from Mr. Anderson is, it ain't baiting if you win the round.
Okay.
That's how it goes.
I like that.
It isn't a silly play if you get the kill, apparently. 14 each. Yeah, that's the Zaka Rock star. I mean, the fact that he's already managed to get himself over there and just take a pot shot, never mind it connecting, is an impressive relocation.
Yeah, Lin's mental, I think, is their biggest weakness here for sure.
Well on the scout. If you go
seems they're more confident CT side for some reason right now.
Sonic was great with opening kills in the first half. I think he was 6-1 after the first half of play. Crazy.
Intensity. A lot of util, no commitment. Sonic flirting with aggression though. They start to slip out. This is Sue on top in his own smoke. Surely that doesn't work out for them. How has Westmelon done that? Just pushes through and he leaves with 3. Golden opportunity now for Lin Vision.
Wow. Yeah, they just shut them down completely.
I can't believe what just happened because he's pushed in through main and JBA is sitting in top site with a HE in his hands, ready to throw a top heart to clear out Sue, who's gone, I'm here, but you can't see me. Boop. That is a wild play, and that's why you get that type of reaction. Westmelon comes in, and the kills just keep on coming. One more round, Lin Vision.
I mean, a 2-0 day to start your major. It's right there for the taking. Wildcard have made you work for this. Can Lin Vision pull this across the line? Break on the smoke reveals nothing. Stan is starting to work for space there. Just chaining those HGs. Stan reporting all of this. And we're down to Westmelon. Okay, he's starting as the last round ended. Bloodshed. Wildcard needs someone to step up. Is it Susp onto Starry? Su still on top heart, Westmelon with him.
Called the cancel. This is going to go into a mid-round now with a 4v4. Looked like they wanted to brute force in, but they were denied. Another smoke will land towards the Squeaky. Are they going to pivot, or are they just going to wait out the util? Stan
probably
gets
play time here.
Master from the grave. Can see all his pieces.
Not much that they can do without another
JBA
pick.
top of main. Another 3 over towards
JBA might
now.
do something
Plenty
here.
Of time on the clock,
if
so
you can get
they
Westmelon.
allow this util to
get an
fade.
outside pick, they
have
do a
very
lot.
limited to finish. Just a H. Ooh, Westmelon. It's unlikely he gets cleared in this position.
No, probably not. Unless he looks down. He looks down here, though. JBA looks down. Wait, go back. He looks down.
Sus, but that's already a little awkward, especially if Westmelon just catches one of them. Okay, Jaber jumps into action. What a shot!
Okay.
Takes down Su on Hut. And Zaka, you've been great, but not there. Not now. We go again. Another one required.
Wow.
Okay, I think in that situation, Westmelon's so focused on the crosshair because there was a slight shadow there. But can't get frustrated. Each set of overtime that we find ourselves in, both teams get timeout to expend.
A shot.
This is it, dropping off. I thought, this was some great shooting from JBA, isn't it? As Zaka.
Yeah, JBA definitely pops off.
An awful lot there.
And they're
from
OT.
Heaven with the AWP. Well, now we're looking for 19.
Yeah. Another OT. OT number 2.
And they are looking to be all together. Sonic, are you really just going to go running into that top site? Good cover from Su. Westmelon got caught. Now brought down. Jaber's got 2.
They're feeling it,
the
yeah.
site falls.
They're getting aggressive.
Oh, Zaka has to
But Lynn's getting counter-aggressive here.
Look at the damage, though. JBA
is he at 1 HP?
7 points of health combined. Is there a way back in for your CTs? Do you want to be saving an AWP with 10k? Zaka probably does. Another incendiary this time, scooped up.
Yeah, it looks like they're backing off out of
What
this
are we
one.
doing
So they're
here?
going to get away with it, aren't they? Just into the top play.
I mean, we just full send it now.
Squeaky.
Oh, and you know that pace
saving
change
for
for
next.
Westmelon is the most agonizing. For some reason, just as he pulls out his nade, they're actually called it first round, second OT.
I mean, I think they had a chance to take it, man,
They might get
but
a couple of exits here. Well, looks Starry gets them first. You'd love to just get into an AK. These kills don't really count for a lot. We go down, take every single member a wild card.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's overtime.
Starry just missed out on retrieving the second AK-47 there as well, but that's a lovely little double from Jaber.
Okay, do we go back to regular scheduled programming right now for wildcard? Set the smokes up outside, allow Stan to work, play the rotations, or do they continue with the shock and all method of this pace?
I mean, they've been aggressive and it's been working. Why would they stop? Unless they really want to just like get in their head, right? Play a little mental game, slow down the pacing. The thing is, Zach has been insane with this op
Zaka
this
is
game.
pre-aiming the boost. He spots a little glimpse of Stan.
He's been playing really well, and this outside might be a little dangerous for them.
Yes, sir.
Right, good smoke. He's still in the HE.
Already across. Fozy to red.
Immediate, too. I'm not sure if that might not have helped him. He asked for an assisted HE as well.
Second either.
And another smoke wall now going to be deployed.
He's falling back. Another good smoke. Nice. Good execute, guys. This is good. This is smart CS.
A little bit of friction felt from Westmelon there. Brought down
Very smart
half
CS.
health.
Who's rotating to B? That's the real question.
Nobody,
They're
right?
going so quick and loud about this.
They have somebody at ramp?
They
They have Amelia at ramp?
Oh, he's tried it. Westmelon's actually gotten down the vents. I thought that was supposed to be a complete no-no. But he's taken the risk, and he's going to be there quicker than they expected.
Only
Nice
rotated
find
from ramp,
Jaber,
but
here comes the
Westmelon...
big flank. Oh, Westmelon fumbles it a little there. JBA is just popping off, ascending.
Nice shot from Zach.
to
Crazy
pull his
shot.
team through.
He's lit. Doesn't see
Fozy
that.
finds the headshot onto Zaka, and he closes. But it
Few
feels
more
like
rounds.
Jaber has just been racking up impactful
2 more rounds
multi-kills
and Wildcard
for the
can,
entirety of overtime.
Yeah, he activated
go get
late,
some
right?
lunch
He
or
definitely
something.
activated late within this matchup. But
We get some iced
now
tea.
he's towards the top of the
I'm sure
scoreboard.
these guys have been sweating.
It's flowing so
He's tied himself up now with Zaka, who was the top performer until this moment. So JBA really finding some impact as Fozy puts the cherry on top. Let's go. That's 2 T-side rounds. They can get the clean sweep.
Both
And you
these
see the
teams are trying
notifications
very
of the
hard here.
finances on the CT side with 10K. Going to be an MP9 for Su.
All right, Starry getting a little aggressive.
Heavy nade pressure. Yard is the focus.
And falling back, though. Back into main. Not doing much off of it. I mean, them giving up this like outside control is kind of big.
Down, so he will be responsible if they get across.
They're ready for that smoke.
He's going to be smoked off.
But Zach is sitting in secret with AWP.
And Stan still catches that duel with Starry, wins it out. Now the AWP is tested. Does he have block util? No, he doesn't.
They're pivoting.
Okay. Maybe smart because they know he's downstairs.
That pivot.
I think they realize that their AWPer is the danger here. And they already took out Starry.
Oh, actually, even considering it with a Molotov.
Good Molly.
Westman forced back.
Very smart Molly.
Is in a tough spot now.
Zach walking out of
straight, just looking for the flank, trying to catch a timing. He might have just found one.
He missed their timings,
rounded the corner. That moment of hesitation.
This is intel for them. I think he knows that they're hell or to the main.
Through lobby, Sue relieves a lot of stress knowing that lobby now clears. Sonic, the lurk, cut out of the round.
But I think they have to go down towards
B. They have ramp, right? No, they go for B here, no?
They are likely just going to head down ramp.
They don't know where the AWPer is, but they think he might be in like electrical.
So having to go back down secret
or vent.
And now worry if they've infiltrated the lower site.
It's just Zach versus World here, honestly. And this guy's like running around the map.
They have got some nades, and Zach could just quickly time a peek. Quick scope, just like that. Susp deleted. Zaka fragging. Didn't like the way Jaber stealing his top spot on the server scoreboard felt. 10 seconds, boys. What are you supposed to do? What can you do? Jaber can get a frag. Fozy can plant. Not quite. It's denied. Lin Vision will find something. Just the one CT round to boast.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it's tough to separate these two.
Let's see what they can pull off here.
There's 2 rounds needed now for Wildcard to get it done. 18-18, we go again into triple OT. It's easy to lose count, so we'll keep you updated with the numbers.
Yeah, Zach definitely popped off this round.
Any pressure down secret, forces them towards the heaven and hell wrap. And if they went out through the tippy top, they would have been knocked off that
insane
rope
game for
Zach
himself.
With an audacious push, trying to take the game into his own hands, but back underway.
But so is JBA, man. We've heard JBA, Sonic, and Susp have all really done remarkable this game.
That can be tough with the outside.
Very close game overall,
21
man.
kills, 29 deaths. He's had some shaky moments.
Only Stanislaus kind of sleeping a little bit.
Able to set the tempo. It can be hard as the in-game.
I guess in contrast to how everyone else is playing.
This time he's got support.
14 kills. He hasn't gone online.
Ooh, spotted Sonic.
He needs to wake up a little bit.
This is a bit of info. This is a bit of real estate for the CT side. So claiming lobby.
Oh no, not this angle.
In exchange for Yard.
Flashes. Homie Sus has been like just wiping the floor with that angle before.
Damage from the lick of the flame as well. Westmelon operating with just 78.
Fozy's rotated down already. He's going to find himself in double door side.
Okay, well this is a powerful position for an AWPer to find himself in. Molotov will force a decision and immediately he'll back up. Does he want to go for a cheeky one? I feel like he does. Just like that, as the flames fade, so does Westmelon. 5 and 4, thanks to their sniper.
Time's going to be the problem again.
So they know they're in secret.
From ramp.
Penultimate round.
Somebody
of this.
going down into vent right now.
Is Amelia going to go heaven? Sue
Sue's going to come late from
They're
main.
going to split into towards A. This can go so wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, Susp is still there to catch that main advance. Amelia through heaven, though. Jaber's not looking. Should be a clean headshot.
He's going to go down to red pop.
Up the vent.
Yeah, that's the bomb loose.
Oh, no! It's fallen apart.
It's a disaster.
Amelia from heaven was counting on that bomb being delivered.
Wow.
And there's just simply no time.
6 seconds.
Susp realized
this
is all round. Doesn't matter what Amelia does. Fragging up a storm, trying to hunt them all down, but 18 is on the board for Wildcard as a product of a mismanaged 30-second mid-round call.
Yeah, I just think they didn't have enough info on the pieces to make that type of rotation.
It's pressure on Lin now, man. They're feeling too much pressure.
So whether you're coming out of vent or you're... fortunate that smoke's in play, right? But at this point, how are you meant to get in to attack this side?
All right, Wildcard's one round.
One round now for Wildcard.
Yeah,
one round away.
Sees from Stan.
All right, Lin's getting aggressive though.
2 opportunities to be undefeated.
Let's see what they do here. Let's just kind of make it or break it for him before they go into 1-1. They already won their first game earlier today.
He's not going to overcommit to it.
Not up for elimination yet. Definitely an important game for them.
Quick tap onto that silo player, and ooh, tip of the head was spotted.
It would definitely secure him a 2-0 spot in the qualifiers, which I think both of these teams really would rather have.
Yeah, they do. Westman and Call Me Sue, both vulnerable now to that instant M4 headshot.
And then we'll tune into the complexity game after this, hopefully.
Sue's just
It's another
accelerating.
OT. Stanislaw with a headshot.
Sue's aggression rewarded. There's a big wide swing from Westmelon, and Zaka nearly lost his life and the bomb.
Sonic goes down 3 on 4. Stanislaw, can we do something here, Stanislaw? No, we can't.
Sue will find him.
We can't. That was such a big play, too.
Should be
nice shot. They peeked him from ramp. JBA hurt him heaven.
Jaber, what an incredible late resurgence we've seen from him, but not going to be
I went for the reset angle, but
he's
not the best thing we could have done.
With that because he's expecting them to play nameplate Counter-Strike and go, well, I'm the top defender. Why aren't they going ramp? He was trying to get ahead of them on the rotation.
Right.
But they've gone up the heavens and caught him in the back line.
Oh, man.
This time the chance is for Wildcard.
Complexity got a round though on Fluxo.
And you know what that sound
Complexity
means.
winning pistol round.
By the CT side. Vin's on the mic.
And they won second round as well. Big for Complexity.
Jersey.
And then they lost. Wait, they lost the second round. Oh no, never mind. Complexity's falling apart. Never mind.
In these last 2 rounds,
Complexity's already falling apart to Fluxo.
That means they've been able to play more of a rifle-centric setup towards outside.
What is happening to Complexity, guys?
Change in the way that they want to approach this without the Fozy AWP. The finances aren't there for it. It's MP9s for Stan and JBA. It's rifles for the rest. There's a couple of kits. Light on U2 in some departments.
Inferno? Okay.
Should have enough to block against a standard top rush or ramp play. But the nuance is going to come in if it's a smoke wall, if it's a yard crawl.
Okay, big round here. We got drone POV. LinVision getting aggressive outside. That's what they've been doing all game. We need Stanislaw to fucking get online, bro. This guy's been playing what? Inside of main?
Over towards the CT box.
Plays A main.
Crossfire established.
Oh, he's actually brought the fight straight to them there, Sonic.
Okay.
Look at this.
Lovely little flash to go for a second peek.
That was a good TikTok. Stanislaw with the MP9.
Cheeky walk.
Okay.
That is aggressive. And he's even pre-aiming the potential for a hold from T-Roof. Well, take that AK, take your lobby. Thank you very much.
That was good.
Wildcard, golden opportunity, man advantage.
Got online with that one. MP9.
And a best of 1, just 3 kills away.
Oh, Westmoreland's just found a little bit
Another
of a timing.
pick here. Another pick for Wildcard might seal it, honestly.
Westmoreland's been able to pip the gap.
I just think Lin fell apart here, man. I think they're choking, man. They're looking for a pick right now. But they ran the clock last time when they were doing this.
50 seconds, a little bit more to
Zach
work
is
with
hunting.
than a traditional LinVision round, but down a player.
Yeah, Zach is trying to hunt right now with the op. He might. Oh,
I don't know if he spotted him. Yep, Barrel was sticking out. He's still isolated, but that's an important trade.
What a crazy shot.
Can you do? It's just Sue and Zaka.
It's still not over for them yet. They can still do this.
Looking
But
for
30
Stan.
seconds.
He's evaporated. Where did he go?
This is the worst. The worst thing that could happen here is if they peek into Zach. Zach wants them to peek. He's running the clock down. He's running the clock down. And they know they only have 20 seconds, but CT just needs to play for time. And he just needs to play for time here.
Wildcard will take it.
JBA, Stanislaw peeks out.
There you have it.
All right.
A stunning start. A North American organization here in Austin. Delivers in maximum capacity. 19-17 double OT. LinVision, despite all of those crazy rounds going Wildcard's way, I kind of feel I'm impressed by the fact that we got this far.
Yeah, made to work for a while.
That was crazy. That was a crazy, crazy game. Holy shit. That was insane. Yeah, that's probably the best game today, I think. Between all the teams, that was the closest one. Edge of my seat for sure.
I always felt like the right IGL for OC.
So with that, Wildcard's going 2-0. They're going in the 2-0 bracket. They're feeling pretty good. Lin got bumped down to the 1-1 with some of the other teams that they'll be joining. Who lost 1-1 today. Like I think Bet Boom just got out their game with FlyQuest. As we're observing either 2-0 or 1-1 games currently. We haven't hit the losers bracket yet.
47s look good in the hands of Complexity.
All right, we're looking at Complexity here versus Fluxo. Fluxo got kind of
some freebies.
They lost, I believe, to
they seem to be sensing
FlyQuest.
Inevitable follow through from the Fluxo camp.
Pretty convincingly as well. Well, at least the first half.
Team kill.
Not ideal. Clearly here from Fluxo. Grim able to capitalize on that distraction.
But Complexity lost even worse. So we'll see what happens here in this game.
And his gun, not a guarantee. We'll see if they hunt him down after time. To lose an op and all your money.
One of these teams will be going 0-2, and the other one will be going 1-1.
Oh, Zevi blasted away, and that op is not going to get replaced anytime soon.
It's up to Grim to play better than the last match. Yeah, Grim played very poorly.
I might have seen him.
But to be fair, Complexity just got kind of ran through on their map.
Huge win. There's a moment where Grim pushing through a smoke. It's like not in the
Since they're known for their
but it is a
ancient
brilliant move for the position.
win rate.
They get the site is just so well reinforced. All the rotations can come in. He can see everything, and they have perfect counterplay. These are strong-looking rounds for
So Complexity's on CT side. They're up 3-1 versus Fluxo.
With that 4K Deagle.
They did lose the second round after winning pistol.
Small stain. They could tie it to go it, though.
Fun little push Nyx has managed to pull off.
Brazilian team has in store
right
for
behind
NA
him,
here.
You won't see it.
As Fluxo is full of
about it though.
Brazilian players.
Is Nyx gonna just... Oh, he's coming back. Works out. What? He jumped down onto that?
Yeah, the dropping Glock strategy.
I guess because the CTs have taken over mid fully.
Felt like his time was limited.
We
had to get
honestly,
going,
dude,
so he tries to dive into the cover.
We're gonna see some crazy shit this game because I don't know what I'm looking at already.
As they will wipe that one round off the windshield like a bug.
I guess it was a pistol round, so it wasn't the typical 4-1. Win it down banana and wait 35 minutes. But okay. Everyone just running it down all is also very interesting.
So far in their first round. In terms of surprisingly good, Lin
Again,
Vision
pistol
was
round,
there.
we'll just call what it is. It don't matter.
No, they're still playing.
But Fluxo kind of needs this round,
never mind,
though.
it's over. 19-17 wild card.
Wait, where's the money? What's the money situation looking like? Fluxo's broke. They have
for a team that we don't get to see on international stages all too often.
Okay. I don't know what their economy's looking like
after day one of Austin.
Complexity looking the strongest that they've looked all day.
But none of it matters unless
with their specific buy.
Let's be real.
At least they have money on the board.
We've seen
By the way, MP9 meta is actually just unironic. This guy's had his MP9 for every single round. He's only died once. He's 6-1. He's just sitting on the MP9 and a fucking goose egg of an economy. Literally bankroll his entire team for the next 3 losses.
Grim, he will find a pocket to play within on Banana. He's got a teammate with him in JT, who doesn't seem as frazzled by utility as Grim. They change positions. That second volley, though, is going to be the end of JT. So good on Fluxo in terms of util usage to capitalize on him sticking around. Maybe Grim had the better idea.
The smoke in place helps out a lot on the map. They can keep Junior posted on Arch.
We do have an early rotate here.
Fluxo don't have other players anywhere else, so they have to decide if they're just going to wait this out or go back. And we don't know if this is... Yeah, it looks like they're going to full commit towards the A site. Nyx is over here alone for the moment.
Fluxo was able to read it.
To go to.
I mean, that's only one play that you do in Inferno. It's the same fucking play you always do.
Halls, which is kind of interesting.
You either fake B or fake A.
Warning here for Nyx, but also his teammates are so far away.
So now that they're not taking B...
He makes a move, though. He's getting closer to that one solo player.
Complexity's banking on them rushing through that smoke that just went down.
Down to 15 seconds. They're just going to try to jump off balcony. He could very well cut off Art. They cross paths inside smoke. Very tough to keep his eyes on the back of Art, but he
calls the rotate.
Oh, wow. What felt like the right timing. Art, though, head on a swivel. He knows those games well.
Yeah, can't play smoke games with Art, that's for sure.
You can't smoke Art.
Can't outsmoke Art.
But you can huff paint.
I don't think even Snoop Dogg could outsmoke Art.
And so,
what's going on here, guys? Oh, we just
Willie.
Okay, we banked on B and then we're saving. I guess. I mean, not much that could be done here. Sure. The retake would take you just as long as it would take for you to lose
the apartments wrap
this
around
round.
4 players up in there, but
going to the next one with actual money.
Found the right site. One defender.
At least their economy's looking good in the 4-2.
Fluxo, a second round win.
Nyx definitely looked a little fragile back on Ancient versus OG. I think he was one of the players that could have stopped the tremendous performance that we got out of... so very tremendous. You're in America. So it was... I think he had a moment where he just wasn't getting his 50-50s. You know, he didn't really show off how good his aim can be. Better start
with
now.
a Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me. It's very, very generous. Thank you. Prime Gaming. All right, here we go. Throwing it down. Oh, here it is. 75 grenades in the banana. right, now we wait for the next 45 seconds. Maybe we'll tab out and see something else going on. All right, next game's in minute 57.
Pariah feels like he wants to go. He's going to call reinforcements forward. Missed chance there from Junior. He falls back. Supported, though.
I believe we have Imperial next on Train.
Doing a good job of disrespecting these.
I'd like to see a Train game today.
Getting in front of that smoke is really annoying here for Fluxo.
Chingus Warriors versus Legacy might be interesting. Just because
Junior
Legacy
teammate though that opened a smoke that could have killed 60
likely
and
not
also
favored
team
to win
damage
that.
60 down to 20.
Just a touch.
What did Imperial play earlier?
Is it a decision here for Fluxo? I think they're bringing the bomb back to A.
I don't know if I
At
watched
least
the
I think that
Imperial
makes the
game.
most sense. But yeah, out of no man's land a little bit inside a bracket. They'll get scouted by Junior.
It's that fast-moving MP9 from the corner to get
Imperial
off
lost
the
to B8.
angle.
That makes sense.
Junior looking to come back at it. You can still see Art jiggling in the same place.
Okay.
He sticks around a little too long. I mean, they've been floating here for 20, 30
So Junior's their fill.
MLH will go take a look at the B site. Gets clipped quickly by JT. We get this emphasis instead from the balcony push, and Junior has effectively cut off 2 players from middle. Sure,
Nice shot.
smoke over on Arch side, but there's no entry here for Fluxo. It felt like they could have gone for 30 seconds, didn't, and then this round fizzles out.
I think what they could have done with even the time remaining was get out of mid after they cleared it, then just come back when they were ready to hit. But instead, they didn't have the right to defend bracket with just standing there the way that they did. So it's good on Junior, and it's good on Complexity to go and search and understand that they need to be disrespected.
Little
Right now,
arm
they've been doing a
sleeve.
great job across the map in doing so. But this is, what it comes down to, essentially.
As hard
Junior
it
has
is.
a safe search.
I think the real
What's the
testament
sleeve
here
around
is
his
the fact that
arm?
Junior
It's
tried
like a
that
compression
twice,
sleeve,
yeah,
right?
Right. Same thing twice.
No
and
lesson learned.
No shakeup from Fluxo in the process.
Wonder if it actually helps.
Chance for Junior to kind of build up the confidence ever so slightly. I'm sure there's no confidence on Complexity after the first map
shot.
here in Austin. Nikodos took all of that, threw it out the window, but they will rebuild.
The juggernaut is upon us.
Slides on mouse pad. I didn't really think about it that way.
This roster does. This
That's interesting.
organization does. It rebuilds. The Zevi man advantage thanks to that
stalemate. Kind of know they're going for the A take, or at least they're maybe taking
bit
it
of a
at some
question
point
over on
today.
Grim, who sits in the back of B alone.
It's
But when
just a smoke.
indecision cost them 1 round to
Just a
go,
smoke
we
for
have
Arch
to
side.
watch these rounds closely to see if Fluxo can fix that.
Big time.
Okay.
They can't hold on to their spot, so...
Might be setting up for an
Complexity,
actual A take
I
here,
think they
though,
have
though.
them scared about when's the next time they're going to come back and take space back.
Molly on
But
B.
it looks a lot like
Bomb's
last
still in the
round, Colin.
back.
It does.
We'll see. They really have to make an
Just lacking
A
that
pick work though here.
layer of shine, that layer of
They already
confidence.
killed JT.
30 seconds. They've got a good bracket challenge to come out. At least the grenades are starting to fall in place.
Back to
Still,
the lane.
Making
nobody
this
coming
work.
actually towards this Arch
24
side. Arch is
seconds.
keeping eyes on it. Junior's going to be
That's
removed
cutting it
from
close.
the equation. Unless
Wow.
from that off shot, not quite on the mark. Too much coverage. Nix gets
Okay.
one. We've got 60 back sight, unable to stop it all. But damn well
60
did it
almost stopped
off a
it.
man disadvantage. And Junior's AWP never had an angle. We saw him try to do what he
And they go
could.
for a save
Very
again.
little to offer. Smoked out a library like that.
Okay.
And so Fluxo play it down to the wire. But
Nice
this time
Safari
follow
mesh.
through.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, this was a
That thing
moment
was
for
sick.
Junior where if he was playing with his
Yo.
smokes on that site hit, that would have been a bit easier.
Is that
He did
factory
have
new?
the right utility
What is
coming
that?
out, though, to dissuade him from being able
Looks
to push
clean.
in through Arch in the first place. So ended up behind a library smoke that wasn't actually part of an Arch wrap out of Fluxo. So at least they did a good job
Nice
of
knife.
making it seem like they were coming in from 3 different choke points.
See, Inferno's so boring.
Even
Yeah,
though
I'm
the
not a
hit
big
ends
fan
up
of
being
Inferno,
relatively
as you can tell.
simplistic.
I just feel like I see the same shit, and it's just like an entire minute and a half of absolutely nothing in the last 30 seconds where somebody does
I guess
something.
it's a
In the last
improvement
30
some
seconds,
sense
granted,
from
it's
the
pretty
last
interesting,
round,
but holy fuck is it
but
boring.
Complexity definitely could have handled
Cash
that
should
maybe a bit better.
change things up a little bit. Sucks they're taking off Mirage. I actually really like Mirage. It's probably one of my favorite maps. A lot of good memories of Mirage, but I like Cash too.
Is that James Banks on that wanted poster?
Was it?
It was James Banks. Yeah, okay, just double checking.
Rootin' Tootin' Banks.
Never a stranger to a cowboy hat, that guy.
You a Karambit butterfly or M9 kind of guy? Ooh. I mean, I've always had Karambits. I've never had a butterfly. It's a one-night fight.
Donna get up.
You know, we had like the Shadow Daggers. We, of course, like I said, had the Karambits. Had the M9. Never had a butterfly.
I think the question is, what won't
I always wanted one. Sorry, Shadow gets word filtered.
Face.
Jury's out on that.
Hedgehog reference.
You never know.
Let's get Office in this map pool or something
There's
exciting.
no face
no,
being
Office
shown by
trash.
this round. Complexity very
Nobody wants to
content
fucking
just lean
see
back.
Office.
Maybe not wanting to get plucked off by those sorts of Zevi peaks.
This knife is sick.
It's crazy.
What Zevi has
watching
for
the
skills.
CS slow
nice.
down over the years. Just not
Office
something
is
you
go.
ever saw before, especially
You don't want to see
not
Office,
with art.
bro. You don't want to see Office.
And here's a round where they haven't done much, they haven't taken much space, but also Complexity kind of suspiciously really, really far back.
Like
So
Office
GB
doesn't
Square
really
be a little
have
confused here if you're Fluxo,
like
but
real team play.
Decisions will be
There's
made
like
in just
there's like 2 ways to
these
get into the
next
fucking
coming
building,
seconds.
and it's hallways. You're like coin flipping
Art on the
every
approach.
peak. That's it.
Sixy could have found the better of that timing. Instead, Art gets away to just
Like what kind of
spawn.
intricate smokes do you set up for Office?
JT's gonna fall back
It's a fucking
into
building.
Art in a moment.
Have to go.
Art though hasn't really kind of made this wide swing happen just yet. They will still pick up kills. Junior in the corner. You've still got Coffin held on to. Bombs inbound. It gets stopped in the process. They're
Going
gonna
for the
pick it up,
swing.
and they've
1 versus 2.
just barely got time.
Oh, they do, yeah.
Except
and
Nick.
the plant is there. Feels like less than 1 second.
No, I'm
but
not saying
one
I
is
didn't
all
enjoy
you
playing
need.
Office. I grew up
And
playing
so Nick's
Source. I played a
into the
lot of
clutch.
Office.
And he was spotted
Office
over
was
on
definitely
Arch.
my favorite, but competitive would just not be good.
This might be an unlikely spot for him to come in from.
Doesn't have a smoke to cover the defuse though. There is a kit right there on site to be picked up first.
Overpass
Feels
would
like
be
he's
cool.
got to
Yeah,
at least
overpass
go
is
push
great.
into the back of Church to try to clear it. He's worried about
Unlucky.
back sight, but there's nobody home. Scoops up Kit, tries to cross over, and a passive
doable.
angle from MLH is going to get this one over the line.
Where are the
This is
Lego
Fluxo
maps?
closing
True.
that distance. A 1-round
Where's
gap
the-
now
where's the
as this
surf
Seaside
maps?
nearly ties.
Yeah.
Surf
not
maps,
a great
Lego
look here for
maps,
Complex. It was a
Warcraft
very
maps,
stoppable attack.
zombie
it was very
maps.
late into the round. There were enough people there to stop it. Especially after
Simpson
they knocked that bomb
maps.
down one
Yo,
more
those
time,
Simpson
jumping
maps
up on
actually
Coffin. It
popped
felt like
off.
that was the final
Wait, that
straw.
Simpson map actually
Somehow,
went kind of hard.
Fluxo found a way back into the round.
Giant
But,
bedroom.
It's one where
Actually,
the first
dude,
45 seconds of the clock
If
are
they had like a
burned
giant bedroom map
kind of
that was kind
meandering.
of set up in like a
Also
somewhat
because
tactical
Complexity
way,
didn't
that'd
do
be
anything
sick.
active. This is also why rotations were a little slower.
It'd
but
be fucking stupid
once
to
again,
ban.
They had the
Yo,
stat
ban
site.
bedroom. Yo,
They had
ban
the
bedroom.
late time situation. They got
But
the
it
opening
would be
kills they
funny.
needed to.
Bro has a shooter sleeve. Yeah, he has that glide potential. I don't use like carpal tunnel. Like I could see you having carpal tunnel after a while. Death Run Family Guy and CS competitive.
1 second off of no time.
Yo, a Death Run Family Guy for like to choose a side would actually be lit.
That's crushing. Because you know he held on to hope that there was no time.
Yeah.
And there was indeed less than a second.
Giant pink bedroom map. Sleeves
This
are
is
needed for
Counter-Strike.
glass
We work
pads.
within that minute.
Glass pads. Maybe he's got a wrist injury. I don't know. Yeah, I've seen the Hello Kitty edit. Looks kind of sick, actually. Yo, AI is getting scary good. And it's only been like a year. It's getting really good. A little too good.
I would say it's the most inspiring start for Fluxo in this game, but it now is close. If they win this, they're in a great spot to actually just overtake the lead. Leave the economy crushed here for Complexity. There's a lot of emphasis on this T round.
Yeah, they should plant trees in Mirage and call it Oasis. Have just water be in the middle. Dust Tonight was so good. Y'all forgot about Dust.
See if Complexity, who we've already
Shaking
seen have
my
a couple
head.
of lean back rounds,
My
can just
damn
apply
head.
that little bit of extra pressure.
Wait, what's
Feels
Nick
like if
doing?
you can disrupt Fluxo, And you can rob these rounds away
he heard him.
in anticipation of that balcony peek, but you know the apartments player's coming. He turns his back. At least Sixy's able to capitalize, trying to retreat. He'll be the second victim of Pariah.
But gets traded.
And so we are going to get evened out at 3v3. B is not the open road. That's for damn sure. Still a double
Fluxo might look good, but Complexity has the MP9. True.
Grim down alone.
Wait, Complexity with the MP9 is kind of scary.
It's going to turn into a flank, though, because they can't go B.
Oh, op.
So they've actually got to speed up towards the A side.
Why did that look like the slowest peak I've ever seen in my life?
No missed
they
chance
slow the
Junior.
footage down?
He'll strike down his counterpart. Sits around on short side. Grim strikes at the perfect moment. And you've effectively scooped it up.
Nice.
Piece by piece. Complexity just meticulously pull apart Fluxo. After a couple of rounds of really letting the Brazilians do as they please, this one, they just kind of throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, I mean,
see how quickly it stops them.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity, again, they have one sub in, but that doesn't mean that their playbook should completely change. They should be able to be a lot more aggressive on openings, take a lot more back control than they have been. They're a team that can play the tier 1 level that we're used to seeing. They can still play close to that. I really don't think. I mean, obviously, it's not that Halzerk has become incredible.
His nades are missing. Damn, unlucky.
6 to 8 months, but again, no excuse for the team play. You want to see what they did last round, every round.
I guess because they took apps. Is that what he's worried about?
Careful. They took apps. JT will finds it out. Triple kill here for JT.
Who would have thought? The classic banana spam gets you kills.
Shoot enough bullets, something's gonna stick.
Oh, what are the T's gonna do now? Wait fucking 45 minutes. Or just save. They're not gonna walk this. I mean, they're eco. I guess it doesn't matter. To be fair, it's eco. I'm just kind of bitching to bitch.
Just shooting
it's
eco around. The clouds.
I mean, we haven't seen an ace yet ourselves so far in Austin.
You're about to.
Johnny here's on the brink of one.
Never mind.
Johnny
They're walking
Ace.
it back.
That'd be a good pilot name.
These guys have 10 mollies, bro. Throw some mollies out.
Or Gambler.
Yeah, there you go. Nah, the name's Johnny Ace.
It's not gambling if you win.
Oh, never mind. We're safe.
I turned him into another person.
Wait, are we?
Hey,
are we all?
You know what?
Yeah, we're
Decade,
safe.
kind of.
You do you.
Okay, very cool. Very cool. Around him, use the bathroom.
Johnny Ace is your character after all. Okay.
Yeah, you can't just put him in the 60s like that. Johnny Ace was South African, okay?
Oh, all right. Smoking's good for you, see? Marlboro Golds, 9 out of 10 doctors recommend.
Perfect camouflage.
Counter-terrorists win. I'm gonna get you. You're gonna try again next round, buddy. This JT mowed him down as they just had those pistols up banana. Two and 3 were clean, too. Look at this.
I really saw a thing, man.
By 3. Nice little 7-4 lead here for Complexity. Love to see it. Feels like they reminded themselves that they are the favorites, got a little more active, and haven't stopped that tempo since. JT reminding them that they should be in control of the situation.
How is this going to work again? It's exactly what Flukes are going to try to do, is run up this right side. JT makes him pay for it. So much damage across the board and a kill.
And a flashbang here for Grim to go for a swing. Yeesh, he kind of eats it. Does confirm they're right there, brother. Better get your gun out. He's under pressure as MLH hits the headshot. That is a compromised B site, but no immediate follow through. They're going to drop the smoke first. JT looking like he's going to get flashed in, but the flash is a little too soon. The second one, perfect. JT's shots, not so much. And it leaves a little to be desired. An A1S swing out from 60 finds further damage short, but you've got a bit of positioning on site.
Bombs dropped.
Yes, sir. Front sight. MLH scoops that up. Off shot misses. He's going to wait for you to go for the repeat. He knows he's got you pinned. But he's also got to punch in the digits. But that smoke's going to fade. MLH on full display, still able to plant. Zevi 1v3 from the back of site, denied. Sixy comes up big with the multi-kill, and it's a complexity recovery that reminds us what they can do, Halzerk or not. 8-4 over top of the Fluxo challenge. They'll take to the defense and see what they can swing with next.
Bro. Alright, we already got timeouts being used during this, is this the Imperial game? No, Chingus Warriors versus Legacy. This might be an interesting watch because Legacy is a team that wasn't supposed to be playing in this majors. They did not qualify for the major. They replaced a team that could not be here as a result of visa issues. So it's one of those things that, you know, when life hands you lemons, make lemonade. No coffee, no coffee. So this might be just an interesting team to keep an eye on because, you know, if they qualify or even get the semis, I think that would still be a big W for them. What are the regions? Legacy, I think, is Brazil, if I recall correctly. And then Chingus Warriors is a full Mongolian team. Mongolia. Legacy or Brazil? Yeah, Legacy got called up to fill a spot, but again, they did not qualify. Your home team, I'm not from Mongolia, bro. I'm not from Mongolia. We're just waiting for this timeout or this, I guess, is it timeout or are they switching sides? Oh, it might be side switch, yeah. From this Complexity versus Fluxo game. Crazy, there's two Mongolian teams. Yeah, that is pretty wild, huh? Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I love seeing other nations compete, man, you know? Like, I just don't think it should ever be US versus EU or whatever. Like, it's nice to see China. That's why, you know, I'm not necessarily rooting for China, like, to win it all, but I do like to see China be competitive. You know, it just makes the sport that much more entertaining to watch when all these different countries can take part and play this game and compete. Oh, it's tech issues here that they've got going on.
Nice recovery from Complexity.
Obviously, it would be nice to see NA take it home, you know, on home field in Austin. Would be good to see that. It used to be Scandinavia, Ukraine, Russia, and then US. Yeah. Obviously, want to cheer for a US team to be in the playoffs, to be in the semifinals. But overall, I mean, I definitely would like to see Team Falcons. I mean, keep my eye on them. I've been liking their roster. I've been liking how they play. They seem to have good chemistry. I would like for them to take it home, or at least have a very good semis like they did against Vitality. If not like a Spirit versus Vitality, or even like a FaZe versus Falcons game or something coming up here. But that won't be for a little while. We still got a while to go in these stage matches. This is like a 16-day tournament, I believe. So we won't see the actual playoffs until we get through all these stage games, but they're still fun to watch. Just again to see the different countries and which teams are coming up to represent them. All right, Complexity's back. We've switched sides. Complexity had a very terrible performance this morning, I'll tell you that much, versus OG. I don't know if they had a bad game or if OG just had a very good game. But I'm glad to see that they're putting at least rounds up, putting numbers up, and playing competitively against Fluxo. But to be fair, Fluxo
Furia is the only player
kind of had a bad half versus FlyQuest, but they did pick it up in the second half. But I think that was a result of FlyQuest sort of throwing. So I think both of these teams are trying to make up for their losses earlier today.
So far.
On Inferno.
Quincy, and then Quincy.
Okay, that flash play is perfect.
Days or Navi for me.
In a better spot.
Yeah, I've been seeing Navi. People are rooting for Navi too. Huh?
And a little. Okay, well, there's team kills mixed in, so not a flawless one, but still one they'll be happy with. Glocks go down. Coincidentally, that was also the worst round from Complexity.
Great.
But this, hey, you take what you can get. A little team kill sprinkled in. It's a little bit of money burned. But it is still that gap closing. 2 rounds the difference.
All right, awesome. We're back
again.
again.
This one Sitting Ducks.
I don't know why these eco rounds are like a clown show.
Well, that's not.
That barely counted. He fell over like a piece of paper. It was such low HP.
Forgiven. But we keep going. First gun's out of Cole.
Tyloo's playing again, right? Versus who? That should be coming up.
He really being weaponized here. He's got Grim right behind him. Junior not too far off with bomb. We get Freya already through CT spawn to come rotate. JT looking adamant about securing this opening kill. Him and Grim could have just lined up for that CT peek, so you gotta be cautious.
There's the MP9. The old reliable.
Art decides to call that he will be left alone on B.
He's got the utility for it. Yeah, he does. Full kit at a minute. Very smart. Molly here is going to get some info.
Ooh. Doesn't actually spray through that smoke, though. Drops a nade on top of JT and Grim, so he's doing an excellent amount of damage considering he's all alone.
Yeah, used the kit. I don't know if there's anything on the floor for him. The attack will still be coming in.
There's that red M4.
To confirm, no kits on the round for Fluxo.
And whatever this is.
Oh, players going back to mid, actually. Bomb as well. It's a full fake.
60 taking a look out. Boiler's going to find a gap over towards A. Junior taking a chance into CT. Here's that player leave. Rotate through spawn. Eventually, he still strikes one down at a library. MLH gets his and pushes into the apartments. That's a compromised site. But a head-to-head here for Junior soon enough. They've got to figure out where he's at, and Pariah's just sitting, waiting for Junior to make that move, to try to add himself to the post plant. They cross paths, and Pariah comes out on top of the duel. Now, the little health that's left here of Complexity, made possible by Art and all that utility damage early on, it's a good advantage for Fluxo to force this retake through, but JT's got other ideas with a quick headshot. He's going to bank on Grim, backside, low health. They're going to try to charge him down, and they'll do it, but there was never a kit on the play.
Yeah,
that 10-second stick was needed. Do they get it? Yeah, it's theirs.
It's so close, but they end up doing it. Grim couldn't delay with the amount of time left over. That's actually a lot to do with the fact that Art had naded him at the top of Banana. Art did a fantastic job with the utility that he had, and it looks like at a minute, maybe you're using that util a little too early, but we could see from his perspective, the attack would have come in if he didn't get that smoke out.
Don't know any of these
find
kids.
Out who was
to be fair,
in the corner.
These are like the lower tier teams, so you probably wouldn't recognize them anyway.
Maybe Exact that turned into a fake afterwards, and it becomes a very close call.
I think once you start seeing like the stage 3 teams, you'll see some players that you remember. Neil, they're the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you for that.
This one's simple with a charge through the fire. It is a fast flood up short side. MLH flashed in the process. We get 2 jumping headshots from Tech9s. Not one, but both.
Literally.
Wow.
At 1 wing each.
Take what you can get.
Get the money, I guess.
It's an opening yet again, and an AK picked up towards balcony for JT to try to push this one over the line. Can they hold on to the lead? Well, a single walkout from Pariah cues up this hold. JT into the clutch. We know he can do this. And as he takes that fight towards short side in anticipation of Art joining his teammate, I love the reposition, and I love the shot that comes with it, but he can't push it over the line, and another round to win thanks to Kai.
One more sound tap there, and it's a different game. Nice try, but this becomes a tied-up match now for Fluxo. Excellently done. Scary to see on the kill feed if you're over at B that there's 2 jumping
like the RGB keyboard
on the other side of the map. You think,
like Grim has.
Now it's over, but
pretty neat. Good shot.
Just had so few bullets to work with.
Yeah, it's an NT for sure.
And with that, Fluxo ties this game up. It's an inability to break into the T side so far. 4 rounds straight for the defense.
Are there no crowds at CS events?
Feels like Cole trying to keep things simple, right? We get that fast flood last round towards A. This time they're going to try their hand at B. Off of the
No, you won't see crowds until the playoffs.
Make this side a little more uncomfortable for the defense. Kai awaits the pit play, does a good job of keeping himself into the cover. Now the opposite.
This week is basically teams playing to see who's in the playoffs.
Smoke spam from
and then we'll likely see crowds forming for
it is
obviously
high pressure
like
situations, but it is consistent
those matches
with the edge flash through
versus some of these, which I don't even know if these are open in the public or not. I'm not sure.
And now they lose the man advantage.
They may not be even open in the public,
of course, or to stop the bomb. At least they got the ladder.
It's going to challenge. It's that back library play that all of a sudden puts bomb down. Grim's going to scoop it up, and he spams him through it.
Nice.
To hell with the bomb. They'll go to the battle.
Needed
and
that, bro.
Grim gets the lead right back.
Oh, it's a bit of a disaster right there for 2 different positions. I mean, the first one is Art.
He's not happy about it.
Does he need his own teammates flash?
I think so, yeah, coming through the CT cross.
Because they were just covering that with their guns out, right? So not being able to fall back from that spot's one thing. But Grim doesn't even know how far back this final
Junior does not seem happy to be there.
And then when he throws
Junior was their replacement.
This smoke out, it just allows
Junior was the fill, but he does not seem
fight,
happy.
Honestly, from that range.
Maybe he's very serious.
That
one bit chicken jockey, hell yeah. Captain Mesa, thank you for gifting a sub.
Puts Fluxo in a tough spot. They're going to try their hand at Banana. Awkward bounce on that nade. JT tries to fight ahead of it while he could, and the frag's going to chip Art down to 50. There's the finish. Grim from the top of sandbags doubles down into the B site. A 5-7, all that's between them.
There you go. Okay.
And still Pariah.
It's okay.
Damn near does it on his own. It's a lifeline.
I knew you played CS, but I didn't know you were into the pro scene.
But again, from the top of boxes, complexity peer over.
It's fun to watch, man. It's fun to watch people play the competitive level.
Beneath that angle, unable to interrupt this plant. Complexity into the post plant for double digits.
They're letting them have it. They want to save the MP9s.
They had the gun advantage. They had every right to get into the B site that way. And
would you be happy after your team's performance this morning? They weren't happy during the
problem.
He wasn't happy during the game either, though.
Like that, it's just
he was pissed in the morning.
It's not like they were getting into overcomplicated situations.
And then he seems even more pissed now, and they're winning.
Oh, that's interesting.
When are you joining the pro scene?
When
I find the time machine and go back
to now exit in through CT spawn, but no one's here to stop
12 years.
Zevi hoping somebody hands him over an op. Won't be likely.
What's up, Shiny?
Look how low they are.
Like to pop in and see bigger events still. Such a good sport to watch. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Let it slide. So
that's true though. You know.
Like I said, I wanted to watch this just because I watched the previous tournament. I watched the IEM.
Peak, I think for sure.
And I kind of want to see what like. What these up and coming games have been like.
You know, like money's low for Fluxo. Yeah. It's a bleak one here in the 19th, and it even could have been worse.
That's the spirit.
It can always be worse.
It's where the game gets tense, for sure, for these two teams. Again, for Fluxo, maybe, thinking about this event, going 0-2. It's, oh, some people thought we were going to go 0-2. For Complexity, no. We're in Austin.
I mean, I think it was commonly accepted in the community that Complexity were probably going to have a bit of a struggle without Halzerk. And that's
what they said.
Still them, I think, not quite meeting expectations today.
I mean, Junior's doing okay, but
the hope was it wouldn't hold them back too badly. But
right.
Check this out.
Great setup.
A tower of defenders inside of that smoke. Flashes to try to support it all. You're never expecting somebody to be over top of that, but they will still dismantle it.
What? Looked like they were just trying to spam the guy on the bottom. That was actually quite clean here for Complexity. But yeah, I mean, going back all these years for Complexity, like, it all started in Texas. Like, this is...
You play A or B on this map, CT side?
Major.
I know, I used to play a lot of B because I'd play on schools for an op angle. But when I play A side, I mostly play boiler or balcony.
They're going to have to fight for it.
I've been playing more A side when I've been queuing recently because people like to play B, I guess.
One, you know, make top 16, let alone top 8. That is always a huge question.
Complexity takes them their teeth round.
You know, combination of
exhaustion. They half by this round?
But also,
are they double
some
saving?
teams in stage 1 need to
be in stage 1. You look like a boiler guy?
Power up.
Experience, yes.
Classic.
Relax.
They
Don't
need
call
to
me
get used
boiler
to the
guy.
situation, and
What is
they're
wrong
going to
with
get
you?
better as the weeks roll on.
It's a tale as old as Majors.
Don't call me boiler guy.
Look no further than Shanghai for Passion UA.
Wild card.
There is always a story of the likes. Can it be Complexity despite Halzerk's lack of attendance? That's the big question. I think most expectations fall on Heroic at the moment. I know some say Tanir could finish this stage as, you know, the hottest prospect.
He is so good.
He's turned a lot of heads lately. Nikodas, however, just blows the competition out of the water this morning. He's kind of thrusting himself up into that spotlight. Looks a little more human in his second match, but everybody should cool off as the best of threes get going.
There's somebody who's going to play at the stage who, if you add up all their ratings, still doesn't have 3 in total across all their votes. He did it in one map.
All right.
Set a tone this morning.
Let's see if
First
Complexity
map
can
of
close
the
it out.
Major breaks the record. And right now, Fluxo's got the rebuttal with gun
So far, no.
rounds in hand. Looking to get double digits of their own.
So far,
Junior
get
does
2
find a nice
picks.
little gap on short side, but gets dropped by the
So far, 3
A1S. Now
picks.
Zevi's in a tough spot.
Okay.
Rifle's going to barrel
We're
through
running
and
out.
line up over towards
Oh,
Arch.
almost.
MLH is dead, and 60's got a clutch
Somehow
in
turned
hand.
into a 1v2 when it was looking
59
really
health to pull
desperate.
off
So
these last 2 frags.
possible.
No smoke to work with. This would be a huge boon to the post plant.
Yeah, kind of
It'll be
crazy.
an open arch right now. He could try to sneak to the pit. They're about to turn the corner.
He finds them.
Oh, he sees him. He sees
and
him.
he gets that vision. Confirmation.
But kinda
Frag grenade
big.
to soften it up to make it even. And he's looking for his duel, but he takes a bit more damage. And Kai still has the edge. He tries to close the distance, and within it, he will thrive. Kai takes another round in a 1v1.
I love the way that 60 fought. I think he used his utility perfectly. And,
Jesus.
really made it hard to approach while still peeking.
Jesus
and
Christ.
playing as safely as he could from behind the box, but no bullets connecting. Kai had a hard job right there, but he understood the assignment well.
He's got to be very careful in those ones. That was a 5 versus 3 for Fluxo. Comes down to the 1v1.
Yeah, I think
Actually, a lot closer than it should have been.
he knew what kind of risk he was taking.
But you
by
hate to see
sticking
that,
around,
man.
Up in halls, and had a couple more chances to hit his shots, but couldn't do it.
Me too, bro. We're close.
You almost did, 60. 4 health there for Kai.
4
to
health.
keep Complexity off that coveted 12th round win. This boost, though, is going to find exactly what it wants. That early contact on Banana. Kai kills JT in the front with the nade.
Disaster.
Simultaneous kill on
The
60.
banana disaster.
Amazing.
Wow.
That's extremely well done from Kai again.
All right, time to save. Don't go for it, guys. Don't do it. This isn't it. This isn't like you. This isn't like you.
Nick's peeling back from the apartments, looks to join forces with his teammates. This could just be that 3-player all-in on B. They've certainly got the nades for it. Double smoke, double molly, and some flashbangs to get them in.
It'll have to be a fast exec, because they kind of they're aware on A site right now.
Playing with util, setting up this stack back site. No assistance from CT spawn. A well-placed Molotov here could spell disaster. They put a smoke down in front of it, and they're able to hold on to this boost.
They wouldn't adjust.
The nade, though.
Oh no!
It's going to topple the player down beneath. Will they expect a second? Because they never saw the boost. They're going to try to clear it. Pariah plays the smoke. He comes back behind them.
Wow.
And he's still in the middle of it all, but Junior gets just what he needs. That little sliver to take him down.
2-on-2.
He navigated some treacherous waters right there. That was very clever, but could have maybe been a bit better. Maybe needed to be a bit better.
Nick with the angle. Knows where CT.
Angle from Nick's, not hiding in the corner, but rather taking the fight. His teammate gets smoked off.
Barbecue.
Does that bring Junior
MP9
back in? He has lost half health. Missed shots from Nick's in the backdrop, and now Junior's going to have to hope that he gets lucky on the lineup. He should know this. He fires through, kills the first, but not the diffuser, and then he gets the next.
Wow.
Clutches finally go Complexity's way.
Nice job, dude.
It's actually an underrated skill that he's got, and he had that lineup in a previous round through the smoke. That was perfect.
Wow.
Remember, even when he was in library shooting at lane, he had that lineup before, after the door got smoked, he came back and lined it up perfectly.
That's crazy.
There are going to be lots of positions where those skills are necessary.
Yeah, it's really a good skill to have.
Important that you can pull it off. You can see the confidence as he sprayed into 2.
Yeah.
That was 5.3 seconds on the defuse, though. If that player had a kit, he loses.
I can't believe he continued to shoot too. I mean,
points here for Complexity to close out.
There's so many variables that could have happened there, and the fact that he went for the double when the guy could have just as well have gotten off the defuse, like it's just, yeah. Junior's played good
this
today.
major was not going to be an ideal situation without Halzerk, but make of it what you can.
No, I think Junior made up for it, for sure.
Be the difference. And when I look across that board for frags on the Complexity side, it is a contribution from all.
Yep.
It's
all working together.
Over there.
Art kind of having an underwhelming half. Same with Zevi. I mean, it's not like a
stacking up on brackets.
Game-ending
control
difference,
here for Complexity as well.
If they could pick up a bit more kills, especially CT side or
they're going to try to slam their heads against this
T side would have mattered more.
Lackluster
obviously.
Guns to hold them back. This MP9 of MLH up close could pounce on 6E. Ooh, he gets hit in the head through the door frame. Still able to try to hold this back. Smoke grenade on short side. JT's taking up Arch. We hit 25 seconds and there's no reason to rush.
Peeking anyone underneath
here is cringe. They can pause for an extra second. And then they're going to follow through. Inside bomb site, nothing holds but the 5-7.
Wow.
A second one from Zevi's nice, but it is a much-needed retake now queued up.
I mean, doable action, never mind. I just realized they have no guns.
JT ready to lock in the arch hold.
Oh, he's around for the fight, lost it. Now there's a chance.
No way.
Kai has been critical.
You guys throw this?
In these retakes, in these clutch rounds.
No,
it's him and Art to try to join
he's letting the MP9 push up.
With the 2 newest additions of Complexity, the promise they've shown on full display here with a comfortable crossfire.
There it is.
And they'll get this over the line. Not
GG,
ideal,
all right.
but a little perseverance
Complexity,
and a
stay
much
alive.
better showing than what they gave us versus OG. Nikodas will still haunt them
and
for the rest of the day.
Goes 0
and 2. At least that 0-2 score is not to be found on the Complexity side of things.
Look at this.
Yeah, at least some pressure.
Legacy actually.
Keeping the pressure on. 2 cities survive, drops come through or protect.
Putting up a little bit of a fight, actually.
2 more rounds required to make it 3 on
versus
the trot to tie
Chingus Warriors.
Halftime break for the Brazilians.
Mongolia versus Brazil. A fresh look.
Root for them a little bit because they're clearly the underdogs.
Seen before in Chingus Warriors and Legacy.
Need Legacy to win to save my pick'ems. Real? You got Legacy to win? Okay,
so
okay.
He's down, so pressure applied to the rotations of the CT. He's just spammed for event rotation. Right, knowing you're going to play her across, the CTs have to move. Do we drop down ramp? Do we chase the vent? There's no way we're running secret behind the unknown.
Yeah, now you got 2 ramp though. Sadzin's bringing his AWP over for a little quick
shot.
Catches Ariukul progressing. Quick one from Lato into the heart. That's an important duel for Nissim to really, really twist the knife.
That secured the round.
Yeah. Cool Aston E-Fire left alone. And actually, it does look like Nissim's completely unprepared for this angle.
Another fun little nuke game. I kind of want to peep into the
2v4 goes 2v3.
Nemiga versus Imperial game just for like sake of seeing Train today.
Gonna brave this main smoke.
But we'll see.
Just faded.
Yeah,
this game might be a bit more interesting.
Position for it. Oh, he nearly had it in one spray. In fact, just a single point of damage is all he was missing.
E-Fire's hoping to save, so with 28 seconds
Fire with
left
1
on the
HP.
clock, tucks in red pole, back warehouse.
1 HP and a dream.
I don't know it yet, but the round is theirs. So just a 1-round gap. The Brazilians are now working back into this. And we'll be able to make sure everybody has all the goods. The win bonus drops are available. They're all good in the hood, but have they taken their momentum? Have they taken the wind out of the sails of the Chinggis Warriors? That's the question on my lips.
Counter-terrorists win.
They weren't going to have any issues buying an AWP again. There's so much residual cash for Chinggis Warriors that it wouldn't have cost them. Considering how they get that free over there with the smoke spam from controllers. Behind the scenes. Just look at the second tactical timeout called.
A cheeky little timeout.
Able to start making good of this progress.
That's fine.
So wanting to give them a 2-round buffer going into the halftime break. The fact that the coach has burnt this now, knows how valuable the T-side rounds are in the best of 1.
Well, just total. I mean, the fact that 4 timeouts have been burned in a single half of play in this best of 1 just speaks to the intensity. Last conversation, big difference available for Legacy. You can perhaps recover your CT side, make it workable. Giving the T side an edge is already pretty high bar set by the Chinggis Warriors. Can they end with victory? Can they end with the lead? Quick extinguish, Cool quick to this. Lux to receive them as well. He's right up next to them. It's actually a good pick off from the AWP. CT AWP connects. Sadzin makes his presence known and now investigating around. The smoke is through. Lux is holding for this, but the elevated angle from E5 could catch him off guard. He retreats, recedes, and oh, the mantle! The failed jump. E5, at least he caught Sadzin there, but oh, it's Lux that leaves with 2. He's good. Ariukul! Oh, he's managed to make a 2v4 instantly back to a level playing field. I say that as he does a cartwheel, thanks to Dumao. Okay, control's quite hard from him. 1 versus 2. He's been softened up and set up. Ariukul's double.
So much time to work. Wants to get the bomb back first. Dumao with lobby control. Lato tethered not too far behind. But the map is the oyster now of controls. Where does he want to find the finish? If he takes the height advantage of Heaven, it will give him a nice overview of the A site. But look at this from Dumao. He's going to come around the back lines and might just catch him on a timing from ramp.
Oh, the timing. Very good. Okay, Legacy, they've recovered. It's 6-6 on the half. One of these teams is going to be ending the first day of the major 0-2.
All right. We got another game soon.
That is the relief.
The expectation, even with Junior coming in for Halzerg too, I think people maybe are overlooking the fact that this is kind of Junior's best audition he's going to get for a long time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keeping himself alive in this tournament is huge. If they just went out 0-2 today, 0-3, they're just going to point the finger at Junior, and he's really built a lot of good faith among people that are watching Tier 2 North American Counter-Strike, because he's just been smurfing on people there. So he has to keep himself alive for him to even get another chance, in my opinion.
All right, we're taking a quick time out here on the red zone. We're keeping things moving though. For the A-Stream people, you're going back. You got Imperial taking on Amiga. But for anyone else, stick with us in the red zone. We're keeping the fun rolling.
I like that they're doing this, the red zone. It's like they're bouncing between the games and stuff. It's interesting. It seems like a big production. Like a lot of moving pieces here, which is kind of crazy. What are you sipping on? I got some fruit punch. Yeah, this seems like definitely a giant production that they've put together. Pretty wild. All right. "90-degree monitor twist and turn POV, shoes off." Those wireless mice? Interesting. No, that's their own mice, right? Maybe they are wireless. I can't tell. They look wireless. Foot cam when? Soon. That's a sub goal.
Howdy, folks.
Gotta pay up if you want to see my little toes.
In Texas. Yeehaw! Yes, indeed. And, well, no clear favorite after the end of that first
Is that a word?
half.
EXE, USB, and personal mice? True.
Well, with an open mind. I didn't know what to expect from either squad, to be frank. And less than
fake sub goal.
Chad, is there anything at the top of your list?
I think it's great to see some comprehensive Counter-Strike coming out of Chingus Warriors on what is the most technical map in the pool.
Yeah.
I found that they were able to deal with those rotations.
Esports athlete name B.
Look, I'm surprised. It was pistol with conversions and then some bookend.
The killer guy. Oh my god, bro.
Test early. Fake decoy.
I don't know about all that, Lindsay.
Gives it up.
I don't know about all that.
Or at least Lato is trying to
$50
like he is. It's already led
Let's
to
calm it down a
rotation.
little bit.
So you take ramp, then Lux starts to try and find gaps, and there is something on top of the hub.
The killer guy, yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Da, but you gotta say da.
Hook in the cheek. Hook, line, and maybe not.
Thank you, Lindsay. That's a big $50 for the Sniffa emote. Can we get some Sniffas in chat? I'm not sure. Is this in context of me showing my feet or something? Okay, never mind. Actually, never mind. Don't put Sniffas in chat, please.
Control swings open the door.
I'm now piecing it together what this is implying.
Takes a couple of pot shots. 12 left.
Holy smokes.
One click, clean click. That's all E-Fire needs. Juking it out with Lux.
Squirtle at tier 1, appreciate you. Thank you for that sub.
And looking great, locked in then for Legacy.
Wow.
An attempt, it was kept realistic for a moment from E-Fire.
Legacy's
he
gets one more kill.
Like I said, Legacy's definitely the underdog going to this tournament, so they're really contesting it. I don't feel like Chingus Warriors underperformed in their previous game, right? Let me check.
Hey guys, you rush ramp.
Maybe I'm lying. They played versus Heroic. I mean, they went 13-7 versus Heroic, and Heroic said to be the best team in this particular bracket. So I would say they were pretty competitive.
Now it's about the conversion. The CTs will force buy-in.
I don't know. It's all a toss-up, man, because they lost to Legacy lost to Lin Vision 13-7, and Chingus lost to Heroic 13-7. So this is a pretty dead even match, I think, in the context of Heroic and Lin competing against each other. And yeah, again, Lindsay, thank you very much, and Squirtle, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
And Lux going back to spawn. It's either smoke and mirrors, or he's going to join Dumao as they charge outside. Bomb on the back of Sadzin towards lobby. Lato and Nissim. And okay, it is misdirection. So smoke wall will land.
I watch this in my whole shift. Please keep streaming the games.
Starting to search now.
I will attempt it. we have more games tomorrow as well.
The question is, can they rotate back?
I will try to stream as much of this series as I can.
Some great basics on display.
Dumao, do you really want to throw in that?
Hopefully they don't. I mean, I think they start pretty early, but hopefully they don't go for almost 12 hours.
We've had this conversation before.
Oh, he's going to push through a smoke into pistols.
Each other.
This could be hectic. There's a lot of bodies on this site now, and you've got 40 seconds to find the finish. Already you've lost one. Nissim gone. Lato could be overwhelmed. Aggression into the lobby dealt with by Dumao. Swarm's going Rap Heaven, yeah.
Okay, this is getting crazy.
It is very confusing. So
yeah, what is happening?
Now we've changed
they went all the way around, jumped out of heaven on the site. They're still fighting for squeaky control. What happened? I'm so confused. They went from lobby to ramp to heaven to site while they're fighting for a lobby through squeaky.
Whoever made that call within that round, give him a pay rise, because I just hate this calling blindly. You did the outside smoke wall. You're hoping to force a rotation. You have no idea if it was bit down upon, if any was ahead of that. We had that conversation during the Wildcard series as well against Lin Vision. They did a similar play on their first rifle round. They're fortunate to get away with this one. Lado with a very strong hold on lobby. The fights keep coming his way, and he continues to deliver, and they take everything away from Chinggis Warriors and the Force Buy investment, which now sets them up for a likely 9th.
Train just started.
Brazilian should have a little bit of confidence after this, but the first test will really
We'll continue to watch this. I think this one has more interesting implications between these two teams.
Control, he's not ready for Lato's position, presumed.
We'll switch to Train after this, because I think this should end before we get into half on Train anyway.
Well, that's Lux.
We'll at least get to see some of Train. I think Tai Lu plays after this, hopefully. Because I want to see the Tai Lu game.
Open and overextension. A T with a smoke in his hands, trying to smoke off main. Maybe the Deagle headshot can come through. E-Fire, a similar case.
That Deagle skin is OP.
Side, but they're not in any hurry here.
Jump the volume a little bit. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I turned it down a lot because it sounds loud for me, but it's probably quiet for you guys.
Like once a tournament.
It's so rare.
Yeah.
There's been some interesting conversations that have been popping up lately. One of which I was having in the kind of Discord the other day, and the question came my way about how we're buffing the AWP, right?
Buffing the AWP?
Well, this is the thing. It gets less play in MR12. It also, because of the swinging, right, it feels like the movement is hampering AWPers as well. So if you're a great AWPer, yeah, you're going to get a lot of traction on it, but otherwise, maybe not so much. And there was a lot of questions about it, and I think that you look at the different levers that you can tweak, right? Well, with the AWP, we already did the ammo, so do you put the ammo back up? Or do you do something as simple as this, Alex? You ready?
I'm ready.
Make the kill reward for the AWP $300.
You know.
Return it to its former glory.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, it is such a debuff to AWPers is the lack of kill reward. You ace and you leave with $500 bucks.
It's like, oh, well, hey, if you're lucky we didn't put you in jail, really. Yeah. All right, this is it, Chinggis. Is there any resistance?
Big round here. Chinggis needs to hold it down. They cannot let Legacy bully them through. It's gonna be very difficult for them otherwise.
Taking a look at a round like this, Dumao outside on the lower deck. Up on silo is Lux. Smoke wall lands. The lack of information forces a rotation. Chinggis respect the possibility.
If you buy an op and only kill one, then die, it's so punishing. Yeah, but the op's kind of like
time allowing
the op's just a force of nature, man. It's like
secondary set of smoke.
The goal isn't to die with the op, you know. But the op gets you a very safe, relatively safe kill. Having it be like one kill worth it, everyone would just, I mean, I feel like that would make the op even more broken. Also, I don't know how you only count, like, is it only when you kill someone with an op? Like, what if you have an op on you, but you shoot them? I don't know.
Got a lot of work to do. A necessary find onto Dumao. Now here comes Lato, starting to search. There's call-outs from Mustang, good for one! Okay, you fuzz Famas, there's there as well. Call-outs caught off, 1v1. Controls, you haven't done much, but this is a very important frag! The last bullet, he just gets it! Oh, mate, I mean, that is everything for Controls. It's put the boys on the board.
Simba Appreciate that 29 months.
Fourth time
Welcome
of
back.
asking.
Very tricky round as well there, right? So the smoke, the force the rotation, then they come in through main, through their own smoke, but there's so many bodies over towards A to defend this, so Chingus have the pieces in the right place. And Controls, I think his heart would have stopped there. Well, it's just going to be an MP9 for E-Fire. WP for Sanson. It's also an MP9 for Ariukul. So CTs, they won the round, but they are struggling.
Not playing scared as Controls. Goes for a little early venture.
This is definitely going to be more yard-centric. Lux, Sanson, Doomau, and Lato. We're going to give a couple of inquisitive glances. The AWP giving the opportunity to search outside in the interim.
Now go for the outside control. Smart. Oh.
Sanson nearly
didn't see him, but got spotted, I believe.
Bullets down range, but they'll cross on his reload.
Another important round here, just because this round would break Legacy's economy if they lose, which would put Chingus in favor of winning the following round as well, assuming they win.
Doomau probes looking for anybody close towards Secret. Not the case whatsoever.
Kind of important.
You can see a relatively passive stance. This tells that Chingus Warriors aren't certain how many players have crept across. They're playing a totaled up setup on the site.
Are they tripling up on B site?
Gosh, he's got his work cut out for him now.
They have one player ramp, one player rafters.
Root. Smokes off the double door.
No, just 2 players on B site.
Controls. Got a lot of work
Might
to do.
be awkward timing here, depending on when Chingus swings out.
At least a quick one-tap from that AK in that headshot angle.
Pivoting back
he definitely hears him.
Now that they've understood that players are so close, this is going to be a fake. Mollies are going to come in on towards the side.
Oh, nice molly.
Back up Secret with the bomb.
Oh, it's not convincing. Rue's saying this is quiet. It's suspicious. Be ready.
Oh wait, they did go for the fake on A site.
How do you play? Not bad. Cool Aston Ariukul, solid defense. He's making that MP9 work, but brought down now.
MP9 disgusting. 5 seconds.
You just have to kill them all. This sim goes down, and it's another round for the Chingus Warriors.
Okay, just 1 round difference
What
now.
a
They
hold.
get the AWP, but the CT buys are still going to be touch and go.
What a
Will
hold.
there be a force behind this? Remember,
Big round for Chingus that was. Chingus needed that round.
Going to limit the ability for the coaches to call
Absolutely needed that round. This is a timeout angle, I think.
Do you think Legacy may be overcooked with a fake like that?
Yeah, I think the reason they called it off is because they knew the players were really entrenched towards
I don't know if they overcooked, because like...
And we always know there can be a supporting member from ramp.
I mean, it would have been tough for them to take it just because the guy on ramp was also popping off, and the guy on Raptors already got a pick.
Investment coming out.
I don't think it was the worst call to make.
So with the 2400 into the next, we should see Legacy get back into the buys. A chance to tie things up now. It's been these spurts of rounds, and this is exactly how the first half went.
All right, so now we're on Eco. We're going to do Suka Rashablat.
6 consecutive rounds of their own. Well, so far
or whatever they say in
You're on the T side.
Brazil.
Open a prayer.
What are we doing here?
Puta Rush.
The coach Carnage is going to have an absolute...
an aneurysm.
Damn. Okay. If anyone goes down to that bloody Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting him out.
Okay.
Yeah. E-Fire might get really keen.
E-Fire has actually struck me as a guy who's composed.
He's from Brazil.
Please enter Ariukul.
Ariukul, however, he's a different candidate.
What are you saying? He's made some steps. He's faked some steps. You can see Doomau is licking his lips, thinking someone's about to round that corner. Not coming. But they are coming to you, Controls.
Oh.
And immediately just not interested in being overcome, giving away a gun, giving away that advantage. Rue wisely distances himself from the pack. There we go. Oh, it's a big test of the spray of Controls. He gets 2. That's an important find from Sadzin. E-Fire thought he had that one dead to right, and oh my god, they're getting away. You won't be pivoting though. Ariukul's here. Chase it. Wait, they can get there. They're running. They're fragging.
What is happening?
The bomb's heading top site. Somehow that Tech9 gets 1. Now a chase is on. Sadzin. Allowed to get the bomb down. Cool, that's up. The nade's not going to find him. He doesn't have the help.
Oh!
He's got the first headshot.
Sound cues.
Rue delaying the swing actually wins out on the round.
Okay.
That should never have gotten as close as it did.
Damn.
Sadzin also went for
was very close, yeah.
On the top
What's
side,
their money looking like? Okay, their money's still okay. It wasn't the worst.
His hand gets the bomb down. Can't establish
could have been worse.
position within the post plan.
If they lost, that would have been really bad, actually.
Eventually, right?
They've been buying a lot. It seems like even if they're getting ahead on these rounds, they're still kind of
player
barely hanging on with money.
Takes his time, takes a breath, and takes the kill, but the pressure still on the CTs.
Where's the legacy TO?
They're unable to establish if they continue to be so close.
How much does that suit break the bank? A whole month's worth.
3 rounds that they have converted. Now it's the rifles invested upon once more.
No timeouts, only rush B.
I think bullying controls on ramp, it's not a bad call, but it's tough to put all your eggs in this one basket, so you still want to make sure you have some yard pressure. Cool has to poke his head up secret with the all.
Cool in that secret grind.
Initial leer from the T's, actually. They throw nades and they drop back. Now Control's pushing ramp.
This is a refrag onto Lux. I don't know. Lux was holding.
It wasn't even a headshot.
Didn't even react. Not a single bullet.
That's the thing. The Puppet Master, the in-game leader. Eyes on the radar, mouth moving, can't be holding an angle. Now a number disadvantage, double digits.
What a big push from Controls.
They're playing 2 top heart.
Sneaky.
And a ramp boost as well.
Controls,
so
very sneaky guy.
Yeah, this thing's got levels.
Yeah, I see you. It's a perfect setup.
Legacy kind of throwing a little bit, huh?
You can just park Controls in a guaranteed.
I don't know. Maybe it's just
position. Now
not playing on a competitive level like this. I don't know. I don't think I would even want to say that. Because they're definitely a competitive team.
If he gets one, he blocks you. What do you do?
Well, now they have to be noisy. Grass time is such a.
Is he going to smoke or does he just play for the orb shot? He's just going to play for the orb shot. Here they come. Oh, he's missed it. And now pivots. Leg shot. USP to finish. Got to get the orb back out now. Controls chips in. Landing in the smoke. He underhands a nade.
Oh, nice.
What is this Counter Strike?
It's a mess.
Holy, the chaos.
It's a fucking mess, bro.
Stage 1 is delivering.
I don't know what's going on.
Down after time. Coolast will remove it and double digits secure.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's get hype. Love to see it.
Chinggis Warriors, a prime candidate in many players and many fans' estimations of the 0-3. A lot of people were expecting the Chinggis Warriors to go down without the taste of victory. Here they stand 3 away from knocking Legacy down a peg. 0-2.
There they are.
Must be quite the condemnation.
I'm sorry, if we
He's
take
hyped, dude.
Conversions out of this game.
Hell yeah, bro.
What if you won 3 rifle rounds in our Legacy? Like, the recipe for success in the best of 1 is both pistols, conversions, a clutch/pivot round, and the map should be yours.
Kind of feels like they've got most of those.
You've got everything besides the pivot round. You struggle.
Legacy money looking a little rough.
Walking into the top side. How about
oh my god, an MP9.
Didn't have the bullets for a second, and that's an important.
Let's see what I meant. Like someone had to buy an MP9 despite them winning every round.
Next.
It's because Chinggis Warriors just have it. They've also had a bad round. No bomb yet. Don't peek. Don't NACS. Don't NACS. Don't NACS.
Where to plant, but once underneath you overestimated your freedoms. Sadzin will take him out.
Oh man.
He's in America, so you can understand why he did that.
Yeah, okay. This is the nation of freedom.
Well, there's a pivot round, everybody.
Yep.
So just as the doctor ordered,
is that the TO?
They're able to break through. They just had their cleanest CT side round in the previous, which has fortunately given them some residual cash. They had 5 players
because you heard the plant, but it's a 2v1.
It was tough. They were struggling to get across the line, and the coach gets back on the mic. And
to be fair, he peeked before he even heard them starting to plant.
Can't be losing those if we want to avoid going 0-2 on day 1, stage 1. Best of 1s.
Legacy just took a TO, and we got that train game that's going on right now that apparently I'm
we tie things up once more. Now, problem
watching correctly.
Chinggis Warriors is having their finances broken late in the piece.
Tied up.
If they lose this round right now, they will only have 1,900 loss bonus going into the next. So there is a real likelihood that if Legacy get into a site and get the bomb down, the remaining Chinggis Warrior players may find themselves in a safe scenario.
This is Nemiga versus
round 21.
Imperial. What's going on right now on train? We'll wait to see what happens with this game first.
Directed by Legacy on a very loud rotation from eFire.
So that's just going to put this secret train on high alert. There should be some resistance expected up close. We heard the vent drop.
They're still going to accelerate towards him. He's burned his smoke
off. Yeah, you understand that you have this buffer zone to work with. It's about the loose pieces of Lux and Nissim.
What that I'm for. It's cute.
And Controls has been relatively passive when tested on ramp. He'll take the contact and fall. I feel like this time he needs to stand and bang, and actually he's backing off.
eFire, how do you approach this? Just on that angle, hoping to be overlooked, and he kind of was. Just a reaction shot out of Dumao. Now Nissim still trying to come in from ramp side. It's
did you pick 'em? I did.
Completely distracted, focused on the main body of the
I haven't checked to see what they were yet.
So, nope, did we not hear that? Just in time, it's Dumao again. Back turn, controls is dead.
Round over.
Round done.
Has to be the save right now. Kulas is still on the rafters. Ariuku's just pushed in towards lobby, and the two of them need to get onto the polar opposites of the map right now to hold on to these
unlucky,
weapons.
man.
As soon as the bomb goes down,
Legacy kind of bringing it back. This is really bad for Chinggis.
Because they understand the finances.
Chinggis' economy has been fucking so bad.
At right now for the Mongolian
they needed like a sweep round and not like every round is too close because
almost nothing into the next round of play.
Exactly. Thank you, commentator who knows more about this than me.
Ariuku all the way towards
but that's what I'm saying. They got nothing going in the next round. I think they had a save.
Lux might not clear it because you're not expecting somebody to stay in a position like this once they had lost the site so convincingly and quickly.
Oh, you didn't see
what?
It. Oh dear.
Bro, how did you not see him?
Cool ass. He was on your
screen. If we can get that on the replay, please.
He was on your screen.
Oh
what?
My God.
Lux!
Oh my God!
He's making noise, bro!
What's going on? There's no crowd noise. Why can't we hear each other?
That's the most ridiculous thing I've seen all day.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that.
I can't fathom that.
I mean, maybe we'll see it, but he definitely saw him. He definitely saw a T with his back turned towards Spawn.
What about hearing him?
Like, yeah. That is a crazy
like
turn.
He's running.
Yeah, he's running next to Lux.
What is Lux doing?
Maybe just having a chat. Maybe the comms are too loud. What's going on? Well, either way, they have got M4s.
Control, they're fighting for this.
Bruce even got a FAMAS, and this is a powerful position. You've lost a teammate early. Quick clawback.
Pinned in.
He is trapped. Can anyone help him? He's about to be Molotov out of position.
That was wild.
Burn. He has to swing into the flames, into the head. That makes him dead.
All right, we got some dangerous MP9.
Now, the layup.
Set up here in secret.
Can step up. Ooh, Lato's ready for you on the jiggle. Spotted. Ooh,
nice.
Still wins it. It's a massive kill to post. Now just goes wide. Yeah, caught out by the silo player. It's Lux.
eFire falls back.
Good one back.
eFire, maybe we smoke and grab the rifle, possibly?
It's not lost
kind of
yet.
worth it.
He's hearing something.
No, he just fell back. I mean, that's fine too. I don't think they go secret though off of this.
They might fall into Control's hands.
Yeah, Nissim's just walked
Wait a minute.
though.
It's the AWP up close.
Oh, the whiff and the bomb.
There it is.
Now up the vent.
He's out.
Oh, not the weapon gets stuck on the ladder. Sticky situation.
Yeah, you hate to see that, man.
Chinggis Warriors now on the verge.
Froggle the dude with the prime. Appreciate you. Think of that prime sub. Thank you very much.
The opening kill, so Kulash just completely in the open there. The exchange from Silo, and then Nissim with the mandatory trade. He was given an opportunity to stay alive a little longer. Could have held another duel over towards main.
Yeah, Satchel would have been very upset.
Well, there's the shove, all in, understandably so. 12 to 10, there's no other choice. It's going to be MP9s aplenty, and a Mag 7 makes an appearance.
Okay.
It's tough to see how you lose a round like this. You've got the firepower advantage. You've got the util advantage.
Match point for Legacy.
Intentionally on the vent drop. See him slink back up the ladder.
Chinggis Warriors have to make something happen here on CT side.
Again. So indecision as the
where
pressure mounts.
they will be going into 0-2. I believe tomorrow they will be playing to survive in this major, or they will be officially out.
If you want to see another round of play here.
Both teams competing to stay alive.
Into a nasty smorgasbord of weaponry.
Happy to see you streaming. Do you have a set schedule? Not really, Froggo. I don't even want to pretend I do.
Pretty good angle around that Tetris
My Discord's a good spot to like find me just for you get notifications about my uploads as well as my stream. You can sign up for either ping. You can just get pings only about videos, or you can get pings only about streams.
Yeah. That's great.
Thank you.
Great camera.
But I do stream kind of sporadically.
That's how strong the top defense
I do plan on streaming more of this
potentially
major because I wanted to watch it anyway. I figured Blast TV gave us permission to co-stream it, so I'm just happy to be here and hang out with you guys and watch these games because I wanted to watch them anyway. So it was cool for them to let me stream their broadcast.
Here it comes. Cool ass. The Mag 7 reveals
the Mag, yes.
He's got a headshot.
Okay. The MP9 and the Mag 7. Oh man. All right. NT.
Picking themselves up a win. They couldn't hack it versus Linvision, but the Chinggis Warriors fall in regulation.
23 rounds of play.
Well, there's Legacy. The team that wasn't supposed to be here took a game in this major and moving on to the next. We'll see how well they perform throughout the rest of this series. All right. In the meantime, we do have Imperial versus Nemiga. Both teams ended up losing earlier. Imperial lost to B8, and Nemiga lost to BetBoom. Also playing on Train. Funny that they're playing on Train again. Their second game today.
Out of it.
Both games on Train.
Clown car trying to get out in the yard in the first 10 seconds, so you don't have moments like that are just pick plays, just normal, chill defaults.
Nemiga is a team from Belarus.
Also just the angle of the train and the fact that half of the deep train is blocked off now.
With some Russian players.
They used to be.
As well as a member, our team from Kazakhstan.
I've seen him attempt it.
Oh.
And Imperial
he didn't get spotted.
is a mostly Brazilian roster with a player from Argentina.
Now locked into the duel. Che Jesus could leave and he will.
I believe that's their opper. Try.
Out of there.
Very good timing on when he came and checked.
There's no way guy,
for Nemiga, though, they're gonna be
I guess used to be a streamer as well.
They've been found out. It's a lot of
which is neat.
For the outer yard and
I guess he went from streamer to professional player and he's been doing well.
He's going to try to hold
so good for him.
Player. But eventually Shui's going to come in.
Watching the state of play tomorrow. If I get reminded of it and I'm streaming, I'll what time is state of play?
Out of this position, he's got to scramble back into Z. 7 seconds. They're boosting over top of Z. Con's low, but still alive.
It's gonna be 40 minutes.
Now they need the frag. CT's
5 p.m. EST.
But one lives. 9 health on Vinny as he leaves. Ties this game up.
This backs up perfectly. And that is a close situation if I've ever seen one. And that's why Nemiga don't go away.
That's the
tomorrow at.
Jesus.
Yeah. You say it's at
opening kill from Con.
5, which is 3 my time.
But an instant headshot on the entry. How is that what stops the bomb? An act of desperation out of Z.
We should be able to watch it. It should end by the time we watch the last game tomorrow. So we should be able to watch all of tomorrow's games, and then by the time it ends, hopefully as long as they start on time and end on time, PlayStation starts. So we'll see. I'll try to tune into it. I think it lines up with
to play it under these circumstances.
With tomorrow's games.
But you could see how much room there is to create stability in each of these situations. They're going to learn so much when they go back and watch these games.
Okay, so what's the next game? I think I want to watch this. Yeah, I want to watch Tyloo versus Metsuport.
The whole meme of
that's going to be kind of an interesting game.
Well,
I think Tyloo had a very close game earlier.
Like such a raw gem as Train is, right? If you have been practicing and coming up with stuff, you might have figured out one thing that will win you at least one whole map.
Tyloo played against
matters today.
NRG earlier.
It's also all
ended up losing to NRG.
End our seasons on
5-13.
Because you gotta save it.
To be fair,
all 6 months.
NRG kind of played decent.
Pull it out in June.
On Anubis. They played well. They popped off a bit. But Metsuport had a not very good game. Probably the worst game today.
Another pick here for Con.
They only got 1 round on Inferno versus Wildcard. Both teams will be trying to, again...
Oh, it's a good dink in the distance, but Che slides up point blank.
Stay alive.
So it starts to feel like Imperial's solution to this B.
Pick up any strats from watching these.
Execute, right? Che Jesus has been pretty consistent in his challenges.
Some wall bangs and stuff were interesting.
This time, in fact, that he ends up killing a player up in the office. That's a risky Bob down.
Some boost spots, some wall bangs.
think I saw like one smoke on Inferno that was kind of neat for Arch side, or for like connector.
Vinny wants a piece of the action as well. Not looking to let them have all this real estate, not looking to let them hit that execute, but they take it by force instead. What was supposed to be the crossfire from 2 players could still set up Descenti well enough.
Doesn't it say Gabriel loves Julia?
He's hoping both these teams
what is that?
will not be watching, but they've actually given themselves a smoke to play with it, so he'll strike down the one that's not covered.
What is that about?
Okay, it is all aim. It is headshots.
This kid has some
Russians are popping off
moments.
a bit.
He's doing it here in stage 1. He leaves.
You're gonna go for global elite or whatever the highest rank is in CS2.
Side. That's super sharp shooting.
I haven't really planned on it.
Full blind con kill. A great pinch by the looks of it from Imperial. Felt like they had control of the situation, especially after that one. You go from 4v5 to 4v3, and this, of all things.
That's good shots.
Nemiga take that lead back, and then they're going to just
very close
that
game.
Dial. Finally, final round of the half, and we get that all-out A action in the first few seconds of the round. Che, very fast though on the flanks, gonna catch them off guard. That's Lear down.
Back to Warframe. The next update drops. Yeah, I want to get the spider chick.
Smoke goes down, they're doomed, but instead
the spider frame.
Setup, you've already got the post around the side.
Looks neat.
And Shui's got himself kills. Again on the edge of this smoke, but No Way gets it up instead. Low health for Risky Bob. Full health for Xanter.
All right.
They're not worried about this.
Close, right?
To him as the Opper serves
2 on
up the
2.
distraction. I mean, Bob's got it. Back turn to him, tries done for, and No Way is pinched between the two last. He'll still get them. A little frantic on the stoppage, just jumping around here with the SMG. And he's going to try to chase him down. Time's going to decide this final round of the half. Quick execution to close it. It is a 7-5 lead after the T side for Nemiga.
All right, well there it was. So their break lines up technically as the next game starts, and I kind of want to watch this game more so than these two teams play, right? Because these are two technically underdogs, and I want to see if Met Support can actually put up some rounds. So I might tune into this game instead. I think this is probably the last game of today, I want to say. Oh, shit. You're gonna get up and stretch or you'll get deep dick thrombosis. Brother, how... You came back to type that? You're like, you took a break? How are the NA teams doing? They're doing okay. The NA teams did okay. Complexity went 1-1. Wildcard went 2-0, but that game was pretty crazy versus Lin Vision. Probably the closest game of today. Probably the best game of today was Lin Vision versus Wildcard. NRG lost to Heroic after beating Tyloo, so they went 1-1, and that was it for today's NA teams. So I think the last game that we have, I want to say last game today is Tyloo versus Met Support. I might be missing one, but I'm not 100% sure. Wildcard, NRG, and Fraud Quest are still winners, right? Fraud Quest is crazy. Yes.
Well, no, NRG lost to Heroic. FlyQuest went 2-0. I believe Heroic went 2-0. Wildcard went 2-0. And Lin Vision? No, wait. Lin Vision lost. Was it B8? I think B8 went 2-0. I believe that's the turnout.
An affinity for that B bomb site, and Amiga do it their way. And then right at the tail end, they sprinkle in that classic outer hit just to keep things fresh. And the freshness of that T side's why they start the defense 7-5 up here versus an Imperial. Both teams hoping not to go 0-2. The dreaded.
All right, we're gonna tune in, I think, to this Tyloo game.
Exactly. Yeah. But they caused a bit of a stir. I remember a surprisingly close game versus who was it? Oh, they beat M80.
They shot pretty hard, right?
Yeah, and that's what they do.
That's the key.
These Tyloo players can definitely shoot hard. It has been other ways in which they've had some shortcomings in the past. So I'm
Team China versus Team Norway with all Swedish players.
Some of those,
Team Norway, but everyone on it's a Swede.
Oh dear.
And Med Support did not have a good game today. They lost to Wildcard.
Like domestic rivals have been
terribly. It was probably the probably the biggest loss today, which I thought was going to be Complexity, to be fair. So I think they want to bring it back. I think Tyloo wants to stay and not go into the 0-2 disqualifiers bracket. I'm sure they want to stay in it to represent Team China.
You can hear it now.
Yeah.
Both teams.
In Grand Rapids.
Both teams have something to prove here for sure.
Suburbs.
Yeah.
And we'll be playing on Mirage, so this is actually going to be pretty hype. Love watching Mirage. Like I said, I want to watch more Train. I might tune in and out with this
Mine was more like the 80s and 90s.
Imperial game.
Before we did have Counter-Strike.
Before the internet.
With an Amiga, but
what a time that was. Type 1 in chat if you experienced the world before.
How's your prediction going? I didn't even check my predictions. I did my predictions, but I haven't checked since I've done them.
It's interesting.
Which was days ago.
If you just say Type 1, like people in Twitch chat will do whatever you want. You can also be in Blast TV chat or YouTube chat.
But you can only get 4K at Blast TV.
Or in a Mongols game because of Techno.
Ah, yeah.
Ha. Isaac's here. Game of Legion's not.
So did you hear the Techno name origins, by the way? Did you ever hear it?
No, what is it?
It's based off of a Minecraft YouTuber he used to watch.
Bloody hell.
Called, I think it was Technoblade.
Okay. I know nothing about Minecraft.
And then he took Techno and he liked Stewie 2K, so he doubled it. So it was Techno 4K. That's the origins.
Inspiration for the lad as high fives come in.
Oh, is it time?
And it
Interesting.
To be.
Can't say that anymore. I think that's copyrighted. It's about time to get underway.
We have a CT side start coming in from.
I want to see CS, not Acne Nerds.
That's the one. I was just looking because I've got. Oh, we got a tech issue.
Yeah.
There was a lot of typing going on, so I'm just trying to keep tabs. So they were ready, and now they're not. But that's fine. I have Hampus on Steam Friends, so.
Oh, dude.
Well,
you're in the wrong place, brother.
Friends, so who's the real winner?
Hate to break it to you.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Players to watch out for. I'm looking at the last 3 months as far as the highlighted players are. It's all eyes on Jam Young. It looks like he's kept his output up towards the end of the season.
Do you know what a jammy dodger is?
Of course. Yeah, jammy dodge. I love a jammy dodge.
Just checking.
It's like going to a car show and saying you don't want to smell tire rubber.
Yeah,
you just want to see the cars.
It's one of the only few things I'm proud of.
I think I'd take that over the jammy dodger.
Yeah, they are.
Can we expect you covering Pokemon Worlds next?
It's a gummy jam. We are getting
no,
sidetracked, aren't we?
You shouldn't expect me covering Pokemon Worlds.
Wait for it. Jelly.
We got some tech issues happening here.
What do you call jelly here then? Jam?
Jello.
Okay.
What's happening?
We are learning to speak American. Spend a couple more weeks here. I'll be walking on the sidewalk.
It'll be 5 in total.
Oh, not this again.
We'll be taking out the trash.
Oh no, not the American slander at Austin Worlds, please.
It's not clear enough.
Is it lift or is it elevator? Yeah.
Commenting the Stardew Valley Internationals.
Really
yes, very excited. I'm very excited about those.
But there's no confusion if things are clear.
Precisely. Yeah. Waste, paper.
What is clear is. Oh, how was the Harry? Let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
What is clear is at the end of this best of one, one of these two teams will be in the 0-2 bucket, a mere best of 3 away from elimination.
And
one of the major.
Combined.
All right.
These teams have won 6 rounds.
Here we go. Tyloo versus Metzi Port. Tyloo starts T side. Metzi starts on CT. We're in the pistol round. So I think this is the last game of today. Lots of games. Lots of Counter-Strike. Good times, though.
The Swedish old heads are going to be watching.
I enjoyed it.
Eager eye to see Sweden.
All right. Let's get some energy going here. We wake up a little bit. Team China versus Team Norway / all Swedish players.
Yeah, you can't circumnavigate the globe. Oh God. Okay.
All right.
Messi for Adam. He's in so much trouble if they chose to.
China starts off strong. Tyloo getting the first 3 on the board. Attacker does go down though. Trade versus Hampus. Mosium getting the headshot. It looks like Tyloo has secured the first round, which they definitely needed. And like I said, Tyloo actually did perform well against NRG. It's just NRG played a bit better. I think Tyloo may have thrown a few rounds. Even though it was 5-13, I would still say it seemed close. Despite that, NRG just played better on Anubis. And I think Bro popped off. And unfortunately, G, I think that's how you say it, underperformed in that particular game. So we're looking to see if G will put some numbers on the board this game. And if Metzi, if they get 1 round, or if they get 2 rounds, they would have doubled the amount of rounds that they got in this major. Because their previous game against Wildcard, they were only able to get 1 round and lost terribly 13-1 versus the quote-unquote NA team. It only has like 2 players from North America on it. Anyways. Jam Young putting some numbers on the board. Again, this is their second round, but they did kind of force the hand a little bit with the MP9 and the Scout. And they do go for the plants. Let's see if Hampus actually contests with the MP9. This thing is destructive. Looks like Loom is backing away, just going for the exit frags. They're both setting up for exit frags, so likely a save.
If you can grab yourself an upgrade into one of these rifles, that'd be juicy. As Hampus hangs around in jungle.
Okay, it would be juicy if they grabbed the AK or whatever, but they're not getting it. Okay, commentator.
Telling us new information.
Please, dude. That's like saying it would be nice if they won the round.
I know you like to get a deep dive, you know.
Where they grew up.
So it's just Team Sweden now? I don't know.
There has to be some histories.
For a moment, Hampus did hang on.
I don't know what just happened there. Alex Caster prediction.
This was important for Jam Young.
Except for the return of Cash. Yeah, looking forward to Cash. Cash is definitely a favorite of mine. Probably top 4 maps.
Jam Young, however, converts. Forced by fails.
Yeah, probably top 4 maps.
A freebie.
Mirage has got to be my favorite map, I think. I've just played a lot of it. Totally Mirage, Cash.
Smoking you off. They know that it was the Scout because you announced your presence over towards Ticket. So Attacker, the remnants of
maybe Cobble. To be fair, I feel like I'm rose-tinted about these maps because I haven't played them for so long. I don't know if Cobble and Overpass are my favorite. I'd have to play them again.
At least on the oscillation as now it puffs up, and he's going to head over towards B to join that of Isaac. No, he's not. They're going down
Isaac.
I love this fast top con smoke they're throwing. It immediately has the CTs kind of flying blind. Isaac's alone. Isaac is completely alone, and the whole squad are coming for him.
Since they forced the previous round, they kind of have to get stuffed on this one.
Oh yeah, he loves a
unlucky.
Loves a lurk, does Merc.
And they're backing off.
Tyloo coming out very strong.
Be able to hunt out a few of them. They're just trying to deny extra cash going forward.
You'll be able to Mac 10.
They're gonna set up for exit frags. It looks like, unless they try to make something happen here, just for the sake of getting a gun or 2.
Drive-by on the CZ75
nope, never mind.
Met by Attacker.
We get the scout action from Loom.
So I think too great for Hampus and Plopsky to equip themselves with, and exiting through the B apartment. So safe.
Plopsky is hunting.
Retaining the rifles.
Trying to ruin the economy here of Tyloo, just at least slightly. Anything helps. Just because they are currently up.
Perfect.
By a large margin. Metsuport has saved, so we definitely want to see Metsuport get at least one more round, so they can have two rounds this entire major. Which again, just a very unfortunate game for them that played out versus Wildcard, but definitely a convincing Wildcard win overall, which I don't think most people expected, just given the odds.
AWP rifles for the rest.
I think at the end, before Stake.com turned off betting, it ended up being 10-1 in the favor of Wildcard prior to the game being over. So people were definitely betting in the favor of Wildcard to win. But not originally.
3 through Palace, Mercury ramp, Jamyoung on the lurk through mid. A right now looks wide open.
It does look very open. So we're getting a standard execute out of ramp. Mercury opens it up with an AK kill. Pretty crazy.
Notice how they're going for this execute with the stairs.
Loom holding that angle with the op this time on the staircase. Bomb is down.
And it should be a save.
Another save coming out, possibly.
Metas Port.
I guess so.
Things that rhyme with Metas Port. Airport.
Yeah, halfway.
Bit on the nose.
Their save coming out for this team. I feel like it can't feel too good, given the morale from their previous game today. I feel like they probably want to see some action happen, but
they got their one round. It was what was the score there? It was the 13-1 play, and then they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So currently, they haven't tasted victory in 9 rounds across 2 games. No one's ever done that before. See, we're tracking round loss streaks across multiple maps.
Hampus is coughing. Someone get him some water.
Yeah.
Get him a tissue.
But good mental to make sure to save, even though you're in a 4v whatever situation for a retake, poised for it, but probably better to save.
Undrained nodes, guys.
Now, that was a save. The loss bonus in play. They can drop a gun, and away we go again.
All right. Let's try to do something here, boys. What do we got?
Going back to the mid harass.
We got 2 poise for mid. Looks like a jungle connector and a window player. Or no, sorry, 2 connector, 1 cats. And Tyloo is working that mid. They do have window smoke as well as connector. Let's see what they can do with it.
Block smoke short, I like it, but susceptible to a flash push. Just like that, here they come.
Okay.
Isaac, Adam,
Plopsky, though.
Plopsky's delivered you a double onto the short players. Jamyoung's the only one left, and he's gone.
Can Isaac hold it? This is very important. To be fair, this is not going well for Tyloo. That rotate was very quick.
Well done from Plopsky there. You can see just how tough it was for Hampus when the flashes came through. So he goes down, but the trades from Plopsky instrumental in a round.
Who are you rooting for?
Softening up the split.
For this one, I'd like to see Tyloo do well.
How many can they accrue consecutively?
Just because I don't think it's very often that we even
see Isaac dropping that.
See teams from China.
Defensive smoke to secure the angles, and Adam finds his voice.
But at the same time, Metasport also had the worst game today by far versus Wildcard. Oh, what a shot by G.
Thought he'd done enough. G's ready.
Can you see any crash outs today?
Yeah, beautiful.
Come on.
Nothing crazy, really.
Well, this time the opener doesn't come with immediate follow through back from Plopsky.
I will say Complexity looked pretty sad. I made that comment a few times, but nothing insane.
Playing in it.
Yeah, Plopsky's got a whole lot to
okay.
do. Now Adam's in trouble, feeling the pressure. They double swing him. They'll trade it out.
So this is what we want to see. We want to see G get some numbers on the board. But Isaac made it a close game.
Now 1v2. Sure, Mosier will plant, jam attacker.
Let's see if Isaac can make something happen here. 30 bullets, 100 health, and a dream. No, I guess not.
The advances, Attacker's not playing scared today.
Would you compete at EVO even for just one round? No, I don't play fighting games.
Let's just double swing.
Well, what the hell would I compete in EVO for?
Feeling a little bit silly about the scenario, but that was
Looking to be the most embarrassed.
A premeditated move to take that fight, finds them the opener, and here it is again. He dropped the smoke behind him.
Great shot.
The CT and Sendry used to flush out that position, completely removed from play, and an opening kill helped set them up for what was eventually a two-man conversion. Loss bonus will be at the benefit at the moment of Metasport, so at least they have that going for them as they find themselves at a 4-round disadvantage. We're back in with the buy. Both teams with AWPs again. Jamyoung out middle. The CT's clear, but nobody was there to take the fight. Whoa,
Whoa, Lumi's going to be right next to Jamyoung. Hampus unawares that this progression's been made. Now they confirm
it. Oh, misses the shot. Walks through him. Oh, Jamyoung takes out the opper. Oh, and Mercury follows up from underpass. A disaster for Metasport.
It's just gone from bad to worse for Metasport.
That's what I just said.
A disastrous round to observe.
I just said that.
From his screen.
Copying me.
Can't quite believe it. Doesn't want to believe it. This is another swift, convincing Tyloo round. 5 alive. How much damage has even been done? Nothing. Jamyoung and Mercury lightly scathed, but
yeah, not a good round for Metasport at all.
Very convincing Tyloo round.
Drawn around the
oh
right
man,
now,
Metasport is just not. I'm not sure what's going on with these guys.
Something that they can work with. Well, we'll see if Isaac can hold on to this.
I mean, did they not beat Astralis? I was sort of reading.
Balance. It should put them in touching.
Are they having like roster issues? Is it a mental thing? Like I can't really put a finger on it. They're just kind of
potentially go for hero M4s, but changing places.
I mean, they're really just losing 1Vs. I think the first game of the day kind of got into their head. And I think maybe I think the mental damage that Wildcard did to them brought them into
you can only get 6-6 on the half
into this game now that we're watching. I guess my only speculation is why I mean they don't look shook, but you can tell that I think they're affected.
But you don't need a shove. Or do you?
Because I don't necessarily think that
right now
Tyloo is just that much better from just watching their game against NRG earlier. I think this is definitely a team that they could put up a fight against, but just what we're watching right now, I mean, they're just kind of losing every trade. They're getting outsmarted, outplayed. And Tyloo's just kind of running a better fundamental CS game. Even though their executes even on the A site aren't exactly extremely crazy, like you can just see them running out of sight. Running out of, yeah, exactly.
Apparently, Attacker, true to his name.
Attacker just walking out.
Ramp into the A site. It's already a retake.
And they're just planting. I mean, this is the sort of disrespect that Tyloo is showing to them. I think it's getting them. They full planted a 3 versus 5, and they lost somebody.
10-second defuse guaranteed.
But it is an eco round granted for Metasport, but they have to do something here.
Something could go very right here.
Another smoke.
They're loading its mag. A very messy start. Mercury overcommits. Mosey is gone. G to save him. Molly onto default. Smoke's on the bomb. He's just gonna go for a 10-second stick, and they're gonna pull it off.
Okay, they got it.
Metasport highway robbery.
I don't think Adam can quite believe that they just
yeah, that was kind of a very messy round overall. I think Tyloo threw that a little bit.
I thought it was a good little gear shift considering how these rounds have been going, but if that's the type that you have to convert, then so be it. So Adam gets the opener, forced back, but then coming through this smoke, the fact that a second smoke gets dropped, but then spam began, they could have just held
I think it was a good play overall, but at the same time, I do feel like Tyloo just kind of ran it down. I mean, they're planting a 3 versus 5 situation. Granted, their teammate did come back,
closest, I think it was Mosier, watched right side,
but also it was just such a mess to watch.
You watch the left side. If they come through the middle, we deal with it.
They're not deterred. They actually want to ask questions of Ramp early again.
Okay, that's some aggression.
Oh, it's destruction.
All right.
Adam takes all 3.
A little bit more confidence coming out of these guys.
Swinging one by one, and the round already peters out.
Yeah, he may have taken more than that. This is the finances now going to be in question for Tyloo, and with so much
I love that glove and
clock,
knife combination that G's got going.
There's nothing going to be overstepped and pushed their way. Right now, we can see there is the B crawl coming through. Now, Isaac should play to contain. He has no reason to... Now he will just contain. So Smoke will secure it. It's really at what point does Hampus say we're in a position to hunt? And And the fact that you did win on the lighter investment makes you feel like you can take a few more risks.
True.
So 6-3 is a guarantee at this point, and that's a beautiful, another impactful round there from Adam.
All right, yeah, we went for the save.
Littering that ramp, so
might as well.
Getting to play some heads-up counter-strike, we catch it again. The first was beautiful, and the fact that the first is so controlled, it allows him to stay stable for the next fights that are coming. It wasn't sloppy, it wasn't tracking him in the cross. It didn't.
Tally would have to change the strategy here a little bit.
Really good work on the burst.
Because while I agree with the initial disrespect, I think if Met Seaport is feeling themselves, we're gonna have to actually run some plays.
20 seconds of musical chairs.
All right, story time then. I was talking to this guy the other day.
Okay.
Or we work on like the Adam shutdown. I'm not sure if Adam is feeling himself. Whatever the case may be, but I think running into sites is not going to work. It's worked for the past 6 rounds, but
the next and the one after that.
likely not these rounds.
Make sure you guys try the simulator, the fantasy, the 4K.
They're feeling pretty happy though on the 3-6.
We'll
I will say that much.
On a record if you want to be playing them.
Keeping the spirits up despite the actual score of the game.
With a lot of these T-side rounds, now they've actually had some pressure applied, and I spoke about the finances. You can see immediately the type of pressure that puts them under. Zoking, well, he's not joking. He's not happy with the last 2 falling apart in the way they have.
Understandable, huh? I mean, we've seen it firsthand. There has been an uptick in misplay from Tyloo.
And that's the thing, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So right now,
do match predictions? I was thinking about it, but because there's so many games today, it would have been hard to like switch between games and constantly do predictions. You know what I mean?
The biggest restrictions are going to come
because by the time that we would stop watching one game, another would already be going, or vice versa.
They're going to be lacking key flashes, key HEs for clears.
I believe
they don't have Molotovs across the board, so we'll limit the
Nemiga
that they have
won their game against Imperial.
The extra 30 seconds given.
Is what it sounds like. So I believe Imperial will be going into the O2 bracket for tomorrow as well,
because of the util.
And Nemiga will advance to 1-1 and play those games out.
G gets across the tap.
All right, I say we play off of G here for sure.
And they're being given mid control. Lumi's actually started towards Palace with the.
Yeah, Lumi's afraid. He's not winning against these op trades mid.
He might get a chance at this.
I think their mid control is their strongest tool here for their T side. See, they slowed down. Smart. They must have been listening to me. Good job, guys. All right, what we should do next here, let me tell you. I think their B side is very weak. I think you should work B side.
Well, he kind of wants to with Adam's position. They're going to fight for it.
You should get connector control and walk up cat.
He's not going to swing into the orb. Lumi's missed a shot.
Yeah, we definitely leave that alone for sure. We do not contest that.
Plopsy playing on that con stairs.
Guys, do not go A. I don't think A is the move.
Yeah, the pressure's going to be amplified.
Guys, I don't think A is the move. I'll be honest with you.
Smoke fades, the orb can chip in as well.
Damn Young looking for this pick as soon as that smoke comes down. He hears him. Plopsky, does he hear him? Oh, wow.
Give it a go. Mercury can't believe his luck. Now from short, though. They chip in.
Oh my goodness.
Flattened by the swinger Jam Young.
Isaac gets a pick on G mid.
Feel how sharp the shots from Tyloo are.
Does Attacker walk at a Palace yet? No, Attacker dies. 2 CT.
But wait, Mercury's
Lumi with the op.
strapped on con.
What can Lumi do?
Golden opportunity presents itself
for a flash, 25 seconds. I mean, you both have to run out, guys. No, you don't have time.
They have to get up cat, and the orb is poised already. Lumi, this is his chance. Oh, and he just quick switched!
Oh, you hate to see that. Oh, you hate to see that.
Instantly, hang on, time. 7 on the cross. He hits it this time. No chance for the plant. He's going to run away and win it. Doesn't matter if you miss the first. Tyloo, the clock, their greatest adversary in this one.
Poor Lumi. I don't know if he's going to believe his lucky stars that he was able to pull that one off. Sure, he loses the AWP, but he gets the round, and it's just a 2-round game. Tyloo overcomplicated things. They thought there was no way out of con. They were bottled in, and they bottled the round.
I don't understand what they're thinking. Like, if they think that they can't contest the Opper 1v2 on site, what makes them think they can run up cat uncontested and not get double contested when he goes to B site because he sees them crossing? The whole like, I think this was like an overcook. I think this was like we have a really smart idea.
save the orb. They come in with some pistols.
Hey, that was way too fried. We overcooked that one, boys, for sure.
On B. Isaac,
I respect that. Hey, we could do this. I don't respect that. Hey, let's do this. I say, you know he's on site. You know he's opping. Just fucking walk at him, right? If you're 1 versus 2, you're low health. I mean, he's gonna op. It doesn't really matter at that point what happens.
You can't just squander the save.
I guess maybe they thought he was deep CT.
It shows frustration. It's like, well, let's just get this done. No, the lead that you had, it's now going down the gurgler.
Yeah, maybe they thought he was deep in CT, and so they had like time, but maybe they didn't realize that he was actually playing triple. To be fair, it could have been more disastrous. Okay, they're just walking on a B site. Hey, remember guys when I said last round, let's work some B site angles?
Now equips himself nicely with an M4.
I also didn't mean let's work B site with 15 seconds left in the fucking round. I meant let's work B site when you know that their A is kind of strong and you have full mid control. They're running Lumi inside of jungle, inside of window for pretty much the entire game.
Lumi's AWP is good for the swing, but they're stacked up on top of each other.
See, you could have done that last round.
Oh boy,
that could have been the same thing you did last round, except you would have had guns and you wouldn't have had to do this on an eco.
3 has been stunted now.
Okay. All right, let's get something going here then.
Enough to get the buy for the final round, first half, best of 1, last game of the day. Yeah, he's sharp, isn't he? Yeah, we had the pistol round where he kicked things
one more
off
round, right?
Okay.
Let's get one more round on the board for Tyloo.
In the first half. One more round before we head to that halftime.
I like this G guy. This G guy, like, he pops off. Were you rooting for? I'm low-key rooting for Tyloo on this one. I'd like to see Met Support not completely get shut down today. You know,
Jamyang out mid, and Adam.
I feel like we see so many teams from Europe all the time. It's just kind of nice to see a team from a whole nother country that we normally don't watch do well, especially in the majors. You know. I don't even know if Met Support's actually an underdog. From my understanding, they actually did well in Europe when they played.
He turned it around previously.
If we look at the util for this A execute,
what do we got here? Are we going for a pick? I think we play off of G again. If we're going for A site, like I said, I really wish these guys worked their B site more. I just feel like if they're giving up mid control so often, we can work more off of connector and cat. Maybe sneak a guy in the window room. Good pick on Lumi. That's good. They don't have an op. G could do some work here. G did miss. Unlucky. G got that one. Mercury with the pick. You know both of them are a connector. At least one's connector.
Makes an awful lot of sense up close.
Attackers playing very close. Plays for the swing. Last one jungle. An attacker pops off a bit. All right.
A little burst of rounds from Metasport with 3 consecutive, but 8-4 on the half. The Swedes are in trouble.
The Swedes are going to have to pull off some crazy shit on their T side. Because to be fair, I feel like Mirage T side can be really depressing if you are already kind of down on morale. If G pops off in the middle here in window room and picks you guys when you try to do some mid executes, it might just be the end of Met Support. I mean, going into 4-8, I don't feel like it's super convincing, but they seem to be in good spirits, which is good. But I just know that in the back of their mind, I'm sure they're thinking about, you know, going 0-2 and how terrible their loss was earlier today. And that pistol round is going to be probably the absolute decider of whatever happens here, because if Met Support loses pistol round and gives Tyloo even 1 or 2 more rounds, making it 10-4, I think them coming back is going to have to take a lot of, like, strategy. I know, crazy word to say in Counter-Strike, but they're not winning these trades 1vx, so they're going to have a pretty convincing T side where Tyloo is just going to have to maybe possibly throw or just not play well, and maybe Met Support's T side execution is really, really good on Mirage and we just don't know it. But so far Tyloo is looking like the better team, because I feel like they did well, then they threw, and then they're doing well again, which is a good indicator for a team is not winning by luck, but is just winning off of like pure skill and merit, which is again what it sort of seems like is currently happening against Met Support. you still play CS with skins you unboxed, or was that only 5+ years ago? I got rid of all those skins. I do not have skins anymore. Now I just unbox fucking terrible skins. With gambled, not gambled, I actually sold them. I sold them, bought Steam games. I spent a good amount on Warframe. I'll put that out there, which TBH kind of worth. But now that I'm playing CS again, I am kind of like, oh, I wish I kept some of those skins, you know. That's okay. I enjoyed them while I had them, and now I have like other skins to look forward to try to get when we do those case openings. Even though the last case opening I did was fucking terrible. My last case opening was so bad. But it is available on my channel, guys. LOL. Of course, that was community funded too, even though the Star Citizen players are really upset at me. I remember you unboxed a Karambit Doppler. I did, yeah. What skins would you want to unbox? Those like monochrome skins, you know, the white with like the black X's on them are really cool. Maybe some fades. Not marble fades, but like
a banger. Blast TV.
I don't know.
We're going to be wrapping this one up day one with an interesting one. Metasport Tai Lu. It is that stage in the tournament where
like the
emerald
green butterfly knife is really sick.
The rest coming in to be challengers into stage 2. That's what they're fighting for.
I like those like really clean looking skins, you know, with like a very simple basic design, but it just looks nice. Like nothing crazy, you know.
Ground is stage 1. Regions collide right now. We've got Sweden versus China going toe to toe, and
Asimov skins, but they're expensive. Yes, they are.
The odds do not favor them whatsoever.
All right.
Tai Lu was sharp. They even trolled
huge pistol round from Met Support. They're doing a standard B-side execution.
Yeah, Coach Zoking.
They're gonna walk out of apartments.
Two rather convincing.
Bigo.
It's a Bigo. Mercury.
They hear him.
What have you got for us? Jam Young misses his first bullet. Mercury
oh wow.
doesn't make that same mistake. And
wow.
They've defended the site with valor. Another tap would really secure it. Jam Young's done it. Only Hampus. A contact B. What is this?
It's done. I mean, Met Support's got their mental morale is just going to be non-existent at this point. I don't know how you can continue to play. Like, I think it's like a yo guys, GG's, let's go get some fucking Whataburgers since we're in Austin, Texas. We get some barbecue, you know, do like a group prayer, take a nice bath, take a nice bubble bath at the hotel, reset for tomorrow, dude. Like, it has not been a good day for Met Support at all today. I don't know what's going on. Maybe jet lag, maybe sick. Maybe they drank too much last night, but it's looking a little sad. Sometimes it happens, man. Sometimes you just get shit games when you're playing CS. It is what it is, but I mean, we're talking about majors here, right? We're supposed to put up or shut up. And Tai Lu is definitely putting up.
Knows where the magic line in the sand is.
Distraction. Look at Mercury. He's just been keeping him on the hook with his steps.
Oh, he didn't clear it, though.
Yeah, maybe that's a problem. Maybe that is a problem. Your back's turned, you lose it out. Hampus takes him down. But
Tactical, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Tactical, for those 5 gifted subs.
Now it is
hope you had a good day today.
3v3G.
Thank you very much, Tactical.
Yeah, or is it 3v3?
Alex, I commend you for streaming this all day. Hell yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it, man. I actually had fun.
Perfect, lovely flank here.
I was going to tune in and out and watch it anyway, but like I said, I got permission to restream it for you guys and wanted to take the opportunity. It's been a good day. And again, Tactical, thank you for those gifted. All right, let's see what G does here.
As they dribble in towards this A site.
G's a player you got to be looking out for. Somehow they turn this around though, despite what Mercury did early on.
Oh, hang on, a little awkward in that exchange. Adam B onto Jam Young, but
okay,
don't worry,
never mind.
G. 10 to 4.
Wearing a suit, I'm wearing a clean blazer for y'all.
Need to switch it on
looking
now.
professional.
It's the buy that determines everything.
Yeah, this is it. If there's no resistance here, if they can't convert this round, I think we can quickly tie this one up and put a bow on day number 1 of the major.
Yep.
Got 4 days for stage 1, and the same continues through every single stage. 16 days of play in total before the major
16 days of CS, guys. Should we be doing that? Should we stream all 16 days? That's gonna say yeah. To be fair, I think there's only one other day that's like today, where there's gonna be multiple games played.
Plopsky out middle, so making this
I think
look
today
like
was just a heavy day. It's the first day of the major.
They're gonna try Jam Young.
Like tomorrow's only a couple games, so we can chill in between and do shit.
Jam Young with the MP9 also has the divider smoke. He can
Would still be fun.
defensively. Plenty of different variations.
Other than that sucks is like I had to wake up at fucking 7 a.m. today.
On the flood in.
That was trash, but it was worth it. I enjoyed it.
This crawl.
What a banging nade, isn't it? 54 damage.
They come B.
All right.
For now.
Does Met support have heart? Mercury puts a number on the board. G trades with Plopsky. Jam Young with it. Dude, you can't stop the MP7, man.
Oh my goodness, the damage onto Isaac is enough.
And Mercury shuts him down. 1v3. They know where he's at. It's done.
Down. Well, that does seem to be
the... It's looking bad, guys. It is looking bad for Met support.
I was going to say final nail in the coffin.
It is.
It's not the final nail. It's not the final nail, guys. They're in a loss round.
No, they
will get another chance. At a
they're in a loss round.
Perhaps, you know, they're a best-of-3 team.
Yeah, well, we know all of the rosters that are now finding themselves down in the...
Don't call them out because FlyQuest looked like they were shutting down...
It's going to be Imperial, Chinggis Warriors, Fluxo, and then the loser of this that is looking very likely to be Metasport.
It looked like they were shutting down Fluxo, and then Fluxo kind of came back a little bit.
Try and chip their way back into
So it was
this
scary for FlyQuest, but to be fair, there's FlyQuest, as we were pointing out. Schulte with the Prime, appreciate y'all. Oh, we're just getting right into it.
With no plan.
All right, they're trying to work mid.
Means a hemorrhage looking by.
But they did force out. They forced out. They're not going for overtime. Their money situation is fucking devastating. But to be fair, they are on like probably a loss bonus, so maybe it's not as bad as we think it is.
Through just to garner basic map control.
Trying to go for that mid control again with no window smoke, but only one person playing ladder room. Mosia. He might hear somebody underpass. So far, no indicator that he did. Listen for audio cues here. See if we can hear somebody. To be fair, some of those mid footsteps can be quite loud.
A retake A position, but they actually have one individual.
I think they're trying to work a pick here really bad. We got multiple. Okay, so we finally see the window smoke.
Mosia patrolling the vent room, now smoked off.
But kind of a weird timing between connector and
coming as well, so they're going to try and clamp down on middle, and the fight might come their way.
Yeah, it's just
they hear him connector, nades coming out.
He turns the HE.
Wow, Mercury and Mosia. They were not ready for that ladder room player.
And he goes down as well.
And he shuts him down.
Stomping through this one, Tyloo. They are very unhappy with the way their first affair went down.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're happy at all. Adam might try to make something happen here with the Galil, but let's face it.
A whole lot better than it started.
It's going to be pretty difficult here.
His brother playing earlier, and that was the opening affair. Wildcard versus Metasport. The twin inning.
Oh, they have bomb down on Cat.
Dubbed, but
okay.
a massive moment.
Saving the AK for the maybe overtime round. Where the rest of his team is just going to be fucking broke. Tyler kind of worth pushing him to ruin Eco, guys.
In the game, it's a 12-4. You've got no money. You've got no hope.
No money, no hope.
You got no flows.
But you do
no
have
flows.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Timeout taken by Met support.
Well, this is only the second tactical timeout called from Metasport, and with
Metasport. I keep saying Met support, Metasport.
That comes out of my mouth with surprise.
Well, I mean they need it. We're definitely looking at an 0-2 angle here at all for Metasport, for sure. Like I said, their first game against Team Wildcard, a US team, was the worst game today by far.
Splurge, Tyloo. Get yourself
was almost a clean sweep, but they managed to take one round.
Leave a couple of flashes in spawn.
And now they're playing against Team Tyloo, who
to send the Swedes down to
didn't necessarily perform poorly against Team NRG, but did lose. NRG did convincingly win against Tyloo 13-5. And now we're watching Tyloo spin it around and possibly hit Metasport with a 13-5. And rather
doing a hell of a spam from Hampus.
Dominatingly?
Bang on.
But Hampus is the type of guy to slip through.
Look rather dominant. I'm not sure what the word I want to use is.
Not opting for it.
They definitely dominated. We'll put it that way.
Understandably, considering how important it is.
NACS
doesn't want to be giving in.
NACS is okay. We haven't even seen M80 or Liquid play yet.
Now it becomes a bit more standard from the CTs. And Taka tucked in.
All right, we're doing a default here.
Up on A again.
Classic.
So, you know, and connector is a possibility.
When in doubt, default out.
For Attacker, it's pick your poison. Sandwich, balcony, inside, close ramp.
They're doing the one window smoke strat again.
You can have your mid control.
And after 10 minutes, we'll do a connector smoke and then window smoke.
For your finish and 50
no, we're going up connector this time. Okay.
He might very well catch someone early as well, and that is a solid leg shot. Lumi limping.
That is a crazy leg shot.
Pincering in.
Mosia
sprays down 2 out con.
Peeking over Cat. I mean, these smokes just...
Eventually,
what can we do? We have one smoke and we threw it for window.
Duo of Jam Young and Mercury trying to progress up. Con Adam pushing through, loses the ball.
Do it from window and we don't even play it. And here's Isaac.
First day in the Blast TV Austin
and GG's, man.
Tyler at least recovering though. They started slow. A 13-5 versus
All right.
NRG. They fight back and match it. A 13-4. Versus the slow starters of Metasport.
Good job.
Nightmare day at the office. 5 rounds over 2 best of 1s. Sure, you lose to Wildcard, but you put up absolutely no resistance. These are best of 1s. This is where you get to the middle ground of the map pool, and you're not even getting close.
Yeah.
It's a condemning
Metasport
time for
not feeling good today.
They are going to move forward into the 0-2
possibly see the look on their
faces.
faces.
Elimination tomorrow. Are they able to draw this back? 3 consecutive
not feeling
best
super
of 3s
great.
required to see stage 2. But for Tyloo, another best of 1. An opportunity in the biggest.
I mean, maybe they're smiling, but like I wouldn't be smiling if I was them. I'll just put it that way. Maybe the smile hides the tears, but this is not a smile situation. This is what the fuck happened. You know.
No, far from it. But we're going to be leaving it for. That's all from us today. Let's head over to the desk and that beautiful red zone.
You may be a little tilted. I mean, they're looking sportsman-like, but gonna be kicking themselves in the ass. Adam did okay, but like okay in contrast to the rest of Tyloo who popped off is unfortunately not good enough. So
close things out.
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see some
Mercury, Mosia.
real close games tomorrow. Like I said, if you want to watch back any of the games today, and you're like, I really want to see the game, I would definitely suggest watching back the Wild Card versus Lin Vision game. That was pretty decent.
Yeah. Like that's a lot of ring rust to have to shake off.
There was probably another game I'm missing.
Format where it's 2 best of 1s in a day. And
I'm having a hard time.
The closing statement is what Chad said at the end of the map of 5 rounds.
I think maybe one of the heroic games would be interesting to watch.
That's the worst feeling, yeah.
As well, I think Tyloo versus NRG was definitely pretty good. I enjoyed watching that one.
Unless you have a negative.
Of course, this is USCS, so I think that was
nothing negative to say about Tyloo in this game, but to just continue on the Metasport.
Genghis Warriors versus Legacy was decent too. So those are some of
my value alone. I thought this
my recommendations for today's games
in my pick'ems.
Were definitely interesting. I enjoyed watching it. It was cool. The Inferno, right?
There's some experience.
The Inferno game, was it?
Isaac 2 has been a major grand final.
Anyways, all right.
I mean, I thought there was going to be
good
more
stuff,
to this roster,
man.
But
good stuff today overall. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hopefully it was fun for you guys. I gotta go do some shit. Unfortunately, it has obviously been streaming for about 11 hours, and I plan on coming back tomorrow. We'll come back tomorrow with some more CS. I'm sure there's some other streams going on here as well. Maybe people talking about their post-analysis for day 1. We got 15 more days of Counter-Strike, of the majors specifically, which I do plan on trying to stream, so we'll see where that lands. But so far, I mean, you guys seem to have enjoyed it, so I'll try to do some more coverage. Obviously, the plan is to watch the semifinals and the finals with y'all. Same time tomorrow. Yes, I believe tomorrow's games they should start at the same time. Let me just double check. I saw the schedule earlier, so I'm like following like 100 different things at once. Tomorrow's what? June 4th at 9. So yeah, same time tomorrow. We'll see what the teams are, and it'll go until, what is that, 2? It'll go until 4. It'll start at 11 a.m. EST and go until 4 EST. Or if you're over here in the Pacific, it'll start at 7 a.m. PST, and it ends at noon. And then we'll also watch the PlayStation Plus or the PlayStation Showcase and see what Sony's been cooking up. Anyways, I'm going to head out. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night. Take care, everybody. Thanks for the support. It was a lot of fun watching Counter-Strike with you guys.